abundance of talent under Youwei's management. Thus, she should not be surprised if Jiang Yan sought to poach her talent. After all, in the entertainment industry, artists are mere commodities. They are packaged and sold in various ways, whether for stage performances or films, with the ultimate goal of generating value for the company. Youwei was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yan's words. What do you mean? She was puzzled as to why Jiang Yan, a company focused on short videos, would sign actors. Was it merely to undermine her? Jiang Yan's lips curled into a knowing smile as he remarked, "From now on, Chairwoman Yu, we are half colleagues. Colleagues are rivals. In this fiercely competitive market, the spoils go to those with the skill to seize them." Youwei. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's assertion, Youwei felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest, a sense of discomfort enveloping her. They had transitioned from lovers to competitors. Now, she was left to uphold Huan Yu alone, while Jiang Yan was no longer by her side to assist her. Chapter 76, Locking Your White Moonlight. Do not harm others. Youwei gazed into Jiang Yan's indifferent eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness envelop her. Suddenly, she spoke, her gaze revealing a hint of fragility. If I were to go bankrupt and be cast out of the Yu family, would you feel sorrow? She posed this question deliberately, fully aware that Huan Yu Media possessed the means to resolve any predicament, and that bankruptcy was a mere impossibility for her. Yet, she yearned to witness Jiang Yan's response, hoping to evoke a flicker of sympathy within him. However, her feigned vulnerability had no effect on Jiang Yan. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yan scoffed, a chill evident in his eyes. Do you wish for me to express sorrow? Or do you believe I would celebrate? He shook his head dismissively, his indifference palpable. Your fate is of no concern to me. I am solely focused on the prosperity of my company. Youwei was taken aback, her body frozen. She had not anticipated such a response from Jiang Yan. He treated her as a stranger, as if their 5-year romance had never existed. This coldness left her utterly disoriented. Even when Jiang Yan mocked her, she could have borne it. Yet, his utter lack of emotion towards her compelled her to instinctively clutch her chest, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. In that moment, she unconsciously forgot her purpose for being there. Aside from deleting the video, she had also intended to seek justice for Bai Luo, who had been wronged. Youwei parted her lips, struggling to voice her thoughts. Jiang Yan, perceiving her hesitation, preemptively spoke. Oh, by the way, I have bestowed a grand gift upon your white moonlight. With that, he tossed a card onto the table beside Youwei. She instinctively reached for it, discovering it was an invitation from a show called Tomorrow's Sun. As she glanced at the program description and the name of the chief director, comprehension dawned upon her. Within the industry, she recognized this director. And if Bai Luo were to participate in this new generation music program, it would indeed be a rare opportunity for an aspiring artist like him. Clutching the invitation tightly, a whirlwind of emotion surged within her. Jiang Yan had gone to such lengths to secure this invaluable chance for Bai Luo. This revelation made her question her previous assumptions. Could it be that Jiang Yan truly harbored no feelings for her? Otherwise, why would he exert himself to assist Bai Luo? She knew Jiang Yan must despise Bai Luo, if not for Bai Luo's unexpected return. She would have long been engaged to Jiang Yan. Biting her lip, she softly inquired, Why? Why are you helping Bai Luo? Jiang Yan glanced at her coolly. Did I not mention that the opportunity belongs to your white moonlight? This is merely an appetizer. Greater surprises await him. He thought with a smirk, Youwei, it is far too early for you to feel pity for him. However, Youwei misconstrued his intentions. Her expression complex. She addressed Jiang Yan slowly. You need not act out of obligation for my sake. I understand you dislike Bai Luo. I do not expect you to assist him. I would simply find solace in the two of you coexisting amicably. Both you and Bai Luo are the most significant individuals in my life. As her emotions surged, she became somewhat self-indulgent. Her thoughts were simple. She did not wish to lose the attentive Jiang Yan, yet Bai Luo was equally her cherished friend. The notion that Jiang Yan could overlook his grievances with Bai Luo for her sake brought her joy. How wonderful it would be to share this news with Bai Luo. He would surely be delighted. Bai Luo, being magnanimous, would likely understand Jiang Yan's gesture through this invitation. Yet, Jiang Yan, observing her self-satisfied demeanor, felt a wave of nausea rise within him. Suppressing his revulsion, he coldly retorted, Enough, Youwei. Keep your white moonlight to yourself. Do not inflict your troubles upon others. Leave, this matter no longer concerns you. Faced with Jiang Yan's ruthless dismissal, Youwei stiffened. Her naive fantasies were shattered by his harsh words. Biting her lip, she struggled to catch her breath, suppressing her emotions as she gently countered, Bai Luo and I are merely friends. Yet, how hollow this explanation felt. She knew it better than anyone. Jiang Yan, growing impatient, urged her to leave. The discussion is concluded. Director Yu, please do not linger. He then stood, signaling for her to exit. Youwei remained seated on the sofa, her eyes reflecting sorrow as she gazed at Jiang Yan through misty eyes. With no leniency shown, Jiang Yan approached her, grasping her arm and forcibly leading her away. Jiang Yan, please, do not be so heartless. Youwei pleaded weakly, still clinging to the hope that some feelings lingered within him. However, as she felt his grip tighten painfully on her arm, she was dragged outside. With a resounding thud, the office door slammed shut behind her. Regaining her composure, Youwei stared blankly at the door. Secretary Shenqing approached her, delivering her words in a neutral tone. Director Yu, I shall escort you out. Soon after, Youwei was invited out of the company. Clutching the invitation, she bit her lip in frustration. Ultimately, she conceded and drove back to the company. Regardless of the circumstances, this invitation was a positive development for Bai Luo. She snapped a photo with her phone and sent it to him. Bai Luo was currently recuperating at her villa, while she needed to return to the company to manage the clarifying video. With thoughts of impending investment for Huanyu Media and a subsequent flourishing future for the company, Youwei felt a sense of calm wash over her. After escorting Youwei out, Shenqing proceeded to Jiang Yan's office. Mr. Jiang, the preliminary preparations for the short drama project are nearly complete. Here are several scripts selected by us and the short drama director for your review. Jiang Yan perused the scripts, recognizing his lack of expertise in this area. He concluded that professional matters should be left to the specialists. Let the director and screenwriter handle it. Once the trailer is complete, present it to me. Understood, Mr. Jiang. After retrieving the scripts, Shenqing continued. Mr. Jiang, is Qin Shiyu cast as the lead? What does the director have to say? Jiang Yan inquired. The director highly endorses Shiyu. She is professionally trained and possesses excellent acting skills. Shenqing paused, understanding her duty as a professional secretary to communicate the key points clearly. Yet, given her current reputation, Jiang Yan glanced at Shenqing, interrupting her thoughts. Hire a professional marketing firm. Let us first clarify the situation, then proceed with marketing. Understood. With Jiang Yan's directive, Shenqing felt reassured and departed. The short drama was progressing steadily, while his music project was set to launch soon. Everything was proceeding smoothly according to Jiang Yan's meticulous plan. Chapter 77. Bai Luo's Oath. One evening, as Jiang Yan emerged from his shower in the apartment, he received an unfamiliar message in his inbox. Habitually, he opened it, only to find a photograph. The perspective of the image appeared to be from above, capturing Youwei half squatting beside a sofa, revealing the top of her head and the lower half of her face, with a man's exposed abdomen visible below. Youwei, donned in medical gloves and applying ointment to the man's bruised belly, seemed to be in a position of servitude, a stark contrast to her usual proud demeanor, as she never allowed herself to be in a subordinate position. Yet today, in the photograph, she willingly knelt to tend to another. Jiang Yan immediately recognized the familiar background. It was Youwei's villa. Questions swirled in his mind about the identity of the man whose face remained obscured and who had taken the photograph. The answers were painfully evident. Clad in a bathrobe, Jiang Yan's expression remained impassive as he absorbed the image. Suddenly, a cold laugh escaped him. Another message arrived in his inbox. Weiwei is mine now. I warn you not to contact her again. The message reeked of a blatant declaration of ownership. A smirk graced Jiang Yan's lips, laced with disdain. Such trivial provocations held no sway over him. He replied directly to Bai Luo's message. What? Are you afraid to win over Youwei? What is it that frightens you? In response, another photograph materialized. This time, it depicted Youwei in an apron, preparing medicine for Bai Luo in the kitchen. Jiang Yan knew all too well that he used to be the one cooking and making porridge in that very kitchen, while Youwei had always kept her hands clean of such domestic tasks, claiming she detested the smell of greasy smoke. Yet here she was, clumsily preparing medicine for Bai Luo. Bai Luo's message followed. Hee, you're the one who is afraid. Weiwei is entirely focused on me now. He believed these two photographs would strike a significant blow to Jiang Yan, eroding his confidence. However, he miscalculated. In this emotional tug-of-war, it was clear who still clung to the past. Jiang Yan, having undergone profound enlightenment, was no longer concerned with Youwei's affairs. Bai Luo's actions had unveiled his vulnerabilities. He had yet to win Youwei's heart. Jiang Yan replied, You specifically chose angles to send me these two photographs as a warning because you fear Youwei might not choose you. Only those riddled with insecurity resort to threats against others instead of nurturing the relationship with the person in question. Bai Luo retorted, Jiang Yan, You can only maintain this facade for so long. Tonight, Weiwei will be my woman. Just wait for your regrets. Jiang Yan responded calmly. Then I can rest easy. Bai Luo, in the villa, stared at his phone, his brows furrowed deeply. What did Jiang Yan mean by this? Was he mocking him? Bai Luo's fingers tightened around the phone, as if he intended to crush it. Damn it. His initial intention was to use the photographs to dissuade Jiang Yan, severing all ties with Youwei. Yet, he found himself struck at his own vulnerable point, the anger boiling within him. Indeed, even residing in Youwei's villa, Bai Luo felt a profound unease. The photographs were surreptitiously taken while Youwei was unaware. He had insinuated his feelings during the ointment application, only to be met with cold rejection. Youwei had insisted that he was merely her most important friend, devoid of any romantic intentions. She had even directed Bai Luo to sleep in the guest room and warned him about the presence of surveillance cameras, a clear admonition against any reckless behavior. Now, Bai Luo's plans to impose his will had been thwarted. Lying in the guest room, he could only clench his fists and pound them onto the soft mattress, venting his frustration. Meanwhile, Youwei lay in the master bedroom, staring at the ceiling, her eyes wide open, unable to find sleep. She grappled with uncertainty regarding Jiang Yan's attitude towards her. From initially pressuring her to agree to Qin Shiyu's termination, to later providing Bai Luo with a variety show opportunity for her sake, and then ruthlessly casting her aside, her emotions oscillated wildly. One moment, she felt confident about reconciling with Jiang Yan. The next, his callousness stripped her of that confidence. Youwei found herself ensnared in a cycle of self-affirmation and self-doubt. She rose from her bed and wandered through the villa, checking the hallway, the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, only to discover that the expansive space bore no trace of Jiang Yan. Every item was singular, devoid of any shared essence. A sudden realization struck her. Jiang Yan had never truly lived here. Previously, she had refrained from allowing him to stay, wishing to preserve her own purity. Each time he visited, she made excuses to send him away before an hour had passed. Yet now, she had invited Bai Luo to reside in her villa. Despite the pretense of conveniently caring for Bai Luo and the psychological comfort provided by surveillance, she had indeed made that choice, casting Jiang Yan out while welcoming Bai Luo in. Returning to her bedroom, Youwei opened the drawer of her nightstand, revealing a haphazard collection of trinkets. She had discarded the gifts Jiang Yan had given her here. Some larger items tossed away for taking up too much space. Having never liked them, she had not touched them since. Now, however, she gingerly extracted them, as if they were treasures. After 5 years of romance, the memories between her and Jiang Yan amounted to these few small tokens. Suddenly, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Landing on one of the gift boxes, she opened the box and tried on each piece, glancing in the mirror with surprising delight. They suited her beautifully. All were renowned luxury brands, selected with simplicity and elegance. Gazing at her reflection, a complex mix of emotions swelled within her. Jiang Yan had once treated her so well. A rose gold necklace caught her eye, a detail that seemed engraved. She took it off to examine it closely, and froze in realization. YYW. Jiwai. First, it dawned on her. It was from their first anniversary. What had she given Jiang Yan in return? Nothing. She had offered him nothing at all. Even on their second and third anniversaries, she had given him no gifts while accepting his without hesitation. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of guilt and regret flooded her mind. Chapter 78. The investment of 3 billion by Luo seemed to have been provoked after delivering his harsh words. He fell silent. Jiang Yan, however, remained unfazed, noting that there were still some company matters in his inbox. Though he could address them tomorrow, he casually opened and perused through them. When Gu Xinyo emerged from her bath, her hair wrapped in a towel, she found Jiang Yan seated in the living room. His hair was still damp, with droplets cascading down onto his bathrobe, leaving a small wet patch on the shoulder. Observing this, Gu Xinyo retrieved a dry towel and gently approached him from behind to dry his hair. Jiang Yan paused momentarily, stating, "There's no need." Yet Gu Xinyo softly replied, "It's better to dry it a bit, otherwise you might catch a cold." She continued her task, knowing that Jiang Yan was not fond of using a hairdryer, perhaps due to the headaches it caused him. Thus, she endeavored to thoroughly dry his hair with the towel. Now, her cheeks no longer flushed as easily as before. A faint smile graced Gu Xinyo's lips as she affectionately tousled Jiang Yan's hair. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan quietly browsed his emails, relishing her ministrations, and a warm sensation blossomed within him. "Thank you, he murmured. Gu Xinyo's movements were tender and practiced, bringing him immense comfort and tranquility. He closed his inbox, leaned back, and blissfully shut his eyes. Gu Xinyo smiled and softly replied, "This is what I ought to do. I should be thanking you. Without you, Jiang Yan, I wouldn't have been able to complete my studies. My grandmother's health would continue to decline without financial support." She shuddered to think of the dire situation she might face had she not met Jiang Yan. Perhaps the burdens of life would have crushed her. Yet, because of him, her life had been revitalized, and her grandmother's condition was improving. Thus, she felt she was the one who should express gratitude. Jiang Yan, upon hearing her words, chose not to respond further, preferring to bask in the moment. Suddenly, he inquired, do you know how to give a head massage?" Gu Xinyo's hands paused, and she replied earnestly, "I know a little, but I'm not very good at it." Jiang Yan chuckled, "No matter. I'll teach you. Would you help me with a massage?" "Sure," she replied cheerfully. Following his instructions, Gu Xinyo listened attentively, confirming the pressure points as she gradually began to massage him. She continually asked Jiang Yan how it felt, anxious about her technique. Yet, despite her novice hands, Jiang Yan felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation and comfort. The fatigue of the entire day melted away during those brief moments of massage. He marveled at how Gu Xinyo's soft, soothing voice allowed him to fully relax, shedding the facade he wore in public and revealing his true self to her. It was peculiar, although they hadn't spent much time together. The atmosphere felt as though they had shared years of intimacy, warmth, and harmony. Time flew by. Half a month later, Jiang Yan received a text from the production team of Tomorrow's Star. The personnel, preparations, planning, directing team, mentors, and contestants were all ready. The only thing left to confirm was the broadcast time. Yang Xinruwei, through Bai Luo's connections, successfully arranged a meeting with Youwei in a high-end restaurant. Bai Luo sat by the glass, waving at Youwei as she approached. Upon seeing Bai Luo alongside the once celebrated actress Yang Xinruwei, Youwei felt no pang of jealousy or discomfort. Perhaps her admiration for Bai Luo had waned, and she was more concerned with how Yang Xinruwei could salvage Huanyu Media's stock market situation. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang Xinruwei, Youwei got straight to the point. "Sister Yang, I heard you've been quite successful in your shift to behind-the-scenes investments. It seems capable people thrive wherever they go. Is it true that Bai Luo said you could assist us in investing in Huanyu Media?" In response to Youwei's eagerness, Yang Xinruwei remained unruffled, taking a sip of red wine before leisurely speaking. "Of course, I've been in the entertainment industry for decades and have worked alongside you, Ms. Yu. Huanyu Media is a major player in the industry, and its future looks promising. It's just facing a minor setback. Once the news of my investment spreads online, it will help restore Huanyu's reputation." Youwei listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Yang Xinruwei was a household name, renowned and well-respected, having won the most prestigious awards, which solidified her standing in the industry. Having such a prominent figure endorse her company could significantly shift public perception of Huanyu Media. Filled with excitement, Youwei eagerly asked, "Sister Yang, how much do you intend to invest?" 3 billion. Upon hearing this, Youwei was left utterly astonished. 3 billion in cash was no small matter. Huanyu Media's entire annual liquidity amounted to only a few billion. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she confirmed, "Goodness, is that true?" Yang Xinruwei smiled calmly, her demeanor unfazed. Bai Luo, sitting beside her, was equally taken aback by the astonishing figure. "Sister Yang, you are incredible!" he exclaimed. Youwei, now filled with joy, gazed at Yang Xinruwei with sparkling eyes as if she were looking at a savior. 3 billion was not a trivial sum. It couldn't simply be invested on a whim. After her excitement subsided, Youwei composed herself and asked, "Sister Yang, how do you plan to invest?" "Well," Yang Xinruwei began, gently covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes glinting, "we will sign a contract first, and then I will invest in phases. Most importantly, we need to inform the shareholders and disseminate the news of my 3 billion investment through the media." Youwei hesitated at this, not out of doubt about Yang Xinruwei's reliability, but rather fearing the potential instability this news could create within the company. Noticing Youwei's apprehension, Yang Xinruwei quickly added, "I'll first purchase 600 million worth of stocks to stabilize Huanyu Media's share price. That should put you at ease, Ms. Yu. Trust me. Huanyu Media's stock will soar afterward, so be ready to count your profits." After a few moments of silence, Youwei felt a weight in her heart but ultimately said, "All right, Sister Yang, I wish us a pleasant collaboration." Now, Youwei found herself in a state of resolute determination, although concerns lingered in her mind. She could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Otherwise, Huanyu's stock price would continue to plummet, employees would leave one by one, management would gradually depart, and the company would lose a third of its artists. The shareholders, influenced by family members, were already contemplating a resolution to oust her as chairperson. Yet, Huanyu Media represented 2 years of hard work alongside Jiang Yan, and Youwei would not back down. Chapter 79. Suyu enrolls in tomorrow's star during a lively conversation among Youwei, by Luo and Yang Xinrui, unbeknownst to them. A hidden tree behind the glass flickered with lights. The paparazzi, with utmost professionalism, captured clear footage and photographs, reporting back to their benefactor. After dinner, Bai Luo attentively offered Yang Xinrui a napkin and picked up her bag. Youwei observed the close interaction between the two, momentarily taken aback. Yang Xinrui received the napkin with a disdainful expression and, glancing at Youwei, remarked, "President Yu, are you leaving?" Youwei awkwardly replied, "I drove here. What about you?" "Yang Jia?" Yang Xinrui responded, "I called someone over. They should be here now." As she spoke, she noticed Bai Luo still standing beside her, grinning foolishly. With a cold demeanor, she nudged him away. Bai Luo quickly caught on and moved to Youwei's side, beaming as he said, "Weiwei, let me help you with your bag." "No need," Youwei said, subtly evading him. She now realized that the closeness between Bai Luo and Yang Xinrui was somewhat inappropriate, igniting a flicker of irritation within her. Once Yang Xinrui departed, Bai Luo sat in Youwei's car, his smile gradually fading. He then began to exhibit a mix of emotions, alternating between anger and affection. "Weiwei, why are you unhappy? I haven't done anything to upset you. If I have, just tell me directly instead of making me guess." Youwei kept her eyes on the road, letting out a slight sigh. "I'm fine." "That's good. Weiwei, what do you think of Yang Jia? Impressive, right?" "The revival of Huanyu Media owes half its success to me," Bai Luo boasted. Youwei inquired, "How did you meet Yang Xinrui?" Bai Luo's expression flickered as he casually replied, "We ran into each other at a karaoke bar." He then shifted the topic, "Forget that. Weiwei, the show I'm participating in is about to air. The production team notified me, and I need to go for rehearsal tomorrow." Youwei responded with a nonchalant and then asked, "Have you prepared your performance?" Bai Luo confidently declared, "Of course. I'll be performing an original song that I wrote and will play myself." As a piano major, his skills in playing were unquestionable, but singing. Youwei realized she had never heard Bai Luo sing and instinctively asked, "Can you sing?" "Hey, I sing better than the average person. Plus, I recently hired a vocal coach, so there's absolutely no problem," Bai Luo replied, hesitating momentarily, before sheepishly admitting, "Weiwei, I haven't paid for the lessons yet. I'm a bit short on cash right now." Youwei was taken aback and then offered, "It's fine. I can transfer you the money. How much do you need?" Bai Luo mentioned a sum, and Youwei frowned slightly. 100,000, neither too much nor too little, yet exceedingly high for a music teacher's fees. Nonetheless, Youwei refrained from objecting, considering he had just introduced her to a significant client. "Oh, right." Bai Luo seized the opportunity for the show tomorrow's star. "Could you come to the live audience to cheer me on?" Youwei pondered for a moment and then slowly agreed, "All right." Logically, as the chairwoman of Huanyu Media, she should not abandon her company during a critical time to attend a variety show. However, debuting was Bai Luo's dream, and she felt it was only right to support him. After all, if she missed this chance, she would never witness Bai Luo's debut. Meanwhile, Su Xiangming recently noticed that his younger sister, Suyu, was leaving home early and returning only around 9 in the evening. Upon her return, she would immediately complain about exhaustion and collapse into bed. Concerned, Su Xiangming inquired with the bodyguard and learned that Suyu had enrolled in numerous dance and music classes and attended lessons daily. That night, Suyu returned home only to find her brother waiting for her at the door. Pouting, she looked up at him with her beautiful eyes and asked, "What are you doing, big brother?" Su Xiangming, wearing a warm smile, asked, "Xiao Yu, what are your plans with all this dancing and singing you're learning during the day?" Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately glared at him, her long lashes fluttering in anger. "Why are you investigating me?" Su Xiangming responded gently, "Xiao Yu, I'm just concerned for you. Whatever you wish to pursue, our family supports you, but you shouldn't keep us in the dark." With a tilted head, Suyu relented, "Fine, I signed up for a show." "What show?" Su Xiangming frowned. "Tomorrow's Star." This was a program Suyu had painstakingly researched, learning that Jiang Yan would sponsor it as one of the investors. Upon discovering her identity, the production team, following protocol, sent her an audition invitation, allowing her to pass the preliminary round without question. After all, being the daughter of a wealthy family was an enticing gimmick that would draw significant attention to the show. As for why Suyu wanted to participate, it was evident that after Jiang Yan accepted the money, he ceased all communication with her. despite her proud demeanor. She felt a deep-seated frustration, knowing Jiang Yan would also vote as a sponsor. She devised a plan to confront him during the show and see if he dared to ignore her again. However, Su Xiaoming, who was accustomed to dealing with real estate moguls, was unfamiliar with variety shows and expressed his concern. "What kind of show is this? You better not get scammed again." "Oh, don't worry, big brother. I paid someone to investigate. Tomorrow's Star is a legitimate music variety show." Still uneasy, Su Xiaoming replied, "If you're interested in fame, our family could invest in a new variety program for you. You could create whatever you want. But since you're participating in a program we have no ties to, what if you get bullied?" In response to her brother's earnest concerns, Su Yu, feeling exasperated, covered her ears and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, slipped into the house. Watching her retreat, Su Xiaoming sighed helplessly. He searched for information about Tomorrow's Star online and discovered that the filming location was at the headquarters of the Beijing television station. Contemplating his connections, he made a call to a leader in Beijing. As the chief director of Tomorrow's Star was busy preparing for the premiere, he received an unexpected call. "What? You're telling me we have another sponsor, and we can't refuse?" The voice on the other end belonged to the show's deputy director, who was equally distraught. After receiving a call from the station's leadership, he could only respond with okay, without any alternative. Fortunately, this new sponsor didn't require advertising, alleviating some pressure from the production team. Thus, the count of sponsor votes increased by 1. Chapter 80. Mu Wanzhou joins Jiang Yan for a live broadcast. Time swiftly approached Friday, the premiere of Tomorrow's Star. This evening, the technical staff at Jiang Yan's company were on high alert, with some technicians dispatched to the recording venue. Jiang Yan sat in his office, opening the internal live stream, ready to watch the event. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and in walked Mu Wanzhou, her graceful figure captivating. She wore a subtle makeup, a form-fitting black lace dress accentuating her curves, topped with a single-layer-long trench coat. Noticing Mu Wanzhou's familiarity, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why has Miss Mu come here? Is there an issue with the program?" Despite his composed demeanor, he was well aware that everything was proceeding smoothly as the exclusive broadcaster. With a gentle smile, Mu Wanzhou replied, "I feared my junior might find it dull watching the broadcast alone, so I came to keep you company." Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "Had Miss Mu informed me in advance, I would have been better prepared to host you." Internally, he understood that Mu Wanzhou's visit was a surprise tactic to make refusal impossible. Feigning surprise, Mu Wanzhou responded, "Oh, but I mentioned it that night, and you agreed. Do you not welcome me?" Standing up politely, Jiang Yan assured, "Of course not. My company always welcomes Miss Mu." However, he resolved to alert Shenqing whenever Mu Wanzhou was at the office. Mu Wanzhou, astutely observing Jiang Yan's slight retreat, chose to overlook it and smiled charmingly at him. "Shall we watch the program in your office, Junior?" she asked. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered, and he replied, "Since Miss Mu is here, we should not be remiss. Let us proceed to the entertainment lounge." With a courteous gesture, he led her to a different area designated for employee relaxation. In the entertainment area, a projection room resembling a small cinema awaited. Jiang Yan often brought clients here for relaxation after business discussions. Upon their arrival, Shenqing was finishing her preparations. The projection screen displayed the internal live feed with a countdown of 5 minutes until the broadcast commenced. "President Jiang, Miss Mu," Shenqing greeted respectfully upon seeing them. Mu Wanzhou cast a glance at Shenqing, standing nearby. Although she and Jiang Yan took their seats, Shenqing showed no intention of leaving. Unable to contain herself, Mu Wanzhou coldly remarked, "Does Secretary Shen wish to join us?" Shenqing remained silent, merely casting a glance at Jiang Yan. She recalled the incident where Jiang Yan had been forcefully restrained by Mu Wanzhou in a car. Thus, she felt compelled to be wary of this formidable woman, fearing a repetition of past events. Given Mu Wanzhou's significant influence, Jiang Yan would be reluctant to offend her, leaving Shenqing to assume the role of the antagonist. Mu Wanzhou noticed Shenqing's subtle glance and couldn't help but scoff internally. How amusing that this woman dared to compete with her. Jiang Yan, maintaining a calm demeanor, looked at Shenqing and said, "It's fine. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Shenqing respectfully exited. Mu Wanzhou then dimmed the lights and added warm yellow ambient lighting. Once finished, the program commenced. The screen slowly illuminated with images. They settled into a cozy 2-person sofa that Mu Wanzhou had immediately chosen upon entering. As she removed her trench coat, revealing her alluring form-fitting dress, she nestled closely against Jiang Yan, wrapping her arm around his solid one. Jiang Yan remained focused on the large screen, unaffected. Mu Wanzhou, Her eyes sparkling, elegantly crossed her legs and leaned into Jiang Yan, her attention shifting to the screen. As the show began, the host introduced the competition format. Tomorrow's star comprises 3 tracks: majestic beauty, enchanting voice, and outstanding talent. Contestants may choose a track that aligns with their characteristics and preferences. Rankings are determined by votes from mentors, on-site audiences, media representatives, and sponsors. With the bottom 2 contestants facing elimination, each individual's voting criteria differ. As Jiang Yan sat still, he felt the warmth radiating from Mu Wano beside him, making the time seem to stretch endlessly. They each held a voting device sent by the program, providing Jiang Yan with brief moments of respite during voting. Occasionally, Mu Wanzhou would inquire about the contestants, to which Jiang Yan responded with objective assessments. His evaluations remained impartial, while Mu Wanzhou's scores varied greatly, often reflecting her personal tastes, resulting in predominantly low ratings. When a contestant's short video appeared on the screen, both Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou paused in surprise. The contestant was none other than Suyu, who had chosen the majestic beauty track, a fitting choice as she epitomized beauty. Her appearance was so stunning it rivaled that of many renowned actresses. Indeed, when Suyu took the stage, she elicited gasps of admiration from the audience. Her status as a wealthy heiress sparked lively discussions among online viewers, quickly propelling the term beautiful wastrel young lady to the trending list on Weibo. As the live chat filled with viewers, many were drawn by the trending topic, eager to witness the spectacle and offer scornful critiques. Mu Wanzhou observed Suyu's awkward dance moves and remarked, "Why is the daughter of the Su family participating?" Jiang Yan mirrored her confusion. Following Suyu's performance, she seized the microphone and confidently addressed the camera, proudly stating, "What do you think? Wasn't my dance quite good?" Suyu aimed her gaze directly at Jiang Yan, flaunting her performance. One of the mentors, misunderstanding the situation, complimented her. "Very good. Is this your first time, dear? Can you sing?" Mu Wanzhou's brow furrowed, her gaze penetrating as she turned to Jiang Yan. Chapter 81. All right, so you intend to give her a low score, do you? Upon hearing Suyu's haughty inquiry from the screen, Jiang Yan felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him. At that moment, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. Meanwhile, Mu Wanzhou stared at his profile with the sharpness of a serpent, remaining silent. On the live stage, Suyu appeared oblivious to the mentor's remarks. Her lovely face was directed unwaveringly at the camera. She had inquired with the director earlier, learning that although the sponsors held voting rights, they were also permitted to offer feedback on the contestants. However, after waiting for what seemed an eternity, Jiang Yan's voice remained absent. Annoyed, she pouted her lips, clutching the microphone, and questioned in her melodious tone, "Hey, I know you can speak. Why not give us your thoughts?" The mentor, upon hearing this, awkwardly fell silent. Casting a glance at the director for clarification, the director's team and the audience shared similar perplexity, though the assistant director had an inkling of the unfolding situation. Also bewildered were the audience members preparing to cast their votes. One individual, upon seeing Suyu's entrance, was left in shock, her eyes widening and lips slightly parted. This person was Youwei, who had come to support Bai Luo. Confusion reigned in Youwei's heart. She could not fathom how Suyu had ended up on the program Tomorrow's Star. Yet, recalling the day when Suyu had been at Jiang Yan's villa, she felt a sense of betrayal from her close friend, who had enticed her ex-boyfriend, thus straining their relationship. A fleeting shadow of gloom passed through Youwei's eyes as she seized the voting device, resolutely pressing the lowest score. Undoubtedly, Suyu's dance performance was subpar. Even as a fair-minded audience member, she could not cast a supportive vote. Youwei justified her decision internally, when she observed others around her also choosing the lowest score. An inexplicable sense of amusement flickered within her. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from the stage, causing Youwei to freeze in place. Jiang Yan, having activated the microphone from the control room backstage, lamented, "The movements are stiff, lacking grace. It is evident that this is a last-minute effort by a novice with no foundational skills." Upon hearing this, Suyu's proud demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. Her head drooping, she sulked, pouting her lips in defiance. How dare Jiang Yan speak the truth so brazenly? Especially in front of such a large audience both online and offline, directly pointing out the flaws in her dance. All right. She conceded that after tirelessly practicing for half a month, there was indeed ample room for improvement. Yet, could Jiang Yan not have offered his critique more delicately? What an insufferable situation. At that moment, Suyu's voting score was announced. The host quickly intervened, stating, "It seems our lovely debutante, Suyu, is taking the stage for the first time and lacks experience. Now, let us reveal the score on the big screen." Turning her gaze, So you saw the numbers steadily climbing until they ultimately settled at 1795 points, placing her second among the contestants who had performed thus far. The host exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, what an impressive score. Let's congratulate Suyu. Surprised, Suyu blinked, her beautiful lashes fluttering. She realized that Jiang Yan, despite his harsh words, must have given her full marks, a revelation that ignited a small spark of pride within her. She understood that the sponsors' scores held significantly more weight than those of the general public. Therefore, aside from her brother awarding her full marks, Jiang Yan undoubtedly did as well. As she contemplated this, a satisfied smile crept onto her face, a moment captured by the camera and broadcasted live. Suyu's porcelain-like beauty captivated many viewers, eliciting expressions of admiration. Even her clumsy dance performance drew little ridicule, as her striking appearance allowed the audience to overlook her shortcomings. With a content smile gracing her fair face, she descended from the stage. However, when she approached the backstage director to inquire about everyone's specific scores, her smile faltered. Behind Jiang Yan's name, a mere score of 1 was displayed. Suyu? Had Jiang Yan been present, she would have seized his collar, venting her frustration directly into his ear. Meanwhile, Youwei, watching from the audience, was equally astonished. She had braced herself to witness Suyu's downfall, anticipating a last-place finish. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Youwei's mood soured instantly. She had underestimated the audience's leniency towards beautiful women. However, her greater concern lingered. Why was Jiang Yan a sponsor of the show? She murmured to herself. Suddenly, it dawned upon her. She should have realized, even back when Jiang Yan had extended an invitation to Bai Luo, that he was involved. Yet, at that time, she had been preoccupied with matters of the heart, completely neglecting her business acumen. Now, witnessing Suyu's high score left Youwei feeling quite unsettled. Jiang Yan must be secretly supporting Suyu, she thought. As an industry insider, she was well aware of the behind-the-scenes machinations of such programs. Clenching her voting device tightly, her expression remained impassive. On Jiang Yan's side, Mu Wanzhou raised an eyebrow, addressing him. Your connections seem quite impressive, as the daughter of the Su family has chosen to appear on the show for your sake. Her words dripped with subtle jealousy. Jiang Yan maintained a demeanor of basic politeness, replying, Ms. Mu, your connections are even more remarkable. Suyu's participation is likely a personal choice. It would be an exaggeration to say she is here for me. I had no knowledge of her intention to join tomorrow's star. His response evidently pleased Mu Wanzhou, who couldn't help but smile, leaning her head comfortably against Jiang Yan's shoulder. In that case, I shall unconditionally trust you, Junior. Feeling a slight relief, Jiang Yan noticed the increasingly soft sensation of her presence. He stood, attempting to excuse himself. Miss Mu, are you feeling warm? Shall I adjust the temperature? Not warm at all. I feel rather cold. Mu Wanzhou gazed at Jiang Yan with sultry eyes, her emotions boldly shining through. Yet, Jiang Yan was reluctant to continue down this path. Seeking a diversion, he made his way to the restroom. Chapter 82, by Luo's vote. I hope you can be fair, and just Jiang Yan splashed cold water on his face in the restroom. Just as he prepared to return, he received a phone call. Upon answering, he was met with an irate voice on the other end. Jiang Yan, are you and Suyu conspiring to put on a show for me? You know I would be watching tomorrow's Sun. Upon recognizing Youwei's voice, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly. He replied coldly, if you have delusions, seek treatment. Don't slander others with your bizarre thought processes. Do you have any evidence? Youwei fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke again. In any case, you cannot get close to Suyu. Jiang Yan was left speechless. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, what business is it of yours? The voice on the other end softened. Jiang Yan, you are my ex-boyfriend, and Suyu is my close friend. What would it look like if my boyfriend were with my best friend? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Ridiculed? Youwei, you are aware that I am your ex-boyfriend, and you are still entangled with Bai Yueguang. Do you know how people in the circle mock you? Youwei was momentarily silenced, unable to respond. She was well aware of the mockery she faced at important events, where the gazes directed at her were laced with subtle derision. Yet, her status and identity afforded her some protection. Those people dared not openly ridicule her. Nonetheless, the discomfort lingered. Taking a deep breath, Youwei stated, I have told you that I am not with Bai Luo. Never mind, I don't have time to elaborate. I hope you can be fair and just regarding Bai Luo's voting score. She realized why Jiang Yan had provided Bai Luo with this resource. He likely still harbored resentment towards Bai Luo, wishing to undermine his confidence. However, Youwei had always believed Jiang Yan to be above such underhanded tactics. Yet this time, Suyu's lackluster performance could still garner high scores. Apart from Jiang Yan manipulating the results, she could think of no other explanation. Thus, Youwei firmly believed that regardless of Bai Luo's performance, Jiang Yan would assign him the lowest score. Jiang Yan, upon hearing this, retorted coldly, "You have no right to dictate my actions." He then hung up the phone. The words struck Youwei like a painful blow, leaving her with a profound worry for Bai Luo, fearing he would be eliminated before the first round ended. Yet, the show was ongoing, and it was too late for her to intervene. After ending the call, Jiang Yan returned to the projection room with 2 bottles of drinks. Inside, Mu Wanzhou was leisurely snacking on seeds. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, she waved him over. "Junior, you've been gone for quite a while. Come on. The second half of the show is about to start." Jiang Yan nodded, handing her one of the drinks. With a hint of apology, he said, "Sorry, Mu. I was pressed for time and forgot to bring some snacks." Mu Wanzhou accepted it with a flirtatious smile. "No worries. Do you think I care about such trivialities? You're too formal." They resumed watching the program. When it came time for the final contestant, Bai Luo finally appeared. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he stood apart from the other contestants. While his introductory video was still playing, the stage was being prepared. A piano was wheeled in, along with numerous background decorations. Due to the lengthy wait for the live broadcast, many audience members grew impatient, and even online viewers began to voice their frustrations. Finally, the stage was set, and the lights illuminated. Bai Luo elegantly seated himself at the piano and began to sing and play. The pre-show lighting and stage design were strikingly impressive, causing the audience to hold their breath in anticipation. However, as soon as Bai Luo opened his mouth, the audience was left in disbelief. Many in attendance began rolling their eyes, their expressions vacant, as if their very souls had been sung away. The live broadcast captured this raw reality, with no sound editing. Online viewers were equally taken aback, with many feeling their spirits diminished. Mu Wanzhou, upon hearing Bai Luo's initial notes, immediately turned the volume down to a whisper, scrunching her face in distaste. "How dreadful. This is worse than Suyu." Yet Jiang Yan, maintaining his composure, remarked, "The composition itself is quite commendable." Bai Luo had indeed practiced diligently for a week, ensuring he made no mistakes. Mu Wanzhou scoffed lightly. "Of course the borrowed piece sounds good. I was forced to learn piano as a child and have played thousands of pieces." Bai Luo was clever this time, drawing from more obscure music. I recognized the melodies he appropriated immediately. Netizens, too, were quick to pick up on the similarities, and before long, individuals began to unveil connections to the original pieces. Unbeknownst to Bai Luo, who flashed a confident smile at the camera, the online community was fervently dissecting his performance. He eagerly awaited the judges' feedback. But they found themselves at a loss for words, grappling with how to express their concerns without dampening the spirits of such an enthusiastic young performer. Meanwhile, the online audience applauded, with Jiang Yan's voice rising above the rest. "Excellent. This is the most moving performance I have witnessed tonight. I give it a perfect score." The statement elicited puzzled expressions from the crowd, while the judges awkwardly fumbled for a response. Fortunately, the experienced host interjected, "Bai Luo, it seems our sponsors were quite taken with your performance." In the audience, Youwei felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing Jiang Yan award a perfect score. Clearly, she had misjudged him once more. Biting her lip, she resolved to clarify things with Jiang Yan later. While Bai Luo's singing was indeed rather mediocre, Youwei had also given him a perfect score, as it was his first self-composed piece. When the prelude played, she was moved to tears. This was Bai Luo's labor of love, and she felt compelled to support him. However, the audience's perceptions remained unclouded. Many began to shout about unfairness. The host quickly stepped in to diffuse the situation, exclaiming, "It seems our audience is quite passionate. Let us take a look at Bai Luo's voting score." Bai Luo turned confidently to the screen, watching the numbers climb, unable to suppress a grin. Jiang Yan claimed to have given him a perfect score. He dismissed it as mere nonsense. Deep down, Bai Luo understood that Jiang Yan was merely putting on an act in front of Youwei, attempting to win her favor. Yet, he was no fool. He sensed Jiang Yan's jealousy, knowing that he was likely assigning him the lowest score in private. Nevertheless, he remained unworried, confident that the live audience and judges would provide high marks. At that moment, the voting results were revealed, 444 points. Bai Luo's entire being trembled, his expression turning ashen. Chapter 83. Weiwei, someone has cast a shadow over me. Once all the contestants had performed, the scores were displayed on the large screen in descending order. The host commenced the final wrap-up of the event. Youwei anxiously gazed at Bai Luo on stage, her heart racing as the rankings unfolded. The competition format for this round allowed for 8 to advance, with only 2 contestants facing elimination. However, Bai Luo's score was unexpectedly low, placing him precariously close to being cut, leaving Youwei in a state of unease. As the rankings progressed, the 7th position was revealed, and to her dismay, Bai Luo's name was still absent. Panic surged through her as she felt her heart leap into her throat. Finally, the 8th position was announced, and it was indeed Bai Luo. In an instant, Youwei erupted in joyous celebration, unable to contain her elation as tears of happiness streamed down her face. She shouted Bai Luo's name in fervent encouragement, while onlookers cast disapproving glances at the exuberant woman. Many spectators expressed their dissatisfaction, believing this to be a clear case of favoritism. The poor performance, yet advancement, seemed utterly absurd. Within half an hour, Bai Luo's entire background had been unearthed online. A forum titled Bai Luo, the trophy boyfriend of a company president, claims to be a prestigious university graduate, but is actually from a mediocre institution, quickly ignited fervent discussions among netizens. This post amassed thousands of replies in no time. Another music forum also saw a trending post. Composer? Taylor. An in-depth investigation into Tomorrow's Sun contestant Bai Luo, who has plagiarized several songs. In a whirlwind, terms such as Bai Luo plagiarism, Bai Luo royalty, and Tomorrow's Sun scandal dominated the trending topics on Weibo. Meanwhile, Bai Luo stepped off the stage and retreated to the backstage lounge. He opened his phone to search for his trending topics, expecting that his commendable performance would have sparked outrage among viewers, rallying support for him. Instead, he was met with the top trending topic that left him nearly breathless with indignation. Damn it, someone is clearly targeting me, he thought, reflecting on how he was just a nobody with no fans, yet was being ruthlessly attacked. If he were to believe that no one was orchestrating this behind the scenes, he would find it utterly implausible. It had to be Jiang Yan's doing. Fury surged within Bai Luo. He needed to find Youwei, urging her to help remove the defamatory trending topic and to collaborate with marketing teams to generate positive press to clear his name. Just as he contemplated seeking her out, Youwei arrived backstage, her expression brightening upon seeing him. Weiwei, Bai Luo exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. Youwei strode towards him, excitement radiating from her as she proclaimed, "Congratulations on advancing." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's initial joy faded halfway. He had aspired for the top position, to dominate the trending topics on Weibo, to gain millions of followers, and to become an overnight sensation, not to be vilified by the masses. His expression darkened as he implored, Weiwei, someone is deliberately tarnishing my reputation. The internet is rife with slander and degrading remarks aimed at me. You must contact a professional PR team immediately. If this defamatory topic remains at the top, my reputation will be irrevocably damaged. Youwei paused momentarily, then glanced at her phone to see the trending topics filled with vitriolic insults directed at Bai Luo. Images of him in unflattering poses flooded the discourse. Clenching her phone tightly, she looked at Bai Luo and reassured him, "Don't worry, I will contact the best marketing team at Huanyu Media right away. These people are utterly vile and need to be shown consequences. While we may not be able to counter every attack, we must target a few key individuals and issue them cease and desist letters." Sending legal notices to haters is a common practice among celebrities. It's relatively straightforward to defend one's reputation. Hearing Youwei's resolute promise, Bai Luo felt a bit more at ease. He cast a sidelong glance and began to perform again, his eyes misty as he lamented, "I'm just a newcomer without any fans. Why would I attract so many haters? I haven't offended any other stars, nor would I undermine their interests. Weiwei, who could I have possibly angered that would warrant such an expenditure to sabotage my debut?" Youwei fell silent, her gaze dropping. Deep down, she did not believe Jiang Yan was responsible, yet she found it hard to conceive of anyone else with a motive. Could it be that Jiang Yan's earlier commendations of Bai Luo were mere fades? In reality, Jiang Yan had indeed scored him a perfect mark. Mu Wanzhou, craning her neck to glimpse Jiang Yan's voting device, expressed mild surprise. "You really gave him full marks?" Jiang Yan met her gaze and nodded affirmatively. "Of course," he replied, steadfast in his word. Mu Wanzhou clicked her tongue, "Then I shall score him the same." Thus, Jiang Yan, Mu Wanzhou, and Youwei all awarded Bai Luo perfect scores, allowing him to narrowly escape elimination. Consequently, had Bai Luo not advanced, the public would have likely dismissed the matter with a few complaints. His near elimination, however, called into question the integrity of the voting process, further fueled by the sponsor support. Viewers who had been following the live broadcast were left bewildered by the unfolding drama, leading to an outcry regarding the alleged corruption and protests from the royalist faction. After the live broadcast concluded, Jiang Yan rose politely and inquired, "President Mu, would you like me to send you home?" Mu Wanzhou shot him an indignant glare, her legs crossed provocatively. Beneath her fitted black skirt were slender, fair legs. During the broadcast, she had removed her high heels for comfort, and now her delicate toes playfully brushed against Jiang Yan, who remained impassive. Though the depths of his eyes darkened slightly, her unpolished, naturally rosy toes caught his attention. Sensing Jiang Yan's reaction, Mu Wanzhou smiled with satisfaction. Her voice sultry as she suggested, "Why don't you take me home, Junior?" Chapter 84. Manipulated by Youwei. Youwei feels wronged as Jiang Yan was driving Mu Wanzhou home. The backstage of Tomorrow's Star buzzed with excitement. The official live broadcast of the stage performance had concluded, yet a behind-the-scenes stream continued in a smaller window. Su, a contestant whose stunning beauty captivated all the viewers from her very entrance, was the focal point of the cameraman's lens. However, as she locked eyes with the cameraman, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. She flashed a smile and said, "Make sure to follow my lead, okay?" Then, she entered the room of the other contestants. Upon opening the door, she was met with a cacophony of voices. The spacious lounge was filled with dozens of people, including contestants, makeup artists, production assistants, and agents. A smirk appeared on Suyu's lips as she scanned the room, quickly spotting Bai Luo, along with Youwei standing beside him. Suyu's expression faltered momentarily, and her smile gradually faded. Nevertheless, she chose not to leave, casting a glance at the cameraman who was filming her before stepping inside. Crossing her arms, Suyu let out a disdainful huff and remarked, "Youwei, you really are biased towards him, aren't you? You neglect your company duties just to come all the way to the capital to watch his performance." Youwei turned around, noticing the camera behind Suyu, and frowned slightly. "Suyu, what are you doing here?" Knowing Suyu's privileged background and that she was cherished by her family, Youwei was puzzled as to why Suyu would seek fame. After all, Suyu could have anything she desired with just a gesture, having grown accustomed to the life of a pampered heiress. Moreover, Suyu had always despised being in the spotlight, especially under the gaze of men. It was clear to Youwei that Suyu had no desire to be a star, let alone an artist. Yet this time, Suyu had surprised everyone by practicing dance. With a sneer on her beautiful face, Suyu refrained from answering Youwei's question, instead directing her gaze towards Bai Luo. With a contemptuous huff, she began to berate him. "Hey, how can someone like you even be on this show? What is wrong with the production team? Don't they conduct background checks?" Her words drew attention, and many nearby turned their ears towards Bai Luo, eager to absorb the unfolding drama, as the public's innate curiosity for gossip was piqued. Youwei, sensing the tension, interjected, "There's still a live broadcast, Suyu. Don't slander him." Meanwhile, Bai Luo feigned a look of grievance, softly saying, "Suyu, I know you dislike me, but it's all right. Don't be upset. Weiwei, after all, you are best friends." A chill ran down Suyu's spine at his words, and she retorted, "Get lost. You're older than me, yet you call me sister? How revolting. You're nothing but a green tea boy, and even calling you a scumbag is too kind." As Suyu continued her tirade, Bai Luo's expression darkened. In her fury, Suyu pressed on, "You perverted man, you have no qualms harassing young girls but lack the courage to admit it." Youwei's demeanor turned icy as she exclaimed, "Suyu, be quiet. Bai Luo has he done anything like that? There's a misunderstanding between you two. Let us talk elsewhere." She attempted to pull Suyu away, but Suyu evaded her grasp, directing the camera towards Bai Luo and loudly challenging him. "Bai Luo, come out. Do you dare to confess to the viewers watching the live stream?" Bai Luo's face paled, his jaw clenched. He bit back his anger and declared, "I haven't done anything. Suyu, as a favor to Weiwei, I don't want to argue with you. Just leave me alone." His voice rose, and by now, 3 cameras had encircled them, capturing the escalating confrontation. In this age of rapid information dissemination, within mere minutes, a new trending topic, Bai Luo harassing girls, surged to the top of social media. The once quiet behind-the-scenes stream was suddenly flooded with viewers eager for gossip. Discussions erupted, and screenshots of Youwei were shared online. As the chairwoman of Huanyu Media, Youwei occasionally appeared in entertainment news, and within minutes, her details were unearthed. Thus, the previously ambiguous rumors transformed into undeniable evidence. The female executive Bai Luo was rumored to have been involved with was indeed Youwei. Furthermore, A fellow industry insider confirmed her past relationship with a boyfriend. In just one night, a clear and comprehensive chain of evidence turned rumors into truth. A post on a gossip forum read, by Luo, the trophy boy of a company president, and it quickly garnered thousands of comments. Being an insider, Youwei was acutely aware of the immense influence that cameras, especially during live broadcasts, have on an artist's reputation. Unforeseen events were challenging to manage, and she knew the extent of marketing efforts they would need to rectify the situation. Thus, Youwei decisively led by Luo out of the lounge. At that moment, the show's assistant director approached. He wasn't there to stop Suyu. Rather, her explosive revelation had sent the show's popularity soaring. He sought to gather more details from her. Meanwhile, Bai Luo, pulled into a deserted stairwell by Youwei, seethed with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Suppressing his rage, he commanded Youwei, "You must resolve the trouble your friend has caused me. Suyu cannot remain in this program." Startled by Bai Luo's unfamiliar tone, Youwei instinctively retorted, "Suyu is no longer my friend. I don't care. Use your connections or whatever means necessary. But Suyu must be eliminated from the show. She cannot stay." Seeing the coldness in Bai Luo's expression, Youwei felt a surge of anger. As the chairwoman of the company, she was accustomed to being treated with respect by her peers, who greeted her with smiles. Yet, despite her efforts to help Bai Luo, he treated her with disdain. The realization that her kindness was met with contempt stung deeply, causing her attitude to shift. She replied coolly, "I'm not an investor in the show. My connections are not that strong." After speaking, Youwei felt a pang of distress. Memories of her past when Jiang Yan effortlessly resolved her struggles resurfaced. She had never experienced such humiliation before, and yet she had exerted so much effort for Bai Luo, risking her reputation. It was disheartening to be treated so poorly by someone she had strived to assist. Noticing the tears welling in Youwei's eyes, Bai Luo regained a semblance of composure. Earlier, he had been publicly slandered by Suyu, and with his existing controversies, he feared that this incident would brand him as a problematic artist, making any redemption nearly impossible. Thus, his emotions began to spiral out of control, and he subconsciously elevated his tone. Chapter 85. Let's go to the capital together. Having regained her composure, Bai Luo gently coaxed Youwei. In a soft voice, he said, Wei, I apologize. I lost my temper a bit due to Suyu's provocation. Please don't hold it against me. I have no intention of blaming you. However, Youwei couldn't help but turn her head away. Struggling to suppress her tears, she replied hoarsely, "I've done everything I could." Suyu advanced through voting. "And this show is live. Even if I have connections with the director, there's nothing I can do." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo frowned slightly. He glanced at Youwei and feigned tenderness, saying, "All right, I understand. There are too many people here, and we're surrounded by cameras. Let us go somewhere else to talk." As he spoke, Bai Luo attempted to take Youwei's hand, but she recoiled. Bai Luo paused, his eyes darkening. He casually asked, "By the way, Wei, where are you staying?" "I'm at a hotel nearby," she replied. Bai Luo instinctively suggested, "That's great. Let me take you back." However, suddenly reminded of his current predicament, with his name trending negatively on Weibo and rumors swirling about his character, he hesitated. The thought of being photographed entering the same hotel as Youwei would only further tarnish his reputation. Embarrassed, he said to her, Wei, perhaps you should head back on your own. I'm somewhat of a public figure now, and if I get caught by paparazzi, who knows what rumors will arise." Youwei's already pale complexion grew colder. Without sparing him a glance, she replied stiffly, "I wasn't planning on having you escort me. I'm leaving now." With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Bai Luo stood there, his eyes glinting with darkness. If it weren't for his need for Youwei's marketing team to improve his public image, he would have relished the thought of taking revenge on her. Damn it. She's really pushing it. Just wait. He would make her regret it when he became a top star, only to tire of her and cast her aside. Bai Luo seethed with resentment. The recording studio was not a place to linger. He donned a cap, disguised himself, and quietly slipped out through the back door. Meanwhile, at Jiang Yan's side, having dropped Mu Wanzhou off at her villa's entrance, she wrapped her arm around his and playfully glanced at him, saying, "Junior, come inside and rest a bit." Jiang Yan subtly withdrew his arm, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Ms. Mu, it's quite late. Let us postpone this for another day." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanzhou's expression gradually turned frosty. Her voice sharpened. "What? Are you afraid I might harm you? I don't welcome others, yet I personally invite you in, and you outright refuse. You truly give me no face." Jiang Yan felt a headache coming on. Despite Mu Wanzhou's usual sweet demeanor, it stemmed from his willingness to navigate around her unspoken demands without crossing the line. She seemed to enjoy playing this game of mutual understanding while feigning ignorance. Thus, when Mu Wanzhou's demeanor shifted to coldness, it indicated her impatience with the charade. Once she became serious, her formidable temper was bound to surface. Jiang Yan, not wanting to offend her, especially considering the potential repercussions for his fledgling company, searched for a way to extricate himself without provoking her ire. Yet, it appeared that no solution would satisfy both parties. Mu Wanzhou's piercing gaze rested on Jiang Yan. She knew he was contemplating an escape. That was fine. She could wait. Her objective was simple, to gradually probe Jiang Yan's limits until he unwittingly stepped into her carefully laid trap. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yan let out a nearly imperceptible sigh. Since you've extended the invitation, it would be rude of me to decline further. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanzhou's lips curled into a delighted smile. Come, Junior, this way. With a joyful expression, she linked her arm with Jiang Yan's and led him into the villa. To Jiang Yan's surprise, upon entering, he was greeted by a myriad of adorable plush toys and whimsical trinkets adorning the walls. He blinked in astonishment. He had anticipated a meticulously organized space reflecting the archetypal strong woman-esque style. Instead, he was met with a charmingly youthful ambience. As if a fresh graduate had just moved into her first home, proudly displaying her cherished belongings. Jiang Yan cast a surprised glance at Mu Wanzhou, sensing a shift in his perception of her. However, what truly caught him off guard was that Mu Wanzhou merely intended to show him around. After enjoying some tea and resting for a brief while, she gracefully sent him off without further ado. The following day, Jiang Yan arrived at the company early. He called in Shenqing to inquire about the short video project. Shenqing reported, the shooting is progressing smoothly. If all goes as planned, we should wrap up next month and submit it for review to the relevant departments. Once we receive the approval, we can go live. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Good. I need to make a trip to the capital today. Please take care of the company affairs in my absence. Shenqing looked slightly surprised. Are you going alone, Mr. Jiang? Do you need an assistant? Jiang Yan shook his head. No need. It's not a major matter. The branch office has been established in the capital for some time now, so I should go check it out. As he spoke, he handed Shenqing a list. Please prepare the materials listed here. Understood, Mr. Jiang, Shenqing replied, taking the list and promptly turning to prepare. She was efficient in her work, and before long, she had gathered the necessary documents for the branch office. Jiang Yan took the materials and his briefcase, heading downstairs to the company entrance where the driver had been waiting. As the vehicle slowly pulled away, Jiang Yan adjusted his seat to a comfortable position and closed his eyes to rest. Having had a poor night's sleep, he intended to catch up on some rest during the long 10-hour journey to the capital, over 1,000 kilometers away. Just as he was drifting into a light slumber, he heard the driver calling his name. Jiang Yan opened his eyes to find Mu Wanzhou bending down outside the car, her hand shielding her eyes from the sun. Her face illuminated by a radiant smile as she looked at him through the glass. At that moment, all traces of sleep vanished from Jiang Yan's mind. He was certain there must be a mole in his company. Pressing the button, the window slowly descended. Mu Wanzhou's vibrant face broke into a grin as she said, "What a coincidence. Junior, you're heading to the capital as well." Chapter 86, Suppression of an Ordinary Contestant in the Dormitory Prepared by the Production Team. Bai Luo scrolled through the trending topics, his expression growing increasingly somber. The comments were rife with insults, demanding his withdrawal from the competition. Anger simmered within him. Yet he could not retaliate openly from his main account. Instead, he resorted to his secondary account, stealthily liking and commenting in praise of himself beneath posts meant to clear his name. He continued this endeavor until the clock struck midnight, but the indignation kept him awake. At that moment, Bai Luo noticed another derogatory entry about him trending. This time, it was not solely about him. Another individual was involved. An account had posted a lengthy message, claiming that a girl, a contestant in the upcoming episode of Tomorrow's Sun, had been sexually harassed by Bai Luo during a rehearsal in the same studio. After hastily skimming through the post, Bai Luo's face turned pale. He recalled the incident and the girl in question, but he had merely exchanged a few playful remarks with her. To his dismay, she was now seizing the opportunity to tarnish his reputation. As comments on the Weibo post began to multiply at a visible pace, Bai Luo felt a surge of fear. He quickly dialed Youwei. Hello? Youwei's voice was groggy, clearly awakened from slumber. Wei, you need to get up and check Weibo's trending topics. Someone is attacking me again. Hurry and have the marketing team manage this. The heat is rising rapidly. and it's about to top the charts. I'm losing my mind. What? At the sound of Bai Luo's anxious tone, Youwei instantly became alert. She browsed the trending topics and located the post from the involved party. Initially, she assumed it was someone seeking attention, but after reading, she fell silent. The girl's words were sincere and heartfelt, evoking a sense of pity in Youwei. Noticing the prolonged silence on the other end, Bai Luo grew increasingly restless. Wei, do you not believe me? Do you truly trust a baseless narrative? Youwei felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. How could she have so easily believed the written account? No, I believe you. I'll contact someone to reach out to the girl. Meanwhile, as Xiao Xueman monitored her Weibo post, she received a friend request on WeChat. Upon accepting, the other party revealed their identity and demanded she delete her post. Xiao Xueman, the girl who had exposed Bai Luo's alleged harassment, felt a chill run down her spine as an overwhelming fear enveloped her. Being an unsigned amateur with no connections in the entertainment industry, she was stunned that her personal information had been unearthed so swiftly after she had just spoken out. Feeling her privacy compromised, she checked to ensure her door was locked. Just then, her phone rang. Her heart raced as she took a deep breath and answered the unfamiliar call. Hello, is this Xiao Xueman? A cold female voice inquired. Yes, how do you know my name? Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. You should have been contacted already. Startled, Xiao Xueman instinctively replied. Yes. Having never encountered such a situation, she found herself at a disadvantage against Youwei on the other end of the line. Youwei's voice turned steely. I won't waste words. I'll offer you 50,000 to delete that post. I won't delete it. Xiao Xueman replied resolutely. Once meek and bullied, she had finally found her voice, participating in tomorrow's sun to pursue her dreams. The supportive comments under her post fueled her resolve. Hearing her firm response, Youwei shifted tactics, employing both pressure and persuasion. I understand you are an ordinary person with no resources or connections, and I can easily ensure you remain unheard. If you wish to continue in this industry, you must comply. I am being cordial and even offering you compensation. Refuse again, and you will lose your chance on tomorrow's sun. The weight of those words made Xiao Xueman's face pale. The stage of tomorrow's sun was her vulnerability. After preparing for so long, she longed for her music to be heard. If she lost this opportunity, would there be another? Reluctantly, she reconsidered her options. Finally, she managed to utter a single word. All right, I will delete it. Upon hearing this, Youwei breathed a sigh of relief. She had only been bluffing. Her company faced numerous challenges, and she lacked the power to silence anyone. Nonetheless, the agreement was a small victory. Youwei softened her stance slightly. Good. After you delete it, the 50,000 will be transferred to your WeChat. However, deleting it abruptly will raise suspicions. So I need you to post a clarification stating that you exaggerated and misunderstood Bai Luo, and that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Of course, I want to ask for this clarification without compensation. Once the narrative shifts, I will provide you with another 50,000. As Xiao Xueman absorbed the demands, anger simmered within her. Yet, the looming threat of losing her chance on tomorrow's sun clenched her fists tightly. Fine. Back in the dormitory, Bai Luo soon saw that the involved party had deleted her post and issued a clarification. A smile crept onto his lips amidst the chaos. At least one matter had resolved itself favorably. However, Bai Luo remained unaware that the following day, as the public learned the full story, a new wave of support for Xiao Xueman would emerge. Chapter 87. Bai Luo encounters a fan the next day. Upon viewing the trending topics concerning himself, Bai Luo felt quite disheartened. Fortunately, Youwei's marketing team had begun to take action, collaborating with numerous promotional accounts to suppress the negative narratives. Subsequently, videos and images that showcased his talents began to emerge. The show Tomorrow's Star aired every weekend, following a live broadcast. The contestants had several days to rest and manage their own time at will. In a rather foul mood, Bai Luo decided to call Youwei. He had long suppressed his desires. Since returning to his homeland, he had not allowed himself any release. Consequently, as the competition concluded, his long-buried urges began to stir. Thus, he resolved to arm himself fully and pursue Youwei. A plan had already taken shape in his mind. However, while strolling down a renowned fashion street, cloaked in a hat and mask, he was unexpectedly recognized by a girl. Oh my goodness, are you Bai Luo? An excited voice reached Bai Luo's ears. Turning to face the approaching girl, his eyes sparkled. She was stunningly beautiful, clad in a snug white t-shirt and a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her alluring figure. You, how did you recognize me? Bai Luo asked, somewhat astonished. The girl's captivating figure left him momentarily speechless, nearly drooling. He cleared his throat and feigned a serious demeanor. The girl, noticing his reaction, exclaimed, it really is Bai Luo. I'm your fan. Wow, you look even more handsome in person. I adore you. Bai Luo's initial surprise quickly morphed into delight upon learning that this girl was indeed a fan. Wow, her figure is absolutely perfect, he thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Nevertheless, he suppressed his burgeoning desires, walking toward a less crowded area while subtly admiring her curves. What's your name? When did you start liking me? He inquired. The girl followed him, her excitement calming slightly as she replied, My name is Long Ro, but you can call me Xiao Ro. Oh my goodness, Bai Luo. After watching your performance on Amaro Star yesterday, I became your fan instantly. Your singing was incredible. I was deeply captivated by your stage presence. As Bai Luo listened to Long Ro's admiration and praise, he maintained a facade of calmness while internally reveling in her words. His original plan began to shift. Given Youwei's esteemed position and her emphasis on virtue, even if he were thoroughly prepared, he could not guarantee success. Forcing her could lead to dire consequences. Thus it was not a wise endeavor. Rather than expending effort on an uncertain pursuit, he decided to indulge himself first. With a newfound determination, Bai Luo suddenly asked, Xiaoro, do you have any plans today? Huh? No, not at all. Long Ro replied, her eyes filled with curiosity. That's splendid. May we become friends? This is my first encounter with a fan, and I find it quite exhilarating. Upon hearing this, a look of joy illuminated Long Ro's beautiful eyes. In her excitement, she instinctively linked her arm with Bai Luo's, a gesture of intimacy. Really? I feel so fortunate, she exclaimed, her happiness palpable. However, as she realized her forwardness, she quickly withdrew her arm, a blush spreading across her fair cheeks. I apologize, Bai Luo. I was just so thrilled to see you that I lost my composure. I hope you don't mind. She looked up at Bai Luo, her gaze carrying an enigmatic allure. Bai Luo, unable to contain his own urges, took her delicate hand and replied, I don't mind at all. Having a beautiful girl on my arm is quite delightful. Naturally, he led Long Ro away, their fingers brushing against each other, his desires intensifying. Clearing his throat, he proposed, since we seem to have such a connection, how about we grab a meal together and chat? A flicker of surprise crossed Long Ro's eyes, but she readily agreed, sure. I know a restaurant with fantastic cuisine. Thus, they arrived at a high-end hotel named Hilton. During this time, Bai Luo sent a message to Youwei, Weiwei, I'm sorry, but the production team needs me for some additional footage today, so I want to be able to meet you. I'll come by tomorrow. Kisses. When Youwei received this message after finishing her makeup and selecting her outfit, a pang of disappointment washed over her. If Bai Luo had not invited her, she wouldn't have bothered to dress up. She had just arrived in the capital and spent the previous night exhausted from recording. Well, I suppose it's nice to rest at the hotel today, she consoled herself. Once seated, Bai Luo glanced at the menu prices, feeling a pang of anxiety. Yet, recalling Long Ro's subtle hints, he steeled himself and ordered several signature dishes, along with a bottle of fine red wine. As he gazed upon Long Ro's exquisite face, his heart raced uncontrollably. He decided to take a bolder step, asking flirtatiously, Xiao Ro, what do you think of me? I think you're wonderful, handsome, and talented. Otherwise, why would I be your fan? Long Ro responded, swirling the wine in her glass while casting a seductive glance at Bai Luo. He felt parched. Attempting to extend an invitation. Since you like me, I believe you're quite remarkable as well. Perhaps we could take things further? However, Long Ro feigned innocence. Batting her eyelashes, aren't we already friends? How could we take it further? Bai Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he replied, of course we can. Long Ro's lips curled into a playful smile. Then teach me. After their meal, Bai Luo stood and helped Long Ro rise from her seat, his desires now fully ignited. He suggested, Xiao Ro, you look a bit tired. There are guest rooms upstairs. Shall we open one so you can rest? Without hesitation, she agreed. Sure. Let us go to the 16th floor. It's quiet up there. Excellent. Bai Luo responded eagerly. As she pretended to be slightly tipsy, she followed him upstairs. However, when Bai Luo placed Long Ro on the bed and prepared to act, he noticed her frowning, her entire body resisting. Chapter 88. Arrival in the capital. Where my junior resides, I reside. Jiang Yan, with a sense of helplessness, accompanied Mu Wanzhou to the capital city. He had gone there for an inspection of the branch office, yet he found Mu Wanzhou following him. Jiang Yan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, President Mu, your presence in the capital alongside me is unlikely to yield any productive outcome. To which Mu Wanzhou replied with a light laugh, "Oh, I am merely here to learn from my junior how to manage a company." It was rather absurd for a chairman of a corporation valued at 100 billion to be learning from someone managing a small enterprise. Would anyone truly believe such a claim? However, Jiang Yan could not outright dismiss Mu Wanzhou. Maintaining a facade of cordiality was essential among adults. Besides, Mu Wanzhou was a significant shareholder in his company, making her presence at the branch office quite reasonable. As a result, the employees at the branch office were taken aback to see their boss in the company of the president of the Mu Group. They watched with wide eyes as Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou walked through the employee area. Once they moved to another section, the employees exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with curiosity, and soon formed small clusters to gossip. One of the department managers cleared his throat and sternly declared, "All right, it's time to clock out. Everyone should head home." This marked a rare occasion when the leadership hurried employees to leave as soon as the workday concluded. Thus, the employees ceased their chatter and quickly tidied up their workstations to leave for the day. In the office, Jiang Yan listened to the report from the branch manager. While Mu Wanzhou sat nearby, her expression serious as she attentively listened. The manager completed his report, drenched in sweat. With Jiang Yan present, he felt a sense of unease. And the presence of Mu Wanzhou heightened his anxiety. He even misreported a figure, which Jiang Yan promptly corrected. The hour felt interminable. After listening, Jiang Yan offered several suggestions. He glanced at the visibly anxious manager and said, "Coordinate well with the technical team that came from the headquarters a few days ago. This week, some personnel from the entertainment department will also arrive. They are primarily responsible for the tomorrow's Stars project, so please make arrangements at the branch." "Understood, Mr. Jiang," the manager replied hastily. Subsequently, Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou left the company together. As they got into Jiang Yan's car, Mu Wanzhou inquired, "Junior, where do you plan to go tonight?" Jiang Yan sighed softly and responded, "I don't have any plans." "What about you, President Mu? Then let us go for dinner, shall we?" Mu Wanzhou's slender eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Jiang Yan realized that he could not easily decline her invitation, so he reluctantly acquiesced. Initially, he had thought Mu Wanzhou had some business to attend to in the capital, but now he was certain that her sole reason for accompanying him was his presence there. The pretext of business was merely a facade understood by both. With a faint sigh, Jiang Yan reflected on his own naivety. As the capital, a city teeming with opulence, boasted numerous high-end dining establishments frequented by the elite. Jiang Yan's status in the capital was that of a modestly successful businessman. There was no need for him to frequent the extravagant venues favored by the city's high society. Therefore, he led Mu Wanzhou to a relatively upscale international hotel for dinner. Once seated, he perused the menu and ordered several signature dishes. This time, Mu Wanzhou refrained from requesting alcoholic beverages, opting instead for some yogurt. After their meal, Jiang Yan asked, "President Mu, would you like me to have the driver take you home?" However, Mu Wanzhou remained seated, countering his inquiry. "Where are you staying tonight, Junior?" This question caught Jiang Yan off guard. He had no particular preference for accommodation and had initially planned to stay at the branch office after seeing Mu Wanzhou off. But considering her question, he pondered for a moment before replying, "I can stay anywhere. This hotel seems quite nice." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanzhou's face lit up with a smile. "Since you are staying at this hotel, I shall accompany you, lest I trouble the driver who has driven for quite a while and deserves to rest." For reasons unknown, the driver waiting downstairs suddenly sneezed. Upon hearing Mu Wanzhou's words, Jiang Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood the implication of her statement, yet he wished to part ways with her. As he observed Mu Wanzhou gazing at him with a charming smile, he attempted to dissuade her. "President Mu, staying here might feel a bit uncomfortable for you." "Not at all. I am perfectly comfortable as long as the hotel maintains cleanliness and quality," Mu Wanzhou replied with a smile. Then took Jiang Yan's hand and led him to the front desk to book a room. Upon seeing that she had reserved 2 suites, Jiang Yan finally relaxed. He had feared a prolonged debate over accommodations, but since the rooms were already booked, it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. Thus, he instructed the driver waiting downstairs to come up and reserved a room for him as well. Soon, Mu Wanzhou linked her arm with Jiang Yan's as they ascended to the hotel's finest floor. Meanwhile, Siyu had just learned that Jiang Yan had arrived in the capital. Excited about finding him, she was halted by the arrival of her older brother. Her mood plummeted instantly. Observing her brother's beaming smile, she pouted and asked, "Brother, what brings you here? Is there a project underway?" Su Xiangming looked at Siyu with fondness and shook his head. "Little you, I am here to show you a grand spectacle." "What? I'm not going. I have things to attend to," Suyu replied, her disinterest evident. Nevertheless, her brother pulled her away, insisting, "What matters do you have? Come with me. I assure you it's something you'll enjoy." Reluctantly, Siyu was ushered into the car. Noticing the mischievous grin on Su Xiaoming's face, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She realized someone was about to face misfortune. Her brother always wore that signature sly smile before executing some underhanded scheme. "Brother, what mischief are you up to?" she instinctively asked. Su Xiaoming cast a mysterious glance at his sister and cryptically replied, "I am simply here to help you settle a score." Siyu paused, then blurted, "By Luo." Her brother's smile widened. Siyu raised an eyebrow, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. She had exposed Bai Luo's unscrupulous actions yesterday during the Tomorrow Stars event. And despite Youwei's assistance, his reputation could not be salvaged. With her brother by her side, she felt emboldened to humiliate Bai Luo even further. She hoped this time he would be thoroughly disgraced. Siyu secretly relished the thought, her anticipation growing. Once she witnessed Bai Luo's downfall, she would seek out Jiang Yan. Chapter 89. The sixth encounter on the same floor. Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou arrived on the 16th floor, their suites adjacent to one another. Mu Wanzhou unlocked the door with her room card and stood at the threshold, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yan. In a sultry tone, she suggested, "Junior, would you like to come in and have a chat?" Jiang Yan calmly regarded her and replied, "President Mu, all the suites are the same. There's no need." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanzhou glanced at her phone, her lips curling slightly as she proposed, "It's still early. How about we discuss life together?" It was evident she was reluctant to part ways so easily, desiring to gradually entice him. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze. As he pondered a polite refusal, a sudden gasp echoed from a nearby room. They exchanged knowing glances, and Mu Wanzhou raised an eyebrow at him. Jiang Yan, maintaining his composure, suggested, "President Mu, perhaps we should return to our rooms and not intrude." Just as he turned to leave, Mu Wanzhou grasped his arm gently. "Junior, it seems something is happening in that room." Understanding her intentions, Jiang Yan realized she sought to witness the commotion. He hesitated, knowing he was in the capital, far from the familiar Tianhai city, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. The ruckus could very well be a playful game, contrary to their assumptions. In that moment, the noise from the room escalated, and they distinctly heard a woman's cries for help. The sound grew increasingly clear, suggesting it was near the door. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated, followed by indistinct male voices, the woman's pleas dwindling. With a sigh, Jiang Yan expressed his reluctance. "President Mu, let's refrain from involving ourselves in others' affairs." However, Mu Wanzhou merely winked at him, showing no intention of releasing him. Before she could speak, two figures emerged from the elevator. Su Yu and Su Xiaoming arrived on the 16th floor. Upon spotting Jiang Yan, Su Yu's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise. She had intended to find him after witnessing Bai Luo's antics, never expecting to encounter him here. Unable to contain her excitement, she beamed and hurried towards him, leaving her brother Su Xiaoming behind. "Slow down, Xiaoyu," he murmured as she quickened her pace, almost breaking into a run. Mu Wanzhou's smile faded, her brows knitting together as Su Yu reached Jiang Yan's side. With a haughty snort, she remarked, "You came here just to see me, didn't you? But just so you know, I'm still upset about your harsh criticism of me on the show." Jiang Yan, however, was preoccupied with the discomfort of Mu Wanzhou's grip on his arm. Su Xiaoming then approached, nodding politely to Mu Wanzhou. "President Mu," he greeted. She cast a cold glance at him, unamused, and asked, "Mr. Su, what brings you to the capital?" Su Xiaoming, maintaining a light-hearted facade, replied, "Xiaoyu is here for a program, and I wanted to check on her." "But what about you, President Mu and Mr. Jiang? Are you two here together?" His gaze shifted to Jiang Yan, tinged with hostility. Upon realizing Jiang Yan's association with Mu Wanzhou, he felt a tinge of resentment, especially given his sister's peculiar affection for him. He resolved to keep Xiaoyu away from Jiang Yan, whom he deemed a schemer. Moreover, Mu Wanzhou, as the president of the Mu Group, was not to be trifled with, while Xiaoyu appeared like a naive little rabbit in her presence. Mu Wanzhou, sensing the tension, responded with a seductive smile, wrapping her arm around Jiang Yan. "Indeed, I accompanied the junior to inspect the branch office." At this, Suyu's discontent surfaced. "Jiang Yan, I'm talking to you." Her gaze fell on Jiang Yan's arm, where Mu Wanzhou had nestled close, igniting jealousy within her. Yet, lacking the authority to separate them, she directed her inquiry to Jiang Yan. Feeling the weight of the situation, Jiang Yan shifted his gaze between Su Yu, Mu Wanzhou, and the hostile Su Xiaoming, his head throbbing with discomfort. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the source of the earlier commotion, alleviating Jiang Yan's awkwardness. "Help? Is anyone there?" The urgent knocking on the door followed, loud and frantic. All four turned towards the sound, and the door creaked open. Youwei, feeling the ruckus, had curiously opened her door, only to find the familiar four figures before her. Jiang Yan, what are you doing here? She exclaimed in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed deeply as he processed the unexpected encounter. The unfolding scene, with Mu Wanzhou, Youwei, and the Su siblings all present, complicated what had initially been a simple visit to the hotel. As Jiang Yan regarded Youwei, his eyes darkened. The others mirrored his astonishment as they watched Youwei step out of her room. Just then, the door from which the commotion originated swung open, revealing a stunning woman who stumbled out, disheveled and alarmed. A familiar voice echoed from within. Sharo, why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you into forced play? How delightful. Youwei froze at the sound, and then she saw Bai Luo stagger out, her shirt askew, a lewd grin plastered across her face. Youwei's pupils constricted in horror. Chapter 90. Bai Luo's inability to justify himself. As Bai Luo stepped out of the room, he was utterly taken aback. He beheld Youwei, Jiang Yan, Mu Wanzhou, and Suyu, all gazing into the hallway, rendering him momentarily petrified. The girl who had rushed out sought refuge behind Jiang Yan, her panicked eyes pleading for assistance. Help me. This person got me drunk and has ulterior motives, she exclaimed in a state of distress. Jiang Yan cast a calm glance at the woman hiding behind him. Before he could utter a word, Mu Wanzhou seized him and pulled him aside. With a cool demeanor, she regarded the disheveled Lung Ro and spoke softly. You have sought help from the wrong person. I advise you to refrain from any improper thoughts. Lung Ro was momentarily taken aback by Mu Wanzhou's words. Standing before this elegantly dressed, aloof beauty, she instinctively understood the warning implicit in the woman's gaze. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she stood awkwardly, stealing glances at Jiang Yan. Bai Luo, meanwhile, stood rigidly at the doorway. His smile vanished. He trembled slightly, managing to utter, Wei. Youwei's eyes widened in shock as she beheld Bai Luo in this disgraceful state. Disbelief etched across her face. Bai Luo, what are you doing? Have you booked a room with a woman in a hotel? Bai Luo, feeling guilty, blinked rapidly, waving his hands in a flustered manner, panic written all over his face. No, Wei, let me explain. This time, he was not merely putting on a show before Youwei, he was genuinely at a loss. Yet, his frantic explanations paled in comparison to the scene that Youwei had witnessed. Looking at him, a flicker of sadness and disappointment crossed Youwei's eyes. She had waited for him, only to discover he was on a date with another woman. So the director's invitation for you to film behind-the-scenes footage was a lie? She coldly interrogated. It's not like that, Wei. Bai Luo hastily defended himself. The program team did contact me, but then they informed me to come in tomorrow. You must believe me. However, at that moment, Youwei's gaze held no trust. As an adult with her own reasoning, she understood well what transpired when she saw a man and a woman emerging from a hotel room, particularly when they were disheveled and the woman appeared terrified, signaling for help. Any reasonable person would immediately grasp the situation. If Youwei were to believe Bai Luo's fabrications, it would imply she had been foolish. Shaking her head, her lips pressed tightly together, Youwei's expression hardened. Bai Luo recognized his words had utterly failed to sway her. Clenching his fists, a mixture of anxiety and unease swelled within him. He glanced at Jiang Yan, who was observing the spectacle with an amused demeanor, and a flicker of anger ignited in his heart. This was undoubtedly Jiang Yan's doing. That woman had deliberately posed as a fan, luring him into a trap, and had chosen the hotel where Youwei was staying, intending to have Youwei witness this scene and ultimately be disappointed in him. No matter how he attempted to explain, it would be futile. The ultimate goal was to sever Youwei's affections for him. Bai Luo thought angrily, directing all blame towards Jiang Yan. It was you, Bai Luo shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yan. You set me up. Turning to Youwei, he feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, Wei, this was all orchestrated by Jiang Yan. This woman approached me unexpectedly, and I was puzzled. I intended to decline, but she claimed to be my fan, professing her admiration and wanting to befriend me. Wei, she deliberately chose this hotel because you are here. Thus, they arranged this entire scheme. Bai Luo insisted passionately. You must believe me. Jiang Yan is behind all of this. Yet Youwei continued to shake her head, her gaze devoid of its previous brightness. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Last night, the girl who had spoken up for her on Weibo. So the claims made by Vidamaro's star contestant were true? She inquired. Bai Luo froze at her question. Of course, that was false, he stammered, his eyes flickering away. A clear sign of his guilt. Disappointment washed over Youwei once more. At that moment, Suyu interjected coldly, "Humph. That is undeniably true. This is Bai Luo's true nature. A vulgar, greasy man, a repugnant individual." As Suyu's words pierced him, Bai Luo's expression darkened further. Yet, he had to maintain his Day of the week, helpless victim to elicit even a modicum of sympathy from Youwei. Gritting his teeth, he shot an indignant glare at Suyu. With misty eyes, he turned to Youwei, pleading, Wei, do not believe Suyu's words. You know how she once injured me severely, and I never retaliated. Now she seizes this opportunity to insult me, but I have done nothing to her. Not even sought accountability. Just as I am now a victim of Jiang Yan's scheming, I do not wish to take revenge. I simply want you to believe me. All right? Youwei, gazing into Bai Luo's desperate eyes, felt a twinge of compassion. However, reason admonished her that Bai Luo's words were merely fabrications. If what you say is true, you should report this to the police and clear your name, she gently suggested. At this, Bai Luo's face drained of color. Report to the police? He could never dare to do that. His words were merely evasions, and if he faced professional scrutiny, he could not withstand it. Clenching his hands behind his back, his fingers turned pale as his nails dug into his flesh. Anger surged within him, an unrelenting fury clashing against his chest. Chapter 91. I'm sorry. I called the police. Bai Luo gritted his teeth, his pale and fragile face betraying his emotional turmoil. Wei, I am now an artist. And as you know, any minor disturbance can be magnified by the media. I am currently in a state of being vilified online, making it impossible for me to call the police. With a deep sigh, Bai Luo lamented, I can only suffer in silence, unable to voice my grievances. After speaking, he staggered back a step, his entire body swaying unsteadily. Just as he contemplated further efforts to regain Youwei's trust, someone spoke up. Oh, my apologies. I just called the police, Su Xiangming said leisurely, a faint smile gracing his face, exuding the demeanor of a concerned citizen. Witnessing Bai Luo's increasingly distorted expression, Su Xiangming added, no need to thank me. At last, Bai Luo's feeble Day crumbled, giving way to a fierce and grotesque visage as he glared at Su Xiangming with a venomous glare. Youwei watched in astonishment, her pupils reflecting the hideous countenance of the man before her. The Bai Luo she remembered had always been a handsome and delicate young man. Yet, at this moment, she felt as if she were looking at a complete stranger, his features twisted into something repulsive, just as Suyu had remarked. Upon hearing her brother's words, Suyu raised her thumb in approval, a malicious grin spreading across her face. Well done, brother. From a short distance away, Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou exchanged knowing glances, their understanding dawning. It was clear that Su Xiangming had orchestrated this scheme. Leaning against Jiang Yan, Mu Wanzhou chuckled. So it was you, Mr. Su. You remained silent earlier, nearly allowing your junior to be wronged. Her tone appeared playful, yet it was laced with veiled sarcasm directed at Su Xiangming. The Su family wielded considerable power in Tianhai City, securing numerous government projects, though their financial clout paled in comparison to the Mu Group. Consequently, the Su family boasted formidable connections, which Mu Wanzhou dismissed with disdain, her eyes glimmering with hidden sharpness. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan chose to remain silent. Wishing to avoid entanglement and unnecessary troubles, he preferred to observe the unfolding drama between Youwei and Bai Luo from a distance. At this moment, the oblivious Youwei began to sense the underlying tension in their exchange. Furrowing her brow, she inquired of Su Xiangming, Mr. Su, did you orchestrate this situation regarding Bai Luo? Upon hearing this, Bai Luo also experienced a moment of clarity and stormed towards Su Xiangming, his face twisted with rage. It's you. I have no grievances with you. Why are you trying to frame me? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, His words were abruptly cut off as Suyu delivered a swift kick to him. The impact was severe, contorting Bai Luo's features in agony as he doubled over, clutching his legs in pain. A triumphant smile danced across Suyu's delicate face as she exclaimed, Humph, you lecherous man. Do you even need to be framed? Your true nature is evident. You deserve this. Bai Luo, lifting his head with hands pressed against his injured area, glared at Suyu with malice. Everyone anticipated his downfall, and in that moment, his dignity was once again trampled beneath their feet. Clenching his teeth, he felt an overwhelming sense of agony and humiliation, particularly in his lower regions, which felt as if crushed by an immense weight, causing him to tremble and curl inward, utterly powerless to retaliate. Youwei, observing the scene, did not rush to his side this time, offering him her usual concern and care. Instead, her lips quivered as she posed a disbelieving question to Suyu. Did Bai Luo truly? Suyu, hearing this, scoffed and turned her face away, refusing to meet Youwei's gaze. After all, she had always shielded Bai Luo, sacrificing their friendship in the process. Thus, even with misunderstandings resolved, Su Yu would not forgive Youwei. Noticing Su Yu's dismissive reaction, a hint of sorrow flickered in Youwei's eyes, her heart heavy with regret. She realized she had brought this upon herself. Su Xiangming cast a disdainful glance at the crumpled Bai Luo, who was glaring at his sister, and lifted his foot to stomp down hard on Bai Luo's knee. Bow your head, you wretched little man, daring to gaze upon my sister. What? Still not convinced? The human body is resilient yet fragile. The pain radiating from the forceful impact made Bai Luo break into a cold sweat. Unable to withstand the pressure on his knee, he was forced to lower his head. His eyes burned with humiliation, tears of disgrace slipping down his face as he clutched his clothing tightly. Bai Luo ground his teeth, vowing silently that the pain and humiliation he endured today would be repaid manifold in the future. He would ensure the Su family faced utter ruin. Just as he was immersed in thoughts of vengeance, a group of police officers rushed down the staircase. They swiftly apprehended Bai Luo, pinning him down and cuffing his hands. Don't move, one officer barked. Bai Luo's fantasies of revenge shattered in an instant, replaced by the grim reality of his situation. His feeble resistance proved futile. Officer, what is happening? I'm innocent. You've arrested the wrong person. I was framed by that man over there. He pleaded, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Other officers hastily searched for evidence in Bai Luo's room, while nearby, Lang Ro was also restrained by the police. The rest were merely questioned about their presence in the hallway. Jiang Yan and Mu Wano calmly explained the situation, and upon understanding, the police took no further action, merely advising them to visit the station to provide a statement the following day. However, Bai Luo was not so fortunate. As the primary suspect, he was flanked by two officers controlling his movements. One officer emerged from the room, brandishing the evidence found and sternly stating, "Someone reported you for deceiving women. If you have any defense, you may present it in the interrogation room. For now, please cooperate with us." Bai Luo's entire being trembled as he stared at the evidence before him. "Officer, I didn't he stammered, but the officer coldly interrupted, "Silence." Bai Luo, who had only ever engaged in minor mischief and had never been in custody, found himself overwhelmed by the spectacle of officers surrounding him. His hands restrained behind his back. Terrified, he immediately fell silent. He cast a desperate glance at Youwei, but found her turned away, refusing to look at him. Bai Luo's lips quivered as he opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Inside, he screamed fervently, "Youwei, save me. They're taking me away. Please, just one glance. Help me." But even as he was led away, she did not turn to look back. Chapter 92. You are not qualified to say that after Bai Luo and Long Ro were taken away, the hotel corridor returned to its tranquil state. At this moment, the hotel manager hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Noticing several guests in the hallway, he quickly approached them and courteously said, "Hello, I apologize for the disturbance. We were cooperating with the police in an arrest and did not inform our guests beforehand. If you are dissatisfied." As he spoke, his voice gradually faded. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, skilled in reading the room, he discreetly retreated. At this time, Youwei glanced at Jiang Yan and Mu Wanzhou, who was leaning against him, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. She bit her lip gently and questioned, "Jiang Yan, why are you here? Are you and President Mu?" She wanted to ask if they were sharing a suite, but the words refused to leave her lips, for she feared Jiang Yan's affirmative response, a notion she could not bear. Before Jiang Yan could respond, Su interjected, echoing Youwei's inquiry. "Yes, Jiang Yan, why are you here with Mu Wanzhou? How insincere of you." Unlike Youwei's coyness, Su was straightforward, stepping closer to Jiang Yan, grasping his arm, attempting to create distance between him and Mu Wanzhou. Yet, her efforts were futile, as he was still held by Mu Wanzhou. Caught between two women, Jiang Yan felt a throbbing headache. Even one woman could be a handful, let alone three, transforming the situation into an undeniable battlefield of emotions that left him flustered. As Youwei approached, seemingly intending to join the fray, Jiang Yan exhaled heavily. He was not afraid of her entanglement. Rather, the thought of navigating the complexities of three women was daunting. He first brushed Su Yu's hand aside, stating coolly, "I am here to handle company matters, not to see you." Then, stepping back subtly, he withdrew his other arm from Mu Wanzhou, addressing her, "President Mu, the spectacle has concluded. It is late, and I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With that, Jiang Yan turned toward the adjacent room. However, Youwei called out after him, "Jiang Yan." She quickly closed the distance, her cold gaze piercing him. A pang of pain shot through her heart. With a humble demeanor, she murmured, May I come to your room? We need to talk. Jiang Yan's eyes remained indifferent as he dismissively replied, You should seek Bai Luo. There is nothing for us to discuss. Youwei's expression stiffened. She opened her mouth, her voice pale. I do not understand why Bai Luo has changed. Yet, her arrival in the capital was solely for Bai Luo. This was a truth she could not contest. Jiang Yan regarded Youwei with a sardonic gaze, finding it utterly ironic. He could not fathom how he had once been foolish enough to sacrifice everything for this woman. Now, he scrutinized her, repulsed by her greedy demeanor, which reflected a tragic lack of self-awareness and an unconscious display of victimhood. In seeing Bai Luo's arrest, she only began to awaken slightly. However, Youwei could not afford to awaken. Her best course was to remain tightly bound to Bai Luo. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with a change of heart, his cold demeanor softening as he spoke. It is of no consequence. You should forgive Bai Luo. Go find him now, with your connections. You should be able to secure his release tonight. With that, he walked into his room without a backward glance, leaving Youwei in anguish as she watched the door close behind him. Bai Luo's harassment of women was an undeniable truth. She had no intention of defending him. Upon witnessing Bai Luo's lecherous grin, a wave of disgust washed over her. Even the memories of him, once tinted with the glow of nostalgia, could not quell her current revulsion. She suddenly felt as though she did not truly know Bai Luo, just as she did not know Jiang Yan. She had misjudged both their characters entirely. Meanwhile, Siyu had not yet approached when she saw Jiang Yan close the door. She pouted in dissatisfaction, ready to knock when she was intercepted by Su Xiaoming. Xiaoyu, we should head back, he said softly. Su Xiaoming blocked her path, partly out of selfishness, not wanting her to grow too close to Jiang Yan, and partly due to concern for Mu Wanzhou, who regarded Siyu with discontent. Siyu, overly pampered by her family, had been shielded from the machinations of the business world, oblivious to the undercurrents of adult life. Thus, Su Xiaoming coaxed and persuaded her down to the hotel lobby. Once there, Siyu approached the front desk, demanding, I need 2 rooms, a suite on the 16th floor and room 1609. Su Xiaoming sighed helplessly. Fine. If I don't let her book this room, she will sneak in anyway. What spell had Jiang Yan cast on her? Su Xiaoming mused, his impression of Jiang Yan diminishing since the first time he had brought Siyu to the hotel. Meanwhile, upstairs, Youwei confronted Mu Wanzhou. President Mu, Jiang Yan is not your possession. Please keep your distance from him. Mu Wanzhou couldn't help but scoff at this. Miss Yu, do you still not understand your place? You are the least qualified to make such demands. As my junior said, you should be focused on saving your white moonlight rather than repulsing my junior and me here. Oh, and if I see you angering my junior again, your family will need to be cautious. With that warning, Mu Wanzhou dismissively turned and returned to her room. Youwei bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the retreating figure of Mu Wanzhou. Though Mu Wanzhou threatened her with the power of the Yu family, Youwei's gaze revealed a steely resolve. She would not allow Mu Wanzhou to prevail. Neither the inheritance of the Yu family nor her connection to Jiang Yan would be relinquished. Youwei chose to disregard Bai Luo's fate. And as Bai Luo was escorted to the police car outside the hotel, a throng of paparazzi captured every moment. Chapter 93, A Gift for Jiang Yan. The news of Bai Luo's arrest surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics that very evening, exploding into a frenzy and swiftly claiming the #1 spot. Photos captured by paparazzi of Bai Luo being escorted by police to a patrol car amassed over 100 million views within a mere half hour. Netizens indulging in the gossip fervently condemned Bai Luo as a scoundrel, expressing their disgust and disdain. Many voiced their support for Qiao Xueman, lamenting her plight. Meanwhile, the marketing accounts that Youwei had once bribed, upon witnessing the current public sentiment, hurriedly deleted their previous posts attempting to whitewash Bai Luo's image. Presently, Bai Luo found himself in a dire situation, facing widespread condemnation online. No public relations team could mitigate the damage to his reputation. Numerous concerned citizens flocked to the official account of Tomorrow's Star, urging for Bai Luo's disqualification from the competition. Some even tagged the official broadcasting authority, demanding the banishment of such a morally bankrupt artist. They argued that Bai Luo was unworthy of being an artist, lacking the ability to serve as a role model, with character worse than that of the average person. How could someone of such dubious morals possibly navigate the entertainment industry and positively influence the public? As the busy chief director prepared for the next episode, he was alerted by his deputy. Immediately, he set aside his work and opened the official Weibo account for the show. Upon seeing a barrage of comments denouncing Bai Luo and demanding his withdrawal, he furrowed his brow in frustration. The chief director was unable to focus on his work any longer and urgently convened a meeting. Ultimately, the team members unanimously voted to expel Bai Luo from the program. Once the decision was made, the deputy director communicated with the sponsors, starting with Jiang Yan, who had initially recommended Bai Luo. Just as Jiang Yan finished his shower, he received a call from the program's supervisor. Mr. Jiang, the incident involving Bai Luo has gone viral online. To safeguard the program's broadcast integrity, the director's team plans to revoke Bai Luo's advancement. Jiang Yan listened intently to the supervisor's report. His original intention had been to orchestrate a downfall for Bai Luo, allowing him to plummet dramatically in the final episode, mere steps away from achieving his dream of debuting. However, he never anticipated that Su Xiangming's maneuver could lead to Bai Luo's outright banishment from the industry. Nevertheless, although the timeline was accelerated, the eventual outcome remained unchanged. After the supervisor finished speaking, Jiang Yan, seated on the sofa, calmly sipped his tea and replied, "Let us respect the director's wishes. Although Bai Luo was my recommendation, the seamless airing of the program takes precedence. Inform the director not to concern himself with us. He should proceed with Bai Luo's expulsion." "Understood, Mr. Jiang." After the call ended, Jiang Yan dried his hair with a towel, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. At this hour, who could it be? Jiang Yan furrowed his brows. Having just bathed, he was clad only in a loose-fitting robe. It would be inconvenient to answer the door in his current state, so he chose to ignore it. He suspected it might be Mu Wanzhou. However, she would likely deduce his intentions from his silence. As a keen observer, she should have opted to return to her own room instead. Yet, Jiang Yan's assumption proved incorrect. The knocking grew increasingly insistent. Frowning, he listened to the impatient and rude cadence of the knocks, which did not align with Mu Wanzhou's demeanor. With a resigned sigh, he rose and opened the door. To his surprise, it was not Mu Wanzhou but Su Yu, standing defiantly with her hands on her hips and a haughty expression. Suddenly, her fair complexion flushed a deep shade of red. "Why you're not dressed?" she stammered. "How infuriating. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Jiang Yan glanced down at his attire. Although he wore a bathrobe, he dismissed her complaint. "Do you need something?" he replied coolly. Su Yu, pouting, retorted, "Can't I visit if I have nothing to discuss? You, let me in." With that, Su Yu glanced at Jiang Yan, her cheeks glowing with embarrassment. This was hardly her fault. After all, Jiang Yan was not properly attired. The robe, typically secured by two ties at the waist and featuring a V-neck that revealed a hint of collarbone and muscular chest, clung loosely, exposing even more of his physique. Though Su Yu outwardly appeared fierce and unapproachable, she had never interacted closely with the opposite sex. The unexpected sight of Jiang Yan's exposed chest, sculpted by fitness, overwhelmed her naive sensibilities. In reality, Jiang Yan was merely dressed for home. Remaining steadfast in the doorway, Jiang Yan regarded Su Yu, who was a picture of bashfulness. "This is my room. What gives you the right to enter?" he remarked, his tone indifferent. Su Yu lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and shyly murmured, "I have something to tell you. Just let me in." "Oh, then you can speak here," Jiang Yan replied, leaning casually against the doorframe. "You, Jiang Yan," Su Yu exclaimed, her irritation palpable. Yet, Jiang Yan's next words decisively cornered her. "Not going to speak? Then I'll close the door and go to sleep," he said, yawning. Fuming, Su Yu stomped her foot, but quickly relented. "Wait, don't close the door. I came to thank you." "Really?" Jiang Yan tilted his head, puzzled. He had only rescued her once at the bar, and they had not interacted since. What could she possibly want to thank him for? As he scrutinized her with a bemused expression, Su Yu revealed her previously concealed hand, thrusting an object towards him before blushing and fleeing. Jiang Yan was left momentarily stunned at the door. He looked down at the item in his hand, a small felt toy, shaped like an adorable kitten. Curious. He squeezed the toy, noting the soft texture, reminiscent of a real cat's fur. It was his first encounter with such a whimsical trinket, leaving him intrigued. Just as he closed the door to examine the toy further, another knock echoed through the room. This time, Jiang Yan opened the door immediately, exasperated. "What now?" "Ah, Ms. Mu." He was met by Mu Wanzhou, elegantly clad in a silk dress, standing gracefully at his threshold. Chapter 94 once again. A knock resonated at Jiang Yan's door. Mu Wanzhou's gaze fixated on the exposed muscles of Jiang Yan's chest, her tongue unconsciously stirring within her mouth. "Junior, have you just taken a shower?" she inquired with a sultry voice. "Yes," Jiang Yan replied, his deep-set eyes flickering momentarily. He barely managed to suppress the urge to utter Su Yu's name. If Mu Wanzhou had caught that slip, it would have led to significant trouble. Mu Wanzhou's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Jiang Yan, her gaze laced with seduction. Did someone visit you just now? Why did you open the door and say? However, Jiang Yan deftly shifted the conversation. Did CEO Mu come here for a specific purpose? Noticing Jiang Yan's reluctance to answer, Mu Wanzhou's lips curled into a playful smile, surprisingly sparing him from any pressure. Have you received a call from the program team, Junior? Jiang Yan responded. Is it about Bailuo's withdrawal? I respect the director's decision. After all, we cannot allow one person's actions to affect the entire show's airing. Have you also received a call, CEO Mu? Mu Wanzhou's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yan, her thoughts momentarily drifting. Jiang Yan was acutely aware of her intense scrutiny. Yet, as a man, he felt it would be overly delicate to adjust his robe's collar. Thus, he could only let out a faint sigh. He gently reminded her, CEO Mu. Have you also been approached by the program team? Only then did Mu Wanzhou snap back to reality. She had been so engrossed in Jiang Yan's well-defined chest that she nearly lost her composure. Reflecting on their previous encounters, she recalled how she had taken advantage of him in the underground parking lot of Yunjingo and had frequently pressed her voluptuous figure against him. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, always appeared in his impeccably formal suit, making this the first time she witnessed his languorous and alluring demeanor. Feeling her heart race, Mu Wanzhou softly replied, Yes, Junior. Regaining her composure, she reverted to her enchanting demeanor. Suddenly, she asked, Junior, do you intend to make me stand here conversing indefinitely? Jiang Yan pursed his lips. If given the choice, he would have liked to affirm that notion. However, Mu Wanzhou had invested 500 million in him, making her not only a business partner, but also the largest shareholder. He understood the implications behind her words all too well. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Yan realized he could not evade the situation any longer. He had previously turned her down an hour ago, but could not afford to reject her a second time with the same subtlety. He lamented that had he known it was Mu Wanzhou at the door, he might not have opened it, blaming Siyu for his predicament. Had she not come to deliver the doll, he would not have been entangled in such a troublesome affair. Yet, dwelling on it now served no purpose. Steeling himself, he turned aside to grant her entry. I apologize for the delay. Please, CEO Mu. Mu Wanzhou's smile broadened as she entered Jiang Yan's room, her demeanor radiant. After surveying the surroundings, she settled down. As she stepped in, Jiang Yan tightened his robe once more. What is this, Junior? Mu Wanzhou inquired. Picking up a felt doll from the table, her slender fingers curiously squeezing its plump belly. Jiang Yan maintained an air of calmness, stating, It's merely a doll. Although a trivial object, he could not let her discover it was a gift from Suyu. It was not that he feared anything, rather. The trouble would arise if Mu Wanzhou learned it was a woman's gift to him. Frustrated by the complications Suyu had caused, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow and stepped closer to retrieve the doll. Yet, Mu Wanzhou cleverly evaded him. Looks handmade. Is it a gift from someone else? She asked with genuine interest. Jiang Yan inhaled sharply, taken aback. Did Mu Wanzhou possess the ability to read minds? Or was her keen insight simply leading her to that conclusion? Regardless, he had to commend her acumen. If he were to lie, he could not deceive her discerning gaze. However, admitting it was a gift was equally out of the question. Thus, he wisely chose not to respond. He redirected the conversation back to the program. Sitting opposite Mu Wanzhou, he inquired, What are your thoughts on Bailuo's withdrawal from the Tomorrow's Star program? Mu Wanzhou blinked, then a teasing smile graced her lips. Are you feeling shy, Junior? Jiang Yan found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat drained. Deciding to abandon the superficial pleasantries, he stated directly, Now that CEO Mu has achieved her objective for coming here, what else do you wish to do? Well, Mu Wanzhou's elongated eyes narrowed slightly. She slowly rose, setting down the doll she had been toying with. She was now certain that it was a gift from someone else. With a sultry sway, she approached Jiang Yan, delicately sitting on his lap. I still wish to do this, Junior. You know very well what I mean. Jiang Yan, however, remained impassive. CEO Mu, I have a girlfriend. Then why not find another? I'm afraid that isn't possible. I am quite content with my current girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanzhou's expression shifted subtly. She lowered her gaze, her slender fingers brushing against Jiang Yan's waistband. CEO Mu, please do not jest, Jiang Yan warned coldly, his large hand effortlessly capturing her delicate wrist. Mu Wanzhou raised her eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Yan's expression. On the surface, she appeared composed, yet her heart raced uncontrollably within her chest. She had initially thought that sitting on Jiang Yan's lap without being rebuffed had given her the illusion of being able to ensnare him. But Jiang Yan's expression remained stoic as he met her gaze. After several tense minutes, Mu Wanzhou finally exhaled, raising her hands in surrender. All right. It seems my allure is insufficient to sway you, Junior. How disappointing. As she stood to leave, Jiang Yan silently breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with a stunning beauty endowed with both allure and charm, he did not claim to possess the restraint of an unyielding sage. Rather, it was simply a matter of self-control. Once Mu Wanzhou departed, Jiang Yan returned to the sofa, intending to put away the doll Suyu had gifted him. However, he was taken aback to find the table bare. The doll was gone. He could only surmise one possibility. Mu Wanzhou had taken it. With a frown, Jiang Yan felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He had underestimated Mu Wanzhou's obsessive tendencies. She could not even tolerate a small gift. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it should be fine. Given her approach to matters, she likely would not bring it out again. Yet, the doll was a token from Suyu. A heartfelt gesture of gratitude from her, and now he had lost it. Jiang Yan felt a tinge of guilt. While Suyu could be prideful and not particularly endearing, she was not inherently ill-natured. Chapter 95. I was wrong before. Can I reacquaint myself with you, Jiang Yan? When the door to Jiang Yan's room was knocked for the third time, his face was already etched with impatience. He opened the door, and upon seeing Youwei standing outside, he coldly shut the door again. However, Youwei swiftly blocked the door with her arm. Fortunately, Jiang Yan managed to restrain his strength just in time, leaving only a faint red mark on her arm from the door. Despite this, Youwei couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Jiang Yan's voice was icy as he said, Youwei, what are you doing again? Youwei bit her lip, rubbing her wrist that had been caught in the door frame. In that moment, she had instinctively reached out to stop him. Seeing Jiang Yan's merciless action of shutting the door, she nearly believed her wrist would be damaged. However, to her surprise, Jiang Yan had restrained himself at the last moment. This ignited a flicker of illusion within her heart. Perhaps Jiang Yan still loved her. He certainly wouldn't want to injure her, which is why he halted his action. One must understand that an instinctive motion requires a significant opposing force to counteract, and such restraint is not easily achieved. Yet Jiang Yan had done it for her. With this thought, a sense of joy and exhilaration welled up within Youwei. She looked up at Jiang Yan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I was wrong before. It seems I only understood you as I perceived you in my heart. But now, the real you is different. Jiang Yan, can you allow me to reacquaint myself with you? Jiang Yan gazed into Youwei's expectant eyes, his heart betraying no emotion, remaining utterly calm. This seemingly normal demeanor of hers felt somewhat foreign to her character. If only she had realized this sooner. But alas, it was all too late. Time could not be reversed, and Jiang Yan would not entertain any feelings for her again. Thus, he coldly shook his head, stating, no matter what changes you experience now, it is impossible for us. Youwei trembled slightly, the hope in her eyes fading into sorrow. She instinctively panicked and explained, is it because of Bai Luo? I won't contact him anymore. Through today's events, I realized that Bai Luo is not the same person he used to be. He has been abroad for 5 years. And that length of time without contact is too long. I mistakenly thought he hadn't changed, that he was still the kind-hearted and gentle boy he once was. But I was wrong. Time and circumstances can transform a person drastically. He has become someone I no longer recognize, even harassing multiple girls. Had I not witnessed it today, I might not have believed it. Bai Luo is a man of poor character and vile thoughts. As Youwei spoke passionately, Jiang Yan's patience wore thin. He interrupted her with a low, harsh command. Enough? I have no time for your trivial emotional fluctuations. Youwei abruptly shut her mouth, her voice cutting off. She realized she had been speaking too much, and Jiang Yan's disdain for Bai Luo was well known. With that in mind, she bit her lip. Recalling how Mu Wanzhou had just exited his room, Youwei kindly warned, that woman, Mu Wanzhou, is too scheming. Jiang Yan, you should keep your distance from her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan shot her a cold glance, replying indifferently, just keep your distance from me. This statement left Youwei momentarily stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. She was rendered speechless, her words caught in her throat. She could only stammer, if you want to invest, I can too. You don't have to rely solely on Mu Wanzhou's investment and worry about her reputation. Jiang Yan frowned at Youwei, surprised. Had she truly been provoked by Bai Luo's ugly side to say such things? After all, Jiang Yan's company was thriving. It was evident he was on a rapid rise. Meanwhile, Youwei's own company, Huanyu Media, was mired in a plethora of issues, declining stock prices, artists being poached, employees resigning, and a lack of partners. The list of difficulties went on. How could she, burdened by her own troubles, even consider investing in him? Jiang Yan looked at the foolish woman before him. filled with questions. Noticing Jiang Yan's doubtful gaze, Youwei instinctively defended herself. I know Huan Yu is facing difficulties, but these troubles can be resolved in time. When I say I want to help, I speak sincerely. Jiang Yan's expression remained impassive as he asked, so what solution do you propose? Huan Yu's difficulties are very real, not something to be resolved with mere words. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's inquiry, Youwei felt a surge of confidence. She unconsciously lifted her chin, asserting, there is an Oscar-winning actress who has retreated behind the scenes. She will invest in Huan Yu. However, I won't disclose the specific amount. At her words, a name immediately surfaced in Jiang Yan's mind, Yang Xinruei. He lowered his gaze, contemplating. No wonder he had encountered Bai Luo and Yang Xinruei in the restaurant that day. He had wondered how Bai Luo, with his limited resources, could possibly know such a renowned actress. It was through Youwei, of course. However, he was skeptical that a single retired actress could resolve all of Huan Yu's predicaments. Looking at the unwavering confidence in Youwei's eyes, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smirk. Surely, she was being deceived without realizing it. Nonetheless, he refrained from offering any hints or warnings. After all, he had no obligation to do so. Jiang Yan then asked, who is this actress you mentioned? Yang Xinruei. Youwei answered readily. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yan mused inwardly. As expected, it was as he had surmised. However, he still had some questions to clarify. So he directly asked, are you in contact with Yang Xinruei? Not exactly. Youwei replied slowly, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yan. After a few moments of silence, she added, it was Bai Luo who introduced us. I learned that Yang Xinruei's transition to the background has been quite successful. She knows many influential investors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile silently, a hint of amusement creeping into his expression. Chapter 96. Youwei begins to reflect on herself. It was surprisingly Bai Luo who introduced Yang Xinruei to Youwei. Jiang Yan had made an erroneous assumption. Yet this only solidified his suspicion that Yang Xinruei was a deceiver. Setting aside the question of her capabilities, the fact that she would unconditionally assist Tian Yu seemed highly dubious. In the world of commerce, the pursuit of profit reigns supreme. If she were to invest in the waning Huan Yu media, it must be for personal gain. Jiang Yan could surmise, from Youwei's words, how she might seek such benefits. A flicker of anticipation crossed his lips. If the recent turmoil caused by Huan Yu's leading artist resulted in significant internal strife, then this time, Huan Yu media was likely teetering on the brink of collapse. The architect of this impending catastrophe was none other than her most trusted Bai Yueguang. This development was rather intriguing. Jiang Yan's deep-set eyes gleamed momentarily as he spoke. Isn't your Bai Yueguang being detained at the police station? Aren't you going to check on him? Youwei's expression shifted. The mere thought of Bai Luo's greasy smile triggered an instinctive aversion within her, especially given his moral depravity and harassment towards women. She held such low regard for individuals of his ilk. However, Jiang Yan's query stirred a flicker of hesitation in her heart. After all, Bai Luo had once aided her. Now that Huan Yu media was on the verge of emerging from its plight into a new era of brilliance, Bai Luo had played a significant role in that transformation. Thus, Youwei bit her lip, choosing not to respond to Jiang Yan's words. Jiang Yan observed her silence and softly urged, why not go see him? Youwei's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked up at him. Jiang Yan continued, he must be terrified alone in the detention center. This isn't Tianhai City. In an unfamiliar city without acquaintances, he must be feeling utterly helpless. Don't you despise him? Youwei's mouth opened, her emotions a complex tangle. Yet, Jiang Yan smiled gently, saying, I don't harbor any disdain for him. In fact, I should be grateful to him. Youwei found herself perplexed by this sentiment. However, as she gazed into Jiang Yan's eyes, which radiated warmth, a smile unconsciously graced her own lips. How wonderful it was. Jiang Yan's affection for her remained profound. His love endured even after 5 years. He didn't even hold Bai Luo in contempt. All of this to ensure her peace of mind, avoiding placing her in a difficult position. This thought brought a surge of joy to Youwei's heart. She relinquished her previous pride and began to introspect. Addressing Jiang Yan, she expressed, I apologize for my arrogance towards you before. At that time, the disparity in our statuses led me to mistakenly assume that your devotion was to be taken for granted. I believed your kindness stemmed from my own merits, which had captured your attention. But now, Jiang Yan, I understand everything. Please return. I will cherish you well. Youwei spoke with genuine sincerity, lifting her gaze to meet the man before her, her eyes filled with earnestness and hope. Yet, Jiang Yan simply smiled and replied, No. The person you ought to cherish now is Bai Luo. We have reached the end of our path. Go find Bai Luo, and do not regret it this time. Youwei's heart raced as she implored, Jiang Yan, I truly recognize my mistakes. Muano is too domineering and unsuitable for you. And your so-called girlfriend comes from a poor background, unworthy of you. Only I am the most fitting choice. I swear I will no longer be domineering or overlook your sincerity. Jiang Yan, however, faced with Youwei's urgent demeanor. Jiang Yan merely pushed her away in silence, and with a resounding bang, he coldly shut the door. Youwei stood frozen, her body stiff, as if something had lodged in her throat, rendering her voiceless. Instinctively, she clutched her chest, feeling as though a thin cord had entangled her, causing waves of anguish. Why? Why could she not salvage her relationship with Jiang Yan? Was it not because of Bai Luo that he now deemed her inadequate in managing the company? After a long pause, Youwei lowered her head, dejectedly retreating to her room. Perhaps she should heed Jiang Yan's advice and visit Bai Luo at the detention center. Yet this time, she vowed not to show any mercy. Bai Luo had committed unlawful acts and deserved to face the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, on Bai Luo's side, after being escorted into the police vehicle, he trembled with fear. Upon arriving at the police station and sitting on the small repentant stool, he preemptively confessed everything before the police could even start their questioning. However, when he realized Youwei would no longer support him, the once arrogant Bai Luo crumbled, devoid of his previous bravado. After the police completed their documentation, Bai Luo cautiously inquired, Officer, I have told you everything. I admit I was momentarily overwhelmed by desire. But this woman approached me with ulterior motives. I was framed, officer. Moreover, I didn't touch her. She fled the room. Such statements, he hoped, could exonerate him from charges of harassment. The officer recording the details glanced up at Bai Luo's plea, while another officer furrowed his brow, responding sternly, the interrogation is concluded. There is no need for further excuses. We will proceed according to protocol. What you have done does not constitute mere harassment. Your intentions are clear. This is an attempted assault. Bai Luo's face drained of color, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had expected only a fine and a few days of detention. But now he felt paralyzed by fear, his heart racing and his chest tightening. Police, he stammered, unable to articulate further. It felt as though his throat had been constricted, suffocating him. Noticing his distress, an officer approached and firmly patted his back. As Bai Luo coughed, he finally regained his breath, shaking uncontrollably, his lips losing all color. Wei, hurry and come save me. I was wrong. I will never again entertain such thoughts, he whimpered, covering his face in fear. The officer assisting him, sensing something amiss, instinctively covered his nose and frowned in distaste, stepping away from the spot. He addressed his colleague at the computer, you keep an eye on him. I need to attend to another interrogation. With that, the officer departed, leaving the one recording the details seemingly oblivious to Bai Luo's unusual behavior. However, once his colleague vacated the room, he couldn't help but wrinkle his nose and raise his hand. Chapter 97. The victim's plea to the media in stark contrast to Bai Luo, who was bound hand and foot and secured to a confession chair. Lung Ro enjoyed a considerably more lenient treatment. She was not restrained and sat in a regular chair, with a relatively calm demeanor. Long Ro recounted the events that had transpired. The police, upon searching her phone, found no evidence of transfer records or suspicious messages, which alleviated her suspicions regarding a setup. After completing her statement, the officers permitted her to leave, but made it clear that she must return to the police station for further questioning as needed. Upon hearing this, Long Ro felt a slight sense of relief. However, as she exited the precinct, she was unexpectedly surrounded by a throng of media reporters and cameras. Startled, she faced a barrage of microphones thrust in her direction as a reporter from Tomato TV inquired, Hello, are you the contestant Bai Luo from Amaro's Star? Have you been maliciously harassed? Before Lung Ro could respond, another journalist interjected, Someone captured footage of Bai Luo being apprehended by the police at a high-end international hotel. Were you present at that hotel as well? Are you here now because you've been cleared of any wrongdoing? Is Bai Luo still at the police station? The relentless questioning left Long Ro momentarily bewildered. She recalled the instructions given by Su Xiangming, whose ulterior motive was to humiliate Bai Luo and tarnish his reputation in the entertainment industry. Her eyes darkened, and after taking a deep breath, she spoke with a quivering voice, her eyes glistening with tears. Yes. I was at the hotel where Bai Luo intentionally got me drunk and then forced me into a hotel room. Had the police not arrived in time, I fear what might have happened at the hands of that scoundrel. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, which the cameras captured in vivid detail. At that moment, a reporter from Tomato TV managed to push her way to the front of the crowd, placing her microphone centrally and pressing on. What exactly did Bai Luo do to you in the hotel? Looking into the camera, Lang Ro shamefully recounted, after he brought me into the room, he suddenly embraced me, his hands inappropriately roaming over my body. When I regained some clarity, I fought back with all my strength. But as a girl, my strength pales in comparison to a man's. Then, he threw me onto the bed and assaulted me. She choked on her words, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wiped them away, presenting a picture of frailty and helplessness. The reporters, upon hearing her distressing account, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, their professionalism compelled them to continue probing for further details. One reporter asked, "Is Bai Luo currently at the police station? What is the situation?" Wiping her tears, Lang Ro replied in a hoarse voice, "I'm not entirely sure. He should still be under interrogation. However, the police assured me they would deliver justice. So I trust that the precinct will handle this matter fairly." As the reporters sought to press her for more information, Lang Ro took a step back, gesturing apologetically. "I'm sorry, I've shared all I know. It's quite late, and I need to return home. My family is worried about me." Having fulfilled the narrative her benefactor desired, she deemed it unnecessary to linger and waste time with the reporters. The remaining spectacle was now in the hands of the media. Unwilling to let her go just yet, the reporters followed her as she turned to leave. One particularly sharp-tongued journalist raised her voice. "There are claims online that this is all a scripted performance. How do you respond to that?" However, Lang Ro remained silent as a taxi arrived, and she quietly entered the vehicle. The reporters and cameramen were left watching as the car slowly pulled away. Though Lang Ro had only uttered a few brief statements, the first-hand account she provided would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar once edited and disseminated online. The outcry against Bai Luo from netizens was overwhelming, and previously supportive voices had fallen silent. If Bai Luo were to walk down the street at that moment, he would likely be met with disdain and thrown rotten eggs. Meanwhile, after his interrogation, Bai Luo found himself confined to a small, dark room, still shackled. His eyes, devoid of life, gazed blankly at the wall, as if his very soul had been extracted. He remained oblivious to the dampness of his clothes beneath him. When Youwei arrived, summoned by the police with a change of clothing, she was taken aback by the pitiful sight of Bai Luo. Her eyes widened in shock, and upon noticing the unsightly state beneath him, she instinctively frowned. Feeling somewhat awkward, Youwei called out, "Bai Luo." Upon hearing her voice, Bai Luo's lifeless gaze flickered, and a glimmer of hope returned to his dim eyes. He looked towards the door, his eyes moistening as he cried out, Wei, you finally came." His heart-wrenching sobs rang out, repeatedly calling her name. Yet, to her surprise, Youwei felt no pang of sympathy. Instead, she was overcome with embarrassment, particularly with the police officer standing beside her. Standing at the threshold, she hesitated to enter. Chapter 98. Youwei visits Bai Luo at the police station. Youwei did not enter, yet Bai Luo staggered to the doorway. His gaze upon Youwei was akin to that of a lost soul encountering a divine savior. Overwhelmed with emotion, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Oh my," Wei sobbed. "I miss you so much. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is to be confined here alone? They made me sit in a specially designed chair, entirely made of iron. It's utterly frightening." As Bai Luo leaned closer, Youwei instinctively took a step back. She unconsciously placed her fingers on the tip of her nose, wrinkling it slightly, her eyes evasive and unwilling to meet Bai Luo's gaze directly. She replied in a detached manner, "It's good that you're all right." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's emotions nearly erupted. He raised his voice, fixing his intense stare on Youwei. Wei, what is wrong with you? Look at me. I certainly do not appear to be someone who is fine. You've never been inside here. You cannot fathom the terror of the interrogation room. I emerged from it trembling. A nearby officer, overhearing this, coldly admonished, "Lower your voice." The brevity of his command carried an air of authority. Instantly, Bai Luo fell silent, his previously uncontrolled emotions now quelled. Stealing a glance at the officer, he waited until the reprimand ceased before whispering to Youwei, Wei, please take me out of here. I cannot bear to stay even a second longer." Yet, faced with Bai Luo's hopeful yet fearful expression, Youwei remained silent. She pressed her lips together before coldly stating, "I did not come to take you out. The officer mentioned your pants are wet. I brought you a change of clothes." Bai Luo froze at her words, his expression momentarily blank. He stood stiffly, eventually forcing a smile that lacked warmth and said, "Please, don't joke with me, Wei. This isn't funny. I don't want to be here. I need to get out quickly. If I stay any longer, I will lose my sanity." The last part of his statement caught in his throat, revealing his distress. His eyes, filled with urgency, were fixed on Youwei, his fingers twisting the fabric of his clothing, his entire body trembling involuntarily. Youwei could perceive his anxiety and fear. She bit her lower lip in response. However, recalling how Bai Luo had brought himself to this low point, her resolve solidified. "I'm sorry, Bai Luo, but I cannot take you away. You must earnestly accept your punishment." Bai Luo deserved to face the law. Moreover, despite professing his affection for her, he had been incessantly harassing other women behind her back, an offense Youwei could not overlook. Love should be pure and sincere, selfless and unconditional, without expectation of reciprocation. When she first met Bai Luo, she believed he shared this understanding. However, after 5 years studying abroad, Bai Luo had changed. He no longer approached love with innocence, having sullied the beauty they once shared. What she had perceived as a mutually beneficial relationship with Jiang Yan was, in truth, the opposite. Jiang Yan was the one who genuinely loved her. As she gazed at the filthy Bai Luo before her, an image of Jiang Yan, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, standing handsomely before her, surfaced in her mind. In stark contrast to the disheveled figure of Bai Luo, a wave of disappointment washed over her. The disparity between the two was glaring. Why had she never noticed it before? Bai Luo's face paled as he absorbed Youwei's words. He stared at her, disbelief etched across his features. "Weiwei, please don't lie to me. I realize my mistakes. I'm apologizing to you now. I'm despicable for deceiving you. You can do whatever you wish when you return, hit me, scold me, anything. Please. Weiwei, hurry and take me out of here." His pleas were tinged with desperation. Seeing no change in Youwei's expression, Bai Luo felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and panic, unsure how to persuade her. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees before her. With a voice tinged with sorrow, he implored, "They say a man's kneeling is as valuable as gold. Weiwei, I've only knelt before my parents, and now I kneel to plead with you." In response, Youwei simply retrieved the clothes and tossed them to him. "I'm sorry, Bai Luo, but I truly cannot do this." Bai Luo gazed up, holding the garments, his eyes brimming with tears that finally cascaded down his cheeks. He wept silently, his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. At that moment, despair engulfed him. Upon returning to the country, he had naively believed he could effortlessly win Youwei over. Yet, he had not anticipated that Jiang Yan, an unassuming substitute, would obstruct his ambitions, causing Youwei's affections to shift. Regret flooded him. He should have acted decisively to erase Jiang Yan from existence. Yet now, all he could do was change his clothes and obediently remain in the small, dark room for the entire night. The following day, a lawyer arrived with documents to visit him. As Jiang Yan prepared to return to Tianhai City, he noticed 2 women seated in his business vehicle, one alluringly beautiful, the other exquisitely charming. Jiang Yan stood outside the car, rubbing his forehead in frustration. No wonder his departure had gone so smoothly that morning. They had been waiting in his vehicle all along. "President Mu," Jiang Yan murmured helplessly, then turned to the inside occupant, Su Yu, saying, "Su Yu, what are you doing in my car? Your brother's vehicle has ample space." To this, Su Yu blinked her captivating eyes and pouted playfully, "Humph, you're biased, Jiang Yan. You only want to drive me away, but I'm not the only one here." Ignoring her, Jiang Yan picked up his phone and remarked, "I'll call President Su to come and pick you up." Upon hearing this, Su Yu grew anxious, exclaiming, "Don't call, Jiang Yan. My brother left Beijing early this morning. He is likely halfway to his destination by now." Jiang Yan sighed internally as he set down his phone, musing about Su Xiangming's apparent nonchalance, despite his evident hostility toward him, allowing Su Yu to remain in his presence without concern. However, the truth was that Su Xiangming hadn't left on his own accord. Su Yu had insisted on waking him at 5 o'clock, forcibly compelling her brother to drive away. She had even threatened him that if he didn't leave, she would refuse to return to the Su family and would move out on her own. Reluctantly, Su Xiangming complied with his sister's demands and set off early that morning. As Jiang Yan grappled with the situation, Mu Wanzhou, seated beside him, spoke up. Her lips parted slightly. "Since Su Yu wishes to take this car, let us not make it difficult for her. We can take another." The other vehicle she referred to was undoubtedly the luxurious one she had driven to the capital with her driver. However, Jiang Yan remained silent, not responding. Mu Wanzhou's internal calculations were palpable. Enduring a 10-hour journey in close quarters with her would be exceedingly taxing for Jiang Yan. After a moment of contemplation, he politely replied, "Very well. I appreciate your fondness for this unremarkable business vehicle. Since you all wish to ride in it, I shall not decline." With that, Jiang Yan turned and took his place in the passenger seat, leaving Mu Wanzhou and Siyu to occupy the back row of the business car. Chapter 99, this time. I will love you well. Upon arriving in Tianhai City, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Jiang Yan first escorted Suyu and Mu Wanzhou to their respective homes. He then instructed the driver to return home by taxi while he himself drove to the apartment building he had purchased for Gu Xinyo. Just as Jiang Yan parked his car and prepared to enter the elevator, he was abruptly halted by Youwei, who rushed in at the last moment, forcing the doors to stay open. With a swift motion, she stepped into the elevator. Seeing Youwei's figure enter, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly. He had never disclosed the location of his newly acquired apartment to anyone. The fact that Youwei had found him here suggested something unsettling. Jiang Yan coldly inquired, Youwei, did you hire someone to investigate my address? Breathless from her hurried arrival, Youwei took a moment to catch her breath before meeting Jiang Yan's gaze. The chill in his tone caused a flicker of sadness to pass through her eyes. She softly explained, I went to your usual villa community. But no one answered the door, so I thought to come here. I didn't expect to find you here. Jiang Yan, why aren't you staying at the villa? Her tone unintentionally carried an air of condescension. Suddenly, she recalled the reason behind his purchase of the villa, the ridicule she endured as the esteemed daughter of the Yu family for dating a man of humble status. At that time, Jiang Yan resided in a modest 2-bedroom apartment. After she had expressed her grievances to him, Jiang Yan had excitedly invited her and their close friends to warm the new house just a month later. Yet, she could hardly remember her reaction to that moment. As Youwei reminisced, Jiang Yan's voice cut through her thoughts with a mocking tone. You've always lived a life of privilege, so you cannot fathom the thoughts of ordinary people. True, the villa is vast and luxurious, but it feels empty and devoid of life. I simply do not wish to live there. Youwei was momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening to suggest they could live together at her place. Yet the words seemed to choke in her throat. Perhaps it was her unwillingness to face another rejection from Jiang Yan. She, too, possessed her dignity. Jiang Yan, glancing at Youwei's expression, couldn't help but smirk derisively. As the elevator ascended, he casually asked, What brings you here at this hour? Shouldn't you be in the capital with your white moonlight? Snapping back to reality, Youwei quickly responded, I visited him last night. After a brief pause, she added hastily, But rest assured, I will not be with Bai Luo anymore. Jiang Yan, I still want to be with you. However, Jiang Yan's gaze turned frosty, his tone distant as he replied, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend, and I will not be indecisive like you. Miss you. As the elevator reached the designated floor, Jiang Yan pushed his suitcase forward, preparing to exit. Seeing this, Youwei stepped forward and grasped his arm. Jiang Yan, please give me another chance. This time, I will love you well. At that very moment, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Gu Xinyo, who had been waiting at the entrance. She was momentarily stunned upon seeing the two together. Jiang Yan frowned and shook off Youwei's grip, stepping out with his suitcase and wrapping his arm around Gu Xinyo's slender waist. It took Gu Xinyo a moment to react, offering to assist with the luggage. Let me help a bit. Here, take this. Jiang Yan naturally handed a small bag to Gu Xinyo, their interaction imbued with warmth. Watching the scene, Youwei's complexion turned pale. As the elevator doors began to close, she instinctively pressed the open button, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had believed Jiang Yan was merely playing with his new girlfriend, that he would eventually return to her. Yet, witnessing Jiang Yan and Gu Xinyo together shattered that illusion, causing her heart to ache painfully. With bitterness, she asked, Have you truly decided to be with her? Jiang Yan, affectionately holding Gu Xinyo, cast a cold glance at Youwei and retorted, What do you think, Youwei? Do you believe I'm toying with you, or that I cannot live without you? Mistakes lead to missed opportunities. The Jiang Yan of the past is gone, and I will not be foolish again. Youwei lowered her head, her spirit faltering. She could not fathom that he could so easily cast aside 5 years of love. Defiantly, she raised her gaze, biting her lip. I am better than her. Can we go back to 2 months ago? I promise I won't let you down again. As tears welled in her eyes, her voice choked. Jiang Yan, will you propose to me once more? I will accept, and this time, I will wear the ring and share our picture on social media to declare our love to our friends. In response to Youwei's desperate plea, Jiang Yan coldly replied, My girlfriend is right here, Youwei. Are you trying to sow discord between us, or do you wish to become the other woman? I'm sorry, but I possess a sound mind and will not share your warped perspective. With that, Jiang Yan took Gu Xinyo's hand and walked away, leaving Youwei feeling utterly defeated. Leaning against the elevator wall as her hand slipped from the button, pain etched across her face, she clutched her stomach, an ache simmering within. This morning. Upon learning that Jiang Yan had left the capital, she had rushed back to Tianhai City without even eating. Now, her stomach ailment resurfaced. Yet the one who used to care for her was no longer there. Why did she feel such profound suffering? Why was she so weary? Youwei's heart ached as she crumpled, unable to bear the weight of her despair, slowly collapsing within the confines of the elevator. Chapter 100. Bail for Bai Luo. Upon returning to the apartment, Gu Xinyo, who had remained silent, smiled gently at Jiang Yan and whispered, "I prepared dinner." Jiang Yan's lips curved into a smile as he raised his broad hand to affectionately ruffle her fluffy little head. "I happen to be hungry. Thank you, Yu. You're too kind." Soon after, the two of them entered the kitchen and sat down to enjoy their meal. Jiang Yan seemed unfazed by recent events, eating heartily. While Gu Xinyo paused after just a few bites, her gaze lowered and her spirits dampened. She was the type whose emotions were transparent, joy or sorrow. It was easy to discern. Setting down his utensils, Jiang Yan spoke softly. "You, don't worry. Our contract is still in place. I want to go back on my word." Hearing his reassurance, Gu Xinyo realized her emotional outburst and hurriedly took a few more bites. She attempted to mask her feelings, saying, I'm fine." Yet, deep down, she was troubled. The moment she spotted Youwei, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. Although she knew Jiang Yan was not the type to abandon someone, she feared that Youwei might take him away. She wanted nothing more than to remain by Jiang Yan's side, never leaving. With her eyes glistening, Gu Xinyo blinked at Jiang Yan. Sensing her unease, he sighed softly, fully understanding her concern about having witnessed him with Youwei in the elevator. Anyone in her position would have overthought the situation. Yet, all he could offer was a comforting embrace. "Don't think too much. I wouldn't foolishly choose Youwei again. That woman is someone I will never forgive in my life," Jiang Yan reassured her. Leaning against him, Gu Xinyo felt her mood lighten somewhat. Her lips trembled as she almost asked, "Then will you choose me?" However, after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained from voicing her question. She replied softly, burying her face deeper into him. When it was time for bed, Gu Xinyo gently tugged at Jiang Yan. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly said, "Don't go sleep in the guest room." I'm fine now." Jiang Yan glanced at her bowed head, chuckling softly before lifting Gu Xinyo into his arms. "All right," he said, and they headed straight for the master bedroom. In a state of despair, Bai Luo was confined in a dim room when a lawyer came to see him. He was uncertain of what the lawyer discussed with the police, but he heard the officer say, "You've been granted bail. You can come out now." Bai Luo's dull gaze flickered with a glimmer of hope. "Really? Is it true? Can I leave?" he asked incredulously. The officer rolled his eyes, while the lawyer smiled amiably. "Indeed, I'm here to take you out." Unfamiliar with the lawyer, Bai Luo followed him to the car and inquired, "Hello, are you sent by Weiwei?" The lawyer shook his head, replying, "You were bailed out by Mr. Yang." Bai Luo was taken aback. It was Yang Xinrui who had helped him. It was truly unexpected. They had only known each other for a few days, yet this woman had provided him with such significant assistance. Joy surged within Bai Luo, and he felt immensely grateful to Yang Xinrui. He must hold on to this opportunity tightly. However, upon thinking of Youwei, his mood darkened. He had so humbly pleaded with her, yet she had shown no regard for his well-being, even pretending to deliver clothes to him. He scoffed at her feigned kindness. The humiliation he endured yesterday would surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. Bai Luo thought gloomily, clenching his fists involuntarily. But right now, he needed to meet Yang Xinrui. Thus, Bai Luo ingratiated himself with the lawyer, asking, "Excuse me, what is your surname?" "Li," the lawyer replied. "Mr. Li, where is Yang Jia now? Could you drive me to her?" Li Heng seemed to have anticipated this, responding leisurely, "Mr. Yang said you cannot see her for the time being. You're currently embroiled in negative press, and if the paparazzi catch wind of it, it could affect her reputation." Bai Luo nodded in understanding. Yes. Indeed, he was already mired in scandal, and whether he could debut as a star was uncertain. Meeting Yang Xinrui now would only endanger her. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Li Heng retrieving a package from the front seat. Upon opening it, he found a set of black clothing along with a pair of glasses, a mask, and a hat. Li Heng instructed, "Wear this outfit, and you can go directly back to Tianhai City, back to Youwei." Bai Luo took out the clothes, puzzled. Why? He felt he had lost his grip on Youwei, and returning to please her seemed futile. It was better to cling tightly to his new benefactor. Li Heng replied, "Mr. Yang's investment cooperation with Huan Yu isn't finalized yet. She helped you today, and you should assist her in return." Bai Luo nodded, realizing the implication. This could work. He could support Yang Xinrui while continuing to flatter Youwei. After all, one must not put all their eggs in one basket. Yesterday's experience. When Youwei ignored his pleas for help, was a prime example of that. Li Heng drove him to the high-speed rail station, handing him a ticket. After changing into the new clothes, Bai Luo lowered his hat and nervously navigated through the crowd. Released? Su Xiangming was on his way home when he received a phone call. He could not discern what was said on the other end, but his eyes darkened. A cold smile crept onto his face as he said, "Arrange for a few brothers in Tianhai City to welcome him properly." After hanging up, his gaze turned ominous. He had no time to investigate who had bailed Bai Luo, nor did he care. It was likely Youwei, caught up in her emotions. Yet, whoever it was, they would not escape unscathed for harming his sister. Tianhai City was the main stronghold of the Su family, quite different from the capital. In the capital, he had to be cautious. He could not act recklessly. But here, Su Xiangming sneered, his eyes growing ever colder. When Youwei awoke again, she found herself in a hospital bed. Before she could ponder her situation, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Weiwei, you're finally awake. I was so worried," Bai Luo said anxiously, his voice barely above a whisper. As she turned her head, she saw him clad entirely in black, his figure obscured. Youwei frowned, struggling to recognize him. "Bai Luo?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Bai Luo quickly gestured for silence. "Shoo, lower your voice, Weiwei. I'm currently being criticized by all the netizens. I can't be recognized. If they spot me, it would be disastrous." Youwei gazed at him in astonishment, confusion swirling in her mind. How did Bai Luo get out? How did he return to Tianhai City? Recalling the previous night when he had tearfully begged her for help, only to be met with her cold rejection, she wondered. Didn't he harbor resentment towards her? As she looked at Bai Luo, who was filled with concern for her, guilt washed over Youwei. Chapter 101. Taking action, Bai Luo observed the shame etched upon Youwei's face and could not help but chuckle darkly within. This was precisely the reaction he sought. The more guilt she felt towards him, the more control he could exert over her. Yet, the humiliation he endured at the police station the previous night would be forever imprinted upon his memory. One day, he vowed to reclaim his dignity at Youwei's expense. Beneath the brim of his hat, his eyes darkened with resolve. From this moment forth, he would alter his strategy, no longer seeking resources from Youwei. Instead, he intended to shift from a passive role to an assertive one, subtly persuading her to transfer her shares in Huanyu Media to him. He aimed to seize all of Youwei's resources entirely. With a smirk, he envisioned a time when he could trample her underfoot before discarding her once he had grown weary of the game. Bai Luo reveled in his clandestine triumph, aware that his capabilities alone would not suffice to swallow Huanyu Media whole. Therefore, he required the assistance of Yang Xinrui. Earlier, in the car, he had gleaned from Lawyer Li's words that Yang Xinrui needed him to act as her eyes and ears beside Youwei, and he, in turn, required her support. Their mutual dependence was fortuitous, an alliance forged in necessity. As he lay beside the hospital bed, contemplating his scheme, Youwei's voice broke through his reverie. Laced with confusion, "Bai Luo, how did you get out?" Bai Luo returned to the moment, his gaze betraying a hint of sorrow and grievance. "Weiwei, I told you I was framed, ensnared in someone's trap, yet you still refuse to believe me." Youwei's expression faltered, her eyes darting away. Prior to Bai Luo's visit, she had steadfastly clung to her belief that he had threatened and harassed several young girls, and he must face the consequences. After all, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. There could be no doubt. However, Bai Luo's unexpected release compelled her to reconsider her previously unwavering stance. Youwei struggled to articulate a response, feeling at a loss for how to face him. After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered, "I'm sorry." Her heart brimmed with remorse, oblivious to the fact that Bai Luo had not directly addressed her question. Sensing that he had achieved his objective, Bai Luo feigned nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively. With a fabricated smile, he said, "It's all right. It's all in the past now. I don't hold it against you, but Weiwei, you must believe me from now on." Youwei looked at him, surprised by his lack of resentment and his comforting demeanor. She blinked, feeling a twinge of emotion. "All right, I believe you," she whispered softly. Yet, this declaration did not signify her choice of Bai Luo. To her, he remained her most significant friend, even more important than family. In matters of love, she still hoped to be with Jiang Yan. After 5 years of romance, she had grown accustomed to his presence. As a boyfriend and a potential life partner, Jiang Yan was irreplaceable. Reflecting on the men she had encountered, Youwei concluded that Jiang Yan was indeed the more admirable choice, and she felt a flutter of attraction toward him, particularly when she had twice caught sight of him in loose sleepwear, revealing his strong physique. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and her heart raced. Suddenly, she recalled Gu Xinyo, who had been comfortably nestled against Jiang Yan in the elevator. The pleasant mood she had felt darkened considerably. Gu Xinyo was an obstacle in her pursuit of Jiang Yan. Perhaps it was time for her to take decisive action. Meanwhile, the silent Bai Luo was also concocting his own schemes. He leaned closer to Youwei and whispered, "Wei Wei, I'm facing some difficulties at the moment. Could you lend me a hand?" The warmth of his breath brushed against Youwei's cheek, prompting her to instinctively turn away, a frown creasing her brow. Even though she chose to trust Bai Luo, she still felt averse to his proximity. Such instinctive reactions could not be easily altered. "What difficulties? Just tell me, and I'll do my best to help," she replied. Bai Luo noticed her reluctance, a cold smirk forming beneath his mask. He outwardly feigned delight, stating, "The public opinion online has turned against those women. Sai, I understand that even you cannot reverse the tide of public sentiment, but I've come to terms with it. Any publicity is still publicity. Once the storm passes, I can rise again." Then, he hesitated, embarrassment creeping into his voice. "The thing is, I'm currently unable to secure advertising collaborations, and I have no means to earn money. At this moment, I am completely broke, Wei Wei. Could you perhaps offer me some financial assistance?" Upon hearing Bai Luo's plight, Youwei readily agreed. As someone in the industry, she empathized with his struggles. She understood the challenges he faced. As his employer, it was only natural for her to extend a helping hand. "Not a problem. I'll inform the finance department in advance. Just tell them how much you need," she offered. "Wonderful. Now I can finally secure my living expenses. Thank you, Wei Wei." Bai Luo expressed his gratitude, masking his ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to Youwei, her willingness to assist him would later add to her troubles when her company faced adversity. After Youwei finished her 4 drip, she summoned a driver to pick them up. While waiting, she decided to grab a bite at a nearby porridge shop. After enjoying a warm bowl of porridge and taking the stomach medication prescribed by her doctor, she felt her spirits lift. Just then, the driver arrived. As Youwei got into the car, she noticed Bai Luo standing still and asked, "Bai Luo, aren't you coming with us?" Bai Luo calmly fabricated an excuse, "Wei Wei, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be joining you. Besides, as a blacklisted artist, it wouldn't be good for you if I was seen with you." Youwei pondered his words and ultimately agreed. She then transferred some money to him, saying, "Just be careful if you're taking a taxi." "Okay." Bai Luo waved goodbye, watching her depart before his smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. He turned away, heading towards another destination. The humiliation inflicted by the Su family was far from over. He was not one to be easily bullied. Everyone had their connections. Thus, his other matters involved seeking out Lu Chang. However, as he awaited a taxi, a group of men silently approached from behind and surrounded him, dragging him into a nearby alley. Chapter 102. Fill in the check amount casually. "Leaving Jiang Yan near Bai Luo, aren't you?" A burly man with dark skin and tattoos covering his arms contemptuously inquired of Bai Luo. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Luo's heart immediately filled with trepidation. Observing the group of ruffians, he could almost infer their malicious intent. The Lu Chang he sought was akin to these individuals, who engaged in sordid, shady dealings. Thus, he hastily capitulated, saying, "Big brother, you have mistaken me. I am not." The man who spoke initially exchanged glances with his companions, and soon, a cacophony of laughter erupted. One of the newcomers produced a phone, comparing it to a photograph. Raising an eyebrow, "Looks like it's him. Heh, not bad in person, a delicate little pretty boy." This score 1 be a loss for the brothers. At this, Bai Luo felt a jolt of alarm. He instinctively hunched down, desperately trying to appease the group. "Big brothers, you truly have the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary passerby. Please let me go. If it's money you want, I have it, all on my phone. I'll give it all to you." As he spoke, Bai Luo hastily retrieved his phone. However, upon noticing that the group completely disregarded his device, their ravenous eyes fixated on his body. He was paralyzed by fear and fell to his knees. He relinquished his phone, sobbing, "I'll give you everything valuable I possess. I'll tell you the screen password and payment password." He divulged the passwords, but the leader merely chuckled. "We're not here to rob you, little brother. We just want to have a bit of fun." As the group advanced towards Bai Luo, he collapsed onto the ground. "No, please don't." He whimpered softly, but his pleas were drowned out by the oppressive presence surrounding him. When he attempted to call for help using his phone, he realized it had already been discarded. His sole hope for rescue vanished. Trembling uncontrollably, Bai Luo closed his eyes, his heart heavy with despair. In foreign lands, people often exhibit an open disposition. While reveling in a bar abroad, he had encountered someone who approached him. Out of curiosity and a desire for thrill, he had consented to that encounter but found it to be less than pleasant. However, it made him acutely aware that refusing these loathsome perverts could lead to dire consequences. As his clothing was gradually stripped away, Bai Luo clenched his eyes shut, his face paling, teeth gritted in defiance. He vowed that once this night passed, he would uncover the identity of the one who orchestrated this ordeal. He would go to any lengths to make that person suffer beyond endurance. The following day, while Gu Xinyo was resting in the school library, a friend request appeared on her WeChat. "I am Youwei. I would like to speak with you." Taken aback by the message, Gu Xinyo stared in disbelief for a long moment before blinking and focusing on the friend request. She silently pressed her lips together and then clicked to accept. "Xinyo, what's wrong?" Su Shuang, noticing Gu Xinyo's unease, asked with concern. "It's nothing," Gu Xinyo replied, putting her phone away and shaking her head. Previously, she would share everything with Su Shuang, but this time, she wished to keep it private, causing Su Shuang's probing to falter. Gu Xinyo looked at Su Shuang and said softly, Shuang, "I might have to leave school for a while this afternoon and won't be able to eat with you." Normally, they would have lunch together in the school cafeteria. But today Youwei had requested to meet off campus. Su Shuang, observing Gu Xinyo's troubled demeanor, sighed slightly and said, "It's fine, don't worry about me. Go do what you need to do." At 12 o'clock, the end of class, Gu Xinyo left the school following the address provided by Youwei. However, her lack of perception led her to overlook the fact that Su Shuang had stealthily followed behind her. Upon entering Starbucks, Gu Xinyo spotted Youwei, who was already seated and waiting. Youwei had made a special effort to present herself beautifully today, clad in a pale yellow short skirt paired with knee-high boots. She showcased her long and slender legs. Around her elegant neck lay a lavish necklace, and her delicate wrist adorned with a translucent glass bracelet. With meticulously applied makeup and cascading waves of hair, she resembled a star descended from the screen. Gu Xinyo glanced down at her own attire, plain and unremarkable in stark contrast to Youwei's glamorous appearance. Pressing her lips together, she took a seat. Youwei feigned elegance as she smiled and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Yet, Gu Xinyo's expression remained impassive. She replied flatly, "Thank you. I'll just have plain water." At this, Youwei's face briefly stiffened before she swiftly regained her composure, smiling as she said, "Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. I warned you at the banquet to stay away from Jiang Yan. It seems you didn't take my words seriously." Gu Xinyo calmly shook her head, asserting, "No. It's a matter between Jiang Yan and me. If he chooses to end it, then I will leave." Seeing Gu Xinyo unwavering in her stance, Youwei's gaze turned icy. "You're living comfortably beside Jiang Yan. Perhaps I underestimated how much you're enjoying it." The million I mentioned before was indeed an understatement. With that, she tossed a transfer check onto the table in front of Gu Xinyo, arrogantly commanding, "Fill in any amount up to 5 million and take this check. Then get out." Initially, she had intended to be ruthless and offer 10 million. But due to her company's financial difficulties and the pending investment from Youwei, she could only grudgingly offer 5 million to persuade Gu Xinyo to leave Jiang Yan. 5 million is no trifling sum. Despite her assertiveness, Youwei could not help but feel a pang of regret as she uttered those words. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyo remained unperturbed. Glancing at the check on the table, Youwei could not resist a taunt. "You may not understand, but despite being merely a piece of paper, it bears my company's seal and my signature, granting it genuine legal validity." Chapter 103. What are you? Arrogance in the face of insult confronted with Youwei's derision. Gu Xinyo displayed no visible reaction, her countenance devoid of extraneous emotion. The 5 million she offered held no allure for Gu Xinyo. Her needs were modest. The promise made to Jiang Yan had stemmed from her grandmother's urgent requirement for treatment in a reputable hospital. Now that her grandmother's condition had stabilized, the monthly sum of 100,000 provided by Jiang Yan sufficed, leaving her with no need for excess. With serene composure, Gu Xinyo slid the transfer check across the table toward Youwei, her gaze unwavering, exuding neither subservience nor arrogance. "I am aware of your wealth," she stated calmly, "but I have already provided my answer." Youwei's expression contorted slightly at the sight of the check, feeling as though her dignity had been affronted. Anger simmered within her as she glared at Gu Xinyo. Observing Gu Xinyo's tranquil demeanor only fueled her frustration, a fire igniting in her chest that she could not extinguish. Very well, Youwei replied icily, but your pretentiousness is futile here. Jiang Yan is not present. Who are you trying to impress? Taken aback by Youwei's sudden fury, Gu Xinyo furrowed her brows, struggling to comprehend the underlying meaning of her words. At that moment, a server arrived with a meticulously prepared latte. Youwei cast a cold glance at the drink, neglecting to offer even a token of gratitude. She lifted the cup and took a slow sip. Attempting to dissipate her inner turmoil, Gu Xinyo, observing her, felt a momentary jolt of surprise, her usually placid eyes betraying a flicker of unusual emotion. She had never been one to conceal her thoughts, and her feelings were laid bare for Youwei to see. The latter noticed Gu Xinyo's gaze fixated on her fingers and could not help but smirk, her anger morphing into a sense of triumph. Extending her hand, she deliberately flaunted her ring before Gu Xinyo's eyes, a grin gracing her lips as she asked, "Is it not beautiful?" Gu Xinyo, however, turned pale. Her attention riveted on the ring, rendered speechless. Youwei, reveling in her discomfort, continued to boast, "Oh, I apologize, but though you admire my diamond ring, it cannot be yours, for..." She paused deliberately, allowing Gu Xinyo's anticipation to build before continuing. "This is the ring Jiang Yan intended to give me when he proposed." Witnessing a subtle shift in Gu Xinyo's demeanor, Youwei felt a surge of satisfaction as she observed the pain etched across her features. She had discerned Gu Xinyo's vulnerability, a woman, particularly a university student, who forsook her studies to pursue men, masquerading as a relationship while bartering her youthful integrity for financial gains. The realization that Gu Xinyo had developed feelings for Jiang Yan cast a shadow over Youwei's elation. Gu Xinyo, after a long silence, finally shifted her gaze away, her voice strained as she asserted, "What you say bears no relevance to me." Indeed, Jiang Yan's actions were his own, and she could not dictate whom he bestowed rings upon. Yet, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her, her eyes reddening as she contemplated the discomfort sparked by Youwei's ring. When she heard that Jiang Yan had intended to propose, it felt as though a weight had lodged itself in her chest, suffocating her. Youwei, observing Gu Xinyo's stricken expression, should have felt triumphant. Yet an undercurrent of irritation began to disturb her. Remembering her purpose for meeting Gu Xinyo that day, she quelled her rising agitation and stated, "What I've said is indeed pertinent to you, as you serve as a pawn in the quarrel between Jiang Yan and me." The term pawn struck Gu Xinyo with the force of a dagger, rendering her ashen. The earlier humiliation inflicted by the check had been inconsequential, but these few words pierced her deeply. Recalling Jiang Yan's reassurances, she feebly protested, "I am not." But Youwei had already recognized her weakness and continued to mock her. "You know best whether that is true. You should remember how devoted Jiang Yan was to me. He fretted over the slightest injury to my finger, rushing to disinfect it for fear of infection." As Youwei reminisced about her moments with Jiang Yan, she reveled in the opportunity to flaunt her experiences, embellishing tales of when she had developed gastritis from frequenting bars, prompting Jiang Yan to learn how to prepare nourishing congee specifically for her. Gu Xinyo stood in stunned silence, realizing that the congee she had enjoyed was a product of Jiang Yan's care for Youwei's health. Her gaze fell, and a sense of suffocation enveloped her. Meanwhile, Youwei's enjoyment grew as she continued to elaborate on Jiang Yan's attentiveness, asserting, "Thus, you should understand now, Jiang Yan will never harbor feelings for you. You are merely a tool to provoke me." With that, Youwei tossed a cash check at Gu Xinyo, her demeanor haughty as she declared, "What I said still stands. If you possess any self-awareness, take the check and leave Jiang Yan. Otherwise, you will end up with neither money nor Jiang Yan." In the face of Youwei's aggressive words, Gu Xinyo sat in silence, seemingly oblivious to her taunts, her gaze lowered as she remained immobile. Deep down, however, her thoughts were tumultuous. Youwei's words had scarcely registered. Under the table, she clenched her hands, inhaling deeply to regain her composure before looking up to meet Youwei's gaze. "I stand by my previous answer." At her words, fury ignited within Youwei, who stood abruptly and hurled the check at Gu Xinyo's face, her eyes ablaze with rage. "Who do you think you are, to be so presumptuous?" Just as Youwei prepared to escalate the confrontation, an unexpected figure emerged, stepping protectively in front of Gu Xinyo. Chapter 104. Gu Xinyo wept. Su Shuang extended her arms protectively in front of Gu Xinyo, addressing Youwei without a hint of courtesy. "Hey, what do you think you are doing? Let me tell you, just because Xinyo seems easy to bully, it does not mean you can act recklessly. I will not allow you to succeed." Gu Xinyo, upon seeing her best friend's silhouette, was momentarily taken aback. Rising to her feet, she placed her hand on Su Shuangshuang's shoulder, her voice laced with surprise. Shuangshuang, how did you end up here? Su Shuangshuang, upon hearing this, wrinkled her nose in anger. If I hadn't secretly followed you, you would have been bullied beyond measure by now. You never seem to know how to stand up for yourself. Hearing Su Shuangshuang's words warmed Gu Xinyo's heart, alleviating some of the suffocating discomfort within her chest. She leaned in close to Su Shuangshuang and whispered an apology. I'm sorry. However, instead of feeling pleased, Su Shuangshuang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her dear friend truly was a source of endless concern. What was there to apologize for? She wished to see Gu Xinyo not apologizing, but rather standing her ground against others. Meanwhile, Youwei, observing their exchange, deduced without needing Su Shuangshuang to declare her identity that this sudden arrival was indeed Gu Xinyo's close friend. Considering she had summoned Gu Xinyo only to have an outsider show up, Youwei's gaze grew colder. As she set her cup down with deliberate ease, she reflected on the fact that she had uncovered Gu Xinyo's vulnerability, thus rendering her own purpose for today not a failure. With a frosty tone, Youwei remarked to Gu Xinyo and her friend, Jiang Yan, with his current status, would never look down on you, nor would he ever develop feelings for you. I give you 1 week to break up with him. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Having uttered these words, Youwei grabbed her bag, lifted her chin, tossed her hair with a flourish, and departed with an air of arrogance, leaving Gu Xinyo standing there, pale as a ghost. Su Shuangshuang, concerned, gently patted her friend and asked softly, Are you all right, Xinyo? Gu Xinyo, her face drained of color, shook her head, even as she attempted to feign composure. It was evident to any discerning eye that she was fraught with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Su Shuangshuang urged, Come with me. She led Gu Xinyo to a secluded spot beneath a tree within the school grounds. During their walk, she couldn't help but speculate. She was acutely aware of Gu Xinyo's slow-to-warm personality, especially regarding matters of the heart. Thus, she had never imagined her friend could fall for her benefactor as depicted in melodramatic television dramas. Yet, it seemed that Gu Xinyo had genuinely developed feelings. Straight to the point, Su Shuangshuang inquired, Have you fallen for your benefactor? Gu Xinyo blinked, stumbling over her words. I don't think so. In truth, the sting of Youwei's words had unsettled her deeply. Now faced with Su Shuangshuang's direct questioning, she felt a rush of panic. However, Su Shuangshuang, noticing the telltale signs of guilt in Gu Xinyo's demeanor, became increasingly convinced of her suspicions. It was over. Su Shuangshuang felt a wave of sorrow for her friend. She knew Jiang Yan was an exceptional man, but the likelihood of Gu Xinyo ending up with him was exceedingly slim. Perhaps, in the end, it would be Gu Xinyo who would suffer the most. With a serious expression, Su Shuangshuang cautioned, Xinyo, you cannot develop feelings for him while you still have time. Seal off your heart. He is a wealthy capitalist, belonging to a different social stratum than ours. A relationship between you two is impossible. Yet, upon hearing Su Shuangshuang's words, Gu Xinyo felt her eyes welling with tears. Her voice, soft yet resolute, replied, I don't want to. It was one thing for Youwei to suggest she distance herself from Jiang Yan, given her past as his girlfriend. But for her trusted best friend to echo such sentiments was disheartening. Gu Xinyo's eyes glistened with tears as they cascaded down her delicate cheeks, leaving clear trails behind. Su Shuangshuang was taken aback, having never witnessed Gu Xinyo so heartbroken. Standing before her friend, she felt utterly at a loss. Xinyo, please don't cry. That wasn't my intention. Oh dear. Su Shuangshuang lamented as she lightly smacked her forehead in frustration. Gu Xinyo remained silent, blinking through her tears, which continued to flow freely, looking at Su Shuangshuang with a mix of grievance and helplessness. In a flurry of apologies, Su Shuangshuang said, Xinyo, I'm sorry. I spoke too hastily and didn't consider your feelings. Please stop crying. It pains me to see you like this. I'm truly sorry. Gu Xinyo was making a genuine effort to control her emotions, yet Su Shuangshuang had inadvertently touched upon her most sensitive issue. The tears would not cease. Listening to Su Shuangshuang's words, filled with regret and empathy, Gu Xinyo came to realize that her friend was truly concerned for her well-being. Taking the tissue offered by Su Shuangshuang, Gu Xinyo dabbed at her tear-streaked face. After some time, her emotions began to stabilize somewhat. Her voice still quivered as she confessed. Shuangshuang, I'm not blaming you. I simply cannot control my feelings. I understand, Su Shuangshuang soothed gently, brushing aside Gu Xinyo's disheveled bangs. Once Gu Xinyo had calmed down, Su Shuangshuang could not suppress her curiosity any longer. Xinyo, do you like him? I don't know, Gu Xinyo replied. A hint of worry etched on her face. She had always perceived love as something distant, never having experienced the feeling of affection herself. Now, as the one embroiled in it, she felt utterly confused. Meanwhile, Su Shuangshuang, as an observer, suddenly grasped the truth. Gu Xinyo was indeed genuinely smitten. However, being so close to the situation, Gu Xinyo remained oblivious to it. Realizing this, Su Shuangshuang softened her earlier stance. If Xinyo had fallen for him, there was no turning back. She could not inflict further heartache upon her friend. Rather than dampening Xinyo's spirits, it would be wiser to encourage her to follow her heart. As a true friend, she ought to instill more confidence in Gu Xinyo. Therefore, Su Shuangshuang declared, your current state of mind indicates, without a doubt, that you have indeed developed feelings for him. Gu Xinyo blinked in response, her lips curving into a faint smile involuntarily. Su Shuangshuang noted this reaction and, with a gentle sigh, urged her, Xinyo, since you like him, then go ahead and confess your feelings. Chapter 105. Seize the initiative. The phrase caught Gu Xinyo off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Once she comprehended the meaning behind those words, a noticeable blush crept onto her fair cheeks. Hesitantly, she murmured, but, I can't. Su Shuangshuang observed her, instinctively understanding the source of her hesitation. Yet, ever astute, Su Shuangshuang placed her hands reassuringly on Gu Xinyo's shoulders, earnestly analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. My dear, do not dismiss yourself so readily. If you continue to harbor feelings for him in silence, he will remain oblivious, treating you merely as a contract girlfriend. Ultimately, it is you who will suffer. It would be wiser to express your feelings now and gauge his reaction, allowing you to plan your next steps accordingly. Gu Xinyo listened intently, her eyes flickering with contemplation. Despite Su Shuangshuang's counsel, she remained indecisive. But, can I really ask him? To her, Jiang Yan was akin to a benefactor, providing her with both financial support and warmth, which was already more than enough. The thought of confessing her feelings was beyond her imagination, as she feared it might create an impression of entitlement similar to that of Youwei. Upon hearing her concerns, Su Shuangshuang lowered her head, stroking her chin thoughtfully. It indeed seemed a bit abrupt. Thus, she inquired, how does he treat you during your interactions? Quite well, Gu Xinyo replied after a pause. Very well. What do you mean by well? Is he attentive and caring in everyday life, or? Su Shuangshuang hesitated briefly before directly asking, to what extent has your relationship developed? Surely, you are not still merely contract lovers? Has he ever touched you? If their closeness was merely superficial, it was unlikely for Gu Xinyo to harbor genuine feelings. Observing her reaction, Su Shuangshuang realized she had underestimated the situation. This was no mere infatuation. Gu Xinyo was clearly falling deeply. Upon being questioned, Gu Xinyo's ears flushed crimson. Her long lashes fluttered, and her gaze fell, unable to meet Su Shuangshuang's eyes. Stammering, she murmured, well, Gu Xinyo struggled to articulate her thoughts, prompting Su Shuangshuang to curse inwardly. Realizing the situation was more serious than anticipated, she felt a mix of frustration and envy. Recognizing that the sweet and innocent Gu Xinyo had already ventured into realms of womanhood that she herself had yet to experience. However, this was not the time for such reflections. She had a pressing matter to address. Su Shuangshuang boldly asked, have you and your benefactor been intimate? With a shy nod and a barely audible voice, Gu Xinyo confirmed. All right. Then, Su Shuangshuang exhaled heavily. Given this, you must express your feelings to him. You are merely pretending to be a couple, yet he has breached the contract by being intimate with you. This is a significant matter regarding your emotions. It cannot be overlooked. Su Shuangshuang earnestly urged her, outlining a plan. After confessing to your benefactor, if he shows no feelings for you, we shall not linger. We will simply demand a breach of contract fee and part ways. However, if he does not seem averse and is even open to considering it, I believe you have a chance. We can continue as his girlfriend, but whether you remain a fake girlfriend depends on how your feelings evolve. I thank you. Su Shuangshuang's gaze wandered over Gu Xinyo, revealing an enigmatic intent. Gu Xinyo, captivated by her words, anxiously queried, Shuangshuang, what do you think? I believe you need to take the initiative. That will enhance your chances. With your beauty and figure, if you showcase yourself and add some charm, he will undoubtedly be drawn to you, allowing you to seize the initiative. This is the most advantageous decision for you. Gu Xinyo blinked, her innocence shining through as she questioned, what charm? How do I seize the initiative? Su Shuangshuang offered a mysterious smile. Of course, come here, let me explain. Thus, one lacking in practical experience, but brimming with theoretical knowledge. Su Shuangshuang crouched beneath a concealed tree, instructing the inexperienced yet naive Gu Xinyo on how to take the initiative and wield control over the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Youwei, having delivered her final warning to Gu Xinyo, returned to the company. She opened the stock monitoring software and was met with a sea of red numbers on her computer screen. The current state of the stock market was exceptionally favorable, with the entire market on the rise. However, upon checking her own stocks, she found only Huanyu Media still in decline, albeit at a slower pace. Watching her competitors start off with gains left Youwei feeling quite discontented. Consumed by envy, she reassured herself, "It's all right. In a few days, with Yang Xinrui's investment, my stock prices will surely rebound." Opening Weibo, she discovered that Bailuo's scandalous headlines still lingered atop the trending list. Furthermore, Bailuo had not shown up for work that day. Understanding that he was likely avoiding public spaces due to the surrounding controversy, she dialed his number. When the call connected, an unsettling silence greeted her. "Bailuo?" she called out, concerned. Wei. A hoarse and raspy voice startled her. "Oh my. Bailuo, what happened to your voice?" At that moment, Bailuo lay in bed, struggling to swallow. His throat ached so intensely that speaking felt like 1,000 blades slicing through it, making even uttering a single coherent sentence a challenge. "Cold," he managed to rasp. Yet, whether it was indeed a cold causing his hoarseness, only Bailuo himself was aware. Youwei instinctively inquired, "Where are you now?" "In the dorm." "Don't move. I'm coming to find you." Without hesitation, Youwei sprang to her feet and headed for the door. However, the next moment, Bailuo's urgent, hoarse voice reached her ears. "No, don't come." Chapter 106. The fractured Bailuo. Yet Bailuo's refusal not only proved ineffectual, but rather intensified Youwei's determination to visit him in the dormitory. When the knock on Bailuo's door resonated, a wave of despair surged within him. At that moment, he lay feebly on his bed, his body almost immobile. Any movement would aggravate the wounds upon him, causing excruciating pain. With a hoarse and swollen throat, Bailuo shouted toward the door, "Do not enter." However, as the knocking grew louder and more insistent, Youwei outside became increasingly anxious. She attempted to turn the doorknob and, to her surprise, it opened effortlessly. Stunned for a moment, she stepped inside. "Bailuo, how are you?" Youwei approached to assess his condition. Upon witnessing the door swing open, Bailuo inwardly cursed himself for his weakness. In his agony, he had forgotten to lock the door. Fortunately, he was covered by a blanket, snugly wrapped from the neck down, concealing any signs of his distress. As Youwei drew nearer, Bailuo struggled to speak. I am fine." Hearing his raspy and unpleasant voice, Youwei's concern deepened. "Please do not speak. Is your throat all right?" Observing his flushed complexion and fatigued demeanor, it seemed that his condition was graver than she had anticipated. "Why don't I take you to the hospital? Lying here won't cure you," she suggested. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Bailuo immediately shook his head in refusal, his lips turning pale. "All right, if you do not wish to go, shall I fetch some medicine instead?" The warmth of Youwei's concern touched Bailuo, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. He nodded in agreement. Youwei hurried to the pharmacy, and upon her return, Bailuo remained in his previous position, motionless. Aside from purchasing medicine for his cold and throat, she had also acquired some light, smooth porridge. Considering Bailuo's throat would not permit him to speak, she gently inquired, "You haven't eaten, have you?" "I bought porridge. Should I help you sit up?" "It would be better to eat something before taking your medicine." With that, Youwei approached the bedside, intending to lift the blanket to assist him. However, Bailuo dared not allow her to touch him. If the blanket were to be disturbed, the marks beneath it would be revealed, shattering the carefully maintained facade he had upheld before her. Moreover, it was an embarrassing matter that he could not bear for Youwei to discover. Where would his dignity and self-respect reside if she were to learn of it? Thus, Bailuo clutched the blanket tightly, unwilling to let go. Wei, no." Upon seeing the tears welling in Bailuo's eyes and the intense rejection reflected in his gaze, Youwei ceased her insistence. She turned to retrieve the throat lozenges she had purchased, stating, "Surely, you can take this. It will soothe your throat." Hearing her words, Bailuo reluctantly opened his mouth, and a refreshing minty flavor enveloped him. The sharp pain that felt akin to swallowing shards of glass began to dissipate. "Thank you," he murmured softly. Youwei smiled gently, settling beside him. As Bailuo observed Youwei caring for him, an inexplicable warmth enveloped his heart. When one is solitary and unwell, beset by relentless pressures and hardships, Their inner fragility is laid bare. Bai Luo found himself in such a state. In the brief span of a few days, he had endured relentless online vitriol, a night spent in police custody, and the torment of a crowd. Both his body and spirit had suffered tremendous blows. Thus, as he lay alone in his dormitory, the sudden presence of someone who cared deeply for him stirred the tenderness he had long hidden within. Unable to restrain himself, Bai Luo reached out and grasped Youwei's hand tightly. In that moment, he yearned to place her hand against his face, to feel the warmth radiating from her touch. Yet he refrained, for the marks upon his wrist betrayed his suffering. Wei, thank you. Bai Luo silently mouthed, his eyes reflecting his reliance on her. Miraculously, he sensed a reduction in his pain. With this newfound support, a smile graced his lips, and he blissfully closed his eyes. After a night devoid of sleep, yet reluctant to surrender to slumber, he gradually drifted into a dream. Meanwhile, Youwei, seated at the edge of the bed, bit her lip, discreetly withdrawing her hand. Although witnessing Bai Luo's illness stirred her heart with concern, she felt a certain discomfort with the physical contact. She understood that to mend her relationship with Jiang Yan, she must maintain distance from other men. Thus, her care for Bai Luo could extend only to this point. Suddenly, Youwei recalled the scene of Bai Luo clutching the blanket, adamantly resisting her assistance. Perhaps it was curiosity or some other impulse that compelled her. She could not help but subtly lift a corner of the blanket. When Jiang Yan arrived at Tianhai University to collect Gu Xinyo, he noticed her eyes were red. What happened? He inquired, glancing at her. Once in the car, Gu Xinyo lowered her gaze, murmuring, "It's nothing. Just some sand got into my eye." She clumsily fabricated a lie, instinctively wishing to shield Jiang Yan from the knowledge of her meeting with Youwei that day. Jiang Yan remained silent for a few seconds, choosing not to expose her falsehood, seamlessly shifting the topic. "Let us go to the supermarket to buy some supplies. We need to restock the house with some essentials, along with some meat and vegetables." "Okay," Gu Xinyo replied obediently, relieved that Jiang Yan did not pursue the previous subject. Her anxious heart eased slightly. She was not adept at deceit and naively believed she had successfully evaded the matter. Subsequently, the two arrived at a large supermarket. Gu Xinyo pushed the cart, selecting ingredients in the vegetable section, yet her mind wandered, causing her to mistakenly choose several items. In the fresh produce section, she even confused ribs with backbones. Fortunately, a supermarket assistant inquired again, preventing her from making a blunder. The reason for Gu Xinyo's distraction was easily surmised. Her mind was preoccupied with Su Shuangshuang's words. "You should confess, you." Chapter 107. Our contract is void. Would you be my girlfriend? However, upon seeing Jiang Yan, she found herself unable to voice her feelings. After several moments of hesitation, each time she prepared to speak, she faltered at the last moment. Sighing deeply within, Gu Xinyo felt a wave of frustration. Observing her distracted demeanor, Jiang Yan calmly inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something you wish to tell me?" At his words, Gu Xinyo halted her steps, gazing at the handsome man before her, her words caught in her throat. Jiang Yan remained still, his expression unruffled, patiently waiting for her to take the initiative to speak. From the moment she entered the car, he sensed her unusual behavior. She had clumsily concocted an excuse. Believing she had successfully evaded his scrutiny, Jiang Yan chose not to press further. Yet now, her repeated hesitations clearly indicated she had something to say. Calmly, Jiang Yan regarded her, neither urging her nor feigning ignorance. Gu Xinyo bit her lip, her anxiety mounting. As she looked at the striking man, the encouraging words of Su Shuangshuang echoed in her mind. Finally, with a determined breath and eyes closed, she clasped her hands tightly and declared loudly, "I like you." Once she uttered those words, she felt as if she had accomplished a monumental task, her entire being lightened. She cautiously opened her eyes, filled with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Yan. He was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Gu Xinyo was facing some difficulty and was too shy to ask for help. To his surprise, her heartfelt confession was a declaration of love. A slight awkwardness crossed Jiang Yan's otherwise composed face. He never expected to be confessed to for the first time. In that moment, he felt a flicker of joy, unable to suppress a smile. However, this joy was swiftly tempered by reason. Their relationship was founded on a contractual agreement, and any genuine feelings could complicate matters. Gu Xinyo's confession disrupted their arrangement. As Jiang Yan grappled with how to respond, Gu Xinyo, feeling a twinge of disappointment, scrunched her nose and tremulously murmured, "So it's impossible then? I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position." Her wide, round eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, Jiang Yan felt a pang of compassion. He embraced Gu Xinyo, holding her close. In a voice that was slightly steadied, he reassured her, "Don't cry. I'm just surprised. Don't mistake my usual aloofness. This is my first confession from a girl, and I didn't know how to react." Jiang Yan expressed his genuine thoughts. When he saw her face filled with distress, he cast aside his rationality. Their contract was a mere formality. The essence of human emotions was fluid. He could sense Gu Xinyo's sincerity. Through their time together, he had come to appreciate her gentle nature and sound values, which were more than sufficient for him. As they embraced, a crowd had gathered in the supermarket, drawn by the unfolding scene, abandoning their shopping to witness the moment. Many offered cheerful encouragement, shouting, "Kiss her! Kiss her!" Gu Xinyo blushed deeper, burying her face in Jiang Yan's chest. Meanwhile, Su Yu, who was shopping nearby, froze upon hearing Gu Xinyo's loud confession. Turning her gaze towards the source, she was taken aback to see Jiang Yan. Her smile faltered instantly. She watched as Jiang Yan enveloped that woman in his arms, a complex feeling stirring within her. Having never encountered Gu Xinyo before, Su Yu was unaware of the relationship that had been publicly declared when Jiang Yan announced his girlfriend on social media. Witnessing Jiang Yan's tenderness towards another woman stirred feelings of discomfort within her, though she couldn't articulate whether it was sadness or something else entirely. Hiding behind a shelf, Su Yu observed Jiang Yan and Gu Xinyo with a mixture of envy and indignation, muttering to herself, "I would never confess first. I don't even like Jiang Yan." Yet, deep down, she believed that such assertiveness was a man's role, while a woman's duty was merely to accept affection quietly. Unbeknownst to her, a sense of melancholy settled in her heart. She had yet to experience true love and was oblivious to the essence of affection. Her previous feelings for Youwei were merely a misinterpretation stemming from gratitude for being saved, coupled with her strong possessiveness upon deciding something. She mistakenly thought she had once loved Youwei. With a huff, she dismissed the scene, thinking, "There's nothing to see here." Jiang Yan, "Don't expect me to acknowledge you again." Back with Jiang Yan, after releasing Gu Xinyo, a tender smile graced his features. "Xinyo, I believe my feelings for you are different." Amidst the playful shouts from onlookers, Jiang Yan leaned down and gently kissed her. Gu Xinyo was taken aback, having braced herself for rejection. Feeling the warmth of his lips, she shyly wrapped her arms around his neck, fully embracing the moment. Although they had shared intimate experiences before, the public setting made her feel bashful and somewhat anxious. Minutes later, Gu Xinyo looked at Jiang Yan, somewhat bewildered. "So does this mean you accept?" Jiang Yan nodded with a smile. "Our contract is hereby dissolved." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyo's heart raced, her eyes misting with tears of distress as she gazed at Jiang Yan, fearing he might be bidding her farewell. Yet, the next moment, he spoke again. "Xinyo, would you be my girlfriend? Not just a contractual one, but a real girlfriend." Gu Xinyo, momentarily stunned, blinked in disbelief before stammering, "Really, is this for real?" Her eyes, previously filled with sorrow, now sparkled with surprise. "Absolutely," Jiang Yan replied, his gaze gentle. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gu Xinyo's eyes welled up again. But this time it was tears of joy. "I'm willing," she declared earnestly, each word infused with sincerity. This ordinary day had transformed into the most beautiful moment of her life. From that instant, she embraced a new identity. Standing beside Jiang Yan, she would no longer fear Youwei's threats or succumb to self-doubt. Jiang Yan had bestowed upon her a newfound existence, illuminating her spirit. The surrounding spectators, witnessing this heartwarming conclusion, couldn't help but erupt into applause, celebrating the couple's newfound love. Chapter 108. Youwei avoids Bai Luo. A few days later, Bai Luo's health had improved, and he eagerly headed to Huanya Media, yearning to see Youwei once more. Since the day she visited him in the dormitory and soothed his fragile heart, Bai Luo's feelings for her had undergone a subtle transformation. Upon entering the office and laying eyes on Youwei, he could not contain his excitement. Wei, look, I'm better now. Hee. My voice is back to normal thanks to your care that day." As he approached her, Youwei instinctively recoiled slightly, maintaining a cool demeanor. "It's good that you're recovered," she replied flatly. "What's wrong, Wei? Are you avoiding me?" Bai Luo sensed something amiss and asked, puzzled. Youwei remained tight-lipped, reluctant to speak. She could not directly express her disdain for him. "No, I've just been very busy with work," she offered dismissively, well aware of the true reason behind her discomfort. That day, while Bai Luo slept, she had stealthily lifted the quilt he clutched so tightly. The sight that greeted her was shocking. His smooth, pale skin was marred with numerous red marks, some darkening to a deep purple hue. Stunned, she froze for several minutes. her mind reeling from the provocative imagery. Finally, as if she had touched something terrifying, she hastily dropped the quilt and moved away from the bed, opting for a chair at a distance. Though Youwei lacked direct experience in such matters, she had seen enough videos to recognize the source of Bai Luo's injuries. Blinking in disbelief, she thought, so, Bai Luo is that kind of person. Both her physiological and psychological states felt unsettled. And the image of her idealized Bai Luo began to crumble, leading her to question whether he was indeed the same person she had admired. Bai Luo, oblivious to her turmoil, recalled the advice he'd received from Yang Xinrui and replied cheerfully, "It's all right, Weiwei. Yang is coming soon to assist us. You needn't worry." Huanyu Media will not only regain its former market value, but will also attract a continuous influx of resources. Yes, let us hope so, Youwei responded absently. Suddenly, she noticed Bai Luo's long-sleeved shirt and tentatively asked, "Bai Luo, why are you wearing long sleeves? It's not even autumn yet. Aren't you hot?" Bai Luo's animated expression faltered for a moment before he awkwardly forced a smile. "Not at all. I have a cold constitution. So long sleeves are just right for me." Youwei simply flickered her eyes, contemplating the gossip she had skimmed through in her group's discussions at work the next day. One headline had caught her attention: explosive news. A certain Son of Tomorrow contestant was spotted on the street with multiple men, photos included, drawn in. She instinctively clicked on the post. Though the images were blurry, captured from a considerable distance, she felt a deep-seated certainty that the individual in question was Bai Luo. The timestamp of the photographs coincided precisely with the day before Bai Luo fell ill. Such coincidences felt implausible, especially when considering the marks on his body. Youwei was nearly certain. Yet, as the reality sank in, her emotions became a tumultuous blend of shock and confusion, leaving her unsure of how to react. Even though she felt a visceral aversion to Bai Luo's situation, her industry instincts told her that if she did not neutralize the gossip now, it could erupt into a greater scandal later. Thus, she proactively contacted the informant and managed to conduct damage control, leading to the swift deletion of the post. The onlookers, merely entertained by the drama, paid little heed to the incident, and it quietly faded from public view. As for Bai Luo's future career, Youwei cast a discreet glance at him, feeling reluctant to intervene further. She considered allowing him to navigate the company on his own. Yet the connection he had with Yang Xinrui lingered in her mind, making her hesitant to distance herself too noticeably. For now, she resolved to maintain a facade of indifference, as Bai Luo was entangled in scandal and unable to work. Thus, she thought, let it be. Meanwhile, Bai Luo had become more subdued in the company, yet boredom gnawed at him in the absence of tasks. As Friday arrived, Bai Luo still had not received any notification from the production team regarding recording. Impatient, he reached out to Li Xinru, the coordinator for the contestants. "Hello?" Li Xinru's voice came through the line. Bai Luo chuckled, attempting to sound humble. "Sister Xin, when will the contestants be preparing for the next live broadcast in the studio?" "I've been waiting for your notification." A moment of silence followed on the other end. Then, Li Xinru's flat response came. "Oh, Bai Luo, you've been eliminated. No need to come." "What?" Bai Luo exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. "Sister Xin, I clearly advanced. How could I be eliminated? Your team." He paused, biting back his anger. Li Xinru continued without further discussion. "You know very well why you were eliminated. We were quite lenient not to delete your footage from the first episode. We only did so out of respect for President Jiang. In other shows, you would have been edited out completely. In short, you have no place in Son of Tomorrow anymore, and we prefer to sever ties with you. Goodbye." With that, she abruptly hung up. Bai Luo stared at his phone, his face paling as his lips trembled with indignation. Chapter 109. How about we collaborate to bring down Youwei? In the ensuing time, everything progressed favorably. Whether it was Youwei or Jiang Yan, Bai Luo acted as an intermediary, eventually facilitating a meeting between Youwei and Yang Xinrui. This time, they formalized a detailed investment agreement. At this juncture, Yang Xinrui proposed to release the news of her investment in Huanyu Media to the media. Initially, Youwei hesitated. After all, such significant news could complicate matters before she had even received Yang Xinrui's funds. Uncertain of its implications for the company, she found herself at a crossroads. However, after much persuasion from Bai Luo and Yang Xinrui, she ultimately acquiesced. Consequently, that very day, the partnership between Yang Xinrui and Huanyu surged into trending topics. Huanyu Media finally ceased its downward spiral, and its stock prices began to rise. Youwei could not help but rejoice internally. As long as Huanyu improved gradually, previous resources and partnerships would return. On Jiang Yan's end, the program Tomorrow's Sons experienced a meteoric rise in popularity. Observing the continuous surge in app downloads and monthly active users, Jiang Yan smiled faintly. This success was largely attributable to Bai Luo's contribution to the show's visibility. He absorbed all the negative attention, leaving the positive buzz to benefit the program and Jiang Yan's app. Additionally, the audio data released by the production team was commendable, ranking first among similar variety shows during the same period. The brave Qiao Xuemon, who had spoken out after being harassed by Bai Luo, saw her independently created folk song Falling Paper and Smoke skyrocket in popularity, with collections surpassing 1 million. Jiang Yan had his secretary Xin Qing establish a subsidiary entertainment company, Youwei Entertainment, to sign this talented musician. As for Youwei Entertainment's leading artist, Qin Shiyu, she naturally garnered positive acclaim through her wildly successful short dramas and well-reasoned clarification videos. With Jiang Yan's company flourishing and attracting a steady stream of investors seeking collaboration, an unexpected invitation arrived for him. Upon viewing the images in his email and the identity of the sender, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, resting his chin on one hand. He pondered for a moment before arriving at the designated location. The person in the images was none other than Youwei dining with Yang Xinrui at a restaurant. Upon reaching a renowned business club, Jiang Yan encountered the sender of the email. This individual was familiar to him 2 years prior. When Youwei had just joined Huanyu Media, he had thwarted numerous underhanded tactics aimed at her, orchestrated by her cousin, Youkai. Although Jiang Yan recognized this person, they had never met face to face. Meeting Youwei's cousin for the first time left him somewhat disenchanted. Youkai appeared rather uninformed, his ambitions written clearly across his countenance. Jiang Yan confirmed that the scheming behind the scenes was likely orchestrated by her uncle rather than this cousin. Upon meeting Jiang Yan, Youkai spoke directly. How about we join forces to bring down Youwei? I know you have suffered many indignities at her hands. You must harbor the same hatred for her as I do. We are of the same ilk. Jiang Yan, unhurried, took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea before responding coolly. How do you intend to bring Youwei down? Youkai, sensing a potential alliance, brightened. He smugly replied, You saw the images I sent you, right? I have more videos of her with Yang Xinrui. She is secretly negotiating with Yang Xinrui without disclosing this to the shareholders and management. If the shareholders find out, they will not let her off easily. However, Jiang Yan merely shook his head slightly and replied indifferently, Such evidence is insufficient to undermine her position as chairperson. Youkai, observing Jiang Yan's calm demeanor, became irate. He had specifically sent his information to Jiang Yan and accepted the invitation, only to be met with disdain. His expression soured, and he arrogantly snapped at Jiang Yan. What are you pretending for? If you have a good plan, just say it. Don't put on airs. I'm not fooled by your tricks. Apologies, Jiang Yan replied, maintaining his composure despite Yukai's outburst, his expression betraying no emotion. Yet his tone grew colder, aside from the scene of her dining with Yang Xinrui. Do you have any other photos or videos of her? Youkai glared at Jiang Yan, saying coldly, None. Jiang Yan inquired, Where did you save the original photos? Youkai replied, They're on my computer. Oh, I see. You're worried, right? My computer is locked in my safe. No one can steal it. Is there anywhere else? Jiang Yan pressed. Youkai, looking perplexed, responded, That's all. Just say what you want. I only sent the photos to your email. I didn't send them to anyone else. Sighing softly, Jiang Yan stood up and politely stated, I'm sorry, but I must decline your proposal for collaboration. What the hell do you mean by that? Youkai exploded, leaping to his feet and glaring fiercely at Jiang Yan. Literally, Jiang Yan replied, unperturbed by Yukai's menacing glare, and he left the club without hesitation. He had already seen the news of Yang Xinrui's investment in Huanyu Media on financial news sites. His reason for accepting Yukai's invitation was to ascertain whether he possessed any additional incriminating evidence beyond the dining images. Unfortunately, it seemed there was none. Jiang Yan recalled Youwei's earlier remarks about her cousin being dim-witted, relying solely on the most primitive and violent tactics. This assessment appeared accurate. However, this did not signify that the clandestinely captured photos were entirely useless. Jiang Yan saved the images, recognizing that they would be most effective when the opportune moment arose. With this in mind, Jiang Yan called his brother Lin Cheng. Hello, what's up, Yanzi? Lin Cheng's languid voice came through. Are you still in bed? Jiang Yan asked incredulously. It's already 10 in the morning and you're still sleeping? Ugh, Lin Cheng sighed deeply. I've been feeling quite distressed lately. Let me come find you to talk. By the way, why did you call me? Do you know any hackers? Jiang Yan inquired. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Lin Xing responded. Actually, I do. Could you introduce me? Why do you need a hacker? Lin Xing asked. Concern evident in his tone. Jiang Yan replied, I think it's better you don't know. It's not a good matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing became alert. Leaping from his bed. No way, you're not planning something illegal, are you? Not quite that serious. Chapter 110. Covert acquisition of Huanyu Media stocks. Lin Xing executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency, introducing a reliable technician to Jiang Yan by midday. After Jiang Yan obtained the technician's contact information, he succinctly conveyed his requirements. Subsequently, he provided the technician with Youwei's email address. The means by which the technician manipulated Youwei's computer to erase all images and videos related to Youwei was beyond the employer's concern. The rationale for investing in the deletion of information regarding Youwei from Youwei's computer was straightforward. No one wishes to have an incompetent ally. Given Youwei's simplistic mindset, there was a palpable risk that if he observed the burgeoning success of Huanyu Media under Youwei's stewardship, he might impulsively share images, thereby jeopardizing Jiang Yan's objectives. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Yan summoned his capable secretary, Shenqing, to his chamber. Knock, knock, came Shenqing's voice from outside. Come in, Jiang Yan replied. Dressed in an elegant and professional attire, Shenqing entered with poise. After acknowledging Jiang Yan's nod, she smoothed her skirt and seated herself beside him, crossing her legs and resting her hands on her lap. Jiang Yan initially inquired about the short video project and other company matters before adopting a serious demeanor and stating, I have summoned you to undertake a task, one I wish to keep strictly between us. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shenqing immediately straightened her posture, her expression earnest as she regarded him. Please, Mr. Jiang. I am at your service. Jiang Yan was gratified by Shenqing's attitude, having placed immense trust in her since the inception of the company. She had consistently demonstrated her competence, which was why Jiang Yan felt confident in trusting her with this responsibility. Engage 2 professional investors to establish an investment company. One of the investors should be designated as the legal representative, with both serving as shareholders, while privately drafting a shareholding agreement between them. I trust you understand the details without further elaboration. Shenqing committed Jiang Yan's instructions to memory, nodding earnestly. Understood, Mr. Jiang. She then inquired, Are you targeting a specific company for investment? Her forthright question stemmed from the rapport they shared. Despite their hierarchical relationship, she felt free to pose inquiries regarding company affairs. A privilege Jiang Yan had granted her. Yes, Jiang Yan affirmed, handing her the anticipated investment breakdown. According to this document, procure stocks in Huanyu Media. Shenqing rose to take the paper, glancing at it with growing concern. She harbored doubts about Huanyu Media's fortunes. Having witnessed its decline from a market capitalization of 50 billion to a mere 20 billion in just 2 months. Even with the recent collaboration news involving the prominent actress Youwei, it hardly warranted the establishment of a nominal company to acquire millions of shares. Although the company was experiencing rapid growth, the prospect of allocating such a substantial amount of capital raised alarms about potential disruptions to their cash flow. Consequently, Shenqing struggled to comprehend Jiang Yan's motivations. The only plausible explanation was that Jiang Yan harbored lingering feelings for Youwei and sought to assist her in propping up Huanyu Media's stock price. Mr. Jiang, might this decision jeopardize our cash flow? Shenqing tentatively cautioned. Jiang Yan remained unfazed, replying with calm assurance, Trust me on this one. With that, Shenqing refrained from further protest. The decisions of leadership were paramount, and unless she could propose a superior alternative, her role was to execute Jiang Yan's directives to the best of her ability. Very well, Mr. Jiang, she acknowledged, nodding before exiting the office. In stark contrast to Shenqing's apprehensions, Jiang Yan was relaxed, perusing a set of surreptitiously captured photographs. The images were clear enough to reveal the faces of Youwei and Youwei dining together, which sufficed for his purposes. To clarify, Jiang Yan was not, as Shenqing feared, recklessly investing for love. This presented a rare opportunity. Youwei had unwittingly placed her trust in an actor, cognizant of the underlying dynamics. Jiang Yan intended to capitalize on Huanyu Media's fade for profit. Ultimately, a businessman's focus lies in the pursuit of gain. No one shuns financial opportunities. A smile graced Jiang Yan's lips as he anticipated the unfolding developments. At that moment, Lin Xing sauntered in. Hey Yan, I've arrived. You seem quite pleased. Are you satisfied with the person I introduced to you? Lin Xing entered with a flamboyant stride, casually taking a seat nearby. Jiang Yan responded with playful banter, Indeed. My brother Ching, your recommendations are always reliable. What have you been moping about lately? You've been out of touch. Ah, don't mention it, Lin Ching sighed. Then suddenly brightened with a mischievous glint in his eye. He leaned closer to Jiang Yan, whispering conspiratorially, "By the way, I have something intriguing to show you." What is it? Jiang Yan inquired, curiosity piqued by Lin Cheng's enigmatic smile. Lin Cheng retrieved his phone from his pocket, opening an image and presenting it to Jiang Yan. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yan studied the image, perplexed. "Why are you showing me a blurry photo?" There is someone you know in it." "Who?" "I can't see anyone familiar." Jiang Yan scrutinized the image, failing to recognize anyone. By Luo. Your ex-girlfriend's white moonlight." Lin Cheng exclaimed, glancing at his friend. Jiang Yan froze momentarily, confusion etched across his face as he intently examined the photo again. After a prolonged pause, he surveyed the group, seemingly discerning something, and coupled with Lin Cheng's knowing grin, his brow furrowed deeply. Yet, disbelief washed over him. This revelation surpassed his understanding. Who orchestrated this? He demanded. "Well, you should have a clue," Lin Cheng chuckled, retracting his phone. As Jiang Yan processed the information, one name surfaced in his mind, Su Xiaoming. After all, he had orchestrated the last deception in the capital. However, it was evident that confining Bai Luo to a police station was insufficient to satiate his vengeance. Yet, Jiang Yan could scarcely fathom that Su Xiaoming had gone so far as to arrange for Bai Luo. Imagining the scene, an involuntary shiver coursed through Jiang Yan, leaving him with goosebumps. Chapter 111. Lin Cheng's blind date. Jiang Yan glanced at Lin Cheng and said quietly, "You need not have come all this way to tell me this news." While he found amusement in Bai Luo's misfortunes, he deemed such distasteful matters unnecessary. "Goodness. You are even more serious than I imagined, Yinzi," Lin Cheng replied with a teasing smile. Jiang Yan frowned at Lin Cheng, appearing somewhat helpless. He was certainly not like Lin Cheng, who could date numerous girls within a year. For him, relationships were merely a game. However, Jiang Yan had devoted himself entirely to Youwei, following her around like a lovesick puppy for 5 years without ever crossing that line. Externally, he appeared as steadfast as an old dog, but inwardly, he remained quite innocent, a breath of fresh air compared to the wealthy heirs in their social circle. Upon sensing his brother's gaze, Lin Cheng chuckled. His playful demeanor faded slightly as he earnestly warned Jiang Yan, "Be cautious. Su Xiaoming is looking into your background." "Is Su Xiaoming targeting me after dealing with Bai Luo?" Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. However, he was no fool like Bai Luo. Now, he was a burgeoning entrepreneur with a modest reputation in Tianhai City. If Su Xiaoming intended to employ any underhanded tactics against him, he would need to consider the potential consequences carefully. Observing Lin Cheng's concerned expression, Jiang Yan calmly replied, "Thank you for the heads up, Chengzi. However, there's no need for worry. In today's lawful society, he lacks the power to act against me in Tianhai City." Pausing briefly, Jiang Yan shifted the conversation to inquire about Lin Cheng's affairs. "What troubles you lately?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's question, Lin Cheng's expression visibly dimmed. Don't mention it. I told you before that my father has begun pressuring me to marry. I've been going on blind dates recently." Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Noticing the resentful look Lin Cheng cast his way, he quickly stifled his laughter, cleared his throat, and offered consolation. "Blind dates aren't necessarily a bad thing. Have you found anyone suitable?" Lin Cheng sighed in irritation. "I'm currently in contact with someone, a university professor." Jiang Yan replied casually, "Isn't that good? If you were to pursue a wealthy heiress of similar standing, neither would yield, making her unsuitable for marriage. A more ordinary girl would indeed be preferable." "As you once advised me." Lin Cheng sighed deeply at these words. "Well, now it's your turn to mock me. The woman's family is quite complicated. It's not as simple as you think. If she were an ordinary girl, I could just refuse her directly if I wasn't interested. But this professor? It's not that easy." The mere mention of his blind date soured Lin Cheng's mood. "In any case, my family has some business dealings with hers. Even though she's a professor and doesn't manage the family business, I can't outright refuse her. It's quite vexing." Jiang Yan listened intently and remarked, "It seems she isn't quite to your taste?" Lin Cheng shot him a penetrating look, responding, "If you have a penchant for cold, dull women with many rules, I can certainly introduce her to you." "Forget it, Chengzi. I already have a girlfriend, and I'm quite satisfied with her," Jiang Yan exclaimed, startled. As he hastily waved his hands, Lin Cheng observed Jiang Yan's exaggerated reaction, finally revealing a hint of a smile. He was merely jesting. He would never truly put his brother in such a predicament. Seated at the tea table, Lin Qing took a sip and leisurely mused. You're correct. Unless one possesses formidable ambition, a more ordinary girl is indeed the most suitable choice for marriage. Ah, how I envy you, Yanzi, for having found a gentle and virtuous girlfriend. Jiang Yan pursed his lips and cast a lingering glance at him, saying, What are you implying? The sorrow shall be mine alone. I was wrong. I didn't mean anything by it. I simply admire you. Lin Qing raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. At this, Jiang Yan finally lifted his teacup and took a sip. Lin Qing subtly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that despite Jiang Yan's seemingly calm demeanor, he possessed an unexpectedly strong sense of possessiveness. Meanwhile, on the other side, as news of her collaboration with Yang Xinrui spread, the stock price of Huanyu Media continued to rise. Yet, Yang Xinrui hesitated to inject the initial capital. After persistent urging from Youwei, she reluctantly invested 10 million. However, the media reported a figure of 100 million, claiming that an additional 3 billion would follow. Youwei sat in her office, her expression darkening as she observed the funds transferred by Yang Xinrui. A sense of unease washed over her. Yet, the joy of revitalizing Huanyu somewhat dulled her suspicions. As for the discrepancy between the actual investment of 10 million and the inflated figure of 100 million, Youwei felt compelled to agree to Yang Xinrui's proposal. With Huanyu Media now on a stable upward trajectory, she feared that any discord over such a trivial amount could erode investor confidence. Thus, she resolved to maintain the status quo for the time being. With Huanyu's financial chains restored, various resource providers extended olive branches to her. However, the one element still lacking was talent. Previously, in an effort to cut costs, she had transferred undebuted trainees and under-resourced artists to other agencies. Now, she needed to seek out a fresh batch of promising individuals to cultivate into the next generation of idols. The best place to recruit quality talent was, naturally, universities. College students embodied youthful vitality, and having yet to step into the workforce, they were at an age ripe for guidance. Her eyes glimmering with determination, Youwei set her sights on her alma mater, Tianhai University. With the school's anniversary approaching, she planned to contribute. Believing that spending $1 million on enhancing her university would be fitting and would earn her the school's favor, having made up her mind, Youwei instructed her secretary to contact the school, preparing for a grand speech on the day of the celebration. As for Bai Luo, hello, accountant Lee. Transfer me 100,000. Bai Luo commanded the finance staff without a hint of politeness. His name still invoked scorn among netizens, leading Youwei to assign him no activities. Consequently, he languished in the company with nothing to do. However, he remained unfazed, as Youwei had specifically instructed him that he could always retrieve funds from the finance office whenever he was short on cash. In just over 10 days, he had withdrawn more than 1 million from the finance department. Upon seeing Bai Luo appear at the door, accountant Lee's eyes reflected her displeasure. Yet, recalling that the chairman had sanctioned his requests, she felt it was not her place to concern herself with his affairs. Chapter 112. Gu Xinyo is pursued by a male classmate. Bai Luo glanced at the notification on his phone indicating that the funds had arrived, and an uncontainable joy washed over him. The thrill of spending freely was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, he was acutely aware that this exhilaration was fleeting. Should Youwei choose to abandon him, his financial source would vanish. Bai Luo's emotional state was also quite volatile. If previously Youwei had provided warmth during his most vulnerable moments, stirring a flicker of affection within him, that feeling was now gradually dissipating with the passage of time. Indeed, one must prioritize financial gain. Having tasted the liberating pleasure of lavish spending, Bai Luo firmly believed this to be true. Reflecting on the subtle hints of insider information shared by Yang Xinrui, Bai Luo resolved to withdraw 200,000 daily from the finance office to invest in stocks of Huanyu Media, planning to liquidate his holdings at the peak of their value, thus reaping a substantial profit and establishing his own modest treasury. At Tianhai University, after class, Gu Xinyo intended to head to another classroom when she was confronted by a male classmate from her department. I like you, Gu Xinyo. We are in the same department, and I've been observing you closely every day. You may not have noticed me, but I have cherished my feelings for you for quite some time. My name is Wang Ke. Would you consider dating me? This classmate, Wang Ke, gazed at Gu Xinyo with hopeful anticipation, his face flushed with excitement. Upon hearing his confession, however, Gu Xinyo felt a surge of fear. Instinctively, she wished for Su Shuangshuang to come to her aid, but as she faced the man blocking her path, she managed to say, I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. Wang Ke, who had anticipated her acceptance, momentarily froze at her words. A shadow of darkness flickered across his eyes. His voice turned harsh as he replied, "You truly have a boyfriend? So the rumors circulating on the campus forum are indeed true?" Witnessing the transformation of his expression into one of twisted bitterness, Guxinyo instinctively took a step back. Yet, this movement triggered the most vulnerable part of Wang Kue's psyche. Having come from a troubled family background, he had endured ridicule throughout his school years. Gaining admission to Tianhai University through affirmative action, he cautiously navigated the social dynamics among his peers. When he realized that no one here cared about his origins, he attempted to connect with his roommates and classmates. However, his melancholic and brooding demeanor gradually alienated them. It was during this time that he spotted Guxinyo sitting in a corner of the library, and he felt an inexplicable connection. Each day thereafter, he secretly observed her. But as time passed, discontent brewed within him. He began to discreetly follow her, inquire about her name from classmates in the same lectures, and investigate her background. Initially, he dismissed the rumors about her. He believed her introverted and timid nature made it improbable for anyone else to be interested in her. However, when he trailed Guxinyo one day and witnessed her entering a luxury car, a vehicle he could never afford, his emotions erupted. Unable to endure the life of a furtive observer any longer, he decided to confront her. Thus, today he found himself in her classroom, seated behind her, savoring the view from a distance. Finally, as she stood to leave, he blocked her path at the door. Guxinyo, perceiving the escalating intensity in his demeanor, instinctively replied, "The rumors they spread are false." Yet, Wangke's expression darkened further. He stepped closer, encroaching upon her personal space, and spoke with a fervor that belied his madness. "I believed we were kindred spirits. Our personalities and backgrounds are so alike. You, too, have faced tragic circumstances in your childhood. We are destined for one another. Yet, you have chosen to be with another man." Each word he uttered was deliberate. Guxinyo found herself cornered against the wall, the classroom now devoid of anyone else but the two of them. A profound sense of danger surged within her. She could not comprehend his words. She had never known him, yet he claimed to have observed her for a long time. This realization sent chills down her spine. "I'm sorry. I don't know you," she stammered, clutching her textbooks tightly against her chest. "Now you know me, don't you? You? I like you. I have fallen for you. You must break up with that man. What can he offer you in terms of happiness?" Wangke declared, noticing Guxinyo shrink back in fear, which only fueled his excitement. This distorted thought process elicited a chilling laugh from him as he reached out with both hands, yearning to touch the woman he had long desired. Just as he was about to fulfill his dark wish, Guxinyo struck him fiercely on the forehead with her heavy textbook. Seizing the moment, she slipped past him and fled the classroom. After escaping, she dared not attend her next class and sought refuge with Su Shuangshuang. Meanwhile, Wang Ke clutched his head in pain, his features contorting grotesquely. "Damn it! How dare she reject me? If I cannot have her, then let her rot in this school. No one else shall possess her." Upon hearing Guxinyo's account, Su Shuangshuang's expression turned grave. She insisted that Guxinyo stay close to her, assuring her that she would be safe until Jiang Yan arrived to take her home after classes. Days later, rumors resurfaced, suggesting that Guxinyo was a socialite being courted by multiple wealthy benefactors. This time, the whispers reached the ears of the department head and her mentors. When Guxinyo was summoned to the office, she realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 113. Summon your guardian classmate Gu. Provide me with a reasonable explanation. Han Shuangxue inquired icily, seated comfortably in her office chair, her expression as frosty as her name suggested. In front of her stood Guxinyo, who nervously bit her lip and lowered her gaze. The woman before her was her mentor, yet they were not well acquainted. Han Shuangxue's gaze pierced through Guxinyo's silence, intensifying the chill in the room. She parted her lips, delivering a command with an icy tone. "Speak." Guxinyo hesitantly raised her eyes to meet her mentor's. Han Shuangxue was strikingly beautiful, her countenance as cold as frost, embodying an aloofness that was notorious at Tianhai University. Aside from her lectures, she seldom engaged in other matters. However, Guxinyo had become an unexpected source of trouble for her. Were it not for the university's stringent regulations mandating mentors to supervise their students, Han Shuangxue would not have deigned to concern herself with such trivialities. To her, the rivalry and backbiting among students were utterly tedious. Reflecting on her impression of Guxinyo, Han Shuangxue realized she had little recollection of her. It appeared she had initially chosen Guxinyo as her mentee for her seemingly docile demeanor, which promised minimal complication. Yet, things had taken a different turn. Upon learning from the department head that the matter had been escalated to the vice principal, who approached her with a congenial demeanor to discuss the situation. Han Shuaxue's mood soured further. As a mentor, she was expected to address the issues presented by her student. Rumors are unfounded, Gu Xinyo spoke softly, contemplating whether to reveal that it was Wang Ku who had been spreading these tales about her. However, lacking evidence, she chose to remain silent. This response was evidently unsatisfactory to Han Shuaxue, who, with a hint of impatience, remarked, "I recall your academic performance was commendable. Yet it has significantly declined over the past 2 months. What is the matter, Gu Xinyo? Do you wish to forfeit your graduation?" No, teacher Gu Xinyo's complexion paled. The decline in her grades was indeed related to the rumors, as she had once been the contracted companion of a wealthy patron, leading to her emotional turmoil during her relationship with Jiang Yan. Her anxiety had caused her to be frequently distracted in class, adversely affecting her performance. However, having recently mustered the courage to confess her feelings to Jiang Yan, their relationship had evolved, alleviating her emotional strife and stabilizing her studies. Yet, Han Shuaxue's patience was waning as she crossed her arms and inquired bluntly, "Have you been kept?" No. Gu Xinyo shook her head slightly. Han Shuaxue's cold gaze remained fixed on her. "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Yes," Gu Xinyo admitted after a moment's hesitation. In that instant, Han Shuaxue grasped the origin of the rumors. They were not baseless. It seemed that some self-important male student, spurned in his affections for Gu Xinyo, had resorted to malicious gossip to tarnish her reputation. Such trivial antics were a waste of Han Shuaxue's time. She recalled the vice principal's words about the potential damage to the university's esteemed reputation and felt a growing impatience. How troublesome, she thought. Despite her family's significant influence in Tianhai City, she preferred the tranquility of her position as a university lecturer over the familial conflicts that came with her heritage. However, if she wished to continue teaching at Tianhai University, she must resolve the issues surrounding her student. Therefore, she fixed her gaze on Gu Xinyo and asked directly, "Which student has been harassing you?" Gu Xinyo's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively blinking at her mentor. After a few moments, she finally responded, "His name is Wang Ku." Han Shuaxue noted the name in her notebook, determined to contact his advisor through the records office. Then, her voice, cold and resolute, cut through the tension once more. "Summon your guardians. I need to discuss this with them." "Ah?" Gu Xinyo exclaimed involuntarily. Her family situation was rather unique. Her only remaining elder was her grandmother, and she had no other relatives. Her parents had long since passed. A wave of sadness washed over her. Before she could elaborate, Han Shuaxue's unyielding tone interrupted. "If your guardians cannot come, prepare for a remedial exam this semester." With that, she dismissed Gu Xinyo from her office. Returning to her classroom, Gu Xinyo furrowed her brows in distress. Her grandmother was unable to attend. She was recuperating in the hospital, and Gu Xinyo would not burden her with worry. Besides her grandmother, she had no other relatives to turn to. What should she do? All afternoon, Gu Xinyo's lips were pursed in contemplation. Upon arriving at her apartment, she busied herself with household chores, her mind elsewhere. When Jiang Yan returned from work, his tall figure caught her attention, igniting a spark of inspiration in her mind. After dinner, as they lounged on the sofa watching a movie, Gu Xinyo leaned against Jiang Yan's shoulder, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Jiang Yan, wrapping his arm around her slender shoulders, tilted his head to gaze at her fluffy hair, unable to resist ruffling it playfully. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yan suddenly asked. Since returning to the apartment, he had sensed something was amiss with Gu Xinyo. However, due to the busyness at work, he had only managed to arrange for a driver to fetch her home lately. Jiang Yan pondered, could it be that I have been too preoccupied, neglecting her? They had not spent quality time together in days, and Gu Xinyo was one to bottle up her feelings unless prompted. Jiang Yan, Gu Xinyo's eyes lowered, her delicate ears flushing a soft pink. "Brother," she called out sweetly, her face turning crimson. An idea had taken root in her mind. She could have Jiang Yan pose as her guardian, who said guardians could only be parents. Anyone older than her could fit the bill. Thus, when Jiang Yan inquired, she unwittingly uttered those 2 words. Upon hearing her address him in such a manner, a surge of warmth flooded through Jiang Yan, igniting a fervor within him. He swiftly swept Gu Xinyo into his arms, striding towards the bedroom. In the living room, the film continued to play, but soon, the muffled sounds of soft whimpers emanated from the bedroom. Chapter 114. Meeting the mentor as an uncle after their exercise, Jiang Yan held Gu Xinyo close, both of them displaying expressions of utter satisfaction. Jiang Yan gently caressed her hair and tenderly inquired, "You, why the sudden change in address?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyo was reminded of Jiang Yan's passionate and vigorous actions moments earlier, causing a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. She had not anticipated that calling him brother could evoke such a response from Jiang Yan. Nevertheless, she felt quite content with his unusual fervor. In a soft and sweet voice, Gu Xinyo replied, "Well, I encountered some matters at school, and now my mentor wishes to meet my guardians, but..." She instinctively lifted her gaze to Jiang Yan. "I only have my grandmother. I cannot possibly ask her to meet my mentor at school." Jiang Yan instantly comprehended her predicament and raised an eyebrow. "So, you wish for me to assume the role of your guardian for the meeting with your mentor?" Gu Xinyo obediently nodded. Yes, this was not an unreasonable request, yet. Jiang Yan paused, looking down at the gentle figure in his embrace. Gu Xinyo, sensing his hesitation, asked, "But what? I wouldn't mind stepping in personally, but I must gain something in return, right?" Gu Xinyo gazed at Jiang Yan, whose enigmatic smile piqued her curiosity, and innocently asked, "What do you want?" Jiang Yan was wealthier and more capable than she. She could not fathom what she might offer him. Just then, Jiang Yan's handsome face loomed closer, and his lips met hers with a warm kiss. Feeling shy, Gu Xinyo blinked. This time, without needing Jiang Yan to articulate it, she understood. As she experienced the fervent and rough kiss, something sought to pry her lips apart, leading her to instinctively part them. 2 hours later, Gu Xinyo lay languidly in Jiang Yan's embrace, utterly drained of energy. Only then did the satiated Jiang Yan broach the subject at hand. What troubles have you encountered at school? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Gu Xinyo, her voice weak, replied, "It wasn't a major issue. I feared it would trouble you, so I kept silent." She then recounted how Wang Ke had cornered her at the classroom door, allowing her to slip away unnoticed. A few days later, rumors about her began circulating on campus, leading to her summons to the mentor's office. She relayed every detail to Jiang Yan. He listened quietly, but in a place where Gu Xinyo could not see. His gaze deepened with intensity. He had been so caught up in work these past few days that he had allowed her to suffer such harm at school. The individual named Wang Ke would need to be taught a lesson. Once Gu Xinyo finished her tale and glanced at Jiang Yan, she found him concealing the darkness in his eyes. He gently patted her and smiled warmly. "I understand, but if I were to meet your mentor as your brother, would that be inappropriate? Isn't that a peer relationship?" Gu Xinyo, feeling a bit flustered, asked, "Then what should we do?" Jiang Yan playfully kissed her cheek, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "I believe it would make more sense for me to present myself as your uncle, as an uncle is indeed a senior to your parents." At his words, Gu Xinyo instinctively gasped, her mouth forming an O of surprise. Upon meeting Jiang Yan's twinkling eyes, her cheeks visibly flushed. Jiang Yan then teased, "Little sister, call me uncle, and I shall reward you with sweets." His light-hearted banter rendered Gu Xinyo unable to meet his gaze, as she buried her head low, wishing she could hide under the covers. "Stop it, I feel embarrassed." However, Jiang Yan was evidently unwilling to squander such a delightful opportunity. Having just experienced her calling him brother, he eagerly anticipated hearing those 2 words from her lips. Thus, in a low, sultry tone, he whispered in her ear, "I am willing to age myself to be your uncle for your sake, yet you remain unsatisfied. Alas, if this doesn't work, I can only meet your mentor as your boyfriend." "No." Gu Xinyo's small head emerged from Jiang Yan's chest, firmly rejecting the notion. Yet her voice was too soft and lacking vigor, having just endured 2 rounds of exercise, rendering her refusal weak and ineffective. Jiang Yan gazed at the entrapped Gu Xinyo, amusement dancing in his eyes, and calmly suggested, "Then let us proceed as uncle." With that, he fixed his intense gaze upon her. Under the weight of his stare, Gu Xinyo felt herself yielding. It was merely a title, yet it instilled in her a potent sense of shame. This ambiguous moral tug tugged at her, igniting both excitement and hesitation. Finally, Gu Xinyo lightly bit her tongue and whispered the 2 words, "UNC, uncle." Although her voice was barely audible, Jiang Yan heard it. A unique thrill surged within him, intensifying his desires. He seemed to grasp why some individuals revel in such playful dynamics. "Are you still all right, you?" Jiang Yan asked, his voice laced with a hint of uncertainty. Gu Xinyo, meeting his fervent gaze, felt an urge to flee. However, before she could escape, Jiang Yan swiftly encircled her waist, pulling her close. She could feel his warm breath against her ear as he beckoned in a deep, melodic tone. "Call me that a couple more times, Afterward, Gu Xinyo briefly explained her family situation to Han Shuangxue, stating that since her parents had passed away, it was her distant uncle who had been supporting her education. Han Shuangxue nodded in agreement, showing no objections to her uncle coming to meet her. Chapter 115. I don't care about Bai Luo. I only want to marry you the following day. Jiang Yan reached out to Lin Qing, requesting assistance in gathering information about an individual at Tianhai University, as well as investigating the acquaintances surrounding this person. Jiang Yan's intentions were straightforward. Wang Ku was enrolled at Tianhai University, a prestigious institution with a century-long history, where expelling a student was not a matter to be taken lightly, even with connections. However, if Wang Ku had previously committed any infractions, a subtle push from behind could facilitate his withdrawal with ease. After all, merely issuing a warning could provoke him and put those involved in jeopardy. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate the threat entirely. That evening, after a day of relentless activity, Jiang Yan was driving home as usual. While waiting at a traffic light, he suddenly felt a forceful shove from behind. Followed by a resounding crash, his vehicle had been rear-ended. Frowning, Jiang Yan exited his car to inspect the damage, only to discover that the responsible party was Youwei. She stepped out of her car, elegantly clad in high heels, and upon seeing Jiang Yan, exhibited no surprise, as if she had anticipated this encounter. With a composed demeanor, she stated, "The accident is my fault. However, the light is green now. Let us move our vehicles to the side to avoid obstructing traffic." Jiang Yan remained silent, casting a cold glance at Youwei as he took out his phone to document the point of impact before capturing a wide-angle shot of both vehicles. After completing this task, he returned to his car. The two vehicles were then parked on the roadside, and while moving his vehicle, Jiang Yan dialed 122 to report the incident, clearly indicating that Youwei was at fault. With the situation evident, Jiang Yan stepped out of his vehicle. Irritation evident in his voice as he addressed Youwei. "What do you want now?" In a soft tone, Youwei replied, I don't want anything, Jiang Yan. I will compensate you for the damage to your car." Observing Jiang Yan's impassive expression, she felt a pang of bitterness. With Yang Xinrui's support, the crisis at Huanyu Media had been largely resolved, and she had acquired substantial funds and resources. Thus, she sought to rekindle their relationship by spending money on Jiang Yan. However, she knew that if she were to state her intentions directly, he would undoubtedly refuse. Hence, she devised this scheme, though it was undeniably a foolish one. Even the astute Jiang Yan could not fathom her true intentions. He merely assumed that Youwei was once again attempting to entangle him. Jiang Yan, maintaining his stoic demeanor, retorted, "There is no need for your false pretense of compensation. We both have insurance. Simply contact the insurance company to handle it according to the responsibilities assigned by the traffic police." Youwei instinctively reached out to grasp Jiang Yan's sleeve, her voice tinged with hurt as she implored, "I acknowledge my fault, but we once shared a relationship. Is it necessary to maintain such a distant and formal division?" Jiang Yan almost instinctively shrugged off her grasp, his voice icy as he replied, "This is the standard procedure for traffic accident liabilities. It bears no relevance to our past. Furthermore, I have made it clear that I am currently in a relationship. Please keep your distance. You have your own white moonlight by your side, yet you still wish to entangle with me? Are you attempting to shamelessly straddle two boats?" Youwei, feeling humiliated by Jiang Yan's words, gazed at him with wounded eyes, her eyelids moistening. The public humiliation inflicted by Jiang Yan left her feeling desolate. She desperately defended herself. I no longer care about Bai Luo. I only want to marry you." Just then, a familiar voice interrupted, Weiwei. "How did your car get damaged? Come, ride with me. I will take you." A brand new Mercedes pulled up beside them, and Bai Luo lowered the window, displaying a look of concern. This vehicle was the latest high-spec model of 2024. Jiang Yan could not help but scoff. "Is this what you call not caring?" Youwei opened her mouth, her lips paling. Indeed, she had neglected Bai Luo at the company. However, a few days prior, Bai Luo had expressed a desire for a car, citing the inconvenience of using public transport due to the lingering scrutiny surrounding him. Despite the recent black publicity about him fading, many paparazzi were still keen to capitalize on his exposure for their own gain. Given that Youwei's company business was recovering, she had ultimately acquiesced to Bai Luo's request. After all, with Huanyu's stock value rebounding into the billions, she felt compelled to show her employees some degree of compassion, lest she fail in her role as chairwoman. Youwei stood frozen, unable to articulate her thoughts. Confused, she glared at Bai Luo, who was now greeting her. A wave of annoyance washed over her as she snapped, "Bai Luo, what are you doing here?" Bai Luo, with a friendly smile, explained, "I happened to pass by, Weiwei. It was fortunate that I saw you. Otherwise, how would you get home?" He then shot a challenging glance at Jiang Yan, raising an eyebrow as if to assert dominance. Jiang Yan regarded Bai Luo with a cold stare, feeling a wave of revulsion rise within him. observing Bai Luo, who sat confidently in the driver's seat. Impeccably dressed and seemingly pristine, Jiang Yan was well aware of the truth. At that moment, he was far more repugnant than a rat in a sewer. He found it astonishing that Youwei could tolerate him. Desiring no contact with Bai Luo, Jiang Yan retreated into his car, stating, "Simply call the insurance company. You need not remain on site. You can leave with your white moonlight. Your games are ineffective against me." Without waiting for Youwei's response, he rolled up the window, effectively shutting her out. Youwei frantically pounded on the window, her lips moving as she attempted to explain, but her words were muffled by the barrier. Jiang Yan adjusted his seat, turned on the music, and closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the traffic police and the insurance company. The police did not keep him waiting long. Soon, 2 officers arrived on motorcycles. Upon their arrival, Jiang Yan exited his vehicle, while Youwei, visibly displeased, remarked, "I have already stated that I am at fault. I will not evade responsibility. I will cover the repair costs for your car." Jiang Yan cast her a fleeting glance before silently stepping back onto the sidewalk. "No, you are fully responsible. The repair cost will undoubtedly fall to you," he stated. Seeing Jiang Yan step back, Youwei bit her lip and followed him to the sidewalk. Upon noticing the police car, Bai Luo, perhaps influenced by a lingering fear of being apprehended in the capital, hastily started his vehicle, searching for a proper parking space. "Stop," Jiang Yan commanded, raising a hand to signal Youwei to halt. Surprised, she complied, aware of the need to consider Jiang Yan's feelings and refrain from her previous reckless behavior. "I value cleanliness," Jiang Yan stated coolly. Youwei's complexion paled. Trembling, she asked, "What do you mean?" Before Jiang Yan could respond, Bai Luo had parked his car and approached them. "Weiwei," he called, as Jiang Yan retreated even farther. Upon hearing Bai Luo's voice, Youwei instinctively stepped aside, creating distance from both men. Bai Luo paused, noticing how both individuals instinctively distanced themselves from him. His complexion turned pale. "Damn it," Bai Luo cursed inwardly, feeling as if his face had been subjected to an unspoken humiliation. Youwei, belatedly aware of the situation, cast an awkward glance at Bai Luo. Her reasons for avoiding his company were straightforward. Who knew whether Bai Luo's body might be tainted? Moreover, even if it were not, the mere thought that he was not entirely clean left her feeling sullied. Yet what of Jiang Yan? Youwei pondered, shifting her gaze to him, only to find a look of disdain etched on his face. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Could it be that he was also aware of Bai Luo's tragic circumstances? That must be why he uttered that inexplicable remark about being clean. Realizing this, Youwei bit her lip. She understood that Jiang Yan had misconstrued her situation and that his misunderstanding was considerable. She had not been intimately involved with Bai Luo. Their relationship was akin to that of close friends, akin to a male confidant. Furthermore, she prided herself on being a loyal and conservative woman, maintaining her purity. She was immaculate. It was imperative that she clarify this inexplicable misunderstanding with Jiang Yan. She would not bear the weight of such a grave misjudgment. Just as Youwei sought an opportunity to explain herself to Jiang Yan, the traffic police's responsibility assessment was released, placing the blame entirely on the rear-end colliding driver. Holding the assessment document, Youwei turned to Jiang Yan with a hint of desperation. "Please add me back on WeChat. It would facilitate our communication moving forward." However, Jiang Yan saw through her ulterior motives immediately. He resolutely refused. "You have my phone number. Any issues can be handled through the insurance company." Upon hearing this, Youwei felt a wave of injustice. She was determined to clarify matters with Jiang Yan, unwilling to let Bai Luo's tainted reputation drag her down. At that moment, Bai Luo stealthily approached Youwei's side, smiling gently as he said, "Weiwei, the police have concluded their assessment. It's no longer our concern. Allow me to take you home." Yet, Youwei coldly retorted, "Stay away from me." Bai Luo's smile froze on his face. Seizing the opportunity amid Bai Luo's distraction, Jiang Yan swiftly drove away. Once Youwei realized what had transpired, she impatiently addressed Bai Luo, "If you utter another word to me, I will leave immediately." With that, she hailed a taxi and departed, leaving Bai Luo standing alone under the streetlight, his expression darkening further. The malice in his gaze was about to spill over. Damn Jiang Yan, and that hypocritical Youwei. He vowed never to allow them to reconcile. Youwei and her entertainment company must belong to him, Bai Luo. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan drove to the 4S dealership before calling a ride back to his apartment. During the journey, he relayed the situation to Gu Xinyo and instructed the driver to pick her up. Upon arriving at the entrance of the apartment, he spotted Gu Xinyo anxiously waiting at the building's entrance. Jiang Yan approached and casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Let us go, you. It was just a minor scrape. Nothing serious, so don't worry. However, Gu Xinyo's face remained devoid of a smile as she pouted. Let us be careful when driving. She had no experience with driving and naively assumed Jiang Yan's speed was the cause of the incident. Jiang Yan, feeling helpless, clarified. It was someone else who hit me. Your husband drives very steadily. What? Gu Xinyo's ears flushed crimson, stumbling over her words. Embarrassed, she shyly covered her burning cheeks with his hand. Jiang Yan chuckled indulgently. Of course, I'm your husband, you. Since you have a day off tomorrow, let us go shopping. Shopping for what? Gu Xinyo inquired, her cheeks flushed as she looked up at Jiang Yan with her round eyes. Silly, of course, to buy you a gift. Jiang Yan couldn't resist playfully flicking her nose with the finger she had used to hold his hand. Earlier, upon seeing Bai Luo driving the new car that Youwei had purchased for him, Jiang Yan realized he had never gifted anything to Gu Xinyo. Although she never demanded anything, they had confirmed their relationship as a couple, and a gift was essential. He recalled that girls often cherish jewelry like bracelets and necklaces. This time, he would not purchase anything extravagant as he had for Youwei. Instead, he wanted to choose something together with you. It didn't need to be expensive. It just had to be something she adored. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Gu Xinyo couldn't help but feel joy and warmth in her heart. Girls have an inherent fondness for beautiful accessories, and she was no exception. Hence, without hesitation, she happily replied, okay. Once inside, Gu Xinyo recalled her earlier conversation with her mentor about meeting her parents. She softly mentioned, the teacher said uncles are fine, but she has other commitments these days. Is it okay to go on the 26th? The 26th? Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stroked her shoulder. Isn't the school's anniversary from the 26th to the 28th? Gu Xinyo looked at him in astonishment. How did you know? Her mind was filled with questions. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, because Tianhai University is also my alma mater. Of course, I know the date of the annual celebration. Huh, you didn't tell me about this? Gu Xinyo pouted adorably, a hint of annoyance surfacing. She had been picked up and dropped off daily at Tianhai University by Jiang Yan, only to find out he had attended the same school without her knowledge. Watching Gu Xinyo turn her head away, Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He lifted her chin and gently rubbed her puffed cheeks, soothingly saying, all right, my fault. From now on, I'll make sure to inform you about such matters. Chapter 116 Greetings, Professor Han. I am the parent of Gu Xinyo. Time flies, and before we know it, we have arrived at the annual anniversary celebration of Tianhai University. Today marks the 115th anniversary of the school's establishment. During these 3 days of festivities, students are free from classes and can revel in joyous activities, enjoy performances, and partake in talent and sports competitions. As Jiang Yan accompanied Gu Xinyo to Tianhai University, she was soon called away by Su Shuangshuang under the pretense of a library event. Observing the apologetic glimmer in her eyes, Jiang Yan smiled reassuringly, saying, I understand you have activities to attend to. It's perfectly fine. After all, I was once a student here and am quite familiar with the place. Despite his words, Gu Xinyo remained somewhat uneasy. However, Su Shuangshuang persisted in urging her to join the event. As the chairperson of the library committee, her attendance was obligatory. Reluctantly, she informed Jiang Yan of her exact location before departing. Jiang Yan, relying on his previous memories, made his way to the teaching building of Gu Xinyo's department. Upon reaching the first-floor corridor, he examined the location map on the wall. After locating the room Gu Xinyo had provided, he was about to ascend the stairs when he inadvertently collided with an individual descending. Oh, the person, burdened with a stack of documents, had them scatter across the floor. Jiang Yan paused momentarily, then bent down to assist in gathering the scattered papers. Once everything was collected, he stood up and was momentarily captivated by the woman's frosty yet exquisite beauty. However, upon noticing her icy gaze fixed upon him, he quickly lowered his voice to express his apologies. I'm so sorry. At that moment, he keenly observed a flicker of surprise cross her otherwise impassive features, a subtle shift that would likely elude the notice of most. The woman then replied, her tone as frigid as her demeanor, be more careful next time. Her commanding tone transported Jiang Yan back to his school days, when he had faced reprimands from his teachers. A hint of wry amusement tugged at his lips. He needed no further introduction to recognize that she was a faculty member of Tianhai University. With a smile, Jiang Yan nodded gently, choosing not to engage further as he attempted to bypass the female instructor to ascend to the second floor. Yet, she abruptly positioned her right foot to block his path. Inquiring with an expressionless face, Which department and class are you in? Jiang Yan furrowed his brow at her question, observing a group of students passing by outside the window. He suddenly realized that due to the anniversary celebrations, the students were not in uniform, and his casual attire might have led her to mistake him for a current student of Tianhai University. However, he had already graduated and spent 2 years navigating the complexities of society, no longer a student. In that instant, a thought crossed his mind. Did the teacher's question inadvertently imply that he appeared as youthful as the university students? A mix of amusement and exasperation bubbled within him. After all, his 2 years in the business world had not left him looking particularly seasoned. With a friendly smile, he responded to the teacher, "I have graduated, ma'am." The woman froze briefly, disbelief flashing in her icy eyes. Seizing the opportunity during her moment of surprise, Jiang Yan slipped past her and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found the office of Xinyo's advisor. After gently knocking 3 times, he pushed the door open. Inside, a teacher inquired, "Hello. Who are you looking for?" Jiang Yan politely asked, "Is this Professor Han? I am the parent of Gu Xinyo." "Ah, Professor Han just stepped out but will return shortly." "Please, have a seat," the teacher replied. Jiang Yan felt a peculiar sensation wash over him, yet he chose to sit and wait. The teacher soon excused herself, leaving Jiang Yan alone with his thoughts, a strange feeling lingering in his mind. This oddity dissipated when Professor Han entered the office. Upon seeing Jiang Yan seated, she paused momentarily, her expression devoid of emotion yet her eyes flickering with intrigue. "You are Gu's relative, are you not?" she queried, the last word tinged with disbelief. After all, the man before her appeared remarkably youthful and charismatic. She had even mistaken him for a university student earlier in the hallway. It was hard to reconcile that such an attractive man could be Gu Xinyo's relative. In Han Shuangshue's mind, an uncle should be in his 40s or 50s. Yet Jiang Yan appeared to be no more than in his 20s. A hint of surprise broke through Han Shuangshue's typically frosty demeanor. Jiang Yan, equally taken aback, quickly regained his composure and transformed his expression into one of warmth. "Hello, Professor Han," he greeted, his voice deep yet melodious. As Han Shuangshue regarded the outstretched hand, she felt a wave of hesitation. She was not particularly fond of physical contact with strangers, and given her standing at the university, she could easily refuse without concern for the feelings of a senioress parent. However, she harbored a peculiar fondness for voices, and Jiang Yan's resonant tone struck a chord within her. Subconsciously biting her tongue, she savored the sound of his voice, which lingered in her ears. After a brief moment of contemplation, she slowly extended her hand. "Hello, parent," she replied, her voice still maintaining an air of detachment. Jiang Yan, keenly observing her reaction, merely clasped her hand briefly before releasing it. He could discern that Han Shuangshue was not the most approachable person, yet for the sake of his girlfriend's successful graduation, he was willing to adopt the guise of a cultured uncle. Chapter 117. As an uncle, do you support Gu's romantic endeavors? Once both parties were seated, Jiang Yan took the initiative to speak, slowly articulating, "Professor Han summoned me here. Is there a matter of concern?" Professor Han. Upon noticing Han Shuangshue's momentary daze, Jiang Yan felt compelled to reiterate. Yet, her strikingly beautiful visage remained devoid of expression. With a frosty countenance, Han Shuangshue stated earnestly, "You may address me by my surname." "Han, how should I refer to your guardians?" Jiang Yan, lowering his gaze, pondered for a brief moment before responding, "My surname is Jiang Yu." He earnestly adjusted his name. The reason for adopting a pseudonym was straightforward. He had previously garnered a modicum of recognition at Tianhai University. Despite not being in the same department as Han Shuangshue, he feared that revealing his true identity might lead to her recognizing him, thereby exposing his reason for being here as a representative of Gu Xinyo's family. Perhaps Jiang Yan's demeanor exuded an air of calmness, or it could be attributed to other factors. Han Shuangshue harbored no suspicion. She suppressed the emotions bubbling within her, casually opened her phone, and, after tapping a few times, addressed Jiang Yan nonchalantly, "Mr. Jiang, you needn't call me Professor Han. Please feel at ease and simply refer to me as Shuangshue." "Very well, Professor Han," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. While the first instance of Han Shuangshue requesting him to use her first name did not strike him as particularly significant, the second time made her intent rather apparent. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan remained perplexed by her insistence on being addressed informally. Regardless, he reasoned that addressing her as Professor Han could not possibly be erroneous. At that moment, Han Shuangshue set her phone aside, glanced at Jiang Yan, pressed her lips together, and began discussing Gu Xinyo's situation. I typically refrain from contacting students' guardians without just cause. Indeed, Jiang Yan nodded with a smile, acknowledging the professor's statement. Han Shuangxue continued. Gu has recently been pursued by a male classmate. After being rebuffed, he harbored resentment and began disseminating damaging rumors about her on the school forum. Oh? Jiang Yan remarked softly, such conduct is utterly reprehensible. Has the school taken any disciplinary action against this malicious individual? In response to Jiang Yan's somewhat pressing inquiry, Han Shuangxue opted not to answer directly, instead completing her thoughts. Mr. Jiang, rumors do not arise from a vacuum. I have spoken with Gu, and she mentioned she is currently in a relationship. Are you aware of this? Jiang Yan's eyes instinctively narrowed. He pondered how best to respond. If he admitted knowledge, could it lead her to criticize him for being an inadequate guardian, despite merely being a distant uncle? Would she then insist on meeting with Xinyo's grandmother instead? Conversely, claiming ignorance also seemed undesirable. After a brief pause, Jiang Yan finally said, well, Professor Han, I believe that at their age, university students are naturally inclined to engage in romantic relationships. Xinyo is a young woman in the prime of her youth, transitioning from innocence to maturity. Seeking the joys of love is entirely normal. As adults, if we were to interfere in such personal matters of our students, it would appear. He chose not to continue, yet the implication of his words was unmistakable. Casting a glance at Han Shuangxue, he noted her apparent disinterest. Her pupils seemed distant, as though she were lost in thought. Jiang Yan found himself puzzled. This marked the second occasion Han Shuangxue had appeared distracted, despite her summons regarding Xinyo's situation. She seemed frequently disengaged. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the peculiarity of this seemingly icy woman, who appeared to possess an unusual depth beneath her frigid exterior. Reluctantly, Jiang Yan lowered his voice and inquired softly, Professor Han, are you feeling unwell? At his words, Han Shuangxue snapped back to attention, glancing at Jiang Yan before responding coldly. I am fine. Let us continue discussing Gu's matters. Gu's romantic involvement is not solely due to the rumors. She has been inattentive in class for the past couple of months, which has severely impacted her studies. I suspect this is related to her boyfriend, Han Shuangxue stated, her demeanor icily resolute. I do not wish for Gu to be hindered by a man, and my purpose in summoning you here is to urge you, as her elder, to persuade Gu to terminate this relationship. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan could not help but furrow his brow. Asking Xinyo to end her relationship was tantamount to requesting him to facilitate a breakup. As her boyfriend, how could he possibly acquiesce to such a demand? With this thought, Jiang Yan let out a soft sigh, his tone becoming resigned. Alas, Professor Han, I just articulated a lengthy discourse to you, yet it seems you were not truly listening. It is entirely normal for a young woman of 20 to engage in a romantic relationship. We have all experienced the naive and tender years of youth, and thus we have no justification to forcibly intervene in the romantic affairs of a young girl. If we resort to coercive measures, it may inflict irreparable harm upon Xinyo. As Jiang Yan spoke in a calmer tone, he observed Han Shuangxue shift her posture. She crossed her slender legs, tightly pressing them together, and instinctively applied a touch of color to her lips. Her cold gaze fixated on Jiang Yan, seemingly suppressing some unspoken emotion. Jiang Yan regarded her unusual response with growing intrigue. However, he reminded himself that Han Shuangxue was, after all, Xinyo's mentor, and he needed to maintain a level of politeness. Just as Jiang Yan was lost in contemplation, Han Shuangxue spoke up again, her eyes returning to their usual indifference. The school does not prohibit students from dating. Yet Gu's romantic involvement has significantly disrupted her studies. If she wishes to graduate successfully, her focus must be redirected toward her education. At this juncture, Jiang Yan shifted his tone, lowering his voice to one of seriousness. Your esteemed institution, which has a legacy of excellence, chooses not to address the slanderer yet demands the victim to break up? Professor Han, is this how matters are handled at your distinguished school? With these words, Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened as it bore into Han Shuangxue. He braced himself for her cold retorts, yet unexpectedly, a flicker of delight crossed her icy countenance. Jiang Yan was taken aback, for upon their first encounter, he had discerned her as a woman of aloof elegance. She maintained an unyieldingly frigid facade whenever she interacted with him. Thus, witnessing a shift in her demeanor left him uncertain about her emotional state. However, in the next moment, Han Shuangxue's voice, as cold as ice, restored Jiang Yan's belief that he had merely imagined the fleeting change. Mr. Jiang, does your statement imply that you support Gu's involvement with a man from outside her scholarly environment? This assertion left Jiang Yan feeling distinctly offended. Chapter 118. Is my junior's voice pleasing to the ear? Upon hearing Han Shuangshue's remark, Jiang Yan felt a flicker of indignation. What did she mean by men in society? It sounded tinged with condescension. Suppressing his annoyance, he lowered his voice and maintained a facade of politeness, saying, Professor Han, the handling by your institution is inappropriate. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. As Jiang Yan contemplated leveraging connections to assign Gu Xinyo a different mentor, Han Shuangxue spoke again. With her cold, captivating gaze fixed on him, she remarked, Mr. Jiang, there is no need for concern. We will thoroughly investigate the slanderer and impose penalties accordingly. However, this has no bearing on Gu's romantic involvement affecting her studies. Listening to Han Shuangxue's words, Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He detected a flaw in her argument and smiled gently, stating, So, Professor Han, are you worried about affecting Yu's studies? There is no need for that. I will have a good talk with you, and I can also tutor her. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's soft, slightly deep voice, Han Shuangxue fell silent for a moment, her previously frosty demeanor softening somewhat. Very well, she conceded, seemingly letting go of her stance. Since the parents are supportive, I have little ground to interfere in students' romantic affairs. With Han Shuangxue no longer making things difficult for Gu Xinyo, Jiang Yan felt a measure of relief. After all, this was Yu's mentor, and it was best to maintain a cordial relationship. What sort of punishment will be meted out to the slanderer? Jiang Yan inquired suddenly. Han Shuangxue perceived the underlying intent in Jiang Yan's question and calmly replied, Rest assured, all violations will be addressed per school regulations. Satisfied with her response, Jiang Yan smiled faintly, knowing that more serious transgressions awaited Wang Ke. He stood and said to Han Shuangxue, I am relieved to hear your assurances. If there is nothing further, I will not intrude any longer. After receiving a nod from her, he turned to exit, but as he opened the door and stepped outside, he heard Han Shuangxue call his name in a cold tone. Jiang Yu. It took a brief moment for him to register that she was addressing him. Realizing he had lingered too long, he paused, looking back at Han Shuangxue with a puzzled expression, uttering, Nothing, she replied, her face still stern. Jiang Yan instinctively frowned before walking out of the office. Once he closed the door behind him, Han Shuangxue delicately picked up her phone from the desk and tapped the screen to stop the recording. Suddenly, a trace of indifference graced her icy features. Such a melodious voice. She could edit it later and listen to it as ASMR before bed. During their conversation, she had consciously guided Jiang Yu to modulate his tone. The only regret was that he had not addressed her by name. Nevertheless, wearing headphones, Han Shuangxue closed her eyes, savoring the recording. Hearing him refer to her as Professor Han had its own charm. After listening, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, she opened WeChat and eagerly shared this delightful encounter with her cousin. When Mu Wanzhou received her cousin's message, she replied leisurely, Let me hear it. Han Shuangxue, however, declined to share. Unperturbed, Mu Wanzhou thought of Jiang Yan's voice, which was also quite pleasant, gentle, and soothing in its calmness. She then sent another message. Is my junior's voice more pleasing? Han Shuangxue retorted mercilessly, Only you would think your junior is the most perfect person. The junior mentioned by Mu Wanzhou was merely a name Han Shuangxue had heard but never seen, not even knowing what he was called. After all, whenever Mu Wanzhou boasted, she always referred to him as junior without revealing his name. Yet, given what Mu Wanzhou had mentioned about his pursuit of wealthy heiresses, Han Shuangxue found it difficult to regard such a sycophantic character with any esteem. She preferred someone meticulous and refined, like Jiang Yu, who could maintain composure in the face of her inherent coldness. The contrast between him and the junior described by Mu Wanzhou was stark, rendering her disinterested in hearing more about him. After Jiang Yan left, Gu Xinyo coincidentally contacted him. He arrived at a gazebo to wait, and soon, he spotted Gu Xinyo and Su Shuangshuang walking arm in arm. Hello, I realize I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Su Shuangshuang, she said with a friendly smile. Exuding familiarity, Jiang Yan responded with a gentle smile. Hello, I am Jiang Yan. He then discreetly pulled Gu Xinyo closer to him, while she blinked in surprise. Su Shuangshuang, sensing the moment, promptly announced, I will leave you to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be a third wheel. Haha. Gu Xinyo's cheeks flushed slightly at this, and she shyly protested, Shuang, what are you saying? Jiang Yan naturally placed his hand on the young girl's shoulder. Smiling broadly, all right. Once Su Shuang departed, Jiang Yan suggested, shall we take a stroll together? I haven't visited our alma mater in a long while. Sure, she replied. Hand in hand, they ambled along the streets of Tianhai University, sunlight filtering through the lush green leaves, casting a warm glow upon them. Gu Xinyo gazed joyfully at Jiang Yan's face, wishing to freeze this moment in time. Upon reaching the grassy area of the school playground, they intuitively found a comfortable spot to sit and rest, observing the students rehearsing for the performance the next day. As Youwei exited the principal's office, laughing and chatting, she passed by the playground and was suddenly frozen in her tracks upon spotting a familiar figure. Chapter 119. Jiang Yan, on what grounds do you buy her gifts? Youwei found herself unable to move. She stood there, staring blankly at the two individuals on the lawn, who were cozily seated together, with Gu Xinyo's head resting on Jiang Yan's shoulder, creating a scene of harmony amidst a crowd of university students. A surge of resentment welled up from deep within her heart. At that moment, Youwei caught sight of the necklace around Gu Xinyo's neck glimmering in the sunlight, its brilliance painfully piercing her eyes. She breathed rapidly, feeling a sharp ache in her chest. Jiang Yan had actually bought her a gift. This thought flickered incessantly in Youwei's mind. She recalled the past when Jiang Yan had only ever gifted her, showering her with necklaces, bracelets, and various luxurious items. The sudden sight of him bestowing gifts upon another woman made her feel utterly out of place. Reflecting on her warning from a few days prior, it seemed to have had no effect on Gu Xinyo at all, igniting both anger and jealousy within her. Youwei's eyes burned with fury as she fixed her gaze on the couple not far away. She then altered her plans to return to the office, walking purposefully to the other side of the lawn to quietly observe them. She was acutely aware that her current actions would only deepen her own anguish, yet the sight of Gu Xinyo beside Jiang Yan compelled her to monitor the two, particularly Gu Xinyo. She was determined to scrutinize how this woman had managed to capture Jiang Yan's affection. At that moment, the rehearsal on stage transitioned to a new act. An elegant, pure white piano was hoisted onto the stage by several individuals. To her surprise, Bai Luo stepped onto the stage. Jiang Yan and Gu Xinyo watched in silence as Bai Luo took the spotlight. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed slightly. That person is... Gu Xinyo hesitated, recalling her brief encounter with Bai Luo at a charity gala. Unsure of how to refer to him, her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend's current partner, she realized it would be rather impolite to her boyfriend and somewhat convoluted. Recognizing this, Gu Xinyo silently closed her mouth. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, seemingly indifferent, chuckled and casually remarked to Gu Xinyo, "You can call him pretty boy." Gu Xinyo blinked in surprise at Jiang Yan's teasing demeanor and nodded vigorously. "All right. By the way, keep your distance from him," Jiang Yan suddenly interjected. Gu Xinyo's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Jiang Yan, who calmly stated two words, "He's dirty." "Oh," Gu Xinyo nodded, somewhat understanding yet still puzzled. At that moment, Bai Luo, preparing to perform on stage, caught sight of Youwei. Smirking, he had meticulously timed his arrival at Tianhai University, having spent money to arrange for some upperclassmen to relinquish their rehearsal slot for him. Bai Luo's intention was to shine once more in front of Youwei, believing that with the backdrop of their university, he could perfectly evoke the charm of their past, reigniting her fond memories. As he pondered this, a confident and suave smile spread across his face, and he began his performance. The piano was borrowed from the music department, the very same one Youwei had stumbled upon him playing in the music classroom. Clad in a pristine white suit, Bai Luo appeared even more striking as sunlight bathed him and the piano in a warm glow. Youwei found herself momentarily entranced, as if transported back to their earlier days. As the performance concluded, Youwei scarcely registered how well Bai Luo had played. It was only when he suddenly appeared before her that she snapped back to reality. Wei, what do you think? Hee, did you enjoy my performance? Bai Luo asked, noticing her dazed expression, a proud smile gracing his lips. Youwei looked up at him, sunlight streaming from behind, casting a soft glow around his figure. Her eyes instinctively welled with tears. It was quite good, Youwei replied, her voice slightly choked. She seemed to forget that only the day before, she had been avoiding Bai Luo with disdain. Indeed, the allure of white moonlight was formidable, as long as Bai Luo could rekindle the image of that cherished moment in her heart. No one could resist. With the response he desired achieved, Bai Luo gleefully settled beside Youwei, enjoying a leisurely moment on the lawn. Meanwhile, many students in the vicinity recognized Bai Luo, whispering excitedly to their friends, "Isn't that my mule brother? How did this scandalous artist manage to get into our school? What bad luck." Mule was a derogatory nickname bestowed upon Bai Luo by netizens. Another student scoffed, "Did you not see him just perform on stage, dressed to the nines? Clearly, he's trying to charm the daughter of a prominent entertainment company." Youwei's identity had been revealed when Bai Luo's unsavory past was exposed online, so anyone familiar with the gossip recognized her immediately. Jiang Yan listened to the surrounding chatter, familiar names unwittingly drifting into his ears. Yuxinyo caught wind of the conversations as well, gazing at Jiang Yan in confusion. In that moment, both of them instinctively spotted Youwei and Bai Luo not too far away. At that very instant, Youwei's gaze shifted, locking eyes with Jiang Yan. Upon realizing that he had noticed her, Youwei instinctively stood up, maintaining a distance from Bai Luo, and quickly approached Jiang Yan. Up close, she noticed the necklace adorning Guxinyo's neck, momentarily taken aback by its exquisite brilliance. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out, "Jiang Yan, on what grounds do you buy her gifts?" Just then, Bai Luo jogged over to Youwei's side. Seeing the defiant look in Bai Luo's eyes directed at him, Jiang Yan sneered coldly. "Do you live by the sea? Why do you feel the need to interfere when I buy gifts for my girlfriend?" Youwei was momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing as she bitterly replied, "That's not what I meant." At that moment, Bai Luo, breathless and slightly delayed, interjected, Wei. Why didn't you tell me before you suddenly walked away?" "Oh, Jiang Yan, you're here too." Bai Luo, upon noticing Jiang Yan and Guxinyo together, feigned realization and provocatively stated, "Are you two on a date?" "My apologies, Wei and I are also on a date. I hope we're not interrupting you." Jiang Yan merely glanced at the clownish figure before him, choosing not to respond. Chapter 120. Bai Luo received 2 slaps. Jiang Yan mockingly addressed Youwei, saying, "You spent hundreds of thousands on a new car for your white moonlight, while I merely gifted a necklace to you. Miss you. How do you manage to approach me with such audacity?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Youwei swayed slightly, while Bai Luo stood up for her. "Jiang Yan, you have gone too far. How can you speak so disrespectfully about a girl? Have you no manners?" Guxinyo, feeling a bit uneasy, clung to Jiang Yan's arm, instinctively retorting in a hushed tone, "My boyfriend is far more refined than you." Bai Luo, upon hearing this, felt as though he had been struck down, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Youwei, who had been silent, felt a tumult of emotions within her. After processing Jiang Yan's statement, she found herself secretly delighted, believing that Jiang Yan was indeed envious of the new car she had bought for Bai Luo. She thought he was expressing his dissatisfaction in this childish manner to draw her attention. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She had never given Jiang Yan a gift. Reflecting on their 5-year relationship, she recalled how he always meticulously selected luxurious items for her on anniversaries and birthdays, all to please her. Yet, she realized that on his birthdays, it was he who gifted her. Deep down, she resolved to present him with the most precious gift at his upcoming birthday celebration. But the exact date of Jiang Yan's birthday, she couldn't remember. No matter, she could always ask someone else. With this thought, Youwei cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Yan, her anger considerably subsiding. "Jiang Yan, you're blaming me, aren't you?" Jiang Yan, taken aback by the rapid shift in her expression, felt puzzled, suspecting she was conjuring up some narrative in her mind. He replied softly, "I wouldn't dare blame Miss You. After all, you've gone to see your white moonlight's performance. It seems the best way for me to handle this is to let you two be locked together." There was an unspoken word Jiang Yan refrained from adding. The two of them would be locked in a state of utter ruin. However, considering that Youwei's current entertainment company was flourishing due to Yang Xinrui's involvement, Jiang Yan chose not to mention it. After all, rising high was merely a prelude to a more significant fall. A wicked anticipation brewed within him as he looked forward to witnessing Youwei's downfall. Bai Luo's expression shifted upon hearing Jiang Yan's words. He interpreted them not as a blessing but rather as a pointed jab at him. Unable to restrain himself, Bai Luo retorted, "Jiang Yan, your taste in girlfriends has deteriorated. She pales in comparison to Wei in both beauty and status. You truly have no standards. Settling for someone like her." Slap. Before he could finish, Jiang Yan struck him with a resounding slap, silencing him instantly. Bai Luo stood there in shock. His mouth agape for a full 5 seconds as the sting of the slap registered, filling him with rage. Bai Luo bared his teeth in a grimace, glaring menacingly at Jiang Yan. "How dare you hit me?" Slap. Another sharp slap followed, leaving a red mark on the other side of Bai Luo's face. "Jiang Yan, have you lost your mind?" Youwei exclaimed, unable to contain her anger. Jiang Yan's eyes darkened as he warned Bai Luo, "Mind your words. If I hear another inappropriate remark, your fate will be dire." The commotion naturally attracted the attention of several nearby university students. Originally discreetly observing, they now began to openly discuss the unfolding drama. Wow, those two slaps felt satisfying to watch. Who is this handsome guy? Even if we dislike Bai Luo. He is the chairman of Huanyu. Doesn't he fear Youwei's retaliation? Who cares who he is? Such a disgraceful artist deserves to be silenced. We're just here to enjoy the spectacle. I thought I heard an awful performance earlier. Turns out it was Bai Luo playing. Makes sense now. As Bai Luo listened to the students hurling insults at him, his face turned a shade of deep anger. The humiliation of being slapped by Jiang Yan in front of so many onlookers was unbearable. He vowed to take revenge. Yet, recognizing Jiang Yan's superior strength, he shifted his gaze towards Youwei. Covering his red, swollen cheek, he looked at her with teary eyes, pleading, Weiwei, you must stand up for me. Youwei, glancing at Bai Luo, found herself in a moral quandary. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan calmly gestured to Guxinyo, indicating her small backpack. Guxinyo paused for a moment before realizing. Quickly retrieving a pack of wet wipes and handing them to Jiang Yan. He accepted them and nonchalantly wiped his hands, reflecting on how impulsive he had been. He thought he should have used the firm soles of his shoes to deal with Bai Luo. Considering the reciprocal nature of physical force, his palm was stinging as well. Having come into contact with something unclean, seeing Youwei's indecision only made Bai Luo's expression more sinister. Damn it, the last time Jiang Yan hit me, I held back from reporting him because of Youwei's intercession. But this time, being humiliated in front of so many students, with my little fans cheering, I will not let Jiang Yan off the hook. As he watched Jiang Yan pull Guxinyo away, attempting to leave the scene, Bai Luo's eyes turned cold. And he shouted, Stop! Don't you dare walk away. Jiang Yan, you will pay for this. If you try to leave now, you will regret it. Youwei instinctively defended Jiang Yan, saying, Bai Luo, don't say that. However, Jiang Yan paid no heed to Bai Luo's threats, continuing to lead Guxinyo away from the scene, ignoring him completely. Just then, several security personnel approached. Bai Luo felt a surge of hope, but before he could speak, the lead guard grabbed him by the arms, expressionless, stating, Disgraced artists are not permitted on campus. Please leave. Bai Luo's face drained of color. It turned out that a concerned student had reported him to the academic office, and he was not allowed on the grounds of Tianhai University. During the 3 days of the school celebration, with crowds mingling, outsiders were required to have an invitation from someone within the school to enter. Bai Luo had merely bribed the gatekeeper to sneak in. Thus, amidst the laughter of the students, Bai Luo was escorted out of the university. Chapter 121. Youkai approaches Bai Luo. This segment was shared online by enthusiastic university students, causing Bai Luo to momentarily gain notoriety. It is needless to say that any attempts to manage public opinion have been futile. His reputation has been irreparably tarnished. Frustrated, Bai Luo sat in his car, sending messages to Youwei, only to receive a reply instructing him to return home as she had other matters to attend to. Furious, Bai Luo slammed his hands on the steering wheel and glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror. His once flawless complexion was now swollen and red. Anger surged within him again, yet he felt powerless. Youwei had become indifferent to him whenever Jiang Yan was around. With a stern expression, Bai Luo contemplated his next move and drove towards Yang Xinrui. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Yang Xinrui was well-versed in marketing strategies. Bai Luo hoped to win her favor and salvage his reputation. However, upon his arrival, he was met with disdain. It turned out that once Yang Xinrui had achieved her own goals, she no longer required Bai Luo and showed him no kindness. After all, she had made billions through Huanyu Media and was reaping profits. She merely needed to wait until the facade crumbled, at which point she could sell her shares and vanish without a trace. The subsequent downfall of Huanyu Media was of no concern to her. Bai Luo was dismissed, infuriated, and pressed the accelerator, heading towards his company. However, en route, he was abruptly halted by a luxury vehicle. Youkai stepped out with an air of confidence, placing his foot on the front tire of Bai Luo's car, haughtily gesturing for him to exit. Get out, Youkai declared arrogantly. Bai Luo observed Youkai through the windshield, his displeasure evident in his eyes. Unfamiliar with Youwei's family, he did not recognize her cousin, Youkai. Yet, judging by the expensive car and designer attire, it was clear he came from wealth. Bai Luo, a mere commoner, felt intimidated. Reluctantly, he removed the swelling patch from his face and exited the vehicle. What's the matter with you? Why did you stop my car? I don't even know you. Bai Luo's tone was less than cordial. Typically, he might have offered a few conciliatory words upon encountering someone of Yukai's stature, but after 2 humiliating experiences that day, his temper was frayed. Youkai, unable to suppress a scoff, retorted, You must be the kept boy of Youwei. Mind your words. Who do you think you are? I'm not just some kept boy. I'm Weiwei's close friend. Bai Luo shot back, anger evident in his voice. The palm print on his face was obscured by the swelling patch, though a hint of redness remained, accentuating his youthful features. Bai Luo's striking appearance, coupled with his anger, rendered him somewhat endearing in a way. Youwei found himself momentarily mesmerized. Soon after, a sly smile crept across his lips. Well, it seems you truly are a kept boy. You are rather good-looking. Youwei, who had no qualms about pursuing relationships with either gender, was drawn to Bai Luo not just for his looks, but also in hopes of discovering Youwei's vulnerabilities through him. However, upon seeing him in person, he found himself entertained by different thoughts. Who exactly are you? Bai Luo felt insulted, the anger he harbored from Jiang Yan resurfacing. You don't even know who I am. After spending so much time with you, Youwei, hasn't she mentioned her family? Bai Luo froze, his anger dissipating as he blinked in confusion. You are Weiwei's family. Youwei replied straightforwardly, I am her cousin. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's demeanor shifted dramatically. Oh, my apologies, I didn't know. How rude of me. With that, he stepped forward to extend his hand to Youwei. Youwei reciprocated the gesture. Bai Luo slightly bent forward, offering a conciliatory smile, but soon found the smile becoming increasingly strained. Why on earth isn't he letting go? How long must this handshake last? As he silently cursed in his mind, Youwei finally released his grip. Don't take it personally. After all, Youwei's relationship with our family is strained. Her parents disapprove of her, and she doesn't heed their advice at all. That must be a misunderstanding. So, cousin, you sought me out for a reason? Naturally, I wish to discuss something with you. Our family has known of your existence for some time, Youwei paused. Noticing Bai Luo's anxious expression, then continued, your parents are not particularly pleased with you. You understand the significance of social standing, don't you? Bai Luo nodded rapidly. Yes, I understand, but Weiwei likes me. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Luo. So, is it because of me that Weiwei is at odds with her family? Youwei hesitated, impressed by Bai Luo's ability to connect the dots. Indeed, your relationship has caused quite a stir. Your family is quite upset, and they won't let this slide. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's panic escalated. He instinctively turned to Youwei for assistance. What should I do? I don't want to face the consequences. He had read online about how wealthy families dealt with commoners. Their methods could be described as reckless and capricious. The law appeared to hold no power over them, and a mere command could render someone invisible. It was utterly terrifying. Seeing the fear in Bai Luo's eyes, Youwei couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated such a favorable outcome. Don't worry, we live in a society governed by law. It's not that dire. However, you are indeed in a precarious position. Bai Luo, hearing this, became even more frantic and instinctively gripped Youwei's hand tightly. Big brother, can you help me? I'm just a good friend of Weiwei. Beivi misunderstood me. Youwei's gaze fell upon Bai Luo's hand, and he licked his lips before withdrawing his hand and patting Bai Luo's wrist. I came to assist you, but you must heed my advice. Bai Luo nodded vigorously. Yes, I will listen to whatever you say, big brother. Chapter 122. I will arrange a birthday celebration for you. Youwei laughed unabashedly, the corners of his mouth curving ever wider. Then follow me, he said. Bai Luo, watching Youwei open the car door, instinctively exclaimed, what about my car? Leave it by the roadside. Upon hearing Youwei's tone, which brooked no dissent, Bai Luo cast a glance at his vehicle and hesitated briefly. With a heavy heart, he climbed into Youwei's car. As they drove down unfamiliar roads, Bai Luo's anxiety began to mount, uncertain of where Weiwei's cousin would take him. Meanwhile, Youwei had not sought out Bai Luo. Instead, she visited the vice principal responsible for organizing the school anniversary. Given that her family had a good relationship with the vice principal and had sponsored the school on multiple occasions through him, the vice principal greeted Youwei with great courtesy. Welcome, Ms. Yu, he said. It has been a while, Principal Li, Youwei replied, her face adorned with a veneer of insincere businesslike politeness. After a few pleasantries, she cut to the chase. Principal Li, since we are old acquaintances, I will be direct. I need a copy of the performance list for tomorrow's anniversary celebration. The vice principal maintained a cordial smile, his eyes darting around quickly upon hearing her request. Of course. Ms. Yu, that's a minor matter. He promptly retrieved a stack of performance lists from a cabinet. As Youwei received the document, her gaze fell confidently upon her target. Finally, she located the name she sought, Gu Xinyo, listed among the speakers from various student council departments. Noticing this name, Youwei's expression darkened. She mentally noted Gu Xinyo's speaking time and order before handing the performance list back to the vice principal. Casually, she inquired, principally. Why am I not listed for a speech? With a friendly demeanor, the vice principal quickly considered her words. He recalled hearing from the principal that Youwei was to speak the following day as part of the student recruitment efforts. However, due to the rush timeline, he had not yet finalized the order. Given Youwei's substantial wealth, he was well aware that she was not someone to offend lightly. The vice principal blinked rapidly and said softly, Ms. Yu, I haven't arranged the schedule yet. Just tell me when you would like to speak, and I will accommodate you. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Youwei's lips. Let us schedule it for 5:40 p.m. Since the previous acts are all student performances, it wouldn't be appropriate to squeeze me in before that. I'll speak alongside the heads of the student council. Of course, that works perfectly, the vice principal replied. Smiling. Shortly after, Youwei departed, satisfied with her arrangement. She had chosen a time that conveniently followed Gu Xinyo's speech. As it was a presentation, preparation of a speech manuscript was essential. However, if anyone were to misplace their script tomorrow, it would certainly lead to embarrassment in front of the entire student body. After all, with so many eyes present, losing a piece of paper backstage was rather commonplace. Youwei recalled her recent warning to Gu Xinyo, who had evidently disregarded her words. Now that her business was flourishing and she had some leisure time, perhaps it was time to teach Gu Xinyo a small lesson. After leaving the school, Jiang Yan turned to Gu Xinyo, suggesting, shall we dine out this evening? Gu Xinyo instinctively replied, aren't we eating at home? Do you think my cooking is inadequate? Typically, Gu Xinyo prepared dinner in their apartment. So Jiang Yan's sudden proposal to eat out made her worry that he was dissatisfied with her culinary skills. Seeing Gu Xinyo's sulky expression, Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He gently ruffled her hair, smiling warmly as he said, silly girl, your cooking is delightful, but eating at home every day. I've never taken you out to a nice restaurant. Others might think I'm mistreating you. No, that's not true, Gu Xinyo retorted softly. Let me treat you to a feast of delicacies tonight. How about it, my little princess? At Jiang Yan's teasing, Gu Xinyo's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She couldn't resist agreeing, all right. Being a foodie herself, she had previously refrained from indulging in seafood due to budget constraints. Now, the thought of dining at a high-end restaurant excited her. Jiang Yan took Gu Xinyo to an upscale seafood buffet restaurant, choosing the highest-priced option at 2,888 yuan per person. While this was a far cry from the establishments he typically frequented for business, this buffet was genuinely worth the price, featuring sumptuous offerings like king crab and lobster available for unlimited enjoyment. As they sat before a lavish spread of seafood, Gu Xinyo eagerly donned gloves, cracking open a crab leg and savoring the rich, succulent meat, exclaiming, this is a feast. Jiang Yan watched with delight as she stuffed her mouth full, then joined her in the culinary delight. Just as they were relishing their meal, a phone call interrupted them. Jiang Yan glanced at his phone. It was Lin Cheng. Hey, Yan, what are you up to? Jiang Yan swallowed his food and replied, eating. What's up? Lin Cheng chuckled lightly before suddenly mentioning, by the way, your birthday is next week, right? Yes, indeed. Are you planning to prepare my gift now, Chinga? Jiang Yan teased. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyo, who had been enjoying her meal, paused to listen intently, having caught the mention of birthday. Jiang Yan's birthday was approaching? She was oblivious to this fact and had no idea what gift to prepare for him. She wondered if she had enough time to organize something. On the other end of the line, Lin Cheng's voice was noticeably subdued. Yes, on your birthday, don't go anywhere. I've arranged a celebration for you. Jiang Yan, focused on Gu Xinyo, casually responded to Lin Cheng. All right, I'll follow your arrangements. He then ended the call, aware that taking a phone call while dining could be impolite. Although Gu Xinyo was his closest partner, the call had clearly interrupted her enjoyment. Therefore, Jiang Yan swiftly concluded the conversation, unaware that Lin Cheng's tone had been somewhat unusual that day. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng pocketed his phone, casting a glance at the figure of Mu Wanzhou beside him, who was watching him intently. Chapter 123, Are you jealous? Lin Cheng spoke expressionlessly. Is this acceptable? His tone was rather unpleasant. After all, who would willingly lie to their own brother? Had it not been for Mu Wanzhou personally seeking him out and coercing him into calling Jiang Yan, he would rather endure personal loss than deceive his brother. However, he had no choice. The investment company was a family enterprise, not solely his own. To protect his family's interests from Mu Wanzhou's schemes, he had to comply with her directives. Yet, upon reflection, Lin Cheng found it perplexing that after Jiang Yan ended things with Youwei, he did not embrace the pursuit of the affluent female CEO Mu Wanzhou. Not only did she hail from a powerful family with vast resources, but she was also exceptionally capable, now at the helm of the Mu Group. with her enchanting beauty and stunning figure. It was bewildering that Jiang Yan would dismiss such a remarkable woman. Lin Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for his brother. Very well. Mu Wanzhou replied coolly, before the birthday of the junior next week, ensure he does not discover that I am the one organizing the celebration. If you slip up. Mu Wanzhou's smile seemed benign, yet the pressure in her gaze was unmistakable. Lin Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. He was well aware of Mu Wanzhou's ruthless tactics in the business world. I know without you having to say so, Lin Qing replied. Upon hearing his assurance, Mu Wanzhou's crimson lips curved into a slight smile as she walked away in satisfaction, her high heels clicking against the floor. The reason she sought out Lin Qing was that if she approached Jiang Yan directly, he would undoubtedly reject her. His intention to avoid her was abundantly clear. After returning home, Mu Wanzhou reflected on her approach towards Jiang Yan. It seemed she had been excessively forceful. Often, it was merely her own unilateral desire. This approach had proven ineffective. Thus, Mu Wanzhou resolved to adopt a different strategy. She would touch Jiang Yan's heart with sincerity. However, should this endeavor fail, she had a backup plan to unveil Jiang Yan's most vulnerable side and offer him the warmth he needed. Meanwhile, Lin Qing silently prayed for Jiang Yan as he watched Mu Wanzhou's departing silhouette. The following day, Jiang Yan arrived at Tianhai University with Gu Xinyo. Upon meeting Su Shuangshuang at the entrance, the three of them proceeded towards the activity center. Gu Xinyo was scheduled to deliver a speech in the afternoon, following the student performances. Thus, they initially sat in the audience to enjoy the show. As the time for Gu Xinyo's speech drew nearer, she became increasingly restless. Su Shuangshuang, noticing her anxiety, said, "You, don't be nervous when it's your turn." Gu Xinyo replied somewhat absently, "Mm." Jiang Yan then wrapped his arm around her, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry, you practiced well last night. Just treat it like usual." Watching the affectionate exchange between the two, Su Shuangshuang felt an invisible barrier separating her from them. It seemed she was the extraneous one. Glancing at her watch, Gu Xinyo noted that she had an hour before her speech. Unable to remain seated, she announced, "I'm going to prepare backstage." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan stood up, saying, "I'll go with you." Gu Xinyo hesitated to refuse, but Su Shuangshuang interjected, "Go on, I'll help you carry your things." With that, Gu Xinyo could no longer decline, replying, "All right." Soon, Gu Xinyo led Jiang Yan to the waiting area backstage. Although the university lacked professional facilities, the waiting area was ample, featuring several makeshift rooms. While searching for an available lounge, they unexpectedly encountered Youwei in one of the rooms. Gu Xinyo was momentarily taken aback, while Jiang Yan's brow furrowed in concern. Youwei had not anticipated that Gu Xinyo's speech would warrant Jiang Yan's personal accompaniment. Jealousy surged within her as she exclaimed, "Jiang Yan, this is the waiting area for performers. You cannot be here." She attempted to dismiss him, but was met with the sound of the door closing coldly behind him as he took Gu Xinyo to another lounge. Jiang Yan could not help but comment, "I didn't expect Youwei would also be performing. But don't worry, with me around, she won't dare to do anything to you. Just focus on your practice." I'm not afraid of her," Gu Xinyo murmured softly. She then took out her speech draft and began to rehearse quietly, while Jiang Yan discreetly slipped away. Years of keen intuition told him that Youwei was up to something. He positioned himself around a hidden corner to observe. Before long, he saw someone enter Youwei's room. Moments later, that person exited and headed straight for Gu Xinyo's room. Shortly after, Gu Xinyo was called out by a fellow student. Youwei emerged, heading directly towards Gu Xinyo's room. Jiang Yan's expression darkened at the sight. He stepped out from the corner and entered Youwei's lounge, his gaze immediately locking onto the speech draft on the table. A minute later, Youwei returned to her room, a smug expression on her face. She glanced at Gu Xinyo's manuscript, deriding it as worthless before tossing it aside. At that moment, her door swung open, and upon seeing Jiang Yan standing at the threshold, her face lit up with delight. However, recalling that he had accompanied Gu Xinyo, she could not help but express her discontent, saying, "You treat that woman so well, even accompanying her for a speech. Why can't you be a bit nicer to me?" In response to Youwei's inquiry, Jiang Yan calmly approached her, as she remained unaware. He quickly scanned the room and caught sight of the paper in the distance. It was Gu Xinyo's speech draft. Jiang Yan coldly replied, "Why don't you go check on your white moonlight? I've just given him a couple of slaps." Though the words were meant to be sarcastic, Youwei interpreted them differently. Gazing at Jiang Yan's tall figure, a thought crossed her mind, and she instinctively asked, "Are you jealous?" Chapter 124. It is not that you awaken late, but that you are greedy, Youwei pondered. Undoubtedly Jiang Yan was envious. Otherwise, Why would he seek her out and bring up Bai Luo? He clearly noticed her concern for Bai Luo, which ignited his jealousy. However, Jiang Yan might not have realized it just yet. Thus, Youwei couldn't help but fantasize. He still harbors feelings for me. While Youwei was lost in her daydreams, Jiang Yan quietly took 2 sheets of paper. With his wrist behind his back, he remarked, "I'm jealous? Haha, what gives you that impression?" Youwei gazed at Jiang Yan's handsome visage, her eyes revealing a glimmer of affection. She softly voiced her innermost thoughts. "I know you haven't realized it yet. But it's all right. I am innocent with Bai Luo. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. Moreover, I can forgive you for all the times you scolded and hit me, as long as you return. Jiang Yan, shall we start anew? Let the past remain in the past." Jiang Yan observed Youwei's hopeful gaze and couldn't help but smirk coldly. His objective had been achieved, and there was no need to endure her disdain any longer. He replied icily, "Impossible, we cannot go back, Youwei. I don't need to investigate you. The moment you chose Bai Luo over me on my birthday, you made your choice. Since you chose Bai Luo, persist with that choice until the end. Your current regret stems from losing a loyal admirer. Stop deceiving yourself. The notions you've concocted in your mind are truly laughable. I, Jiang Yan, will not harbor even a shred of feeling for you." He pronounced each word with unwavering conviction. Listening to Jiang Yan's hurtful words, Youwei felt a pang in her heart. Tears welled in her eyes. "Jiang Yan, please don't say that. I'm not that kind of person. Why do you always misunderstand me? What must I do for you to like me again? Please don't be so heartless. I simply awakened to my feelings rather late." Her throat choked up as she instinctively clutched her chest. Why? There was a dull ache within her. It was an indescribable discomfort. Jiang Yan's words felt like a merciless hammer, incessantly striking at her heart. It was not an excruciating pain, but it was immensely uncomfortable. Jiang Yan remained silent, watching Youwei's display, indifferent to whether she was moved or not. His heart was sealed tightly, cold and unfeeling. He finally spoke. "You were not awakening late. You were simply greedy." With that, Jiang Yan exited the room. Youwei felt as though Jiang Yan's words had pierced her deeply. Leaving her devoid of strength, helplessly sitting on the stool, her gaze vacant, her spirit dimmed. Upon Jiang Yan's return, Guxinyo was anxiously rummaging through her speech manuscript in her room. Jiang Yan held up the papers in his hand and said, Your manuscript is here." Guxinyo took it, and her face instantly brightened with a smile. "I was scared to death. I thought I lost it." Then, she blinked at Jiang Yan, asking, "How did it end up in your hands?" Jiang Yan remained silent, merely playfully handing her another speech draft that had Youwei and Huanyu Media written on it. Guxinyo looked at Jiang Yan with a mix of understanding and confusion. At that moment, a staff member approached, calling out, "Library Chair Guxinyo. It's your turn next. Please follow me to the waiting area." Guxinyo quickly gathered her things, casting a glance at Jiang Yan before departing. Jiang Yan smiled gently, encouraging her, "Good luck, don't be nervous. I'll be waiting for you by Su Shuang's side. There's an exciting speech to watch after yours." "All right." Guxinyo clenched her fist, cheering herself on. Jiang Yan returned to the spot where they had watched the performance earlier. When the staff urged Youwei to head backstage, her gaze fell upon the table, and she suddenly froze. Where was her speech manuscript? What was happening? She distinctly remembered placing it on the table. Panic set in as she frantically searched, knocking everything off the table in vain. As time grew increasingly tight, her heart raced to its peak. Standing at the center of the stage, facing the microphone, Youwei's mind went blank. It was over. She had completely forgotten what she was supposed to say. Looking down at the sea of faces in the audience, Youwei felt dizzy, her body unsteady. Her palms gripped the podium tightly as she stammered, "Hello everyone." What followed was a jumbled and incoherent speech. The college students who did not know Youwei thought the speaker was a stutterer. At this moment, Guxinyo had joined Jiang Yan, sitting beside him as she watched Youwei's faltering speech. Suddenly, she understood something. Guxinyo looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes questioning. "Did you do this?" Jiang Yan smirked, effortlessly wrapping his arm around her waist and leaning close to her ear. "You've wronged me. I'm merely returning the favor," he whispered, his warm breath brushing against her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. Embarrassed, Guxinyo gently pushed Jiang Yan away. Shuang is still here. There are people around." "Haha. All right. You're truly adorable," Jiang Yan chuckled, straightening up. Meanwhile, Su Shuang, sitting next to Guxinyo, felt utterly tormented by their presence. Why did she have to sit with this couple? It was so uncomfortable. Just the day before, Su Shuang had seen Jiang Yan and Guxinyo hand in hand, and she could tease them playfully. Now, however, she found no joy in it. At this moment, many students in the audience began to murmur about Youwei on stage. Youwei, feeling the pressure, thought about the opportunity she had sponsored for the school. This was an anniversary celebration, and nearly all the students from Tianhai University were present. Gritting her teeth, she resolved not to let it end like this. She must sign a group of pure and fresh college students. She had to see this through. Taking a deep breath, Youwei started to awkwardly introduce Huanya Media. However, just then, someone in the audience yelled, "Get off the stage." What is this nonsense? Rubbish. Chapter 125. Youwei's humiliation. Youwei was called down by voices from the audience. People often succumb to the pressure of conformity once one voice emerges. A chorus of similar sounds inevitably follows. Soon, the stage was filled with a synchronized chant. Down, down, down. The university's students united in their cries. Meanwhile, on stage, Youwei's expression was one of utter humiliation. She glanced towards the leaders in the front row, only to find the principal and directors showing no inclination to intervene. Their faces betraying their discomfort, clearly wishing for her to cease her speech. Clenching her fists tightly, her fingertips turned pale. Her pride could not withstand such public derision. Enraged, she shot a furious glare at the students below before storming off the stage. She vowed never to contribute a single cent to Tianhai University again. On the other side, Jiang Yan watched the spectacle with a sense of amusement, believing it was a fitting consequence for Youwei's actions. However, Gu Xinyo began to feel a twinge of worry and turned to Jiang Yan, asking what would happen if she discovered the truth. Jiang Yan, calm and composed, reassured her that she lacked the strength to retaliate. Hearing this, Gu Xinyo felt her anxiety dissipate. Meanwhile, Su Shuangshuang, who had previously followed Gu Xinyo and encountered Youwei, felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing her downfall. It served her right for bullying Xinyo. Listening to the conversation between Xinyo and Jiang Yan, it seemed Jiang Yan was standing up for Xinyo. With this thought, Su Shuangshuang cast a lingering glance at Jiang Yan. Reflecting on the past, when she had been incensed at Youwei's bullying of Xinyo, she had assumed Jiang Yan still harbored feelings for Youwei, which was why he allowed you to target Xinyo. However, seeing him humiliate Youwei at the university celebration shifted her perception of him. Su Shuangshuang scrutinized Jiang Yan. He was undeniably exceptional, both in appearance and character. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Xinyo to meet someone like him. Playfully, she nudged her friend, teasing, "Oh, how enviable for you, having a boyfriend to stand up for you. How delightful." Gu Xinyo, aware of Su Shuangshuang's playful jabs, smiled and replied, "Shuangshuang, you too will find a remarkable boyfriend who loves you." Su Shuangshuang sighed, "Who knows? As long as I can marry someone I don't despise." Gu Xinyo's heart sank. She had forgotten how strict Su Shuangshuang's parents were. Although her family was well off, running a factory in Tianhai City, they imposed strict limits on her allowance and had orchestrated her life such that any relationship felt futile, as she would be forced into an arranged marriage. The thought of not being able to choose her partner must have been a deep-seated pain for her. Jiang Yan sensed the atmosphere had inexplicably dimmed and suggested, "After the celebration, why don't we go to Happy Valley for some fun?" "Xinyo, have you ever been?" Gu Xinyo shook her head. "No, isn't it closing soon?" Jiang Yan smiled. "Silly, there's a night session. The lights are even more beautiful." Su Shuangshuang, upon hearing this, brightened, raising her hands in agreement. "Sounds great." The mood lifted once more, and the three headed off to enjoy their time at Happy Valley. After their excursion, when Su Shuangshuang returned home, she found her parents seated on the living room sofa, their expressions ominous. Caught up in the excitement, she had lost track of the curfew. Pressing her lips together in silence, she was confined to her room for the entire day. Following her humiliation at Tianhai University, Youwei stormed back to her company, her face cold as she instructed the HR manager, "Reach out to a talent scouting agency. Hire some fresh faces, but remember, no students from Tianhai University, understood?" The manager nodded in acknowledgement. Once the HR personnel departed, Youwei took a few deep breaths, regaining her composure. She was almost certain that the incident involving her lost speech notes was orchestrated by the university staff. When she was called down from the stage, the university leaders had the power to intervene but chose to remain passive. Reflecting on her visit to the principal's office the day before, where he had feigned friendliness while subtly suggesting her sponsorship was insufficient, she realized he must be displeased with her refusal to donate more. Thus, he resorted to such underhanded tactics against her. How insidious! Meanwhile, far away at Tianhai University, the principal sneezed and remarked to his associate, "From now on, let's avoid letting that young lady from the Yu family take the stage. It's too embarrassing for our institution." Tianhai University was the premier academic institution in Tianhai City. And if this incident were to be broadcasted, the ridicule from outsiders would be unbearable for him. Not only would his reputation suffer, but he would also be subject to ridicule from the principal of the neighboring university, which would be utterly disastrous. Youwei, meanwhile, believed her assessment was accurate. Sitting at her desk, she sent a text to Jiang Yan's close friend, Lin Qing. When is Jiang Yan's birthday? Upon receiving the message, Lin Qing was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He chose to ignore Youwei and deleted her message instead, growing impatient without a response. Youwei became increasingly agitated. Then, she recalled that Jiang Yan, now a somewhat prominent small business owner, might have his personal information available online. Sure enough, she found his birthday information, discovering it was next week. Stunned, she stared at the screen, her emotions in turmoil. After boarding Yukai's car, Bai Luo headed to a bar. Since returning to the country, he had been closely following Youwei, and it had been ages since he had indulged in the carefree atmosphere of a bar. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bai Luo lost track of his purpose as Yukai kept pouring him drinks. When Bai Luo finally regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on a soft bed, utterly naked, while Yukai was engrossed in watching a video on television. Upon seeing the content on the screen, Bai Luo's face turned ashen. What do you think my cousin will say if I send her this clip? Chapter 126. Become my dog and monitor Youwei for me. After Yukai finished speaking, he gazed with interest at Bai Luo's pale countenance. At that moment, Bai Luo comprehended Yukai's ulterior motives for approaching him. Weakly, he inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Yukai replied bluntly, "Become my dog, and keep watch over Youwei's every move." Bai Luo instinctively retorted, "Impossible." Upon hearing this, Yukai's smile turned sinister as he retrieved his phone, locating Youwei's number and dialing it. "Wait, who are you calling?" Bai Luo exclaimed urgently. Yukai activated the speakerphone, and Youwei's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Yukai. What do you want?" Upon hearing Youwei's frigid tone, Bai Luo stiffened in fear, silently pleading with Yukai through his gaze, nodding fervently. Observing this, Yukai's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. He chose not to answer Youwei's inquiry, instead ending the call abruptly. Bai Luo secretly exhaled in relief as his tense demeanor relaxed. In a nearly desperate tone, he conceded, "I agree to your terms." Yukai chuckled, moving closer to Bai Luo and gripping his chin, reveling in his vulnerable, helpless state. A glimmer of malice surfacing in his eyes, Yukai slowly articulated, "First, divulge everything you know about Youwei. Should I discover any concealment on your part, your fate will be dire." Heh. Bai Luo, gazing at the smirking man before him, clenched his teeth in reluctance, ultimately divulging all that he knew. Yukai's thought process was rather straightforward and ruthless. His targeting of Bai Luo was a strategy devised by his father to gradually dismantle Youwei's plans. His next objective was to replace the key personnel within Huanyu Media with his own subordinates. After absorbing all that Bai Luo had revealed, he pinched Bai Luo's cheek and declared, "Now, I have a task for you. Expel the financial staff from Huanyu Media." Bai Luo hesitated. "But I am merely a lowly employee without any authority. How can I possibly accomplish that? I don't care what means you employ. I only require results. Or perhaps you prefer that Youwei witnesses a video of you with another man, or her cousin," Yukai threatened. This tactic proved exceptionally effective. With Bai Luo's vulnerabilities in Yukai's grasp, he was utterly unable to refuse. "Fine." Bai Luo gritted his teeth and nodded. He could not allow Youwei to see that video. Otherwise, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Yukai smiled with satisfaction, continuing, "You possess quite a knack, don't you? You appear so delicate, yet you can manage to misappropriate company funds." Bai Luo instinctively protested. "I was left with no choice." Yukai interrupted him brusquely. "Enough with the excuses. Provide me with the contact information for that Lu Chang." Bai Luo nearly asked what Yukai intended to do, but, upon seeing his impatient expression, chose to remain silent. He opened his phone and forwarded Lu Chang's contact details to Yukai. Once the business was concluded, Yukai commanded Bai Luo to maintain constant contact and then exited the hotel with a casual air. Only then did Bai Luo allow his resentment to surface. Glaring at the door through which Yukai had departed, teeth clenched in anger. "Damn it, everyone seems to be able to bully me." He never anticipated the Yu family situation to be so convoluted, clearly exceeding his capacity to manage. Fortunately, he refrained from disclosing any details regarding Yang Xinruei. Now, he glanced at the skyrocketing stock prices on his phone, recalling Yang Xinrui's inadvertent revelation. The peak of Huanyu Media's stock was approaching. When the time came, he would abscond with the millions he had profited. A week passed swiftly. After Jiang Yan concluded the reports from various departments, Lin Cheng's call came through. Yinzi. Tonight at 7, the top floor of the Tian'ai City Center, Yunjingu. Upon hearing this location, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of confusion. Chenggu. Have you suddenly become wealthy? Yunjingu is the priciest restaurant in Tian'ai City. Lin Cheng fell silent for a few seconds before chuckling and explaining. I reserved a private room. It's not expensive. Besides, it's a celebration for my brother, so it must be at the finest establishment. The private rooms at Yunjingu were not cheap. Typically, patrons visited to foster relationships and conduct business. However, considering Lin Cheng's kindness toward him, Jiang Yan's doubts dissipated. Jiang Yan inquired, how many people have you invited? Not many, just those you know. Rest assured, I didn't invite any superficial acquaintances. Very well, Jiang Yan replied. Concluding the call, he had always celebrated his birthday with Youwei. Although he had unilaterally invited her, she had always perceived it as merely an ordinary dinner. Indeed, Youwei had never known the date of his birthday. During those times, he had been content simply to have her present on that day. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Yan found himself amused by his own foolishness. How terrifying it is to be infatuated, utterly unaware of one's own condition. However, he vowed not to repeat such folly. After work that afternoon, Jiang Yan went to pick up Guxinyo from school. Instead of returning to the apartment, they headed directly to the shopping mall. Guxinyo carried an adorable little bag, clutching the straps tightly while changing outfits and applying makeup. Jiang Yan glanced over and couldn't help but smile. As he suspected, he knew what treasures lay within her bag. Anticipation bubbled within him. What gift would she present him? It had been a long time since he had received a gift. Although Jiang Yan generally led a simple life, devoid of excessive desires, deep down he yearned to experience the warmth of being cherished. As he beheld Guxinyo, now dressed elegantly in a charming fluffy dress with her lustrous hair braided into twin plaits, intricately styled at the back of her head with a few strands framing her forehead, she appeared both adorable and radiant. You look delightful, Jiang Yan complimented with a smile. Guxinyo gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling as beautiful as a star performing on stage, her lips curving upward. Hearing Jiang Yan's praise, her heart blossomed with joy. Guxinyo looked at Jiang Yan and remarked, and you, too, are handsome and charming, dressed in a sharp, upscale suit. His hair slicked back to reveal a well-defined forehead. Jiang Yan exuded an air of refined mischief. He feigned irritation, saying, Xinyo, what should you call me? We mustn't be impolite at the banquet. Guxinyo's cheeks flushed, and shyly she murmured, H-husband. Upon uttering those words, her face turned crimson, her ears flushed red. She had often avoided addressing this topic, yet today, in the mall, it felt both embarrassing and exhilarating. Jiang Yan, ever the gentleman, took her hand and said, Let us go, my dear. Guxinyo bashfully linked her arm with his, and together they stepped out, drawing envious gazes from those around them. Shortly thereafter, the couple arrived at the Tian'ai City Center. Chapter 127. This year, may I spend your birthday with you? In the back hall of Yunjin Pavilion, there exists a modestly sized space, a lavishly crafted aerial wildflower garden created at great expense by the owner. Typically, this area serves as a venue for scenic relaxation. However, today it has been transformed into a quaint banquet hall. As Jiang Yan entered, arm in arm with Guxinyo, his gaze immediately fell upon Lin Cheng and Mu Wanzhou standing at the entrance. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Jiang Yan's eyes, soon replaced by understanding as he observed Mu Wanzhou's alluringly extravagant attire, adorned in a splendid evening gown, her eyes fixated on him. In that moment, Jiang Yan comprehended the situation. Approaching the two, he discreetly regarded the playful Lin Cheng, realizing he had unwittingly been set up by his own brother. Recalling Lin Cheng's tone during their earlier conversation, Jiang Yan noted the unnatural expression that had accompanied it. Nevertheless, since he was already there, retreating was not an option. As adults, maintaining composure and engaging in light-hearted banter is an essential quality, particularly for business people. Lin Cheng, catching Jiang Yan's slightly resentful gaze, couldn't he help but smile awkwardly. He stepped forward, grinning as he addressed Jiang Yan. Hey Yan, come this way please. Jiang Yan cast a nonchalant glance at Lin Cheng. Understanding that he must have been coerced by Mu Wanzhou, and thus refrained from showing any anger, he inquired, is there no one else? There is one more person. She's in the restroom. I mentioned it to you earlier. She's the blind date the old man set me up with. TSK. She looks like she's been told something. As she arrived with a frosty expression, Lin Cheng replied, his annoyance palpable. To him, the match was lacking. Aside from her appearance and background, she possessed none of the charm he sought, resembling a cold stone devoid of femininity. From the moment Jiang Yan appeared, Mu Wanzhou's attention remained fixated on his composed and sophisticated ensemble, her gaze almost glued to him. It must be said, Jiang Yan's refined and mature appearance struck a chord deep within her heart. Her eyes glinted with intensity, making Jiang Yan feel a shiver run down his spine. Noticing Jiang Yan's slightly evasive glance, Mu Wanzhou instinctively lowered her eyes, her long lashes concealing her inner desires. She silently reminded herself to remain calm. Jiang Yan was already avoiding her, and she needed to suppress her emotions to prevent further intimidation. Raising her gaze again, Mu Wanzhou replaced her fervent stare with a gentle smile. "You look quite dashing today, Junior," she complimented warmly. "Thank you. I didn't expect someone as busy as you." "Ms. Mu, to find time to come here, it's quite a surprise," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Subsequently, Mu Wanzhou directed her attention to Gu Xinyo, who resembled a charming, radiant princess in her attire, a shadow of discontent flickering in Mu Wanzhou's eyes. Feigning kindness, Mu Wanzhou extended her hand to Gu Xinyo. "Hello. You must be the Junior's girlfriend. I am Mu Wanzhou." Gu Xinyo, overwhelmed by the beauty before her, timidly extended her hand in return. "Hello, I am Gu Xinyo," she said politely. After their introductions, Gu Xinyo stood beside Jiang Yan, stealing glances at the regal Mu Wanzhou, who exuded an air of elegance and subtle authority. Remembering Jiang Yan's advice to keep her distance from Mu Wanzhou, she began to grasp his intentions following her past experiences. At that moment, Jiang Yan felt his phone vibrate. He glanced at it to find a message from Youwei. Before he could delve into its content, Mu Wanzhou inquired, "What are you looking at? Tonight, you are the guest of honor. How can you be so distracted?" Startled, Jiang Yan couldn't help but admire Mu Wanzhou's keen perception. He discreetly pocketed his phone and replied with an air of nonchalance, "Nothing significant, just some company matters. I'll step to the restroom for a moment." Leaning closer to Gu Xinyo, he whispered, "Stay put until I return." "Okay," Gu Xinyo nodded cautiously. Jiang Yan then made his way past Lin Qing, who was waiting at the banquet entrance. "You go ahead, keep an eye on Xinyo," Jiang Yan instructed Lin Qing. Lin Qing, sensing Jiang Yan's nonchalant demeanor, brightened up. "Don't you have any questions about Mu Wanzhou's appearance here?" Jiang Yan patted his shoulder amiably. "No need to ask. I figured it out upon entering. It's fine. I'll be out for a bit. You just look after your sister-in-law." Seeing no blame in Jiang Yan's expression, Lin Qing beamed, reverting to his usual self. "Don't worry. I won tea, let her be bullied." With that, Lin Qing dashed inside. Once in the restroom, Jiang Yan's expression turned somber as he read the contents of Youwei's message. "Happy birthday, Jiang Yan. I know I may not have the right to say this, but I still wish to. I remember how you always pulled me to the mall, to the cinema, and to the amusement park on this day, culminating in a lovely dinner at a charming restaurant. I had no idea this day was your birthday. This year. May I spend your birthday with you? I'll be waiting for you at Huawei Pavilion. I have prepared a surprise for you. Youwei." A bitter laugh escaped Jiang Yan's lips. What was this? A self-indulgent display? Did Youwei think that such a lengthy message would obligate him to respond positively? With the demands of work consuming his time, he had nearly forgotten about her existence. Chapter 128. Is Jiang Yan? Upon receiving the message from her, Jiang Yan felt no stirrings of emotion. Instead, a twinge of disdain and animosity welled up within him. Even at this juncture, Youwei remained oblivious to her faults in this relationship. However, it is understandable. With her status as the eldest daughter of the Yu family and the president of Huanyu Media, how could she recognize her mistakes? Jiang Yan read the message with a stoic expression before promptly deleting it. This time, he couldn't even be bothered to block her. He knew that blocking her number would be futile, as Youwei had already used countless alternate accounts to message him on WeChat. After addressing his physiological needs, Jiang Yan approached the sink to wash his hands. At that moment, a clear, icy voice rang out, "Jiang Yu?" Assuming someone in the women's restroom was calling another. He paid little heed and continued washing. "Mr. Jiang," the voice called out again, startling him. With his back to the speaker, he discreetly lowered his gaze, then nonchalantly raised his hand to the dryer. Turning around, a faint smile graced his face. "Professor Han, what a coincidence," Jiang Yan greeted. Professor Han Shuangxue, equally surprised, bore her usual frosty demeanor that revealed little emotion. Upon catching sight of Jiang Yan's face, she paused momentarily. The man stood before her, clad in a suit of exquisite fabric, impeccably groomed, exuding a refined elegance. If previously he had merely appeared cultured, now, after his meticulous preparation, He radiated a distinctive masculine charm. Jiang Yan observed Han Shuangxue, who seemed momentarily entranced. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Should Han Shuangxue encounter others? A casual conversation could unravel his fabrications, complicating his impending graduation dilemma. Professor Han, I have matters to attend to, so I want to keep you, Jiang Yan said, seeking an exit. Wait, Han Shuangxue called, halting him. Curiosity tinged her voice as she asked, Mr. Jiang, are you here at Yunjin to meet a client for business? Given the inconspicuous nature of Gu Xinyo at school, she had assumed Jiang Yan's background was merely marginally better than average. Thus, she was astonished that he frequented such a prestigious venue. If not for business, she could not fathom what could possibly draw someone of Jiang Yu's humble status to such a place. Jiang Yan replied, No, it's merely a gathering with friends. This revelation only deepened Han Shuangxue's astonishment. What a coincidence. I was brought here for a gathering by friends as well. Jiang Yan felt an ominous premonition rise within him at her words, yet maintained an air of calm. Oh, really? That is quite the coincidence. Such things happen often. My friends are still waiting for me, so I must take my leave, Professor Han. He was eager to depart, but after just a couple of steps, Han Shuangxue intercepted him. Observing her, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Han Shuangxue was captivated entirely by his charm. The tailored suit accentuated his well-defined physique, and his deep, resonant voice seemed to possess an irresistible allure. Mr. Jiang, your friends must come from a distinguished background, I presume? After all, they can afford to gather at the most expensive restaurant in Tianhai City. Jiang Yan considered Mu Wanzhou's identity and couldn't help but agree, indeed. May I ask who they are? Han Shuangxue inquired abruptly, aware that her question was somewhat intrusive but unable to resist her curiosity about whether Jiang Yan was on a date. I'm afraid that's not convenient, Jiang Yan replied directly. Wishing to avoid further conversation with her, he quickly made his way out. As Jiang Yan entered the garden in the back hall, the pre-ordered appetizers had begun to be served. Lin Sheng, noticing Jiang Yan's arrival, scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, we're still missing someone. I wonder where she could be. It's been quite a while. He then turned to Jiang Yan with an apologetic smile. Sorry, Yinzi, but we shouldn't wait for her any longer. Not a problem. Jiang Yan responded with a smile. Just then, the sound of clicking high heels approached, accompanied by a cold, emotionless apology. I apologize for being delayed by an acquaintance. Han Shuangxue's voice trailed off as she caught sight of Jiang Yan at the head of the table, momentarily stunned. Lin Qing, unaware of the tension, said matter-of-factly, Miss Han, please take a seat here. He pulled out a chair beside him. Han Shuangxue snapped back to reality, her expression still devoid of warmth as she replied, Thank you. Even after sitting down, the shock within her lingered. She had not anticipated that the person celebrating a birthday was Jiang Yu. Wait, that's not right. Upon noticing Mu Wanzhou seated beside Jiang Yan, she realized with sudden clarity that today was indeed the birthday of the man named Jiang Yan. As her confusion deepened, Lin Qing broke the silence. Yinzi, this is Miss Han Shuangxue, the university professor I mentioned before, currently teaching at Tianhai University. Miss Han, this is my brother Jiang Yan. Han Shuangxue's eyes widened slightly as she scrutinized Jiang Yan, who maintained a facade of composure, though internally he felt a wave of anxiety. Contemplating how to navigate the impending inquiries from Han Shuangxue. What if she directly questioned the identity he had fabricated? That would pose an insurmountable challenge. As Han Shuangxue observed the man who had greeted her moments ago, yet now feigned ignorance, a flicker of irritation ignited within her. How amusing. She had been toyed with by a man. Even if his voice and appearance were striking, it did not grant him the liberty to treat her as a fool. Jiang Yan noted the increasing chill in Han Shuangxue's gaze and inwardly lamented his predicament. However, to his surprise, she merely uttered a curt, hello, and fell silent. Avoiding his gaze entirely, Jiang Yan exhaled softly, relieved, as he heard Lin Cheng hastily clarifying, Yinzi, please don't take it to heart. Miss Han's demeanor is simply her nature. Indeed, Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly, silently commending Lin Cheng for being a good brother. He should have suspected something when Lin Cheng mentioned that his blind date was a professor from Tianhai University. Alas, his current situation had become rather precarious. Chapter 129, The first birthday I prepared for you. Why aren't you coming? Equally flustered was Gu Xinyo. She sat there in a daze, her body stiffening as she saw Han Shuangxue appear, paralyzed with apprehension. Typically, her mentor exuded a harsh and cold demeanor. Now, encountering her in a private setting among Jiang Yan and his friends, Gu Xinyo felt her heart leap into her throat. Sensing her unease, Jiang Yan quietly offered her a dish, murmuring reassuringly in her ear, "Just focus on eating. I'm here for you." Gu Xinyo responded softly, feeling inexplicably buoyed by Jiang Yan's gentle voice, which instilled a sense of confidence within her. Gradually, her stiffness began to dissipate. Lin Cheng, noticing the subtle exchange between the two, suddenly recalled that he had yet to introduce Han Shuangxue to his sister-in-law. Thus, Lin Cheng hastily exclaimed, "Ah, this is Gu Xinyo. Heh, she's my brother's." Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his calf from a collision with something, causing him to grimace. Jiang Yan shot a sidelong glance at Lin Cheng, who was bent over, cradling his leg, and discreetly averted his gaze. Han Shuangxue, maintaining a stoic expression, glanced over and coldly remarked, "I know her. She is my student." Jiang Yan's attention snapped to Han Shuangxue, his eyes darkening with intensity. "What?" Lin Cheng looked up, his mouth agape in shock. Is this world truly so small? With 20,000 students and thousands of teachers at Tianhai University, what are the odds of meeting here at Jiang Yan's birthday banquet? However, Lin Cheng's gaze flitted back and forth between Han Shuangxue and Gu Xinyo. Sensing an unusual tension in the air, it appeared that Gu Xinyo was somewhat intimidated by Han Shuangxue. The usually quiet Mu Wanzhou suddenly interjected with a playful smile. "Cousin, this isn't school. We're all acquaintances here. Why the frosty demeanor? No wonder your students are frightened." Having observed the dynamics between the trio, Mu Wanzhou felt increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Han Shuangxue responded to her remark with an emotionless, "Is that so?" Jiang Yan couldn't help but glance at the charmingly mischievous Mu Wanzhou, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Indeed. Mu Wanzhou's next statement struck directly at Jiang Yan's concerns. The junior must be quite precious to his new girlfriend, unwilling to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Han Shuangxue's cool visage. "Girlfriend?" she echoed instinctively. Mu Wanzhou smiled. "It seems you are unaware of your student's circumstances. By the way, who was that familiar face you mentioned?" As Han Shuangxue turned her gaze to Jiang Yan, her eyes glinted like sharp ice blades. Jiang Yan felt increasingly uneasy, his calm facade beginning to crack. He couldn't shake the thought that Mu Wanzhou had sensed something and was deliberately probing. At that moment, Jiang Yan's phone buzzed, prompting him to rise and say, "Excuse me, I need to step out for a moment." With that, he strode away, watching his retreating figure. Han Shuangxue finally addressed Mu Wanzhou. "It's no one mysterious. I merely ran into a student's parent." Gu Xinyo straightened her posture at this revelation. "Oh?" Mu Wanzhou's interest peaked, her lips curling into a smile. "Which student?" Han Shuangxue glanced at her cousin, a knowing look passing between them. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait a minute. Jiang Yu is Jiang Yan's name. Could he be the junior whom Mu Wanzhou constantly talks about? Therefore, she and Mu Wanzhou were rivals? Han Shuangxue found this notion somewhat incredulous yet oddly fitting. She regarded Gu Xinyo, whose eyes betrayed her anxiety, and dismissed her initial conclusion. If there were a rival, it should be with her student, who had indeed surprised her. Typically gentle and obedient, this student had audaciously attempted to use her boyfriend as a means to tease her mentor. Quite impressive. Mu Wanzhou, noticing Han Shuangxue's distraction as she fixated on Gu Xinyo, called out, "Cousin?" Han Shuangxue snapped back to reality, casting a cool glance at the amused Mu Wanzhou. "You don't know her." In the past, she and Mu Wanzhou would share everything, but now she felt the need to be more cautious around her cousin. After all, there was only one man. Whoever seized him first would claim him. Mu Wanzhou's smile dimmed slightly at Han Shuangxue's words. There was definitely something amiss. She pondered silently, realizing that without a hint from Han Shuangxue, she would never piece it together. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng, the only male present, observed the exchange with unease. It is said that 3 women make a play, and witnessing the 2 formidable women before him, he felt as though he were caught in the midst of a dramatic performance. He instinctively glanced at the quiet Gu Xinyo, sighing to himself. The sweet and demure sister-in-law was far more agreeable. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere until Han Shuangxue abruptly said, I left something in the restroom. I shall return shortly." With that, she rose and exited. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had taken a call from Youwei. He moved to a quiet corner, and no sooner had he answered than a loud voice burst through the receiver. "Jiang Yan, did you not see the message I sent?" "Of course I saw it. But does that mean I must attend?" Jiang Yan retorted. Youwei's tone turned sharp. "This is the first birthday I prepared for you, and I put in so much effort to arrange it. Why aren't you coming? How can you not come?" Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle at Youwei's illogical tirade. "What about the birthday date I arranged for you? Did you show up?" The phone fell into silence on the other end. Youwei stared blankly at the carefully arranged bouquets and gifts she had prepared, opening her mouth but failing to utter a sound. After half a minute of silence, as Youwei took a deep breath to articulate something, she realized Jiang Yan had hung up at some point. Her eyes welled with tears, her previously haughty demeanor evaporating. Chapter 130. The unreasonable demands of Han Shuangxue. Youwei helplessly set down her phone, staring blankly ahead. This was her most painstaking effort for someone else. Not only had she reserved a romantic and warm setting at Huiwa Pavilion well in advance, but she had also arranged for the waitstaff to serve as a festive atmosphere team. As the clock struck midnight, she had even prepared the most splendid fireworks display for Jiang Yan. Yet now, as she gazed at the lovingly arranged scene before her, a solitary tear rolled down her cheek. He had stood her up. Silently, Youwei wept. This singular occasion, her only time being the one to abandon Jiang Yan, had resulted in him not attending the birthday celebration she had so carefully prepared. Why? A wave of regret washed over her. She couldn't help but ponder why she had chosen to stand him up. Why Bai Luo had returned to the country on the same day. If given another chance, how she wished she could have sought out Jiang Yan then. Jiang Yan. After Han Shuangxue emerged, she began to search for Jiang Yan's figure. Upon spotting him, she couldn't help but call out. Jiang Yan noticed Han Shuangxue approaching and quietly ended his phone call. He feigned nonchalance, saying, "Professor Han, what brings you out? I've just finished my business here. Shall we head back together?" Seeing Jiang Yan's calm demeanor, Han Shuangxue coldly inquired, "Mr. Jiang, are you pretending not to know me? I never expected one of my students would deceive their mentor by having their lover stand in for their uncle. Such actions warrant disciplinary measures on campus." Hearing Han Shuangxue's words, Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing slightly. The situation had become somewhat precarious. It seemed Han Shuangxue intended to confront Youwei. With a soft sigh, Jiang Yan replied, "Professor Han, it was not my intention to deceive you. Youwei's family situation is rather complicated. Her elder relatives could not attend, and I stepped in out of necessity." However, Han Shuangxue's icy expression showed no signs of softening. She had come to find Jiang Yan with a specific purpose. Eagerly anticipating hearing him read certain lines in a deep voice, Han Shuangxue coldly stated, "That is not an excuse. Perhaps, Mr. Jiang could offer an alternative form of apology." Jiang Yan inquired, "What kind of alternative?" "This." Han Shuangxue pulled out her phone. Jiang Yan leaned down to glance at the screen, and his expression darkened upon seeing the lines displayed. He lowered his voice and asked, "Professor Han, are you asking me to read these lines?" As Jiang Yan leaned closer, Han Shuangxue felt a shiver at the proximity of his deep voice, her body responding involuntarily. Suppressing her emotions, she instructed, "It's simple. Just read the lines with the appropriate emotions and tone." Upon hearing Han Shuangxue's request, Jiang Yan fell silent. Stealing a glance at her expression, he had not realized she had a penchant for voice acting, and the lines clearly depicted a possessive, domineering character. He was certainly capable of fulfilling her request. However, Jiang Yan discreetly assessed her demeanor. Despite her frosty exterior, the flush creeping up her ears betrayed her excitement. It was unexpected that such a frigid university professor would relish being dominated. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze, contemplating the pros and cons. Ultimately, he decided to acquiesce to Han Shuangxue's demand. After all, reading a mere snippet of text from her phone would spare him from further complications. It seemed more beneficial for him to read the lines. Jiang Yan focused intently on the lines on the screen, and before Han Shuangxue could react, he delivered the lines in a perfect tone, embodying the possessive CEO character. "Baby, do you still want to escape? I told you that you can only belong to me. Don't be afraid. This is a soft rope, specially customized for you. How could I ever harm you? You are my everything. Darling, you look so beautiful like this. You must obediently listen to me, understand?" Jiang Yan finished reciting, his expression neutral, yet the delivery was professional, leaving Han Shuangxue weak at the knees. After completing the task, Jiang Yan stepped back, maintaining distance from her. He inquired, "Is that satisfactory, Professor Han?" Han Shuangxue, biting her lip, nodded. She refrained from speaking, fearful that she might betray her excitement with an involuntary sound. Indeed, Jiang Yan's voice was perfectly suited for such a possessive role, leaving Han Shuangxue feeling quite satisfied. In truth, she harbored even more audacious wishes, such as for him to breathe heavily. However, Han Shuangxue bit down on her lip, suppressing her more extreme thoughts. She could not reveal her peculiar inclinations too soon. If she frightened him away, the chance to hear such an enticing voice again would be lost. Thus, she resolved to exercise patience. Sensing Han Shuangxue's unwavering gaze upon him, Jiang Yan opted not to linger, simply stating, I must be going, before hastily departing. Han Shuangxue couldn't help but emit a soft sound, leaning against the wall for a moment before retrieving a professional recording device from her pocket. The red light illuminated, indicating it was in operation. How delightful. She could enjoy this moment and then sleep soundly afterwards. A hint of crimson graced Han Shuangxue's otherwise cold visage. Shortly after Jiang Yan returned, Han Shuangxue did as well. Under Lin Cheng's influence, everyone began raising toasts to the day's honoree, the atmosphere becoming more relaxed and cheerful. Just then, Lin Cheng produced a carefully prepared gift. With a cheerful smile, Lin Cheng proclaimed, "Yinzi, we've known each other for several years now. I'll keep it brief. I wish you success in your career and a very happy birthday." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yan accepted Lin Cheng's gift and, under the gaze of the crowd, opened the box. Inside was a meticulously carved golden cicada made of jade, its translucence and exquisite craftsmanship conveying a wonderful sentiment. After presenting his gift and good wishes, Lin Cheng stepped back, encouragingly asking, "What has sister-in-law prepared?" Called upon, Gu Xinyo felt a twinge of nervousness. Seeing the valuable gift from Lin Cheng made her hesitant to present her own. Jiang Yan noticed Youwei's embarrassment and interjected to ease her discomfort, saying, "The gift is not what matters. It is the thought that counts." Upon hearing Jiang Yan's protective words, Lin Cheng let out a teasing sound. "Oh, the treatment of individuals certainly differs. Sister-in-law, do not feel anxious. Whatever you give, Yinzi will surely appreciate." Chapter 131. Birthday Gift Silent and Observant. Han Shuangxue felt a twinge of melancholy as she listened to their conversation. She had merely come to seize an opportunity to glimpse Jiang Yan's appearance. Hence her gift was rather perfunctory, something quite ordinary. Little did she expect that Jiang Yan was the very person she had seen at school. A wave of regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have prepared something more thoughtful. At that moment, Mu Wanzhou emerged from a small platform at the back, bearing a rather large gift box. Her naturally enchanting visage radiated an extraordinary smile. With genuine warmth, she declared, "Happy birthday, Junior. I hope you like it. I hastily prepared this today, but I promise to craft something even better for you next year." Although her blessing concealed subtle undertones of personal sentiment, her sincerity was palpable. Jiang Yan received the heavy box with both hands and responded earnestly, "Thank you, Mu Zong." Mu Wanzhou tilted her head, her elongated eyes reflecting displeasure. "It's your birthday today, and you still address me in such formal terms?" Jiang Yan paused, momentarily silent. Despite the fact that Mu Wanzhou had inadvertently put him in a tight spot that evening, he felt relieved that his concerns had been resolved. He sensed her sincerity towards him was unlike before. Thus, he adjusted his address, saying, "Thank you, Senior." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanzhou's eyes brightened, her smile widening impossibly. More radiant than the sun, she inwardly calculated that now he must always refer to her as Senior. Should he revert to a more distant title, she would not acquiesce. Lin Cheng, intrigued by the exquisite box, wondered what splendid gift Mu Wanzhou had prepared for his brother. After all, this gathering was meticulously orchestrated by her, and her gift for Jiang Yan was sure to be precious. Eagerly, he urged, "Let us open it. What Mu Zong has gifted must be something remarkable." Jiang Yan, however, felt indifferent. To him, the value of a gift was irrelevant. It was the thought that mattered. Yet, upon unveiling the package, a flicker of surprise erupted within him. "Wow! This truly reflects Mu Zong's generosity," Lin Cheng exclaimed, for inside lay a fine set of purple clay teapots. At the sight of the tea set, Jiang Yan realized the thoughtfulness behind Mu Wanzhou's gift. He had a modest desire for hobbies, yet he relished the simple pleasure of tea and collected rare tea sets. The purple clay teapot set was evidently not cheap. It likely had been crafted by a renowned master. Noticing the slight smile on Jiang Yan's lips, Mu Wanzhou could not help but inquire, "So, Junior, do you like it?" Jiang Yan replied with sincere enthusiasm, "I love it. You've truly put thought into this, Senior." Mu Wanzhou nodded slightly, her silence only amplifying the smile that stretched across her face, nearly reaching her ears. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyo retrieved a gift from her backpack. Clumsily, she had neglected to wrap her offering. Consequently, a pale gray wool scarf appeared before everyone. Her delicate complexion flushed with embarrassment as she handed the scarf to Jiang Yan. Stammering, as autumn approaches and the weather grows cooler. Standing amidst the crowd, Gu Xinyo felt bashful and could not bring herself to finish the sentence. "So, I knitted a scarf for my husband." After all, the term husband was still too daunting for her to utter, in stark contrast to Gu Xinyo's timid demeanor. Jiang Yan embraced her in joyful surprise, planting a soft kiss on her rosy cheek. "Thank you, dear wife. Did you knit this yourself? Guxinyo replied softly. A wave of warmth surged through Jiang Yan's heart as he felt her affection and concern. Although the scarf seemed modest compared to the previous gifts, he cherished it as an invaluable token, one he would hold dear forever. Eagerly, he wrapped it around his neck, revealing a blissful smile. It's wonderfully soft and warm, just perfect, he praised. Seeing Jiang Yan's delight, Guxinyo beamed with happiness. Over the past few days, she had secretly brought her materials and tools to school to knit without Jiang Yan's knowledge. She had worried he might find it lacking. Yet witnessing his fondness for her creation filled her with joy. Meanwhile, Youwei felt a pang of discontent, observing everyone presenting their gifts. She hastily handed Jiang Yan a small box. "Happy birthday," she said rapidly. Jiang Yan accepted it nonchalantly, offering a simple, "Thank you." He then removed the scarf and placed it in Guxinyo's small backpack, teasingly remarking, "Wife, you must keep a close watch over your husband's gift." Guxinyo clutched the backpack strap tightly, nodding earnestly, Seeing her adorable earnestness, Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. If not for the presence of others, he would have relished wrapping his arms around the petite girl and showering her with kisses. After the gift exchange, the server arrived with the birthday cake. Having indulged sufficiently, they each took a small slice to taste, and the remaining cake was carefully repackaged for Jiang Yan to take home. As Mu Wanzhou sat in the car, reflecting on the playful banter between Jiang Yan and Guxinyo, jealousy bubbled within her. She hadn't anticipated that a handmade gift would win Jiang Yan's affection. However, she resolved to personally create a gift for his birthday next year, one that would surely move him. Upon parking in the underground lot of his apartment, Jiang Yan turned to the sleeping Guxinyo in the passenger seat. Unable to resist, he tenderly caressed her cheek. Aware of how exhausted she must be from the day's events, rather than waking her, he gently lifted her, heading towards the elevator. Inside the room, he laid her softly onto the plush bed. Guxinyo murmured and rolled over, sinking back into deep slumber. Jiang Yan smiled quietly, closing the door behind him as he returned to the parking lot. There, he noticed another car parked beside his, from which Youwei emerged. The warmth in his gaze vanished, replaced by an impassive expression as he watched her approach. Dressed impeccably, Youwei was momentarily captivated by Jiang Yan's refined and handsome appearance. She instinctively bit her lip and spoke in a gentle tone. "Happy birthday, Jiang Yan." Chapter 132. I just want to celebrate your birthday. It has nothing to do with Bai Luo. Youwei gazed dreamily at the remarkably charming man before her, yet her heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness. Jiang Yan had failed to honor her invitation. Nevertheless, she swallowed her pride and sought him out at his residence, eager to present him with a meticulously prepared gift. Slowly, Youwei approached and offered the gift to Jiang Yan. "Happy birthday," she said once more, her eyes brimming with anticipation. However, Jiang Yan stood there, unmoved and silent. A wave of panic washed over Youwei as she stuttered, "Jiang Yan, could you please respond? I'm not angry about your missed invitation. I just want to give you this birthday gift." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Yan's face. He cast a disdainful glance at the gift box in her hands and coldly retorted, "I missed your invitation? You have quite the talent for making excuses, Youwei. I do not require your celebration. Perhaps you should save your gift for your beloved Bai Yueguang, as I cannot bear your offerings." Youwei's face went pale at his words. She could not comprehend why Jiang Yan persistently mentioned Bai Luo, despite her efforts to maintain a respectful distance. Overcome with emotion, she could not help but shout, "What does wanting to celebrate your birthday have to do with Bai Luo? Today was supposed to be a joyful occasion." Jiang Yan had no desire to entangle himself in these matters that had long been clarified. With a stoic expression, he pushed past the obstructive Youwei. "Step aside. I do not need this." Youwei stumbled backward, unable to steady herself, and the gift slipped from her grasp. With a thud, the box hit the ground, spilling its contents, a lavish men's watch. The hard, rough surface marred the watch face with a fine scratch. "Jiang Yan," Youwei cried out, her eyes reflecting her anguish. She lamented, "Is this how you treat me? I flew abroad just to buy you this gift, and you discard it without a glance. Do you even realize how expensive it is? It's a limited edition watch." As Jiang Yan retrieved the cake from the car, he let out a cold snort, casting a glance at the watch on the ground. "Do not slander me. It was not I who dropped it, but you who failed to hold on to it properly." He recognized the brand of the watch, a luxury label, and acknowledged that with its limited edition status, its price would undoubtedly be steep. If Youwei could afford such an extravagant gift, it indicated her company was flourishing. However, he wondered how long this facade of prosperity could truly last. Youwei knelt down, carefully placing the precious watch back into its box. Biting her lip, she could not help but say, "I didn't mean to blame you. It's just—" She faltered mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that her attempts at explanation would only serve to further alienate Jiang Yan. Yet, the disregard with which he treated her heartfelt intentions was a wound that cut deeply. Chapter 133. Who is whose substitute? Youwei could not help but raise her right hand, the ring that was once intended for a proposal now adorning her finger. In this manner, she sought to revive the beautiful memories they once shared. "Look, I am still wearing it. If I hadn't gone to the airport to meet Bailuo back then, we would be preparing for our wedding now. Jiang Yan, throughout these 5 years of our romance, your love for me has been profound. Feelings do not simply change. If I were to say that I would seek you out on that day if given another chance, would it stir a ripple within your heart?" Observing Youwei lost in her reminiscence, Jiang Yan remained unaffected, calmly responding, "There are no ifs. As long as you have Youwei in your heart. Even if given 100 chances, you would unerringly choose him. What you say is merely futile talk," Youwei retorted passionately. "I will not. This time, I will resolutely make my choice. If time could rewind, I would certainly—" "Enough." Jiang Yan's voice turned low and furious, his eyes chilling. He stated plainly the most crucial truth. "I have been a substitute for 5 years. That is long enough." Youwei was left in shock. "You? What do you mean by substitute?" Jiang Yan stepped closer, his tone icy. "Youwei, what are you pretending? Everyone around us knew I was merely a stand-in for your Youwei, while I was blissfully unaware. Now you come to me speaking of starting over. Huh? Even if we were to begin anew, the outcome would remain unchanged. If you do not hold Youwei in your heart, then it is only natural we would never be together, would we?" Youwei's complexion turned pale as she retreated step by step, gazing at Jiang Yan, who stood before her. Her lips trembled slightly. "No," she stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Faced with Jiang Yan's relentless questioning, she felt utterly vulnerable and incapable of rebuttal. After all, it was because Jiang Yan bore a resemblance to Bailuo that she felt a pang of sympathy when they first met at the bar. Yet now, Youwei could swear she no longer regarded Jiang Yan as a mere substitute, for it was through comparison that she recognized the distinction. In the 5 years spent with Jiang Yan, their lives and careers intertwined harmoniously. However, Bailuo had only returned to the country for a few months. Yet he had already brought her considerable trouble. His constant presence became increasingly irksome. Thus, in a matter of months, she found herself regretting, yearning for Jiang Yan's attentive care. Jiang Yan's icy gaze bore into Youwei. He suddenly chuckled. "You are right. 5 years of feelings do not simply vanish. However, if there was never any emotion to begin with, then such disappearance cannot even be contemplated." "What do you mean?" Youwei instinctively inquired, her heart racing. Jiang Yan gazed calmly at her face, so similar to another's, and an inexplicable sentiment welled within him. Two individuals, identical in appearance, yet with fates that diverged entirely. He lowered his gaze and softly remarked, "You considered me a substitute. I regarded you as one as well. We are even." Upon hearing this, Youwei's eyes widened, pupils constricting, her entire being stiffening. In that instant, she forgot to breathe. Chapter 134. I have uncovered that woman. She seemed to transform into a statue. Remaining unresponsive for an extended period, her gaze fixed on the man before her. The words he had just uttered echoed in her ears. "I regarded you as a substitute." A substitute. Uncertain of how long she maintained this posture. The next moment, Youwei clutched her chest tightly, her entire being feeling devoid of strength as she sank helplessly to the ground. Her heart ached. It raced rapidly, and she felt on the verge of fainting. The sudden revelation that she was merely a stand-in was a truth she found hard to bear. Jiang Yan's words fell upon her like a thunderclap, shattering the confidence she had long cherished. "Impossible," Youwei murmured to herself. Raising her head once more, her face was already drenched in tears. With tear-filled eyes, she implored, "It can't be true. You're deceiving me. Aren't you, Jiang Yan?" Jiang Yan, bowing his head, regarded the despondent woman before him. He parted his lips, extinguishing the last flicker of hope she harbored. "You know my character. I do not deceive." Upon hearing his words, Youwei resembled a fragile doll on the brink of shattering, her head hanging low, her eyes devoid of life. Yet, Jiang Yan's statement was only partially revealed. He had never lied to her during their time together. He understood well that Shen Qiya was not a mere substitute. She was an innocent victim shielding herself from harm. Their initial connection arose from the striking resemblance between Youwei and Shen Qiya, as if they were crafted from the same mold. However, this was merely a coincidence, not a case of substitution. Perhaps his abrupt declaration stemmed from an imbalance in his heart after having played the role of a stand-in for 5 years. He wanted Youwei to experience the pain of being a mere substitute. With her head bowed, tears streamed down Youwei's face. She suddenly felt as though she had been a jester, her emotions toyed with by Jiang Yan. A tempest of indignation and grievance filled her heart. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she noticed Jiang Yan's foot shift slightly. Realizing he intended to leave, she clenched her teeth in fury and stood up. With a heart ablaze, she cried out, "Who is she? Who is that woman?" She felt an urgent need to uncover who the esteemed Yu family's eldest daughter had become a substitute for. She was determined to confront that woman. Jiang Yan halted, his gaze drifting into the distance, momentarily lost in thought. He softly replied, "She is no longer here." With that, he strode away, entering the elevator without a backward glance. Still engulfed in anger, Youwei failed to grasp the meaning behind his words, believing Jiang Yan was shielding that woman. Wiping the tears from her face, she choked out, "Even if you do not speak, I will find her." With gritted teeth, she resolved that, as a substitute, the woman must bear some resemblance to her. Therefore, she would hire a professional private investigator, regardless of the cost. Even if that woman lay buried underground, she would unearth her. After returning to her car, Youwei's emotions remained unstable, and she suddenly began to sob quietly. Jiang Yan's revelation had undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to her life, and she anticipated that her spirits would remain low for several days to come. Chapter 135. Jiang Yan requests reimbursement for romantic expenses upon returning to his apartment. Jiang Yan discovered that Gu Xinyo had already awakened. He lifted the cake in his hand and gently inquired, "Xinyo, would you like to have some cake?" Gu Xinyo shook her head, replying, "I can't eat anymore." "Then let's store it in the refrigerator for tomorrow," Jiang Yan said nonchalantly. As Gu Xinyo observed Jiang Yan walking into the kitchen, a sense of curiosity washed over her. Ever since his arrival, she had sensed a certain disquietude in his demeanor. Unsure whether to broach the subject, she hesitated, feeling that if Jiang Yan was reluctant to speak, her inquiry might not be well received. Thus, Gu Xinyo chose to embrace him from behind in silence. Feeling the warmth at his back, Jiang Yan offered a faint smile, assuring her, "It's nothing." He turned around and gently ruffled the girl's hair. Embracing him, Gu Xinyo provided comfort, and the two shared a tranquil understanding, allowing the silence to prevail. The following day, Jiang Yan arrived at the office and promptly summoned a member from the legal department. Shally knocked and entered the room, leaning slightly towards Jiang Yan at his desk. He quietly asked, "Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you?" Jiang Yan raised his gaze and calmly stated, "I would like to know if I have the right to reclaim a valuable item that I discarded but was subsequently picked up by another." Shally pondered briefly before responding with caution, "Yes, according to the civil code, the owner and other rights holders are entitled to reclaim lost property. If it is in the possession of another, one can request its return." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded in understanding. With this knowledge, he felt reassured about retrieving the diamond ring he had originally crafted for Youwei. His sudden inclination to act stemmed from the previous day when Youwei had flaunted the glittering ring on her right hand, stirring a sense of regret within him. He realized that he should never have carelessly discarded it that fateful morning. Now, after Youwei had found it, she was parading it before him, conjuring a narrative of their relationship that he found utterly repugnant. Moreover, not long ago, she had deliberately displayed the ring in front of you, showcasing her petty triumph. This further cemented Jiang Yan's resolve to reclaim what was rightfully his. After all, he had expended a considerable sum to commission an internationally renowned designer. Although the ring's setting, engraved with a name, rendered it less valuable, the large diamond could still be recovered. Every little bit counts. Another motivation for his decision was to prevent Youwei from wandering about with his possessions, flaunting them. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze, contemplating this further. He then inquired, "By the way, can I retrieve the jewelry gifts I previously gave to my ex-girlfriend?" Shally momentarily froze, and after a few seconds of silence, he hesitantly replied, "Generally. The law does not support reclaiming such items. However, if there are transaction records, such as a bank transfer, you may request their return." "Very well. Please contact Shenqing and gather a few individuals to prepare. Shortly, you will go to Huanyu Media to reclaim my belongings and the cash I previously transferred to Youwei. I will send you the transaction records shortly," Shally acknowledged. "Understood, Mr. Jiang." He nodded respectfully before exiting the room. Chapter 136. Arranging by Luo in the finance department. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan opened WeChat and his online banking. sifting through the transfer records he had made to Youwei over the past 5 years. Initially, he believed it would be a swift task, yet upon reviewing the records, he was astonished to discover the numerous transactions he had made to Youwei. Recalling the previous occasion when Youwei had beseeched him for assistance with Bai Luo's talent show, he remembered that, in a moment of deliberate humiliation, he had casually mentioned transferring over 8 million yuan to her during their romantic involvement. Now, it appeared the sum exceeded that amount. Jiang Yan meticulously captured screenshots of these records and sent them to Shenqing. Ultimately, the total amounted to precisely 10 million yuan. While this sum might seem trivial in the eyes of capitalists, it could represent a lifetime's earnings for an ordinary individual. Therefore, why should it be disregarded? Upon Youwei's arrival at Huanyu Media, Bai Luo unexpectedly expressed his desire to rotate through various departments in the company, claiming it was to enhance his skills. Youwei, upon hearing this, felt no suspicion. Rather, she regarded Bai Luo's ambition as a positive trait. This way, she wouldn't have to watch him loiter around her all day. All right, you can start in the Human Resources Department, as it interacts with the most employees, which will be beneficial for you, she said with a sense of relief. However, Bai Luo proposed an alternative. Wei, I would prefer to begin in the Finance Department. I believe I can gain valuable knowledge in finance and taxation there, which will ultimately assist you. Youwei's expression faltered at this suggestion. After all, the Finance Department required specialized knowledge, and Bai Luo was utterly unfamiliar with accounting. Could he truly handle such a professional role? Observing the hesitation in Youwei's eyes, Bai Luo quickly reassured her, I will strive to learn, Wei. My dream of becoming a top idol in the entertainment industry has already been shattered. Do you wish to see me become a useless person, destined to wander the streets in the future? As he spoke, he gazed at Youwei with a sense of grievance. The fact that his dreams had faltered because of her had always been a burden in Youwei's heart. Seeing Bai Luo's despondent demeanor, she sighed softly. Very well, I will arrange for you to work in the Finance Department. Bai Luo's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Wei. I will certainly do my best not to let you down. In response, Youwei felt little emotional upheaval. She did not hold high expectations for Bai Luo's excellence. For the truly outstanding individual had already stood by her side through 2 years of hardship. Now, it was her turn to pursue that remarkable man. However, before that, Youwei's gaze darkened. She needed to ascertain who Jiang Yan referred to as the woman he considered merely a substitute. Was he intentionally trying to provoke her? Or was there some truth to it? After enlisting the help of a professional private investigator, she entrusted the task to her secretary and drove directly to her destination. Upon returning from the detective agency, she was met with a crowd in the company lobby. What is going on? Youwei approached with a cold demeanor, sternly questioning the front desk staff. Did I not make it clear that no paparazzi are to be allowed entry? Where are the security personnel? Remove them. Chapter 138. Let Jiang Yan come to me personally. In the bustling entertainment company, paparazzi and media often swarm the premises, especially when a significant entertainment news story breaks involving an artist, effectively blocking the entrance. Thus, Youwei had specifically instructed the security and front desk personnel. Amidst the chaos, a familiar female voice resonated. President Yu, we are from Dohua Company, and we have come to seek you. Shenqing appeared before Youwei, her demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. Upon seeing Shenqing, impeccably dressed and exuding professionalism, Youwei's expression soured considerably. This Shenqing should have been dismissed by Jiang Yan 2 years prior. Impatiently, Youwei remarked, I do not recall any matters to discuss with you. Please take your people and leave. However, Shenqing's subsequent words caused a weighty silence to descend upon Youwei's heart. President Jiang sent us to find you. There are matters to discuss. At the mention of Jiang Yan's name, Youwei's expression shifted subtly. She recalled how Jiang Yan had stood her up the previous evening and how she had overlooked it, even going to find him to present a gift, only to have the carefully prepared token of her affection discarded by him. Now, as Jiang Yan reflected upon the incident, he felt remorse but was too embarrassed to explain in person. Hence, he had sent his secretary to apologize on his behalf. Contemplating this, Youwei surveyed her surroundings. She lifted her chin slightly and said, This is not a suitable place to converse. Please follow me to the reception room. Certainly, Shenqing replied, leading her group to the meeting room. Youwei took her seat at the head of the table, adopting a more commanding posture. She languidly stated, Speak. What did Jiang Yan ask you to convey? If it is an apology, I would prefer he deliver it personally. However, the response was a hefty stack of transfer screenshots. Youwei's eyes widened momentarily. What does this mean? She instinctively inquired. Shenqing respectfully replied, President Yu. This is the record of transfers made by President Jiang over the past 5 years, totaling 10 million. Please verify it. Youwei fixated on the initial statement, her eyes growing wide in disbelief. He sent you to demand money from me? Shenqing calmly corrected her. It is a request for reimbursement. And the diamond ring in your possession also needs to be returned to President Jiang. Upon hearing this, Youwei's temper flared instantly. She raised her hand in fury, casting the papers strewn across the table to the floor. On what grounds? Youwei shouted, her emotions spiraling out of control. The ring was originally meant to be a gift for me, and these transfer records were merely pocket money Jiang Yan gave me during our relationship. What justification do you have for demanding their return? In the face of Youwei's furious outburst, Shenqing remained composed. She retrieved the papers from the floor and addressed Xiaoli from the legal department with a calm demeanor. Xiaoli, President Yu is not versed in the law. Please enlighten her on the relevant civil code provisions. Xiaoli felt a chill under Youwei's icy gaze, yet he steeled himself to explain the legal statutes. Meanwhile, Youwei suppressed her rising anger, retorting, what nonsensical regulations are these? Let me tell you, Shenqing, if Jiang Yan wants something, he should come and say it to me himself. As for you, leave this instant. This is my domain at Huanya Media. Do you think bringing a few people will give you any leverage? It won't work. Chapter 139. Jiang Yan actually spent so much for her. Shenqing watched as Youwei pointed at her, nearly poking her eye, yet Shenqing felt no fear. She calmly stated, if General Yu does not return the items, we shall pursue legal avenues, and at that point, it will not only involve the return of the original items but also the calculation of interest. I wonder if General Yu has encountered similar cases. The courts generally support the return of transferred funds. Moreover, the diamond ring in General Yu's possession was found by her, which legally classifies her as the finder of lost property. Thus, the ownership does not reside with her. As clearly stated in the regulations, Shenqing elucidated this matter with clarity, yet Youwei absorbed none of it. To demand the return of gifts and transferred money after a breakup? It was utterly ridiculous. Such narrow-minded and calculating behavior was unbecoming of Jiang Yan. Youwei suspected that Shenqing had instigated this notion. This woman was truly devious. Furiously pointing at Shenqing, Youwei declared, stay out of my relationship with Jiang Yan. If we are to account for everything so meticulously, then I, too, have spent considerable amounts on Jiang Yan over these 5 years. Should I not demand that back as well? Although Youwei made this assertion, she had no genuine intention of reclaiming anything. She merely sought to silence Shenqing. She was now eager to hear Shenqing's response. However, Shenqing retorted directly. This 10 million is to be deducted from the amount you transferred to General Jiang. Youwei was taken aback, instinctively refuting, impossible. This is 10 million in cash. Yet, in her fragmented memories, she recalled that Jiang Yan had indeed spent approximately that sum on her. But she had also expended a significant amount on him. Remembering the early days of their relationship, when Jiang Yan had exhausted his funds after purchasing gifts for her, she had generously transferred several thousand to him. While a few thousand might seem modest, over time, those amounts accumulated significantly. Observing Youwei's reaction, Shenqing felt a surge of anger. Jiang Yan had devoted so much for her, yet Youwei had taken it all for granted. Even now, she remained oblivious to the extent of her own contributions to Jiang Yan. Shenqing presented a detailed account before Youwei, stating, here are your transfers, totaling 95,800 yuan, with every transaction itemized. Yet, even upon seeing it, Youwei remained skeptical. No need to look. I have transfer records on my phone, she retorted as she scrolled through her device. Upon selecting the specified dates and individuals, the details emerged instantaneously. Seeing the total amount displayed, Youwei finally believed it. She felt her hands tremble, unable to suppress her astonishment. I truly only transferred this much to Jiang Yan. Furrowing her brow, she stared at her phone, her emotions in turmoil. At that moment, she began to comprehend why Jiang Yan had chosen to end their relationship. If affection could be quantified in monetary terms, it meant Jiang Yan had invested 10 million in her, while her contributions to him barely amounted to 1%. She could not help but regret not cherishing this relationship more profoundly. Chapter 140. Please return our President Zhang's ring. As Shenqing observed Youwei's despondent demeanor, she entertained the hope that perhaps a flicker of conscience had returned to her. President Yu, will you directly transfer the funds to President Zhang's account? Shenqing proposed. However, her optimism was misplaced. Matters concerning money are seldom straightforward. Youwei promptly summoned security to expel Shenqing and her entourage from Huanyu Media. Anger surged within Shenqing, and she left with a pointed remark. Then President Yu, await our court summons. Yet, Youwei remained unfazed, regardless of the circumstances. During their romantic entanglement, Jiang Yan had willingly transferred funds for her use. How could a mere secretary presume to intimidate her? Little did Youwei realize the impending consequences. A month later, when Huanyu Media was implicated in colluding with Yang Xinruei to manipulate stocks, leading to a catastrophic decline in its market value, diminishing by 50 billion overnight and teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, she found herself scrambling for loans to salvage the situation. It was then that she received a court summons from Jiang Yan's side, along with a notice of asset freezing. In that moment, Youwei truly felt as though the sky had fallen. Meanwhile, Shenqing did not return immediately. A sense of guilt gnawed at her. She had failed to accomplish what Jiang Yan had entrusted her with. Should she return empty-handed, even if Jiang Yan outwardly refrained from reproach, her own conscience would weigh heavily. However, employing coercive measures was certainly out of the question, as Jiang Yan would never condone such actions. Thus, Shenqing sought detailed counsel from the legal department. Upon learning that lost items could indeed be reported to the police, she resolutely requested their assistance. At the very least, she would have something to report to Jiang Yan upon her return. Upon her return to Huanyu Media, Youwei's countenance darkened at the sight of Shenqing at the office entrance. What are you doing here again? Where are the security guards? Why haven't they stopped you? Just as Youwei finished speaking, two police officers appeared behind Shenqing. With stern expressions, they inquired, "Hello, miss you. Have you found a ring?" Taken aback, Youwei quickly grasped the situation, her lovely features contorting with barely suppressed rage. "No," she replied coldly. At that moment, Shenqing intervened, her gaze fixed on the large diamond ring adorning Youwei's hand. "President Yu, that ring on your finger belongs to our President Jiang," she stated calmly. Youwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she protectively shielded her hand, explaining to the officers, "This is an engagement ring my boyfriend gave me. It's not lost." However, Shenqing produced a photo of the ring from its custom order as evidence. "Officer, look, this was specially crafted for our President Jiang by a luxury brand master." After the ring was completed, Jiang Yan and this woman had already parted ways. It was never given to her. Yet Miss Yu continues to lie, claiming it was a gift from President Jiang and refuses to return it. "We felt compelled to involve the police, and we kindly ask for your assistance in this matter." Upon hearing Shenqing's explanation and examining the photograph, the officers swiftly grasped the truth of the situation. Chapter 141. Youwei confronts Shenqing. The police officer once again warned Youwei, "Miss Yu, the evidence here is quite clear. If you believe it was not found, please provide the corresponding evidence." Youwei could not help but furrow her brow. How could she possibly prove something without evidence? However, this was the engagement ring that Jiang Yan had bestowed upon her, and she would never return it. As thoughts of Shenqing, who repeatedly troubled her, filled her mind, resentment and fury surged within her. Her instincts told her that Shenqing was the one who had secretly informed Jiang Yan about her meeting by Luo at the airport, leading to their breakup. After all, Shenqing had been Jiang Yan's secretary for 2 years, and the bond between a female secretary and her boss often surpassed that of a girlfriend. It was impossible for Shenqing to not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Jiang Yan. Therefore, Youwei naturally suspected Shenqing of being behind the breakup. Furthermore, Shenqing's sudden visit today to assert her dominance only fueled Youwei's anger. She dismissed the notion that this was Jiang Yan's command. She simply did not believe it. She had worn the diamond ring in front of Jiang Yan many times before, so why was he suddenly demanding it back today? It was undoubtedly this vile woman-esque scheme. Consequently, Youwei approached Shenqing directly and confronted her physically. "You wretched woman. You must have incited Jiang Yan to do this. It's all because of your seduction while being by his side. Today, I will show you what happens when you overstep your bounds." As Youwei angrily cursed, she and Shenqing grappled with each other, pulling at Shenqing's hair. Shenqing instinctively shielded her hair, her expression betraying pain. The two police officers quickly intervened, pulling the two apart. One officer's brow furrowed in seriousness as he warned, "Miss Yu, this is your first verbal warning. If you continue to act violently, we will have to take coercive measures against you." Nevertheless, Youwei persisted in her insults toward Shenqing, held back by two men. She could no longer strike Shenqing and could only retaliate with words. Even while being berated by Youwei, Shenqing maintained her composure. She addressed the police, stating, "This diamond ring is valued at 8 million. It is a considerable amount of precious metal, and time is of the essence. Upon hearing this, the officer's expressions turned serious. This was no mere significant amount, it was a substantial one, and the situation had escalated. One officer stepped out to consult with his superior, while the other turned to Youwei with a grave warning. Miss Yu, if you refuse to return the ring, we will initiate a case against you. And you may also be implicated in the crime of misappropriation. Hearing the police's serious words, Youwei was momentarily stunned. Ceasing her struggle, she fixed her gaze on Shenqing, her conviction that Shenqing had premeditated this situation growing stronger. Her company was currently flourishing, with stock prices soaring, and both shareholders and investors held optimistic views on its prospects. She was actively expanding her business, investing nearly all her funds in talent and film projects. If she were to be taken to the police station at this moment, and if such an incident were to be exposed by the paparazzi, resulting in negative press, it would undoubtedly cause a significant drop in the stock prices of Huanyu Media, recalling how a previous scandal had nearly brought her to ruin. Youwei was determined not to allow history to repeat itself. With her teeth clenched, she angrily declared, I want to see Jiang Yan. Let him come and speak to me directly, and I will return the ring to him. Chapter 142. Jiang Yan, are you seeking revenge on me? This was the last vestige of defiance from Youwei. If she could not hear Jiang Yan utter the words herself, she would resolutely refuse to return the ring. This diamond ring represented her final glimmer of hope. However, it was inconceivable that Shenqing would acquiesce to such a demand. As Jiang Yan's most trusted female secretary, if she had to rely on Jiang Yan to resolve even this trivial matter, then what competence would remain for her in her position? Just as Shenqing was preparing to reject the request, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, the usually composed Shenqing was momentarily taken aback. It was a call from Jiang Yan. The reason for his call was clear. The entire afternoon had passed, and she had yet to report on her work. Shenqing quietly stepped away to a secluded corner to answer the call. President Jiang. Jiang Yan responded with a casual then inquired, has the matter not been resolved? He suspected that Shenqing was facing difficulties due to Youwei. Indeed, Shenqing confirmed his thoughts. President Yu refuses to return it. We have reported it to the police. The ring should be retrievable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately grasped the situation. What did Youwei say? Even with the police involved, she wouldn't simply return it, would she? Shenqing couldn't help but admire her boss's keen intuition. She said, she would only agree to return it if you came personally to speak with her. Jiang Yan clicked his tongue in annoyance, then replied, very well. Since Youwei remains obstinate, I shall go and extinguish her last flicker of hope. When Jiang Yan arrived at the office in the Huanyu building, all eyes turned towards him, and upon seeing Jiang Yan, Youwei's face lit up with surprise. She immediately stood up and hurried over to him. With Jiang Yan's presence as her support, Youwei, emboldened, pointed an accusatory finger at Shenqing, voicing her grievances. Jiang Yan, you finally come. I told you to dismiss this secretary of yours. She is quite scheming and has the audacity to provoke you, demanding the return of the engagement ring you gave me. I knew you wouldn't want it back. The ring was custom-made for me, inscribed with our names. A glimmer of self-satisfaction gleamed in Youwei's eyes. However, Jiang Yan's next words froze her in place. I asked Shenqing to retrieve it. What of it? He stated coldly. Without waiting for her response, he seized her wrist and, before she could react, yanked the diamond ring from her finger. Youwei was taken aback. Her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared into Jiang Yan's indifferent gaze. In the next moment, tears welled in her eyes, and she instinctively tried to reclaim the ring. Give it back to me, she choked out. Jiang Yan regarded her with a cold smirk and replied, this is my property. Even if I no longer want it, it does not belong to you. Youwei's emotions spiraled out of control. She rose onto her toes, reaching to snatch it back, only to be mercilessly pushed away by Jiang Yan. She stumbled back a few steps, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at him. Why? Why must you take away my last gift? Youwei cried out in anguish, tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken strand of pearls. She helplessly pleaded, Jiang Yan, are you seeking revenge on me? Chapter 143. I can never be together with Bai Luo revenge against her for treating him as a mere substitute, for abandoning him to meet other men, thus causing him to lose face. Revenge for the inequality in their emotional investment. What other reasons could there be? Beyond these, Youwei truly could not fathom. However, Jiang Yan could not help but let out a derisive laugh. With a cold sneer, he remarked, so reclaiming what is rightfully mine is considered revenge? Ha! Youwei, where is your intellect? Has it all been squandered on Bai Yueguang? His true means of vengeance against Youwei had yet to commence. It would only be when Youwei faced bankruptcy, destitution, and utter loneliness that his real revenge would unfold. Oh, but wait, she could not be alone. She would be locked in with her beloved by Youwei. This, Jiang Yan could certainly facilitate for her. Feel free to mock me, but return the engagement ring. It bears my name. It belongs to me, Youwei exclaimed, her emotions surging as she lunged toward Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, be careful, Xinqing instinctively interjected, stepping forward. Just as Youwei was about to grasp Jiang Yan's arm and reclaim the ring, she noticed the cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. With effortless ease, he shoved her to the ground. Youwei felt a sharp pain in her back. At that moment, Bai Luo burst through the door with force. He directly confronted Jiang Yan, exclaiming, "You bastard! Are you bullying Weiwei? Jiang Yan, are you even a man?" Afterward, Bai Luo hurried to assist Youwei in rising. Feigning concern as he asked, "Weiwei, are you all right? Do you want to call the police?" "Call the police?" Those present could hardly contain their amusement. 2 police officers were already on site, and from the very beginning, it was Youwei who had initiated the altercation. Would she really call the police just to create a scene? Youwei felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. Why did Bai Luo always manage to conjure such foolish scenarios? Did he not see the 2 officers in uniform within the office? Yet, since Bai Luo had come to her aid, Youwei felt it would be ungracious to say anything. She could only awkwardly respond, "You don't need to worry. Just step outside." Bai Luo's eyes darted around. How could he leave now? He had meticulously plotted this moment, timing his entrance precisely as Jiang Yan and Youwei clashed. His intention was to feign concern at the moment Youwei was being bullied. He simply could not exit. "Weiwei, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can bully you." Not even Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan observed Bai Luo's clumsy performance, marveling at how Youwei remained oblivious to the charade. Truly, love can cloud one's judgment. Yet, he found amusement in the situation. Jiang Yan looked at Youwei, taunting, "If you desire that ring so much, why not have your Bai Yuewang propose to you?" Upon hearing this, Youwei's face paled slightly. "What are you saying, Jiang Yan? I could never be with Bai Luo." How could he suggest that Bai Luo proposed to her? Did he truly believe she would marry another man? Youwei gazed at Jiang Yan, her heart swirling with confusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Even though he understood Bai Luo's deliberate entrance was a farce, it was infuriating to see Youwei, who had clearly chosen Bai Yuewang, still play the victim and cling to him. A woman so fickle, how could Jiang Yan ever look back? Chapter 144. It turns out they all knew about Bai Luo's joke. Jiang Yan's voice was icy as he remarked, "You've chosen your white moonlight. What are you still pretending for?" "I haven't," Youwei instinctively denied. Jiang Yan let out a scoff. "If you haven't, then why do you allow him to remain in your company? You speak of reconciliation while continuing to indulge in intimacy with your white moonlight. Youwei, you truly are despicable. If you wish to toy with others' emotions and have men orbit around you, go seek a male model. Stop entangling yourself with me. No one is as shameless as you." As Youwei listened to Jiang Yan's vitriolic insults, her face drained of color, becoming a ghastly pale. She looked at Jiang Yan with wounded eyes, her fragility laid bare. However, Bai Luo did not hesitate to rebuke Jiang Yan, stepping up for Youwei. "How dare you insult Weiwei, Jiang Yan? You better apologize to her now, or don't blame me for making things difficult for you." Youwei, clutching her heart in pain, found herself at a loss for words. She choked back sobs, her breathing becoming increasingly erratic. Jiang Yan cast a cold glance at Bai Luo, his eyes glinting with frost. "What power do you possess to challenge me? Without Youwei backing you, you wouldn't even have the chance to sit at the same table as me." Bai Luo's expression soured, slightly shaken by Jiang Yan's words. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, he retaliated fiercely. "Ha! You were merely a sycophant by Weiwei's side, a powerless little man. What are you so arrogant about? Without Weiwei's financial support, how could you have established your company?" Youwei, overhearing this, could not help but softly admonish Bai Luo. "Bai Luo, stop." Initially, everyone believed that Jiang Yan was fortunate to have Youwei by his side. After graduation, as Jiang Yan's company flourished, many assumed it was due to her connections and financial backing. Yet, the truth was quite the opposite. Jiang Yan had never utilized a dime of her funds and had instead aided her in securing her position at Huanya Media. Throughout their relationship, he had been the one silently investing his efforts. This was why, despite being a daughter of a wealthy family, Youwei sought to reconcile with Jiang Yan after their breakup, disregarding past grievances. He was truly an exceptional man and an exemplary boyfriend. Thus, upon hearing Bai Luo's humiliation directed at Jiang Yan, she could no longer hold back her voice of protest. Upon hearing her, Jiang Yan merely smiled faintly. He retrieved his phone and found a blurred photograph, speaking with calm composure. Some people return from the capital to Tianai City, only to become a rag. Bai Luo's expression stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He immediately erupted in a tirade. What the hell are you babbling about? Are you out of your mind? Now that I've hit a nerve, you're just rambling. Youwei, upon seeing the photograph, was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at Jiang Yan in astonishment, murmuring, "How do you have that photo?" Bai Luo, who had been cursing, fell silent, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Youwei. Wei, what do you mean, Seeing their reactions, Jiang Yan's heart suddenly grasped the situation. He had thought Youwei was oblivious to Bai Luo's joke. But it appeared she was already aware. No wonder she had been so intentionally evasive after that incident with the car. Yet now, she seemed to be on amicable terms with Bai Luo. With a smirk, Jiang Yan couldn't help but curl his lips, letting out a soft laugh. Chapter 145. Xinqing shields Jiang Yan remarked, "You are aware, yet still accept this filthy individual by your side. How truly remarkable this is. Ordinary people with sound moral values simply cannot achieve such a feat. I commend you." Listening to Jiang Yan's biting sarcasm, Youwei opened her mouth. Yet her throat constricted as if choked, rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, Bai Luo's complexion turned ashen, his earlier bravado utterly dissipated. Trembling, he implored, Wei, please let me explain." Youwei cast her gaze downwards, instinctively avoiding Bai Luo's attempts to reach for her. She knew Bai Luo had become tainted. Yet he remained a complete victim, both physically and emotionally scarred, especially after losing his career aspirations due to her. Although she felt a flicker of disdain towards him, she could not bear the thought of him destitute and scorned on the streets. Thus, she permitted him to remain at Huanyu Media, assigning him menial tasks. Turning to Jiang Yan, Youwei felt a surge of injustice. "I merely allowed him to stay at the company to do trivial work. There has been no intimate contact between us." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's eyes darkened. Damn it, in the end, he still could not measure up to Jiang Yan. What on earth made Jiang Yan superior? Apart from owning a mediocre company, there was nothing else he possessed that surpassed Bai Luo. Yet, Youwei repeatedly sought to please Jiang Yan at his expense. Bai Luo clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yan, his hand stealthily reaching towards his back pocket when no one was watching. His emotions were spiraling out of control. Jiang Yan shook his head, scoffing. "Do you truly believe that? No, perhaps you do, as you have brainwashed yourself into such a delusion. Even with your divided loyalties, greedily yearning for two, or perhaps more, you managed to convince yourself with such feeble words." Youwei, flustered, retorted, "That's not true, Jiang Yan. I am not that kind of person, you misunderstand." Just as she was urgently trying to explain, Bai Luo suddenly lunged toward Jiang Yan. The ensuing chaos erupted in a cacophony of panicked cries. Youwei froze, transfixed by the unexpected scene unfolding before her. "President Jiang!" Xinqing instinctively cried out, positioning herself in front of Jiang Yan. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through her. Lowering her gaze, she saw Bai Luo's fist pressed against her abdomen. As he trembled and withdrew his hand, the handle of a knife, akin to that of a fruit knife, came into view. "Secretary Shen." Jiang Yan's voice was heavy with concern. He enveloped the slumped Xinqing in his arms, his expression grave as he noticed the blade embedded in her. The two bystanders, who had been observing, were struck with terror, quickly restraining Bai Luo, pinning him to the ground with their knees pressing against his neck. They cursed inwardly, realizing the audacity of his actions right before their eyes. One officer urgently dialed emergency services while securing the scene. Once everything was under control, both officers felt their hearts racing, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon them. Youwei stood in shock, bewildered by the unfolding events, as the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. When the paramedics arrived, equipped with professional instruments and a stretcher, Jiang Yan's taut heart eased slightly. He cast a cold glance at the immobilized Bai Luo, akin to gazing upon a lifeless corpse, his eyes darkening with disdain. Shifting his focus back to the dazed Youwei, Jiang Yan left her with a chilling remark, "Await our meeting in prison." He then accompanied the medical personnel onto the ambulance. Chapter 146. Bai Luo taken away by the police after Jiang Yan departed, Youwei gradually regained her senses. She gazed in disbelief at Bai Luo, who was being restrained on the ground by the police, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Bai Luo, why did you suddenly attack Jiang Yan? Where did you get that knife? Do you realize what you just did? How have you become so audacious?" At that moment, Youwei felt an unsettling strangeness about Bai Luo, as if he were an entirely different person. Although she had experienced this feeling of unfamiliarity before, it had never been as profound as it was now, making it seem as though Bai Luo had undergone a complete transformation. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had he been possessed by someone else? Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion. Bai Luo had indeed changed since his return to the country. He had distanced himself from the image of the bright moonlight he once held in her heart. She had managed to accept this change to some extent in the past. However, today, his intent to take Jiang Yan's life was something Youwei could not fathom. Listening to Youwei's barrage of questions, Bai Luo let out a bitter laugh. Tilting his head, he screamed hoarsely at her. "It's all your fault. You forced me into this." Youwei was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "How can you say I forced you?" In that moment, Bai Luo's face contorted with rage, his sanity slipping away as he continued to unleash his pent-up grievances upon Youwei. "Everything is your fault, Youwei. You know I have feelings for you. Yet you feign ignorance. When I was suffering, you offered warmth. But if you didn't love me, you should have cared for me when I lay in that hospital bed. You toyed with my emotions while flattering that indifferent Jiang Yan, belittling me in front of him. So I hate Jiang Yan. You all have tormented me. I despise you wealthy elites. Youwei. I have become this way entirely because of you. It's because of you that I suffer." Even as Bai Luo was taken away by the police, his furious and resentful cries echoed relentlessly in Youwei's ears. Weak and defeated, she slid down the wall, covering her face with her hands as she sobbed in anguish. Why? She incessantly questioned herself. Why had things escalated to this point? Jiang Yan had stolen her last glimmer of hope, and she had unwittingly become a substitute for another, while Bai Luo faced the prospect of imprisonment. Bai Luo accused her of playing with emotions, yet Youwei had never contemplated this matter. Did Jiang Yan think the same? However, when she was with Jiang Yan, she had never been involved with any other man, let alone a male model. She had never even glanced at a male model. And yet, she had been kept in the dark as a replacement for 5 long years. The thought of this left her choking back tears. But now, no matter how much she felt wronged, it was futile. She had to focus on retaining Jiang Yan first. As for Bai Luo, a twinge of compassion crossed her mind. Jiang Yan would undoubtedly not let him off easily, yet she would not leverage her connections to protect Bai Luo. The incident within the company had caused quite a stir, and every employee at Huanyu Media was aware of it. Yet, no one dared to enter the president's office to comfort Youwei. After all, at such a time, it was best to either err on the side of caution or remain silent. Chapter 147. Bai Luo enters the detention center. The news of Bai Luo's arrest for stabbing someone reached Youkai, who could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn. Just as my plans were coming to fruition, that pretty boy goes and causes this mess. What a useless fool." In contrast to Yukai's explosive anger, Yuxingwa, sitting nearby, remained composed as he sipped his tea. Casting a sidelong glance at his disappointing son, he spoke in a low, authoritative tone that brooked no argument. "What are you so anxious about? I have told you repeatedly to use your brain. You squander your time on indulgences, and you can't even manage a single woman without my guidance. This is merely an incident of assault. No one has died. Our Yu family holds a prestigious position in Tianhai City. Even the mayor grants us some respect. I can simply make a call to the district chief to have them released." After finishing his statement, Yuxingwa fixed a stern gaze upon Yukai. "From now on, you must exercise restraint and learn more. Do not act like a fool waiting for me to instruct you on everything. If you fail to secure Youwei this time, pack your bags and prepare to fend for yourself." Though Yuxingwa's words were harsh, Yukai understood that he would not carry out such threats. After all, he was the only son, and Yuxingwa depended on him to seize the family inheritance. As for why Yuxingwa chose not to intervene personally, it was because his involvement would alter the circumstances entirely. Currently, his brother, Yu Zhenxiang, harbored a deep disdain for Youwei. If he were to overtly usurp her authority, Yu Zhenxiang would surely retaliate, leading to a power struggle between the two brothers. Given Yu Zhenxiang's position as the elder brother, he would undoubtedly prevail in any contest for inheritance. Thus, Yuxingwa had no choice but to rely on the dim-witted Yukai to contend with Youwei. Fortunately, Youwei was infatuated and foolishly expelled Jiang Yan for the sake of a pretty boy, presenting Yuxingwa with an opportunity. The idea for Yukai to gather incriminating evidence against Bai Luo and betray Youwei in order to monitor her was also suggested by Yuxingwa. Yukai, who harbored a healthy fear of his father, nodded in agreement upon hearing Yuxingwa's words. "I have been studying business knowledge these past few days. Once I managed to win over Youwei and ascend to the position of chairman of Huanyu, I will ensure she can no longer remain in the Yu family. Seeing the ambition and ruthlessness reflected in his son's demeanor, Yu Xinghua felt a sense of satisfaction. This trait in his son mirrored his own, and he was pleased. Ah, good. It is such ambition that leads to great achievements. Encouraged by his father's hearty laughter, Yu Kai urged, Dad, please call the head of the police station and have them released by Luo. Yu Xinghua shot his son a disapproving look. What is the rush? Timing and context are essential in our dealings. Let that pretty boy stew in detention for a few days. It will serve as a lesson. Let us see if he dares to act selfishly and disrupt our plans again. All right, Yu Kai conceded, lowering his head and hunching his shoulders in submission. He was, however, quite satisfied with the pretty boy, though he often referred to him derisively. Bai Luo truly was quite fair-skinned, and after leaving marks on his body, he could not help but feel exhilarated. Thus, he would have to seek solace with others at the club during these days. Indeed, since Bai Luo had threatened him with the video Yu Kai had taken, he had relentlessly tormented him each night. This relentless psychological torture was the reason for Bai Luo's sudden emotional outburst upon witnessing Youwei protect Jiang Yan. The news of Jiang Yan's near miss with Bai Luo also reached Mu Wanzhou's ears. Upon hearing it, her eyes turned icy, sending a shiver down the spine of the employee reporting the incident. Chapter 148. Mu Wanzhou's fury as long as that woman, Youwei, remained. The entanglement between Jiang Yan and her would never cease. Originally, upon witnessing Jiang Yan's indifference towards Youwei, Mu Wanzhou had resolved not to intervene. After all, these were the insidious tactics often employed behind the scenes by merchants. She feared that should Jiang Yan discover the truth, it might tarnish the impression she held in his heart. However, Youwei's audacity to disregard Bai Luo and embolden him to act against her junior was intolerable. Mu Wanzhou could not restrain herself. Her fingers clenched tightly, and an icy chill darkened her gaze. She summoned her secretary and coldly commanded, inform the team below that from this day forth, any company daring to collaborate with the Yu family will find themselves at odds with my Mu group. Not only shall we suppress the Yu family's enterprises, but their partners will also face our wrath. The secretary, bowing his head, trembled as he replied, Yes, President Mu. Furthermore, Mu Wanzhou continued, I want to see news tomorrow implicating Youwei and that actress in stock manipulation and insider trading, splashed across the front page and trending. Mu Wanzhou was well aware of Youwei's collusion with Yang Xinruwei in manipulating stocks for profit. She possessed substantial connections within the industry. However, she had refrained from exploiting this information due to the lack of concrete evidence. Now, Youwei's reckless provocation of Bai Luo had ignited her fury. This time, she vowed to ensure that Youwei would be utterly incapacitated, relegated to the depths of disgrace, forever barred from Jiang Yan's world. Once the secretary and her informants had departed, Mu Wanzhou made another call. When the deputy director of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau received her call, his heart raced uncontrollably. He hastily found a quiet office to take the call. Hello, President Mu, he said in a hushed tone. Deputy Li, I have no trivial matters to discuss. There is a case in the Hepu district that requires your special attention. Mu Wanzhou's voice resonated with a chilling elegance. The situation is quite serious. The individual is currently detained, but the conditions there are rather favorable. Please arrange for a transfer. Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Li Zhengyang grasped her implication. He cautiously replied, Understood, no problem. You can rest assured, President Mu. Satisfied with his response, Mu Wanzhou let out a soft laugh and promptly ended the call. Li Zhengyang immediately contacted the precinct chief to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that the suspect had wielded a knife, his tense expression relaxed. Fortunately, the situation was grave enough for him to proceed with integrity. At the first hospital of Tianhai City, Xinqing was fortunate to have avoided significant blood loss. Following her arrival at the hospital, the doctors conducted an emergency surgery. The knife had been successfully removed, and when the police arrived, they collected the tools and awaited Xinqing's awakening to pose a few preliminary questions. Considering her condition, they refrained from taking extensive statements, as the presence of Jiang Yan and their two officers provided sufficient evidence. When Qin Shiyu received the news, she canceled her subsequent interviews and hurried to the hospital. Pushing open the door to the ward, she found Xinqing lying weakly on the bed. A hint of worry creased Qin Shiyu's delicate features as she rushed to Xinqing's side, gently grasping her hand, her lovely brows furrowing in concern. Chapter 149. If there is a next time, I would not regret it. Xinqing, how are you? What happened? How could you be injured so severely? Qin Shiyu exclaimed anxiously, her face etched with concern. She and Xinqing had shared a close bond as best friends. During a trying period when she was harassed by a group of scoundrels at Huanyu Media, facing slander and online abuse that nearly destroyed her career. It was Qing who rekindled her hope and advocated for new opportunities on her behalf. She introduced Qin Shiyu to Jiang Yan short video company for filming a short drama. As the primary person in charge, Qing took exceptional care of her. Qin Shiyu also worked diligently on the set, and her first short drama achieved remarkable success, clearing her name from the allegations of being a homewrecker. Now, Qin Shiyu had blossomed into the most popular leading actress in short dramas. Her fashion endorsements and various resources poured in steadily, with numerous investment invitations. Do not underestimate the actors in short dramas. She had successfully ascended to the ranks of first-tier female stars through her breakout success. She had undeniably become the darling of Jiang Yan's company. Thus, when Qin Shiyu saw Qing's pallid complexion, her heart ached with concern. Qing had just awakened and was still receiving intravenous fluids, currently in a weakened state, only able to utter a few comforting words from her throat. Shiyu, it's nothing. Beside her, Jiang Yan, who had been caring for Qing, glanced at Qin Shiyu's worried expression and interjected, Secretary Shin was injured while protecting me. Qin Shiyu paused momentarily, realizing for the first time that Jiang Yan was present across from the hospital bed. Upon entering, her mind had been consumed with concern for Qing's injuries, causing her to overlook the significant presence beside her. She had only met Jiang Yan a few times when she first joined the company and had not seen him since. Thus, to encounter her boss again, she had inadvertently neglected to greet him, which made her feel somewhat anxious. Although internally apprehensive, her typically cool demeanor made it difficult for her to express her thoughts outwardly, leaving no trace of nervousness on her face. Hello, President Jiang, Qin Shiyu greeted, her voice bright and clear. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Yan's explanation, she still felt a bit bewildered. She had only heard from her agent that Qing had been hospitalized, without the opportunity to inquire about the specifics. Gently biting her lip, Qin Shiyu suppressed her urge to ask further questions. After all, this was her boss, and she could not expect him to divulge every detail. So, she redirected her gaze back to Qing. Observing Qing's pale lips, she asked with concern, Qing, why are your lips dry? Should I fetch some water? Qing's eyes conveyed a sense of refusal, yet Qin Shiyu hurriedly went outside to buy cotton swabs and water. Only Jiang Yan remained in the hospital room. He looked at Qing, guilt welling up in his eyes. With an apologetic tone, he said, Secretary Shun, thank you for taking the blow for me. But I must state seriously that such impulsiveness is not permitted in the future. Thankfully, this time it did not injure any vital areas. However, had it struck a critical part, as your employer, how would I explain it to your family? But rest assured, I will not allow your sacrifice to go unrecognized. I will ensure this matter is resolved to your satisfaction. Hearing Jiang Yan's assurance, Qing's pale lips curled slightly. She softly replied, Thank you, President Jiang. But next time, I would still do the same. She felt no regret for shielding Jiang Yan from harm. Chapter 150. Qing's thoughts. If this endeavor enables General Jiang to discern the true nature of Youwei and those surrounding her, then Qing deems her actions worthwhile. From the moment she entered Jiang Yan's company as a secretary, Youwei repeatedly sought to create trouble for her. However, due to Qing's exceptional professional capabilities, Jiang Yan did not heed Youwei's demands to dismiss her. Since that time, Qing harbored a profound dislike for Youwei. Having spent 2 years by Jiang Yan's side, she genuinely wished for his happiness in matters of the heart. Yet it was clear that it would not come from the haughty and self-satisfied young lady, who unjustly offered her affections without receiving any in return. Jiang Yan treated her with great kindness, valuing character and competence over background or education. It was precisely for this reason that Qing, hailing from a humble rural upbringing, found herself with an opportunity to ascend. Jiang Yan had bestowed this chance upon her, and now she yearned to do something in return for him. Upon hearing Qing's resolute yet unwavering response, Jiang Yan could not help but chuckle softly in resignation. Very well, he said, his eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. You shall focus on your recovery. The affairs of the company will be managed by others. Your salary will continue as usual, and compensation will be provided. Qing opened her mouth, intending to voice a protest, but Jiang Yan gently silenced her with a gesture. I am aware of your thoughts, he continued. You have always been an independent and self-sacrificing woman. Nonetheless, you deserve your salary. This injury was incurred in the line of duty, not through idleness. As Qing slowly closed her mouth, Jiang Yan reassured her, rest assured, the person filling in for you is only temporary. Once you have healed, you shall return to your role as my secretary. Your position remains secure. All right. Thank you, General Jiang, Shenqing replied softly, her gaze lingering on the man who stood so close to her, momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Yan's character, abilities, and appearance were all exceedingly remarkable. Even though her sole focus had been on her work and earning a living, she found herself unwittingly captivated. Yet, the feelings she harbored for Jiang Yan were well concealed, ensuring he remained oblivious to them. Maintaining this relationship is for the best, Shenqing mused to herself, content as long as she could remain by his side, assisting him. However, her resolve wavered when Gu Xinyo entered the hospital room. A pang of pain shot through her heart as she observed Gu Xinyo, who embodied the image of Jiang Yan's girlfriend, gentle, graceful, and beautiful. Today, Gu Xinyo had come to visit her grandmother at the first hospital of Tianai City. As she left the ward and prepared to return home, she caught the sound of Jiang Yan's voice emanating from one of the rooms. Upon noticing the name of the patient on the wall, she hesitated before gently knocking on the door and pushing it open. To her surprise, there was Jiang Yan himself. "Yan, is it truly you here?" she whispered. Since that day on Jiang Yan's birthday, her manner of addressing him had shifted. Chapter 151. Introducing Gu Xinyo to Shenqing and Qin Shiyu. Initially, Jiang Yan insisted that Gu Xinyo address him as husband. However, Gu Xinyo, overwhelmed by shyness, agreed to call him that only in private, preferring to use his name in the presence of others. Thus, she settled on calling him a Yan. Jiang Yan, somewhat dissatisfied with this arrangement, playfully teased Gu Xinyo in their bedroom, leading her to call him husband throughout the night. Upon seeing Gu Xinyo in the hospital room, Jiang Yan rose and approached her, gently taking her hand. He softly inquired, "You've come to visit Grandma?" "Yes," Gu Xinyo nodded, casting a furtive glance at the woman lying on the hospital bed, her large eyes reflecting curiosity. Jiang Yan pulled her closer and tenderly explained, "Let me introduce you. This is Shenqing, the capable secretary I mentioned. She was injured today while protecting me." Turning to Shenqing, Jiang Yan added, "This is my wife, Xinyo." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinyo shyly greeted Shenqing. "Hello, I am Gu Xinyo. Thank you for protecting a Yan." Shenqing, lying on the hospital bed, pressed her lips together and managed a faint smile as she replied, "Hello." With a discerning gaze, she assessed Gu Xinyo, a university student yet to graduate. Gu Xinyo exuded youthful innocence and naivety. From their earlier interactions, Shenqing discerned that Gu Xinyo was entirely different from Youwei. She genuinely cared for Jiang Yan and was attuned to his feelings. Such a gentle and understanding girl was indeed the most suitable partner for Jiang Yan. As his secretary, Shenqing should feel pleased for him. Yet, for reasons unknown, the feelings she had suppressed within her heart grew more intense than ever. At that moment, Qin Shiyu returned from the convenience store downstairs. Upon seeing Gu Xinyo, she momentarily paused. After hearing Jiang Yan's introduction, she addressed Gu Xinyo with her cool voice. "Hello. I am Qin Shiyu, an artist under Jiang's company." Gu Xinyo found herself captivated by the striking beauty before her, reminiscent of a glamorous star, and couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Qin Shiyu's allure was undeniable, accentuated by her innate, ethereal grace that left a lasting impression. Young women naturally gravitate towards those of high beauty, and Gu Xinyo, familiar with entertainment trends, had seen snippets of Qin Shiyu's performances on Weibo and short videos. Thus, she earnestly remarked, "Hello, I am Gu Xinyo. I have watched your shows, and they are wonderful. You are even more beautiful in person." In response to Gu Xinyo's praise, Qin Shiyu offered a modest smile and replied, "Thank you." Soon after, she approached Shenqing's bedside, expressing her concern. "Shenqing, I bought some cotton swabs. You shouldn't drink too much water right now, but dampening your lips might help." "All right. Thank you, Shiyu." Shenqing replied with a slight lift of her chin. Feigning annoyance, Qin Shiyu responded, "Why are you being so polite with me?" After tending to Shenqing, Qin Shiyu turned to Jiang Yan, her expression revealing unspoken thoughts. Jiang Yan, noticing her demeanor, encouraged her, "Feel free to express what you wish to say." Only then did Qin Shiyu cautiously voice her concern. "Jiang Yan, I would like to request a few days off to care for Qingqing in the hospital." Chapter 152. Huanyu Media accused of stock manipulation. Jiang Yan was somewhat taken aback. He had expected Qin Shiyu to inquire about Shenqing's injury. However, as a celebrity, she had numerous responsibilities awaiting her, not akin to an ordinary employee who could simply take leave at will. Thus, Jiang Yan inquired, "Have the tasks at the film crew been completed?" With a hint of trepidation, Qin Shiyu responded, "The filming is done, but there are still some interviews and additional shoots pending." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded and graciously acquiesced. "Very well. You may stay at the hospital to attend to Secretary Shen." You two are good friends, and with you by Qing's side, I shall feel more at ease. Upon receiving Jiang Yan's approval, a smile graced Qing's lips, her cold demeanor melting away like frost in the warmth of spring, radiating brightness and warmth. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, she beamed. Subsequently, a few individuals remained with Qing until evening. Once matters were arranged, Jiang Yan departed with Gu Xinyo. The following day, Jiang Yan returned to the office. The moment he opened his computer, a prominent headline caught his eye. Breaking news. Huanyu Media chairman Youwei and retired actress Yang Xinrui's collaboration suspected to be a false contract. Huanyu Media accused of manipulating the stock market, engaging in fraud. Accompanying the headlines was a photograph of Youwei within Huanyu Media. After swiftly scanning the content, Jiang Yan's brow furrowed in concern. This was clearly a piece of news orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. But who could it be? As he lowered his gaze and pondered, a name abruptly surfaced in his mind, Mu Wanzhou. While it was true that the one who most desired Youwei's downfall was Yu Kai, he lacked the acumen for such a scheme. The photographs he intended to use to threaten Youwei had already been taken from him. Only Mu Wanzhou possessed the capability to prompt swift reactions from major media outlets, creating a crisis for Huanyu Media within just one day. As for why, just as trouble arose for Youwei, a targeted attack against Huanyu, specifically Youwei, emerged. It was not Jiang Yan's vanity, but rather a sound deduction. The events that transpired in Youwei's office had reached Mu Wanzhou's ears. Hence, it appeared Mu Wanzhou was exacting retribution on Youwei on his behalf. Due to the events of the previous day, Youwei had a restless night, plagued by nightmares. In her dreams, Bai Luo appeared before her, bloodied and relentless, questioning and resenting her, leaving her with no escape. In the dream, Youwei wept profusely, apologizing while covering her face, terrified to meet Bai Luo's gaze. Soon after, Jiang Yan emerged in her vision, coldly observing her fear and helplessness, mocking her incessantly. He accused her of having always favored Bai Luo, branding her as fickle and insincere, deeming her unworthy of mending their relationship. Youwei frantically attempted to explain, yet Jiang Yan's figure gradually receded into the darkness, until it vanished completely. The next day, Youwei arrived at the office bearing dark circles under her eyes that no foundation could conceal, only to find the staff rife with anxiety, their minds far from their work. Chapter 153. Stock market crash. Youwei furrowed her brow slightly. After summoning her secretary to ascertain the situation, she was alarmed to discover that the company was embroiled in a significant crisis. In a state of panic, she swiftly unlocked her phone and was met with a bold headline on the front page of the news: stock manipulation. The phrase struck her like a bolt, and she immediately opened the stock trading app. The downward trajectory of Huanyu Media's stocks left her feeling utterly drained, collapsing into her chair. How could this happen? She murmured in disbelief. How could she be accused of manipulating stocks when her collaboration with Yang Xinrui was genuine? As she watched the major investors frantically flee, it became clear that this situation was untenable. Huanyu Media was on the brink of another crisis. Without hesitation, Youwei dialed Yang Xinrui's number. Hello? After a prolonged wait, the call connected. Hearing Yang Xinrui's voice provided Youwei with a semblance of calm. She urgently conveyed, Sister Yang, have you seen the morning's front page news? There are forces conspiring against Huanyu Media. While Yang Xinrui was busy at her computer alongside her husband, she held her phone to her ear and reassured Youwei. Oh, I saw it. Don't worry, our collaboration is legitimate. Those reports are fabrications. How could we possibly manipulate the stock market? Those behind this are utterly clueless about trading. Youwei shared her sentiments, yet the stark reality of the stock chart plummeting before her eyes was undeniable, indicating that significant funds were fleeing the market. She struggled to comprehend why the major investors, unlike retail traders who might follow trends, possessed such formidable capital and access to insider information, effectively steering the stock's trajectory. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. She could not afford to investigate further. The immediate priority was to stabilize the major investors. Sister Yang, didn't he mention a phased investment of $3 billion? So far, only $10 million has been ejected, while our contract stipulates an initial investment of $100 million. Please, purchase the remaining $90 million worth of stocks immediately to stabilize the market. Upon hearing this, Yang Xinrui readily agreed. All right, give me a moment. $90 million is no small sum. Youwei felt a measure of relief. Please expedite the process. However, as the morning wore on, Youwei, who had been vigilantly monitoring the stocks, found to her dismay that not only had the prices failed to rebound, but they had plunged even further. Witnessing 5 billion in market value evaporate, her heart raced with anxiety. She reopened various news outlets, only to find her name still gracing the front page. Anger surged within her. She turned to her summoned secretary and department heads, unleashing her frustration. Am I paying you all to do nothing? Why is my name still trending on the front page? Furiously, she seized a document from her desk and hurled it towards her staff. The secretary and supervisors recoiled. Heads bowed in fear. One trembling supervisor finally spoke up. Ms. Youwei, you spent money to suppress the trending news, but it appears the opposition has considerable backing. Many people are undeterred by our warnings and tactics, and those with connections are unwilling to assist us. Upon hearing this, Youwei inhaled deeply, enraged. Who could possibly orchestrate such havoc overnight, costing her company a staggering 5 billion? Chapter 154. Young Xinrui's deceit and escape. Youwei's eyes brimmed with fury. Coldly, she addressed those below her. Find out who is behind this. If you cannot, you may as well pack your things and leave. The supervisors murmured in compliance. Yes? President Yu, before hastily exiting the office. Reluctantly, Youwei attempted to call Yang Xinrui once more. However, this time, the call went unanswered for an extended period. Furrowing her brow, she dialed again, yet still met with silence. After numerous attempts, the automated message on the line resonated. We are sorry. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. In that moment, the sense of stability Youwei had clung to shattered completely. She realized the gravity of the situation. She had been ensnared in Yang Xinrui's trap. It was over. The thought that her beloved Huanyu Media was on the brink of collapse surged into her mind, igniting a fierce rage that left her breathless. Come, someone. She struggled to utter, but her voice was too faint for the employees outside to hear. Youwei felt the air constricting around her. Her body immobilized as if caught in an unseen grasp, making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. The more frantic she became, the more rigid her body grew. And the tighter her throat constricted. With each labored breath, the situation worsened. Ultimately, she could no longer bear the pressure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Collapsing to the floor with a thud, when her secretary knocked and entered, she discovered Youwei lying beneath her desk. Heavens! President Yu! The secretary rushed over, frantically administering first aid while calling for colleagues to assist. When Youwei regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital room at the first hospital of Tianhai City. Slowly opening her eyes, she turned to gaze expressionlessly at the 4 drip beside her, the fluid gently trickling down. Yet, her heart felt unbearably heavy. It dawned on her that Yang Xinrui's proposition to invest in Huanyu Media as a means of salvaging its stock was nothing but a ruse. Perhaps her company had long been in Yang Xinrui's sights. Yang Xinrui's motive was starkly clear, to leverage her status as an acclaimed actress to disseminate news of their collaboration, thus instilling confidence in investors regarding Huanyu Media, which would subsequently inflate the stock price. At the apex of this surge, she would liquidate her holdings and vanish, effortlessly reaping billions in profit. It was no wonder she had continuously proffered excuses for her delayed investment. Now, following the imminent collapse, she had sold her skyrocketed stocks and fled. Youwei was seized by self-loathing. How could she have been so negligent? Failing to investigate such a critical matter thoroughly before agreeing? Yet, lamenting now served no purpose. The damage had been done, and her immediate priority was to salvage what remained. She needed to leverage her connections to remove the trending news from the headlines and seek affluent investors to restore Huanyu's stock value. Chapter 155. I no longer regard him as my close male friend. Why do you continue to say such things? With this thought in mind, Youwei removed the syringe from the back of her hand and exited the hospital room. When the secretary hurriedly came to look after Youwei after completing the payment, the bed in the room was empty, devoid of any presence. Where has President Yu gone? The secretary felt a surge of panic. She worried that President Yu might be overwhelmed by the emotional turmoil and succumb to despair. That cannot happen. Her salary from last month has yet to be paid. As Youwei, with her frail body, awaited the elevator, it arrived at the 3rd floor and came to a halt, the doors automatically opening. Upon seeing the individual outside the elevator ready to enter, Youwei was momentarily taken aback. It was Jiang Yan. Upon recognizing that the person standing within the elevator was Youwei, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly and silently moved to wait by the second elevator entrance. Witnessing Jiang Yan's actions, a hint of pain flickered in Youwei's eyes. As the elevator doors were about to close, she quickly extended her hand to prevent them from shutting and stepped outside. Jiang Yan. Youwei instinctively called out his name. Jiang Yan, however, glanced at her with an expressionless face, uttering no words. and then proceeded towards Shenqing's hospital bed. Youwei hurriedly followed. But due to her recent awakening and fragile state, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her and stumbled forward, falling against Jiang Yan's back. He staggered slightly from the impact. Once he regained his composure and turned to see Youwei collapsed against him, the coldness in his gaze remained unaltered. He pushed her away and spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Youwei, what performance are you putting on now? Youwei pressed her hands against her throbbing head. And the sight of Jiang Yan's icy demeanor intensified her pain, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. He must be aware of the troubles her company is facing. As someone who had supported her during her tenure at Huanyu Media over the past 2 years, he undoubtedly understood the gravity of her current predicament. If she mishandled any aspect, she could potentially lose her claim to the Yu family's inheritance. Should that occur, her cousin Yu Kai would become the next in line. Youwei would rather endure anything than allow him to inherit. Thus, upon seeing Jiang Yan before her, she unconsciously revealed her vulnerable side. I'm not acting, she said. Her voice tinged with grievance. I fainted in the office and nearly died. Don't you feel any concern for me? Yet Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged. Coldly, he replied. What does that have to do with me? We are strangers now. If you wish to lament, you should do so with your white moonlight. Hearing Jiang Yan's mocking words, Youwei recalled the dream she had the previous night, where Jiang Yan also ridiculed her, leaving her with an indescribable sense of discomfort and bitterness. Weakly, she responded, Bai Luo has already been detained, Jiang Yan. How many times must I explain myself for you to understand? I told you I would no longer assist Bai Luo or maintain close contact with him. I have ceased to regard him as my close male friend. Why do you persist in saying such things? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan glanced at Youwei, and a silent, cold smirk escaped his lips. Chapter 156, Jiang Yan, can you assist me? When has Youwei ever fulfilled her promises? The words that escape her lips and the thoughts that linger in her heart are starkly at odds. Even if she chooses Bai Luo consistently, it matters little, as long as she refrains from entangling him further. Yet, Youwei desires both, professing a wish to rekindle his affections while simultaneously clinging to her beloved. This duplicity infuriates Jiang Yan the most. However, she perceives no issue with her indecisive behavior, which is the most terrifying kind of ignorance. Even if Jiang Yan were to relent, she would inevitably maintain ambiguous ties with her cherished one. Therefore, Jiang Yan resolutely vows never to forgive Youwei for the betrayal, nor will he reconsider their relationship. In a cold tone, Jiang Yan remarked, I have already stated, your relationship with Bai Luo is of no concern to me. Youwei bit her lip gently, feeling a swell of grievance, yet she could no longer unleash her anger at Jiang Yan as she once did. In a subdued voice, she replied, Fine, I shall refrain from mentioning Bai Luo. You often follow the news as I do. I presume you are aware of the recent developments concerning Huanyu Media. As she spoke, Youwei relinquished her previously haughty demeanor, clenching her teeth in silent determination as she sought assistance from Jiang Yan. Can you assist me? She was aware that Jiang Yan's Douhua company was flourishing. Rumor had it that he was preparing for a swift public offering, with the process nearing completion. The company was attracting significant interest from various investors, and once listed, its valuation would undoubtedly soar. Although it could not rival the scale of her own company, its future was undeniably bright. Thus, Youwei sought to enlist her former boyfriend's help, for Huanyu was the fruit of their joint labor over 2 years. However, this notion was a mere figment of Youwei's imagination. Jiang Yan coldly retorted, Why should I assist you? A sense of urgency gripped Youwei. We invested tremendous effort in elevating Huanyu to a leading position in the industry. Can you truly bear witness to its decline? Upon hearing Youwei's emotional appeal, Jiang Yan could not help but smirk derisively. Youwei, as a member of the management, do you not understand that businessmen prioritize profit over sentiment? Youwei, taken aback by his words, instinctively drew her fingers together. In disbelief, she questioned, So do you truly harbor no feelings for me at all? At that moment, a calm voice interjected, Miss Yu, did you consider your feelings for Jiang when you expelled him from Huanyu Media? It was Shenqing, clad in a hospital gown, leaning against the wall while cradling her wounded abdomen, approaching slowly. Youwei's complexion paled at Shenqing's words. She gazed at Shenqing with a pained expression, suddenly realizing why she encountered Jiang Yan in the hospital. He was indeed there tending to his female secretary. The thought ignited a flare of jealousy in Youwei's eyes. After all, Shenqing was merely a lowly secretary who had sustained a minor injury, not a life-threatening ailment. Why should the chairman of the company attend to her? Was there not enough money to hire a nurse? Why must Jiang Yan care for this woman? Chapter 157. In the span of 5 years. Have your contributions in these few months for Bai Luo surpassed those of mine? Youwei remarked bluntly to Qing. Silence yourself. This is a private matter between Jiang Yan and me. What concern is it of yours? Yet, before she could assert her authority, Jiang Yan cast a disdainful glance her way. Youwei, have you not yet had enough? This is my employee. Speak with a modicum of respect, or I shall not hold back. Hearing Jiang Yan's staunch defense of Qing only intensified the jealousy festering within Youwei. Her envious gaze fixated on Qing, who feigned weakness, and she scoffed inwardly, this woman is truly cunning. Even when her health is intact, she pretends to be gravely ill to elicit Jiang Yan's sympathy. Yet, why is it that Jiang Yan watches her with indifference, showing no concern for my own frailty? At that moment, Qing leaned against the wall and approached Jiang Yan, who promptly supported the injured woman with great care. Observing this scene, Youwei felt a piercing headache, as if needles were stabbing at her mind, incessantly tormenting her thoughts. She clutched her head in pain, her stance wavering, instinctively seeking Jiang Yan's assistance. My head, it hurts so much. Jiang Yan, could you please come and help me? Jiang Yan regarded her pained expression with a cold detachment, his heart as still as a stagnant pond. Youwei's headache appeared genuine, evidenced by the medical tape and blood on her hand from it. Her frail demeanor suggested she might have been driven to the hospital by the plummeting stock prices of Huanyu Media and Yang Xinrui's abrupt departure. However, what did it matter to him? He found a certain satisfaction in witnessing the once mighty Yu family heiress reduced to a state of destitution. Silence enveloped Jiang Yan, but Qing broke it with a calm assertion. Miss Yu, you only know how to take from General Jiang without understanding the concept of giving. The current plight of Huanyu Media is merely the consequence of your own actions. Struck at her core, Youwei's agitation surged. She raised her voice in rebuttal. Who says I have not given? I have treated Jiang Yan very well. I buy him gifts, present him with clothes, and for his birthday this year, I prepared a globally limited edition watch, and, as she recounted her past gestures towards Jiang Yan, her words faltered, and she struggled to recall any other significant contributions. Qing's expression turned to one of disbelief. Is this what you consider giving? Clearly, you have been so accustomed to your privileged life that you think spending a little money equates to true contribution. Though Qing, as an outsider, felt unqualified to judge matters of the heart, it was ultimately Jiang Yan, the principal party, who understood the truth of the contributions made. Listening intently, he reflected on the countless sacrifices he had made for Youwei, thwarting numerous schemes on her behalf, only to feel as if it had all been for naught. Enough. Jiang Yan's voice cut through the tension, and with one decisive statement, he rendered Youwei speechless. In the span of 5 years, have your contributions in these few months for Bai Luo surpassed those of mine? Youwei fell silent, ensnared in a prolonged contemplation. Chapter 158. Youwei's humiliation by Jiang Yan. Having recently returned from studying abroad, Youwei found herself in an unfamiliar environment, devoid of companions. Therefore, as a friend with considerable achievements in Tianhai City, she felt compelled to assist Bai Luo on numerous occasions. Yet, she had explicitly declared her intention to cease aiding Bai Luo. Why then did Jiang Yan persist in exploiting this matter? At that moment, after searching through various floors, her secretary finally discovered her on the 3rd floor. Oh my goodness, President Yu, so this is where you are, the secretary exclaimed, breathless as she hurried to Youwei's side. Weakness overtook Youwei, causing her to lean precariously. The secretary quickly supported her, concern etched on her face. President Yu, are you all right? Let's go to the ward and rest. Your health is paramount. Youwei clutched the secretary's arm tightly, her pallid complexion shaking her head in refusal. No need. When she lifted her gaze, she noticed Jiang Yan assisting Qing back into the ward. A pang of anguish gripped her heart. Despite both being women in need of care, Jiang Yan had chosen to be by Qing's side this time. Youwei's face grew even paler, her vitality seemingly drained. President Yu, the secretary called out cautiously, her heart secretly reveling in Youwei's plight upon seeing Jiang Yan. As a seasoned secretary at Huanyu Media for many years, she had crossed paths with Jiang Yan before. It was fair to say that she found Jiang Yan an amiable presence, whether as a boss or a colleague. When Jiang Yan had previously aided Youwei in managing company affairs, he had elevated the company to new heights. However, once the company reached its pinnacle, what had Youwei done? She had unceremoniously cast Jiang Yan out of Huanyu, relying on her status as a favored girlfriend. The employees harbored quiet discontent. Yet none dared to voice their grievances due to Youwei's position as chairwoman. As Jiang Yan emerged once more, the secretary instinctively greeted him. President Jiang. He responded with a polite smile. Hello, Secretary Li. He did not regard her with disdain simply because she was associated with Youwei. On the contrary, Jiang Yan was a man of clear principles. Upon hearing Jiang Yan greet her secretary, Youwei shot a resentful glance at the secretary. Regaining her composure, she pushed the secretary aside and confronted Jiang Yan. Where are you going? The previously smiling Jiang Yan's expression shifted from a gentle curve to a flat line. He coldly replied, It is none of your business. Furious, Youwei retorted, Why must you treat me this way? Why is your demeanor towards me starkly different from your cordiality with them? Jiang Yan, taken aback, laughed in disbelief. This is precisely what you deserve, Youwei. You should count yourself fortunate that the substitute you found in the bar was me. Had it been another man who discovered he was merely a substitute while his girlfriend was unfaithful, who knows how he would have dealt with you too? You called us dogs. Youwei stammered, rendered speechless by indignation. In her memory, Jiang Yan had always been a refined individual, one who would never stoop to such vulgar language. Yet today he had uttered such degrading words, directing them at her in the presence of nurses and family members in the ward, humiliating her in the most public of arenas. Chapter 159. The diamond ring you gave me. How dare you claim it is not mine? Youwei felt utterly humiliated, her countenance darkening with distress. Jiang Yan, you have changed. How dare you show me such disrespect? It dawned on her that the rumors she had heard were indeed true. Once a man acquires wealth, he often becomes corrupt, fickle, and ungrateful. It was not merely the incident with Bai Luo that had led him to abandon her. His very nature had transformed, and he seemed uninterested in aiding her through this crisis. As Youwei spoke, she failed to grasp the crux of Jiang Yan's words. Jiang Yan was rendered speechless. Contemplating how he had once been infatuated with Youwei, it felt as though he had been blinded. Refusing to squander any more time with this foolish woman, he shifted to the right, bypassing the two individuals and striding toward the elevator. Unlike Youwei, who remained entangled in trivial matters despite the significant crisis looming over the company, Jiang Yan slipped his hand into his pocket, feeling the diamond ring within. He had already contacted the seller who would buy back the ring, and he was now preparing to make his way there. Although the ring had lost considerable value due to the engraving, it was crafted by a world-renowned luxury brand designer. The main diamond weighed a remarkable 6 carats, accompanied by dozens of smaller diamonds. Had it not been for the engraving, its market value would have been substantial, estimated at 10 million. The seller Jiang Yan was negotiating with was willing to purchase it for half the price, the highest offer among many bidders. At that moment, Youwei, unwilling to concede, rushed over and grabbed Jiang Yan's arm. The hand that had been resting in his pocket was instinctively pulled out, but Jiang Yan, sensing her tug, clenched his fist in time to prevent the ring from falling. He halted, his voice cold as he spoke. Youwei, are you out of your mind? Youwei immediately noticed his tightly clenched fist, prompting her to question, What do you have in your hand? As she spoke, she could not resist the urge to pry it open. However, Jiang Yan was resolute, his strong grip unyielding, and he remained silent in response to her inquiries. In a state of panic, Youwei called out to her secretary, What are you standing there for? Come help me. Yet the secretary hesitated, casting a wary glance at Jiang Yan, ultimately choosing to remain inactive. Youwei shot her a glare, internally cursing her for harboring ambiguous feelings toward Jiang Yan. Despite being an employee of her company, standing in his corner, frustrated, Youwei shouted at Jiang Yan, Is that my diamond ring you were clutching? The fact that it fit entirely in his palm indicated its diminutive size, yet Jiang Yan placed great importance on it. She surmised that it must be the ring he had reclaimed from her the previous day, for she could think of nothing else. Jiang Yan, not one to conceal the truth, replied coldly, Youwei, this is not your diamond ring. Remember, it is a piece of jewelry I purchased. Even if I choose to discard it, it is not yours. Upon hearing this, Youwei realized her suspicions were correct, and her anxiety intensified. What do you intend to do with my diamond ring? Jiang Yan, this was a gift you bestowed upon me. How can you claim it is not mine? Chapter 160. Secretary Shun is slapped by Youwei. As Youwei is about to twist Jiang Yan's little finger, his gaze grows increasingly somber. He swiftly pushes Youwei away with his other hand. The secretary, who has been observing the entangled pair, gasps as she sees Youwei pushed aside. President Yu, be careful. She hurriedly steps forward to steady Youwei. However, in the next moment, smack, the secretary receives a resounding slap from Youwei, the sound echoing loudly in the hospital corridor. The nurses in the duty room, hearing the commotion, cannot help but rush over to mediate. The secretary, with her face tilted, falls silent, the imprint of the slap quickly reddening her cheek. She is utterly bewildered by Youwei's actions. She cannot comprehend why. After coming to the hospital to care for Youwei, and with genuine concern, she was met with such hostility. In an instant, a wave of grievances swells within her. At that moment, she wishes to resign from this thankless job, let whoever wants it take it. Covering her swollen cheek, tears welling in her eyes. She glances at Youwei, steps back, and ceases to assist her. Youwei, unable to maintain her balance, tumbles to the floor. She shoots an angry glare at the departing secretary, exclaiming furiously, "You've gone too far, you useless waste." Witnessing this scene, even as an observer, Jiang Yan feels a surge of indignation. Youwei, employees are not mere tools for your whims. They are human beings. By what right do you strike them at will? Upon hearing Jiang Yan defend his secretary, jealousy wells up in Youwei. She plaintively retorts, "I am a person too. Why do you turn a blind eye to my plight? Now that I've fallen, you don't help me. When I'm ill, do you care for me? When Huanyu Media encounters difficulties, have you lend me a hand? Jiang Yan, why do you always think of other women and neglect your girlfriend?" Sitting on the floor, she raises her tear-filled eyes, looking pitifully at Jiang Yan. Observing the nurses crowding around the secretary, tending to her inflammation and applying cold compresses. While no one pays her any mind, Youwei feels her jealousy intensifying. Jiang Yan, infuriated by Youwei's retort, responds sharply, "You are utterly unreasonable. Let me correct you once more. I am no longer your boyfriend. We are strangers, with no ties remaining." At this moment, the secretary quietly approaches Jiang Yan. Her voice choked as she says, "President Jiang, I no longer wish to work at Huanyu Media. May I come work with you?" This statement undoubtedly serves as a greater provocation to Youwei. Struggling to her feet, her unsteady body swaying, she angrily intends to confront the secretary again. Yet this time, she is thwarted. Jiang Yan firmly grasps Youwei's wrist, his grip strong enough to cause her pain. As she gazes at Jiang Yan, who protects other women while showing her no mercy, her eyes brim with unshed tears. "Jiang Yan, why are you stopping me? Let go. You're hurting me." Chapter 161. If he had not gone abroad for further studies, would you dare to claim that you would still find me? The secretary had long been intimidated by the fierce gaze of Youwei, retreating behind Jiang Yan. The nurses nearby, witnessing this scene, began to quietly scold Youwei. Hearing their disparaging remarks, Youwei's expression darkened further. As the daughter of the Yu family in Tianhai City and the chairwoman of a company worth billions, she found herself ridiculed by this group of low-paid employees. Unable to contain her anger, Youwei shouted at the mocking nurses, "Leave. Who is your director? Is it customary for nurses at Tianhai First Hospital to lack such decorum?" Upon hearing Youwei mention the director, the nurses discreetly dispersed, for no one wished to jeopardize their jobs for the sake of amusement. Once the crowd had dispersed, Youwei felt the painful grip of Jiang Yan on her wrist, a sharp ache radiating through her bones. "Oh, it hurts." Just as she thought her wrist might break, Jiang Yan finally eased his grip. Youwei, wincing in pain, rubbed her wrist, which was now visibly bruised. With a quivering voice laced with indignation, she questioned, "If I hadn't cried out in pain, would you have crushed my hand? Do you desire to leave me disabled?" Jiang Yan, upon hearing her words, let out a cold snort. "You think such minimal force could render you disabled? How fragile you truly are. If I do not intervene, are you suggesting I should allow you to berate the staff?" Youwei, in that moment, felt his words carried a different implication. She perceived Jiang Yan as defending that woman, even risking injury to himself for her sake. This notion stirred resentment within her. If it were a woman of capability and beauty like Mu Wanzhou, she might begrudgingly accept it. But why was it that a mere ordinary clerk from the lower strata could provoke such loyalty from Jiang Yan? With a venomous glare directed at the secretary behind Jiang Yan, she gritted her teeth and retorted, "You often mock the relationship I have with Bai Luo. Yet look at you now. You are shielding this woman, aren't you? How can you misconstrue my intentions while indulging so many women who seek to entice you?" Jiang Yan could not suppress a cold laugh at her words. One could not deny Youwei's talent for sophistry. Throughout their 5-year relationship, her heart had always lingered on that distant white moonlight abroad, even reflecting his presence in every gift she received. Such profound affection, dismissed by her as mere friendship, was hardly believable to others. Jiang Yan replied coldly, "You know your true feelings for that white moonlight, if he had not gone abroad. Do you genuinely believe you would have found me?" Youwei, taken aback by his statement, met his gaze and bit her lip. After a brief silence, she stubbornly asserted, "I would." Jiang Yan, unimpressed by her response, let out a derisive snort. Just as Youwei's expression wavered, Qin Shiyu emerged from the elevator. Upon seeing Jiang Yan and Youwei in the corridor, she paused momentarily. After greeting Jiang Yan, she attempted to ignore Youwei, heading towards the ward to care for Shenqing. Chapter 162. Jiang Yan strikes her again for a woman as Qin Shiyu passed by Youwei. The latter coldly commanded, "Stop. Who permitted you to disregard me?" Youwei recalled how Qin Shiyu had once treated her with utmost respect while working at her company. Yet she was taken aback by the indifference displayed after Qin's job change. This feeling of being looked down upon incensed Youwei. Reluctant to create a scene, Qin Shiyu halted her steps and replied frostily, "President Yu." However, the dismissive tone only fueled Youwei's fury. Her voice rose involuntarily as she proclaimed, "You have become arrogant, riding on Jiang Yan's coattails. Do not forget who nurtured you and introduced you to the entertainment industry. It was my Huanyu media. You wretched creature. Have you no shame, relying on seducing my ex-boyfriend to gain fame? Your reputation is already tarnished. Jiang Yan would never favor a woman of such lowly character." Listening to Youwei's revolting slander, Qin Shiyu's face flushed with indignation. She instinctively clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes betraying a glint of suppressed fury. In order to avoid causing trouble for Jiang Yan, she struggled to contain her emotions, reminding herself that she had endured worse insults online before. However, Jiang Yan strode directly towards Youwei. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the corridor. Youwei's tirade came to an abrupt halt. She clutched her stinging cheek and stumbled back a few steps, frantically steadying herself against the wall. Already weakened, the force of Jiang Yan's blow rendered her lips pale. With tears welling in her eyes, Youwei gazed at Jiang Yan, her feelings of humiliation and rage intertwining. How could he strike her again for the sake of another woman? Was there any truth in her accusations? Qin Shiyu was merely a woman trampled upon, her body likely having been shared with countless directors. Yet Jiang Yan continued to invest resources in her, elevating her status. What made this woman deserving of such favor? As tears streamed down her cheeks, Youwei was met with Jiang Yan's harsh words. "Youwei, your own depravity does not mean others share your despicable nature." Youwei's face blanched, her lips trembling as she stammered, I am not as cheap as Qin Shiyu. I have not sold my body." At that moment, Jiang Yan softly spoke to Qin Shiyu. "Do not fear. Return to the hospital room. I will handle you, Youwei." Qin Shiyu, comforted by Jiang Yan's gentle assurance, felt her tightly clenched fingers relax. An inexplicable warmth surged within her, the cold glint in her eyes fading. Her lips curled into a rare smile. "Thank you, President Jiang," she murmured softly, before returning to Shenqing's hospital room. Inside, as she tended to Shenqing, her thoughts wandered, her mind somewhat distracted. Chapter 163. Jiang Yan, do you truly deserve me? The gentle words Jiang Yan had just spoken echoed in her mind, instilling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Previously, she had harbored a certain trepidation due to Jiang Yan's status as her superior. However, at that moment, she realized that her perception of him was deeply misconstrued. Setting aside his authoritative role, from a woman's perspective, Jiang Yan was undeniably a gentle and charismatic man. Qin Shiyu turned to Shenqing and remarked, "Qingqing, I've come to notice that President Jiang is nothing like the heads of major corporations. He is not a stern and intimidating figure, though at times he does exude an aura of authority. He is generally very gentle." Shenqing chuckled in response. "Only now do you see it? I've told you before that President Jiang is incredibly kind and warm-hearted, yet also exceptionally capable. A truly outstanding man." Sigh. If only President Jiang were to remain single after his breakup with Youwei. Though she sighed inwardly, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The notion that if Jiang Yan were single, such a fine man would undoubtedly attract the attention of many young women, left her feeling somewhat inadequate in terms of competition. Yet, it was a relief that currently he was only accompanied by Gu Xinyo, allowing her to quietly remain by his side. In contrast to Shenqing's sentimental musings, Qin Shiyu's thoughts were considerably simpler. As a fresh-faced young woman barely past her 20th year, she remained untainted by the sordid dealings of the entertainment industry. Thanks to her well-guarded nature and perhaps the protective measures taken by her manager, Su Yanhong, her cool demeanor fostered a sense of distance among those around her, enabling her to maintain her purity and innocence. Thus, her shift in perception of Jiang Yan was merely a reflection of her evolving feelings. Though she did not realize that each encounter with him brought her an unexplainable joy. Meanwhile, on Youwei's side, Jiang Yan's cold remarks almost pushed her to the brink of emotional collapse. "I have not succumbed to the same filth as her. That vile Qin Shiyu has no idea how many have." Before Youwei could continue her slander, Jiang Yan interrupted her with icy indifference. You too are a woman. How can you so casually fabricate rumors about another girl? Are you not afraid that such actions may backfire upon you? Hearing Jiang Yan defend Qin Shiyu only fueled Youwei's anger. She retorted vehemently, I am not spreading rumors. Her reputation was already tarnished during her time at Huanyu. Jiang Yan, you once said you detest dirty women. Why would you still welcome her? Because she is pure. Youwei froze momentarily, her eyes widening in disbelief as the implications of his words sank in. The burning sensation on her face intensified, and her jealousy threatened to spiral out of control, rendering her nearly hysterical. With a furious outburst, she shouted at Jiang Yan, what do you mean? Are you actually involved with that shameless woman? You. Overcome with rage, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, resorting to venting her emotions at the man. Jiang Yan, do you truly deserve me? I have remained chaste for you. Chapter 164. Your spirit is defiled. Observing the impending emotional breakdown of Youwei, Jiang Yan instinctively furrowed his brows. He firmly pressed Youwei against the wall to prevent her from losing control. It is known that when a woman descends into madness, she can be quite terrifying. And at such moments, even two men might find it hard to restrain her. Jiang Yan spoke coldly. Youwei, if you wish to lose your composure, do so in a secluded place. This is a hospital. Refrain from shouting. He continued, I assert her purity because Qin Shiyu, in terms of both her identity and character, is an utterly innocent young woman. She has not succumbed to the vices of this corrupt entertainment industry. Yet, when she was under your agency, you allowed the rumors to spiral out of control. As a board member, your handling of the situation was utterly inadequate. This remarkably talented young lady has immense potential for further development. Now that she is signed under my agency, I shall ensure that Qin Shiyu retains her innocent and pure essence. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's lengthy explanation, Youwei's emotions gradually calmed. At that moment, Jiang Yan's broad hand was firmly pressing her against the wall. One hand held her shoulder, while the other secured her wrists against the surface. If one were to overlook Youwei's earlier outburst, the scene could easily be mistaken for a dramatic reenactment in a television series, where she was forcefully pinned against the wall by a formidable CEO. Youwei blinked, transfixed by Jiang Yan, a subtle blush appearing on her cheeks. Since their breakup, this was the first time she found herself so near to him, close enough to catch the faint scent of his masculinity. Overcome with shyness, she felt her heart racing. Instinctively biting her tongue, revealing a bashful expression. Stammering, she said, So you haven't. I'm sorry, Jiang Yan. I misunderstood you. Your lengthy explanation. Is it indicative that you still harbor feelings for me? Jiang Yan, impassively observing the changes in Youwei's expression, instinctively stepped back when her shy voice emerged, putting some distance between them. Youwei's face instantly stiffened. Jiang Yan then suddenly remarked with chilling indifference, I have stated before that I detest unclean women, but I have only directed that sentiment towards one person. Do you know to whom I referred? To whom? Youwei instinctively inquired, an ominous premonition rising within her. Jiang Yan replied, You. Youwei's entire being froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Yan. She then heard his voice, chillingly indifferent. I said I find you filthy. This declaration sent Youwei's spirits plummeting to the depths. Her complexion turned ashen. I am not filthy. I am far cleaner than Qin Shiyu, she weakly protested. However, Jiang Yan merely smirked derisively. He calmly stated, Let us assume for a moment that I believe your claim of purity. However, a person's filth extends beyond mere appearance. During the 5 years we were together, while I professed my feelings for you, your heart was perpetually preoccupied with another. That is when your spirit became tainted. Chapter 165. Am I to blame for everything? While you bear no fault, you have strayed mentally, betraying the unwavering love I once bestowed upon you. Youwei, do you comprehend this? This is the source of your moral decay. Jiang Yan's chiseled features bore no expression as he calmly articulated his thoughts, each word piercing Youwei's heart with excruciating clarity. Her complexion drained of color, she opened her mouth yet found herself rendered speechless by his accusations. After a prolonged silence, it seemed she summoned every ounce of strength within her and, through tears, implored Jiang Yan, Have you not also regarded me as a mere substitute? After 5 years of love, what have you reduced me to? I have chosen you, yearning to reclaim what we had, yet you no longer choose me. Is all the blame to rest solely upon my shoulders, while you remain blameless? Her face, marred by tears, displayed the remnants of her makeup. As she slumped against the wall, burying her face in her chest and softly choking on her sobs. Why did it feel as if the entire world conspired to blame her? She merely could not forget the cherished light of her heart. Why must she be condemned for it? Jiang Yan was no longer the person she once idolized. He had transformed entirely. Why had the old Jiang Yan vanished? She longed for his return, reminiscing about the tender gaze he once bestowed upon her, the care he had shown her. She vowed never again to regard him as superior, never again to take his meticulous attention for granted. If only the old Jiang Yan would return, she would cherish him and reciprocate his affections wholeheartedly. Youwei wept uncontrollably, her heart desperately yearning to return to the past. Yet, the past was irrevocably lost. Nothing could be restored. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan observed her solitary figure, curled in a corner, coldly watching as she buried her head deep in her knees. His expression remained unchanged throughout. Even witnessing the unprecedented sorrow etched upon Youwei's face failed to stir his heart, for the Jiang Yan who had once loved her with unwavering devotion had perished. Upon hearing Youwei's retort, Jiang Yan let out a hollow laugh from deep within his throat. He coldly replied, "I have erred. My fault lies in my past foolishness, my naivety beyond redemption. Yet, I am fortunate to have awakened in time, thanks to you and your cherished light. Thus, Youwei, your attempts to evoke pity are futile. They only serve to solidify my resolve. If you wish to indulge in self-pity, seek out your white moonlight. You two are destined to be together for eternity." With that, upon noticing Youwei still lost in her tears, he chose not to waste any further time and turned away with indifference. He had business to attend to, having made arrangements with a seller. At that moment, Youwei's secretary hurriedly followed Jiang Yan, carefully inquiring as he entered his vehicle, "Mr. Jiang, I was serious about what I said earlier. May I work at your company?" Chapter 166. Selling the diamond ring. Jiang Yan sat in the car, rolled down the window, and cast a glance at the young secretary. His eyes slightly lowered, he pondered quietly. Raising his gaze to meet the young woman's, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "That is agreeable. However, the company has its regulations, and I cannot grant you any special treatment. Therefore, you must adhere to the established hiring protocols. I will provide you with the contact number for the HR department. Please follow the proper procedures for a standard interview. If you meet the requirements, you will receive an offer." After a brief pause, noticing the look of concern in Secretary Li's eyes, he offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. I recognized your commendable work ethic during your time at Huanyu. If you perform to your capabilities, I am confident you will secure the position. Keep striving. I believe in you." Upon hearing Jiang Yan's encouraging words, Secretary Li felt her worries diminish significantly. The man's voice possessed an enchanting quality, instilling a renewed sense of confidence within her. "Thank you, President Jiang. I will strive to impress and ensure you are not disappointed," she declared, her fists clenched with determination. "Very well," Jiang Yan nodded in acknowledgement. The driver then started the vehicle, and it gradually pulled away. Jiang Yan, seated in the rear of the car, gazed pensively out the window. His decision to allow Secretary Li to apply at his company was primarily influenced by the fact that Xinqing was currently hospitalized and recovering from injuries, leaving the secretarial department overwhelmed with work. While Secretary Li's capabilities were not quite on par with Xinqing's, they surpassed those of an average secretary, and her presence would help bridge Xinqing's absence. Moreover, after the recent events in the hospital ward, even if Youwei were to suddenly change her mind and request Secretary Li to return to her previous duties, it was likely that Secretary Li would decline. Although this situation had little to do with him directly, Jiang Yan felt a sense of responsibility towards those who had once worked for him. Ultimately, facilitating Secretary Li's employment at his company could be seen as an unintentional yet purposeful act on his part. The driver navigated the car to a small jewelry store. "We have arrived, President Jiang," he said quietly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan extended his long legs and stepped out of the vehicle. The storefront was modest, approximately 30 square meters, yet the jewelry within held considerable value. Otherwise, they would not have offered 500,000 for Jiang Yan's diamond ring. Approaching the shop owner, Jiang Yan produced the exquisite ring and placed it on the velvet display of the counter. "Mr. Zhou, this is the item I mentioned. Please have a look," he stated. Zhou Ruifu appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man. Upon seeing Jiang Yan enter, he promptly rose from his rocking chair, adjusting his spectacles. He picked up the ring from the counter, scrutinizing the inner band meticulously. "Excellent, excellent. This is indeed the ring, President Jiang. How shall I proceed with the payment?" he inquired. Upon hearing Zhou Ruifu's response, a flicker of doubt arose within Jiang Yan. It was peculiar, typically, when a jewelry store appraises a diamond ring, particularly one of significant carat weight. The first aspect they would examine would be the splendid diamond itself. assessing its carat weight and quality. However, Mr. Zhou's initial focus was on the setting, which left Jiang Yan somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, as he was no expert, perhaps the professionals had different protocols for evaluation than laypersons. Regardless, he was merely hopeful to recoup a portion of the ring's value. Chapter 167. The Fantasies of Mu Wanzhou. Jiang Yan observed the proprietor of the jewelry store and kindly cautioned Mr. Zhou to ensure to examine it closely. Once the payment is rendered, returns are not permitted. Upon confirming that the diamond ring was indeed the object of his desire, Zhou Ruifu smiled politely and replied, "Ah, I see it is indeed the masterpiece of that esteemed designer. Although it bears a name, the works of such masters are priceless in the market. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, once the funds are in your possession, I would not consider a return. If it brings you peace of mind, we could draft an agreement." Jiang Yan, unfazed, replied with a hint of indifference, "An agreement is unnecessary. If Mr. Zhou is certain, I shall provide you with my account number, and the funds can be transferred there." He was confident that Zhou Ruifu would not retract his decision, for we live in an age governed by law, and with the transaction recorded in their WeChat conversations, they had sufficient legal grounding. Provided it is a legitimate transaction, with evidence to support it, there is no need for the formalities of old, where every matter required a signed agreement for assurance. In fact, sometimes such agreements may prove ineffective. The most reliable method remains the exchange of goods for payment. Zhou Ruifu simply nodded. Very well. In a brief moment, Jiang Yan exited the jewelry store. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyo, upon seeing the transfer notification on her phone, was startled and immediately called Jiang Yan to inquire about the situation. Indeed, the account number he provided belonged to the bank card she had previously used. After they established their romantic relationship, Jiang Yan had taken her to the bank to change the account holder's name to hers. When Jiang Yan received Gu Xinyo's call, the gloomy mood he had felt earlier upon encountering Youwei dissipated entirely. "Hello, my dear," Jiang Yan said tenderly, the moment she heard his gentle, resonant voice. Gu Xinyo instinctively felt a shiver run down her spine, her fair ears flushing a rosy hue. "Ah Yan, no, I mean, husband," she stammered. Recalling the intense jealousy she had felt when Jiang Yan proposed with the ring, she had wished fervently to seize him then, to confine him within the castle she had envisioned for him, locking him away to keep him by her side forever. Yet, at that moment, reason had triumphed over her possessive desires. Had she acted impulsively, she realized she would have lost Jiang Yan for eternity. Fortunately, Youwei's foolishness in pursuing her idealized love led Jiang Yan to a sudden epiphany, extinguishing his affections for her and leaving the proposal ring unbestowed. At that time, she had secretly sought to find the ring, not only out of jealousy for the unattainable but also due to an instinct that warned her of potential repercussions if it remained intact. Yet, news of the ring had remained elusive. When she finally saw it reappear in Youwei's possession, her scheme began to stir within her. Now, at last, she had seized the opportunity to acquire the coveted ring. It is truly exquisite. Mu Wanzhou examined the diamond ring with great care, slowly placing it upon her ring finger. The fit was surprisingly perfect. As she adorned herself with it, a wave of joy surged within her. This exquisite diamond, both in design and craftsmanship, as well as the quality of the stones, was a pinnacle of artistry, delicate and radiant. Yet, most importantly, it was a ring that Jiang Yan had personally prepared for her. Chapter 168. The invitation from Mu Wanzhou. Mu Wanzhou gazed at the exquisite ring, her mind wandering to a fanciful scene of Jiang Yan kneeling before her, professing his love. She couldn't help but moisten her soft lips with the tip of her tongue. Ah, how she anticipated seeing her junior in a white suit. The mere thought of that cultured and captivating man looking at her with deep affection while gently placing the meticulously prepared diamond ring on her finger made her heart bloom like a naive young girl in the throes of first love. However, the moment she recalled the inscription on the ring, her striking visage shifted dramatically, like a face in a Sichuan opera, her smile fading swiftly. Initially, upon receiving the ring, her intention was to shatter it into powder. Yet now, she found herself reluctant to part with it. After all, it was Jiang Yan's possession, and she had never before received a gift from him, except for the delicious bowl of congee he had brought her on their first encounter. This simply wouldn't do. Mu Wanzhou's elongated eyes flickered with determination. Next month, during her birthday banquet, she would undoubtedly demand a gift from her junior. After all, she had presented him with a gift on his birthday. In the spirit of adult reciprocity, he was obliged to attend her celebration. In previous years, she had extended invitations to Jiang Yan, but he had always declined with various excuses. However, this time, he could not refuse. "Junior, should you fail to meet my expectations with your gift, I shall personally demand a satisfactory offering from you. Mu Wanzhou mused, her eyes shimmering with seductive brilliance. She found herself eagerly anticipating the upcoming birthday banquet. The following day, Jiang Yan arrived at the office to find an invitation resting on his desk. Upon opening it and reading its contents, his brow furrowed slightly. Although Mu Wanzhou sent him birthday invitations every year, this year seemed unusually early. The sudden deviation from her usual pattern piqued his keen intuition, hinting at something amiss. In truth, even while he was with Youwei, he had made every effort to avoid contact with Mu Wanzhou, politely declining her annual invitations with various excuses. Yet this year, he found himself in a predicament. He struggled to conjure a suitable reason to refuse, especially since Mu Wanzhou had attended his last birthday celebration and had just invested 500 million into his company. Out of both sentiment and reason, he felt it would be inappropriate to decline. It appeared that this time, he could not evade the invitation. However, as he reflected on his interactions with Mu Wanzhou, he realized that aside from her initial forcefulness in compelling him to yield, subsequent encounters had not been overtly aggressive. Perhaps this leniency stemmed from his own indulgence of her whims. Nevertheless, attending Mu Wanzhou's birthday celebration was merely a social obligation, and he need not remain overly cautious. As the president of the esteemed Mu Group in Tianhai City, Mu Wanzhou would undoubtedly be surrounded by luminaries from the business world at her banquet, leaving her little time for social niceties as the host. Chapter 169. Youwei's heart was heavy. He was merely a mid-level entrepreneur, inconspicuous among the elite and influential. Thus his only concern was to prepare a birthday gift for Mu Wanzhou, without the need to fret over anything else. After a quiet moment of psychological self-counseling, Jiang Yan's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. He then summoned the head of the investment department. Due to Shun Qing's injury while protecting him yesterday, the shares of Huanyu Media that he had secretly acquired had to be entrusted to others for management. Yesterday was supposed to be the peak for Huanyu Media stock prices, yet he failed to sell in time. Nevertheless, even with the significant drop in stock price yesterday, selling today would still yield a considerable profit. Moreover, today's decline was not as severe as the previous days. Observing the stock trends of Huanyu Media, Jiang Yan instructed the investment department head, "This company belongs to us. I grant you the authority to gradually liquidate our holdings. Ensure that all Huanyu Media shares are sold by the end of this week." The supervisor was slightly taken aback upon reviewing the information Jiang Yan provided. As the head of the investment department, he had only just learned that the company president had purchased shares of Huanyu at the lowest point, with the value now having multiplied 6 or 7 times. Stealing a glance at Jiang Yan, the supervisor felt a surge of admiration for him. "Understood, President Jiang," he replied softly. After the supervisor departed, Huanyu Media's stock, which had initially opened steadily, began to decline once more. Jiang Yan, fixated on the screen, understood the cause of the downturn. As long as the major shareholders continued to sell off their stakes, the retail investors would inevitably panic and follow suit. However, due to the substantial amount of capital he had invested, several tens of millions of shares, he needed to liquidate gradually. By the end of the week, once he had sold everything, Youwei's company would be on the brink of bankruptcy, as he planned to release authentic photographs of Youwei dining with Yang Xinrui online. No amount of public relations or clarifications could salvage her situation. Meanwhile, despite having fainted the previous day and feeling exceedingly weak, Youwei insisted on arriving at the company. From early morning, she tirelessly made phone calls to reassure investors while instructing her employees to manage public opinion and issue clarifying statements. The efforts of the busy morning yielded positive results. However, just as she allowed herself a moment of respite, she noticed the previously stable stock prices beginning to plummet again. Her heart sank as the weight of the declining shares pressed down upon her shoulders like an immense burden. Youwei gritted her teeth, determined to endure. She could not afford to falter. After having witnessed her weak and helpless state yesterday, Jiang Yan had shown no willingness to assist her. Now, she had to rely solely on herself. The memory of Jiang Yan's cold and scornful remarks from the previous day pierced her heart with an ache that was not the most painful, yet was the most torturous. It would intermittently stab at her chest, leaving her feeling irreparably damaged. What am I to do? Youwei gazed vacantly at the white walls of her office. Presently, even the diamond ring Jiang Yan had gifted her was gone. Did she still have any hope left? Chapter 170. Selling the jewelry gifted by Jiang Yan. Before Youwei could indulge in her melancholic thoughts, an accountant from the finance department knocked and entered. "Ms. Yu, here are the salary details for the employees from last month. Please review them." Taking a deep breath, Youwei quickly suppressed her emotions. She skimmed through the details, glanced at the total salary figure, and promptly signed her name. However, the accountant lingered, hesitation etched on her face as she looked at Youwei. Instinctively, Youwei inquired, "What is it?" The accountant hesitated, finally managing to say, "Ms. Yu, the cash in the company account is insufficient to cover the payroll." At this revelation, Youwei's brow furrowed slightly. How could it be insufficient? Isn't there at least several million? The news of her collaboration with young Youwei had recently propelled Huanyu's stock prices several folds, and numerous partnerships with investors had been established. Although the company faced a crisis yesterday, it was just the beginning. Surely there couldn't be a lack of several million in cash. The accountant nodded and explained. The investment funds we received have been allocated to other projects, but those new investments are only in the preliminary stages and have yet to yield returns. Moreover, last month, the resources for the artists surged, and their share accounted for 80% of the total payroll. The accountant nervously elaborated, as Youwei's expression darkened. The accountant instinctively refrained from mentioning the portion belonging to Bailuo. Last month alone, Bailuo had withdrawn nearly 10 million from the company's account. But that had been sanctioned by Youwei herself, leaving them reluctant to comment further. Youwei, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed her temples. Sighing, she said, "Let us hold off on the artist portion for now and prioritize the salaries for the staff in other departments." "Understood, Ms. Yu." The accountant replied before departing with the payroll. Left alone in her office, Youwei felt a wave of frustration. She needed to stabilize the stock situation and find a resolution for the payroll crisis. However, reflecting on her network, she realized she had no immediate contacts to assist with the financial turnover. Suddenly, she recalled the collection of jewelry tucked away in her bedroom drawer, gifts from Jiang Yan. Although he had not been affluent at the time, every item gifted to her was a luxury brand purchased at great personal expense, with the least expensive valued at hundreds of thousands. She estimated the total could reach several million. Perhaps these could serve as a temporary solution. As she returned to her villa to assess the jewelry, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the collection exceeded her expectations. She swiftly packed the items into an infrequently used bag and made her way to a pawnshop. The pawnshop owner, seasoned and astute, could identify the brands of these luxury items at a glance. However, when his gaze fell upon a particular pair of earrings, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his keen eyes. Noticing Youwei's distracted demeanor, he discreetly set aside the earrings before proceeding to appraise the next piece. After evaluating everything, the pawnshop owner remarked, "I want to prolong this discussion. You appear to be a discerning young lady who understands the value of these items. I can offer you a total of 10 million for the lot." Youwei was taken aback by the offer. Chapter 171. Merely a temporary rescue for the company. "I shall redeem at what? 10 million? She had thought that such an array of jewelry would be worth at most 6 or 7 million. This was her optimistic estimation. Yet the pawnbroker had audaciously quoted a price of 10 million. This revelation left Youwei somewhat astonished. Although she was aware that Jiang Yan always presented her with the finest gifts, she had not anticipated their worth to exceed her estimation by nearly a factor of 2. The pawnbroker, astute as he was, could discern her naivety from her reaction, making her an easy target for his machinations. With an air of impatience, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The 10 million is merely a generous offer due to your youthful charm. If this does not please you, feel free to take it back." Upon observing the displeasure etched on the pawnbroker's face, Youwei instinctively gestured with her hands, quickly exclaiming, No, I accept this price." Yet, as she contemplated parting with the gifts bestowed upon her by Jiang Yan, a flicker of hesitation crept into her heart. She felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, these were the entirety of the gifts he had given her over the past 5 years. Should she sell them all? It would feel as if she were erasing the bond they shared. Without these tokens of affection bridging their connection, her heart would feel unmoored. However, Youwei steeled herself, resolutely thinking, this is merely a stopgap for the company. Once the funds from her investments returned, she would redeem Jiang Yan's gifts. This was precisely why she chose the pawnshop rather than a jewelry store for the sale. Thus, with a grave expression, she conveyed to the pawnbroker, "I intend to reclaim these pieces. You must not resell them." "Very well, miss, I assure you," the pawnbroker replied with a perfunctory nod. With his assurance, Youwei's anxious heart eased slightly. She then proceeded to sell all the jewelry Jiang Yan had gifted her, exchanging it for 10 million in cash. After Youwei departed, the pawnbroker promptly listed the exquisite blue diamond earrings, the most expensive among the items, on the auction website with a starting bid of 60 million, 5 times the amount he had just given Youwei for all her jewelry. Though the design of the earrings clearly bore the hallmark of a top-tier designer, he was not merely selling the earrings. He was marketing the two rare blue diamonds that adorned them. If diamonds are the dazzling stars of the jewelry world, then blue diamonds are the rarest of treasures among them, their scarcity and exorbitant value rendering them one of the most precious gems in existence. Thus, setting a starting price of 60 million was not excessive. Unbeknownst to the foolish Youwei, who walked away with 10 million, she remained oblivious to the true worth of the earrings. She naively believed they were merely an ordinary piece among the gifts Jiang Yan had given her. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yan perused the auction site in search of a birthday gift for Mu Wanzhou, a stunning pair of earrings caught his eye. He paused for a moment, instantly recognizing them as the birthday gift he had once given to Youwei. Had Youwei sold his gift to alleviate her company's financial woes? Chapter 172. The plight of Bai Luo. Jiang Yan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Upon seeing the starting bid for the earrings, he recognized that this was a connoisseur. He doubted that Youwei truly understood the immense value of a blue diamond. He recalled the lengths he had gone to in order to prepare this surprise for her, even venturing abroad into the gray market to earn the necessary funds. He had invested all his resources into these two blue diamonds, leaving him no choice but to engage a relatively ordinary domestic designer for the creation of the earrings. The rare and precious gemstones were paired with a setting unworthy of their magnificence, a true waste of such treasures. Jiang Yan remained silent for a few moments, lost in thought. He then clicked on the link to the item, submitted the deposit, and successfully secured the bid. He intended to ensure that the blue diamonds would realize their true worth. However, it wasn't long before another knowledgeable bidder emerged, offering an even higher price. Yet Jiang Yan exuded confidence. He had an abundance of cash at his disposal, thanks to his savvy investments. Purchasing Huanyu stocks at a low price and selling them at a premium, he was poised to earn 10 billion within the week. Thus, despite the relentless competition, Jiang Yan ultimately won the earrings for 90 million. That very afternoon, he received the auction item delivered by professionals. Gazing at the earrings he had once gifted, darkness clouded his eyes. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, followed by an overwhelming silence. As he had anticipated, this moment had finally arrived. To alleviate the company's financial struggles, Youwei had swiftly liquidated all gifts he had given her. Yet he had not expected this to happen so soon. Would a mere few tens of millions truly suffice to ease her troubles for even a few days? The valuation of Huanyu Media was in the hundreds of millions, continually plummeting. A few tens of millions were but a drop in the ocean. Jiang Yan's gaze lowered, a chilling darkness settling in his heart. In stark contrast to Youwei's troubled demeanor, Bai Luo's situation was far more dire. Upon receiving a call from Mu Wanzhou, Deputy Director Li Zhongliang of the Public Security Bureau promptly transferred Bai Luo to a clandestine facility that very night. Before Bai Luo could comprehend the situation, he was blindfolded and ushered into a vehicle. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a sealed room. Though his body bore no visible injuries, his spirit endured immense torment. After just one night, he felt on the brink of collapse. The walls were entirely padded, leaving him unable to gather any sense of self-awareness. The surroundings were sealed tightly. He had no idea where he was and could not reach out to the outside world. Bai Luo felt as though he were discarded refuse, utterly disregarded. Days later, Bai Luo's parents finally realized they could not reach him. Through various connections, they discovered that their son had been imprisoned. However, when they inquired at the police station, they were met with ignorance regarding Bai Luo's current location. The couple was frantic. After all, their son had brought them considerable wealth through his association with the Yu family heiress, ensuring their financial security for life. Upon learning that Bai Luo had been taken to a secret facility, they were consumed by anxiety and went directly to Huanyu Media to seek Youwei's assistance. Chapter 173. Bai Luo's parents seek help from Youwei. Ms. Yu, you cannot abandon our Luo. Bai Luo's parents implored, their desperation palpable. He cherishes you so dearly that he was apprehended by the police for your sake. You must rescue him. Upon seeing Youwei, Bai Luo's mother, Zhao Dongmei, collapsed to her knees before her with a heart-wrenching cry. Bai Luo's father, Bai Shinshan, relinquished his dignity, gazing sorrowfully at Youwei. Startled by their actions, Youwei hurriedly assisted them to their feet, visibly uncomfortable. Uncle, aunt, please rise. I cannot bear this burden, she said. I understand your anxiety, but... Pausing, she bit her lip and continued. It is true that Bai Luo harmed someone with a knife, and he did so in front of the police. My company is currently in dire straits. I lack the time and energy to intervene in his affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongmei realized that Youwei intended to abandon Bai Luo. How could they allow that? They were counting on Bai Luo to support them in their old age. Desperate, Zhao Dongmei knelt again before Youwei, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Xiaowei, we beg you. Luo's life is in danger. He is no longer in the detention center. He was transferred to a secret facility days ago. They say that just one day there can be torturous. And he has been trapped inside for 4 to 5 days. We truly have no other recourse but to seek your help. Please, Xiaowei. Considering how much Luo has adored you for all these years, save him this once." Bai Shinshan echoed her sentiments. Indeed, when we forcibly sent Luo abroad, he refused to eat or drink for 3 days simply to return to be with you. His affection for you is genuine. Youwei was taken aback by their revelations. What? She gasped in astonishment. Bai Luo had starved himself for 3 days to come back home. Her emotions were suddenly a tumultuous mix. She had not realized the extent of Bai Luo's silent sacrifices for her. She had heard whispers of the horrors within the secret facility, but only the most serious offenders were confined there. If what his parents claimed was true, and Bai Luo was indeed imprisoned in that dreadful place, the torment he would endure would far exceed what he faced in a detention center. Yet, she had assured Jiang Yan that she would no longer assist Bai Luo, and he was the person Jiang Yan despised most. If Jiang Yan were to discover her involvement, could she possibly justify her actions? However, Bai Luo was currently trapped in the most terrifying secret facility in Tianhai City. If she did not intervene, would he survive? Biting her lip, Youwei found herself torn. After a long silence, her heart ultimately chose to aid Bai Luo. After all, matters of life and death were of utmost importance. She consoled herself with this thought. Nevertheless, her assistance would not be reckless. She remained acutely aware of her boundaries and would not overstep them. Chapter 174. Youwei's scheme. Youwei gazed at the 2 elderly figures before her, their faces etched with worry, and spoke earnestly. I can only strive to ensure Bai Luo's safety and facilitate his transfer from the secret facility. However, I cannot guarantee anything beyond that. My company is also facing considerable challenges at this moment, so I hope you both can understand my predicament. Upon hearing her words, Bai Luo's parents, Bai Shinshan and Zhao Dongmei, expressed their gratitude by bowing deeply to her. Thank you. If you can bring Luo back, we are immensely grateful to you, Xiaowei. Zhao Dongmei, Bai Luo's mother, grasped Youwei's hand excitedly, saying, "It is our fault. After learning about your relationship with Luo, we were fearful of hindering his studies and pressured him to study abroad. Xiaowei, you are a wonderful girl. We now comprehend the depth of your affection for Luo, and we no longer oppose your union. Once Luo returns, you both should marry." Youwei's expression turned somewhat uncomfortable as she subtly withdrew her hand from the elder's grasp, awkwardly responding, "Such matters are premature. Let us discuss them once Bai Luo is back." Although she had never ceased to cherish Bai Luo in her heart, the thought of marrying him had never crossed her mind. Furthermore, the incident involving Bai Luo and the knife would undoubtedly leave a stain on his record. She did not wish for her future children to have a father burdened by a criminal history, as it would adversely affect their prospects. However, the fact that Bai Luo had gone 3 days without food or water for her sake stirred something deep within Youwei's heart. She found herself pondering that after marrying Jiang Yan and establishing a family, she could make amends to Bai Luo. Perhaps their children could even regard Bai Luo as a godfather, and at that time, Jiang Yan would surely have no objections. In her mind, she could not help but envision a blissful future, she and Jiang Yan playing with their 2 children in the expansive garden, while Bai Luo, as their godfather, joined in their joyful antics. This warm scene was the perfect conclusion in her eyes. Lost in such daydreams, a smile crept upon Youwei's lips, as hope ignited within her to confront the challenges ahead. After bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Youwei first engaged a renowned legal team. She then leveraged all her connections, ultimately expending 500,000 to successfully transfer Bai Luo to a regular detention center, to minimize Bai Luo's sentence. Securing a letter of understanding from the victim was paramount. As she perused the documents provided by her legal team, her fingers lightly pressed against the pen cap. Despite her disdain for Shenqing, the personal secretary to Jiang Yan, she recognized the necessity of visiting the first hospital of Tianhai City to plead for Bai Luo's leniency. Moreover, it was imperative that she seize an opportunity when Jiang Yan was absent to approach Shenqing. As for how to rekindle Jiang Yan's affections, Youwei's gaze lowered slightly. It was often said that a mother's worth was tied to her children. In the past, she had scoffed at such tactics, even feeling a degree of contempt, for she had once held a prestigious status as a young lady, surrounded by suitors vying for her affection. Why would she need to ensnare a man with a child? Yet times had changed. Although her current status remained proud, none among her admirers could rival Jiang Yan's charm or accomplishments. Thus, upon reflection, her former boyfriend emerged as the most suitable candidate for marriage. In her heart, a vague outline of a plan began to form. She acknowledged the plan's methods were sordid and cliché, yet often, the most conventional schemes proved to be the most effective. Her sole objective was clear: to conceive Jiang Yan's child, binding him to her for a lifetime, ensuring their union through the bonds of parenthood. Chapter 175. Siyu signs with Jiang Yan Company. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, who was being scrutinized by two women, he suddenly felt an accelerated heartbeat and an inexplicable sense of unease. Furrowing his brow, he was perplexed. He pondered whether the impending end of the week and the thought of selling the remaining shares of Youwei, leading to her downfall and destitution, were causing this disquiet. Impossible. Jiang Yan quickly dismissed his own conjecture. Deep down, he was acutely aware that he was the one who most wished to see Youwei meet her demise. Had it not been for her and her so-called white moonlight plotting against him, his previous life would not have been so miserable. Hence, while others may show compassion, he was resolute in his stance. At that moment, as Jiang Yan's mood soured, someone abruptly pushed open the door to his office. He instinctively frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance, and was about to reprimand the impudent subordinate when he realized it was Siyu who had entered. Her exquisite features were adorned with a brilliant smile. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, she feigned a pout, lifting her chin haughtily as she exclaimed, "Humph. How long has it been since you came to play with me? You expect me to come find you?" Unable to suppress a sigh, Jiang Yan rubbed his temples, his brows knitting together. "What brings you to my company?" Noticing Jiang Yan's apparent distress upon her arrival, Siyu instinctively pouted her rosy lips. Slightly irritated, she replied, "I'm your employee now. I'm here to work." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately summoned his secretary for clarification. It turned out that Siyu had gained some recognition in the entertainment industry due to her participation in the Tomorrow's Suns program. Curiously, despite lacking any remarkable skills, her striking appearance had inexplicably garnered her a considerable fan base. Industry insiders remarked that Siyu was destined to thrive in the entertainment realm. This exceptional young woman had attracted the attention of numerous talent agencies, and seasoned agent Su Hongyin had keenly identified her potential. She had promptly mentioned Siyu to the head of XINU Entertainment. Once Siyu learned that XINU was a subsidiary of Jiang Yan's company, she eagerly agreed to attend an interview. Subsequently, she successfully joined XINU Entertainment as a signed artist under Jiang Yan. However, upon hearing the full story from his secretary, Jiang Yan's frown deepened. While he could tolerate Siyu herself, after all, bringing in a promising artist to generate revenue for his company was certainly welcome, he had not forgotten about the animosity her brother harbored towards him. Moreover, her brother had been discreetly investigating his background. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Jiang Yan asked Siyu nonchalantly, "Is your brother aware of your signing with my company?" Siyu blinked in confusion at his inquiry. "What does it have to do with my brother?" "Oh, I see." Seemingly realizing something, she pouted in dissatisfaction. "If you don't welcome me, just say so. Why bring my brother into this? But even if you don't welcome me, it's futile. I've already signed a 10-year contract with the company." Humph. With her chin held high in pride, Siyu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yan, eager to gauge his reaction to this news. Yet, her anticipation was met with disappointment. Chapter 176. After I complete my work, you must reward me. Upon witnessing Jiang Yan's composed and expressionless demeanor, Siyu felt a surge of anger bubbling within her. Ever since she inadvertently saw Gu Xinyo confessing her feelings to Jiang Yan and the two sharing an intimate embrace, she had resolved to distance herself from him. However, after a month of waiting, her restlessness grew unbearable, especially after failing to find any news about Jiang Yan online. Unable to contain herself, she yearned to rush to his side at that very moment. Yet, adhering to her principle of not taking the initiative, believing that such actions should be taken by men, she found herself at an impasse. In a moment of inspiration, Siyu devised a compromise. She would join Jiang Yan at work. This decision would not only allow her to see him daily, but also liberate her from her family's constraints, a perfect win-win situation. Thus, she approached Jiang Yan with a light heart, and upon seeing him, her earlier frustrations dissipated. In stark contrast to Suyu's simplistic thoughts, Jiang Yan had numerous considerations weighing on his mind. Observing Suyu's proud demeanor, he intentionally refrained from mentioning her brother Su Xiangming, knowing it would serve no purpose and might lead to further complications. With a faint sigh, he remarked, "All right, since you've signed on with my company, let's proceed with your work as usual. Being an artist is not as easy as it seems. and I will not indulge you. You must attend your engagements without complaint. Understood? Jiang Yan found himself perplexed. After merely rescuing Suyu once, she had begun to cling to him, severing ties with Youwei in the process. Perhaps he was simply too old-fashioned to decipher the peculiar thoughts of young girls. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Suyu's face lit up with a radiant smile. Tilting her head, she looked at him with a hint of playful reproach in her voice. If I do a good job, will you reward me? Jiang Yan instinctively responded. Reward? When Suyu inquired about the reward, he immediately thought of the year-end bonuses for employees. Pressing his lips together, he replied nonchalantly. The salary of a star artist differs from that of a regular employee. Your pay is contingent upon your engagements. However, he paused, considering that Suyu was a newcomer to the workforce. If she wished for a larger bonus, he could afford to be somewhat flexible. Continuing, he stated, if you perform well and attract a loyal fan base, I will make an exception and grant you a bonus. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Jiang Yan nodded with a smile, confidently declaring, as the owner of the company, my word is final. It's merely a small bonus, and I shall not go back on my promise. Despite Suyu's proud nature, she was easily appeased, elated by the prospect of a reward. She joyfully hopped onto Jiang Yan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and cheering. Ha ha, you sly Jiang Yan. I knew you seemed indifferent. But deep down you care about me, right? Just remember, whatever reward I want, you must give it to me. Jiang Yan was taken aback by Suyu's sudden display of affection. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and gently pushed her arms away. With a furrowed brow, he sternly admonished, what are you doing? Get down. You are now an artist, a female artist at that, and you could be photographed at any moment. You must conduct yourself with decorum and always be mindful of your actions, understand? Suyu's face fell at his words. Jiang Yan's grip was firm, and she reluctantly slid off his lap. Oh, why are you so harsh? She mumbled, sulking. Who is your manager? Jiang Yan asked coldly. Sister Su. Surprised, Jiang Yan inquired. Su Yanhong? Yes, she replied. Jiang Yan's gaze softened slightly as he reflected. Sister Su